This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. The way to hit us up, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. So what did everyone go with last night, and how did you divide your TV time between Rangers, Game 1 of the Cup, and softball with an obstruction call lighting up my timeline? Ralph?
These are actually, in theory, the best nights, but in reality, the worst. Because I'm conditioned, like, when the game is on, like, I just don't really change the channel. So, like, sometimes I forget to leave. But I also feel like it's so much fun because if the one game's boring, you just flip to the other one. But on the other side of that, I don't feel like you can accurately break down the games for a radio purpose because you're flipping back and forth so much.
So why?
You lose.
Why are you in here today then?
Right. But you know what I mean? Like, you lose. There are some things that you lose part of the movement of the game, the intensity of the game, where the momentum shifts. So you lose all that. But to answer your question, I was mostly in on the hockey.
Mostly,
I would say. So once the hockey game started around 7:15, I was pretty much in on that about 85%.
I will give you credit. That is the most creative way I've heard you try to walk around, like saying, like, I didn't watch women's sports and I don't want to get canceled for saying it the wrong way. I liked it. I liked the way you said it. Like, look,
Rangers
flow,
either.
Momentum. You got to watch these things. It was good. I liked it, Chop. That is a better call, Chop, right there. It was Rangers was what I was on. I mean, I flipped on, like I said, hockey during the commercials and a little bit of the College World Series, but that was it.
All right, Pepe, you're going to start the tiebreaker here. What'd you do? What'd you watch?
It was Rangers until Kumar Rocker forgot to look home and allowed two runners to go home. And then it was softball the rest of the night because that game was incredible.
Let's start with the final call on this radio station. If you turned it after the Rocker meltdown, you made a little bit of a mistake.
First pitch, he hits one on the ground to second, down to a knee. Lau, he's got it, throws to first, and that'll do it. Drama over. Seager grounds out, and the Rays hold on to defeat the Rangers by the final score of 5-4.
The great Matt Hicks with the call. We are your home for Rangers baseball. Yeah, this thing looked like it was over. Shut it down. A Kumar Rocker meltdown in the third inning. It was 5-0, but then 5-3 after a Jonah Heim home run. They make things a little bit interesting in the ninth inning with Wyatt Langford coming through with 2 outs. He's sitting there on base with Corey Seager up, and Seager completes an 0-for-4 night. Rangers lose the second game in Florida.
Yeah, it was disappointing to see it. We were on the group text last night, and you had mentioned yesterday, like, when we get into the ninth inning and it's a 2 or 3 run trailing situation, you feel like, all right, game's over. Like, you can turn it. Last night, 3-0 felt like, all right, you're down 9-2 in the 8th. Like that's what it felt like watching them. I was honestly surprised when I started to believe a little bit when Wyatt Langford got the double. And it's like, all right, it's 5-3 in the 5th. Maybe they're actually turning things around a little bit. But yeah, the Kumar Rocker meltdown, it felt like this was going to be a long night just from the very first pitch, which he skipped like 3 feet short, it felt like.
But then he struck out the side on 10 pitches in the second.
Yeah. And that seems like that's going to be the Kumar Rocker experience for now, at least. Like, he is going to be wild at times, and then at other times he's going to look super dominant, which that was kind of the book on him at Vanderbilt, I feel like. 3
1/3, RJ, 6 hits, 5 earned, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and an inning from hell.
And 1 not covering first base as quickly. See, and that's the thing. He did cover the bag. He was just slow.
He's a big guy.
He was just, he was just slow to get over there. I'm not giving a pass on it, but it's like, all right, it's not like, when you...
Bassick did not give a pass.
No, he didn't. But
he was saying first time all year that a Rangers pitcher has shown that type of hesitation. He's coming close to cracking.
I'm really excited. It's building. You can hear like Mike coming out. Like Mike is about ready to snap, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, look, we haven't seen enough of Kumar to see like how fast he is. Like, how
you can see effort off the mound.
Well, Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't see like a lack of effort. I saw a hesitation.
Okay.
And that to me is a different thing. A lack of effort. Garrett Cole in the World Series, that was just like a brain fart. That was an excuse. This was like it's like he just paused a second. I don't know if he thought the ball was going a second, as opposed to going, as opposed to the first baseman going over to get it.
Well, that definitely was not the worst part of his night. It was moping while looking out at right field.
Yes.
While another run was coming around third.
Yes, that is the worst part. That's very, we've seen that. That was Chuck Knobloch pointing at the baseball. Pointing at the baseball, right? We've seen that before. We've seen this from like a half a dozen other guys where they're arguing with the ump or they're doing something else, and all of a sudden you're not paying attention to what else is going on. Oh, wait, crap, there's other guys on base.
I was a little surprised that Bochy let him come back out. I thought that was going to be a punishment. I thought that was going to be harsh words after the game. But I think because it was 5-0 at the time, they'll like go out there and get some work, and the offense finally woke up a little bit.
5-0 also, I mean, you didn't want to have to use your bullpen for 5 innings at that point, because even if let's assume that Tampa never relinquishes the lead, they're only going to have 8 at bats. They're not going to 9. So you only have 5 more. Do you really want to burn your bullpen for that?
I mean, this is the other thing about that last night when Rocker just kind of slowly jogs off. It's, if any team should know it, and I know it's been forever, but if any team should know it, it's Texas. Like, should know that, because that was the very first playoff series this organization ever won in their history, 2010, against the Rays, was David Price lollygagging on 2 separate occasions in the game clincher, and somebody scoring from second running around the bases. And so it's a little history repeating itself against Tampa.
So they're 0 for 2 in Tampa. They're still 4.5 back. Thank goodness for the sorry, mediocre American League West. Jared Sandler's Houston Astros, though, are leading the division, a half a game up on Seattle. We are only a half a game up on Wash's Angels, who are 3-7 in their last 10, and then the Athletics have totally sunk 1-9 in their last 10. They're 11 games back. Jack Leiter on the mound today. Same pregame, same start time on 105.3 The Fan. Now let's head on over to RJ Choppy's TV.
Nugent Hopkins on the left, half boards, under pressure, turns and gives it up. Beautiful pass. McDavid in front, one time and score! Leon Draisaitl! 4-3, Edmonton in overtime!
An explosion on Oilers radio as Draisaitl gets number 2, and Edmonton, they started off 1-0. They fall behind. They come out with the Game 1 win, a huge sigh of relief after last year falling behind 0-3.
Oh, yeah, I have to say, this was the way this game started. This was a surprise. Florida was just dominating this. They were up 3-1. And they, like you said, they fell down 1-0, and they came right back. Bam, bam, bam. And it just showed, like, in the intermission. It's funny. Lundqvist is always talking to, he's always got like the goalie's back. Say, no, that should have been a no goal, where the player fell down. But look, Florida was so good, and they were saying there's no way Edmonton wins this game. And here comes Edmonton, and they get the 3-2 goal, which was really big because it was like right after the Panthers made it 3-1, and then they tie it, and then Draisaitl. This is now, he set a record. This is the 7th different month he's had an overtime goal this year. Nobody in the history of the sport has had more than 4.
Wow.
4 different months where they've had an overtime game winner. And this is his 7th. He's done it every month since March. Guys, the guy's a machine. He's a machine. And McDavid's like, yeah, this is the best guy in the world. He gets a lot of he's a little invisible because he's playing next to McDavid, on the national scene. But the hockey fan knows, like, this is the guy who is maybe the second best player in the sport.
I like I said, I was flipping back and forth, so I was on the hockey very little, but I don't know about y'all. On social media last night, how much praise I saw for Gretzky. Like, was Gretzky really good last night? I saw a lot of people talking up how entertaining they thought Gretzky was.
It's hard for me to listen, because it's like, it just looks like they kind of roll him out there, and I can't tell if it's AI Gretzky or not.
Yeah. I thought you were going to stop your sentence with social media was saying Gretzky was really good. You know, like, he was pretty good player.
No, but they were enjoying some of it. I guess he also had like a moment where he didn't know some pop culture stuff and kept getting like schooled on it. And so people were just like, oh, look at Gretzky discovering the world. This is so cute.
When Lundqvist is on the broadcast, I find it hard to pay attention to anything else. But he's so well dressed. Just so well dressed.
So Edmonton takes the 1-0 series lead. Does it make you feel a little bit better about the Stars' elimination? And now we'll head on over to Peyton Russell's television. ESPN with the call. Despite 4 errors, the number 6 seed Texas Longhorns win the opener 2-1 over Tech.
What an incredible game. And both pitchers were going back and forth, low scoring, 2-1 like you said there, Sean. Kennedy for Texas Tech, the pitcher there, she was incredible the entire game. She's had some incredible run going on where I think Texas Tech hasn't trailed the entire postseason because of her, or at least the College World Series. But yeah, game 1 goes to Texas. And man, we'll start off with the obstruction call that you brought up earlier. That was a big thing that Texas fans were irate about, was the the Texas Tech runner in the top of the 5th, I believe, was thrown out by half a mile and a half, you could say. But because the Texas shortstop, her foot was in the baseline, the letter of the law says it's obstruction. You got to let a clear path in there. This isn't like the catcher blocking home plate. It was just the way she caught it. Her left foot was in the baseline, so they called obstruction. And then the next batter hit a single. Texas Tech took the lead, and that could have been the game. That really could have been it. But then Kennedy makes a mistake in the bottom of the 6th. 2 runners on, 2nd and 3rd, and they were trying to intentional walk the batter. She needed 4 pitches outside the zone to walk the batter to get another hitter up there, and she left one right over the middle of the plate. And it was a 3-0 pitch too, and then Texas took advantage of it and scored.
And the real questions here are, why were you really watching, and who were you really rooting for in your household?
House divided, Sean. Mackenzie went to Texas Tech, me being a diehard Texas fan, back and forth. But yeah, it's a win-win. I'm fans of like 9 different schools now. So, it's a win-win here for me. But yeah, I was rooting for Texas, but it's not a sport that I can say I follow a whole bunch. So it's like if Texas would have lost, I'm not going to, be throwing a hissy fit afterwards.
He's so full of it. You can hear who he's rooting for. He's like, Kennedy, that star pitcher for Texas Tech. She's so great. Oh my gosh!
Did she get like $1 million NIL deal?
Yeah, to go to Tech. Yeah,
he was complaining last night in the text about the pitcher missing the 3-0. He's like, how ridiculous was that? And it's like, oh, you should be happy. If you're a Texas fan, you should be happy.
Did Mackenzie watch the entire game?
No, she did not. She was just wondering, are we winning? I was like, not right now.
It's a BS call, by the way. The obstruction. It's a bogus call.
It's stupid.
You have to give a clear path to the back. You also have to allow for the fielder to catch the ball. And if the ball brings you into the base path, too bad, so sad. Like this is. This is not real. There's got
to be common sense made, I think.
This happened in baseball a couple years ago, though, didn't it? Where somebody was too far up the baseline, like it was an easy thrown out by a full mile, and they were like, "Well, you were too far up the baseline, and so that's you obstructed his path."
At home, that was Jonah Heim that happened to him.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Chicago.
He was like a step out.
This is a second base.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Heim one was ridiculous too.
Yeah, it's absurd.
So that's last night on your television. Let us know what you tuned into on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. We got a Rangers ticket giveaway for you to win during the 720 Expressway. We need you to stick around for that as part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. But we'll never get over Luka. We got some Jalen Brunson regret. What about letting Rick Carlisle get out the door? Any Mavs rearview mirror with the NBA Finals starting tonight? Did we let 3 of the greats actually go out of DFW? That's next. The Phoenix Suns have a brand new coach as well, and Adam Silver continuing to feed the conspiracy theorists over the Mavs getting the number 1 pick after this.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring me out a little bit.
$32.33 with Franklin Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
Game one of the NBA Finals tonight with the Indiana Pacers visiting the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think there's been one Finals in the past 20 years which people expected a bigger beatdown because all the predictions I've seen are either OKC in 5 or a sweep. Who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for Rick Carlisle to get it done with the upset, or do we have some Oklahoma fans locally who are waiting to see the Thunder and the new Jerry West be on top and Sam Presti?
All about Indy. I can't stand Oklahoma. They're like the Rays, the A's. I hate these smart teams. I just there's zero toxic masculinity involved in being smart. So I shun that. I shun that in all my sports if I can. But I just sorry, Ruben. I know Ruben's a big fan, but I can't stand him. Nothing I like about it. Nothing good. They're generic colors, generic team name. Don't like team names that don't end in an S. So I'm going to take Indiana.
They're very good, and they're going to be very good for a while, though. It is a thing where they don't have the same pull to me as some of the other like really great teams in recent years. I don't know what it is because there's nothing super unlikable about them. They play really good basketball on both ends of the floor. Like, there's nothing you should really dislike about them. Ruben and Cody were talking about this at the last Firehouse. They were like, look, everybody who complains about the three-point shooting era, like, everybody should love the Thunder because the Thunder are the team that, like, they play complete basketball now. So why is everybody shunning them? It's like, I don't know, because it's Oklahoma City. And nobody's, like, really pulled in by that. And Shea doesn't feel like the big marketable star that maybe he should be.
If Joker hadn't won, like, 3 MVPs in the last 4 years, would Shea still be the MVP?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's part of the other reason why I hate it. But by the way, I hate Indiana too. Okay, this is the same idiot fan base thought Rick Smits was a valuable player. All right, I can't stand them either. But this is best of worst worlds.
Rick Carlisle with a St. Louis Cardinals type quote after they won the East, saying, "It's basketball everywhere else, but this is Indiana."
Yeah.
The state of Texas is rooting for who, according to Bet Online, with their state surveys?
I would assume OKC. Just
Indiana.
Amount of people that are OKC fans.
Bobby is correct. It is the Pacers. 39 states are rooting for the Pacers. 11 are rooting for the Thunder, including Arkansas, Delaware, Idaho, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Missouri, Jersey, New York, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin.
Huh.
Everyone else, 39 states rooting for the Pacers, according to this survey.
New York, New Jersey makes sense. They just lost to them.
Yeah, and so I guess Delaware is just regional,
Probably,
something
yeah.
like that.
Where is everyone's Rick Carlisle regret, if any? That you have, a whiz kid, not a kid, but you have this brilliant offensive mind. Indiana's numbers are stupid. We'll get to that stuff later on. You look back at some of the Luka stories. Do you blame Luka a little bit more than just old rickety, crotchety Rick with his very terse style? Or do you say it ran its course, it was time for a change, this is a miracle run for them, it's not happening again, it's not like they're building any type of dynasty? Because a lot of Mavs fans on the internet saying, look what we gave the NBA playoffs with Luka Doncic, Jalen Brunson, and now Carlisle in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, look, is Rick a better coach than Jason Kidd? Like, yeah, he is. Like, I think it's pretty objective. It's
better X's and O's.
Yeah, better X's and O's. Now there's different aspects of coaching. But Rick is like, an offensive kind of wizard. Yeah, I have a little regret. That's not a lot because I do think it was probably time. It had run its course. At least it seemed like that here.
Yeah.
And this was after the Donnie crap that went on.
Which Donnie, I think he's back in town. I saw the great Bob, I don't know what his last name is, hosting a dinner. And I think Donnie's going to be Don and Donnie were at the dinner, but Big Don is being honored in Oklahoma City in one of these first 2 games for some reason.
Huh. So, like, that whole Donnie situation happened, and Rick was like, all right, not getting along with the star player. I know I'm not breaking in a new GM. I'm out of here. Yeah, like, it probably had run its course, but there's still a level of regret because he is a good coach.
I think both things can be true. Zero regret, and he's a great coach. Like, it was time he had to go. Like, I mean, you'd hear whispers that he didn't get along very well with Dirk at times. But, like, I mean, they could work together. It wasn't like we hate each other. But yeah, they're tough personality to deal with. He is very heavy-handed. He can be a lot. But there's no doubt about it, he's a fantastic coach. Just the way that when we talk about how frustrating it is watching kid draw up a play out of a timeout, like Rick Carlisle would always get you a great look out of a timeout for a last second shot.
Yeah.
Carlisle, it always felt, was really great at like using his timeouts. Like anytime, you never felt like a run was getting too far along before Carlisle called the timeout. He was really good, I think, at devising different game plans and schemes against teams that they were mismatched against. That's got to be Oklahoma City's biggest concern, is just what is Carlisle going to scheme up for you? Because if Carlisle can get a game plan right, he can challenge Boston like he did last year. They can beat, the Knicks here, and they can take control of the Knicks. So to me, Carlisle's great, but it had worn out here.
I agree.
Yeah, look, to be fair, Kidd and Carlisle didn't get along at the beginning either.
Yeah.
At the very beginning.
Yeah.
It took a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, Rick would draw circles around Jason, but today's NBA, like Schottenheimer said the other day in his presser, his dad is looking down from heaven saying, "What the hell are you doing at practice? What this ain't a pep rally." And he's like, and it was tremendous perspective, talking about his own father, his own legendary father. He said, "It's a different league, and my dad coached different players back then. And you got to have some guys, maybe that lack of star power." I'm trying to remember the last NBA Finals that had this lack of star power, and we'll get into this later on with what Carlisle had to say. Oklahoma does not have a 2, and if you want to call Halliburton a star, fine, but they definitely don't have a 2 in Pascal Siakam as a star.
Yeah, look, I mean, when Mavs Heat 06, I mean, Dirk and Wade obviously were stars.
Yeah.
But, like, Miami had names. They didn't have star. Like, Shaq wasn't a star at that point. Like, he wasn't a star anymore.
Gary Payton
wasn't a star anymore.
Yeah.
And we didn't have, like, that true second star either.
Right. All right, is this another example of RJ Choppy's theory and Shaq's that coaching does not matter, with the Phoenix Suns getting their new guy to manage that mess?
Jordan Ott. Whatever that is. He's been on Kenny Atkinson's staff. Whoever that is. Cleveland, right? 0 head coaching experience, which is an odd choice for an aging team of vets. To have a guy that has never coached, like this is.
Well, Durant's not going to be there,
right? He's not going to be there. That's the point. Like they're hiring him not to coach this team. They're hiring him to coach some other group of players.
And Devin Booker had some big say in this and signed off, according to Shams.
So, like, obviously, this means that a lot of these Phoenix players are probably going to be available. Some of them, at least. Maybe you get them a discount now that everybody knows that they're going to be available. Don't get any ideas, Nico. But this is another example of. The coach doesn't matter. The Denver Nuggets gave Adelman's kid an extension. Like, they're super win now. The Knicks are the Knicks going to go and give a rookie head coach a job? Maybe they are. I don't know. But that's super win now. Win now teams generally go with like win now coaches too.
Boy, it is hard to find a picture of this guy not looking like a complete psycho. Because I did not know who he was. If you look at this man. Look at his, he gives off massive, just I will kill you vibes.
The white Missoula.
Look at that. Again, just staring daggers. That dude, I don't know. I don't like that energy coming off that guy.
See a lot of the white in the eyes. When you see a lot of the eye white, whatever that's called, whatever part of the eye, that eye, we see a lot of that because he's side-eyeing you. Psycho behavior.
And then, Bobby, you did a lot more digging into what happened with Tom Thibodeau in New York, as there are now reports that the team not thrilled with Jalen Brunson's pops on the bench and his consistent presence with influence and decision-making.
Yeah, Ian Begley from SNY had a lot of the initial reporting on this, and he had followed up, and this report was really odd about the process of firing Thibodeau. He said that the Knicks conducted a review of players and coaches in the postmortem of the season. And he says the setup of these meetings was different than the traditional exit meeting. He said these exit meetings are traditionally conducted by the leading executive. Each player meets individually with the top executive. Sometimes other front office members are present. But they said this assessment was different. It wasn't all the players. It was only a select few that were interviewed. And in those interviews, they had gotten the feedback that there was an issue with Thibodeau and that they wanted him out. So it's like, okay, every bit of reporting, even in the aftermath, has been Brunson did not stab Thibodeau in the back. He wanted him. He wanted to keep him here. So who are you talking to? Which couple players are you collecting and saying this is going to trump either talking to our entire roster or our star?
Because Josh Hart is a Thibodeau guy. I know that. We think Brunson was.
So you're talking to Mitchell Robinson and Bridges? Like, who are you talking to?
Yeah.
Anunoby? Like, I have no idea who like, and why that would carry so much weight. I can't imagine you're going like, hey, Kat, tell us what you think. We're going to take Kat's opinion over what anybody else has to say here. And so the fact that they would have just picked out a couple of players and that would have trumped anything Brunson said, anything that the results they got, something seems off. So the feedback they got from these players must have been super critical.
Yeah. And Brunson, like, he didn't have his sit down that trumped everyone?
Right. You would think about the NBA is the most star-driven, whatever the star says, they're getting their way. That's been the NBA for 2 decades now, and that can't win out in New York.
Dan Hurley at UConn did comment on this opening because you got Dan Hurley, you got Jay Wright, you got Jeff Van Gundy fun, and he was being quoted, RJ, as saying, oh no, not another summer of that.
Yeah, right? Which, look, I mean, I get it. It's probably the thing he's supposed to say.
After the Lakers summer.
And last year, yeah, I mean, that was apparently they were close enough to where he had taken a couple of meetings with them, including one where he went out there.
Sounded like he was the guy before Redick. They offered him the job.
It did. Yeah, they did. That was the report. And then his wife, who's got a pretty big hand in all this, and she's like, I'm an East Coast girl. I don't want to leave. I don't want to go out west. Now this, because the same thing happened with Kentucky. You know, Kentucky wanted him. Now this might be different because depending on where they live in Connecticut, they might not even have to move.
But not another summer of that.
Meaning the rumors. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to lead you to your point where you're saying it wasn't a no.
Yeah, but that's not a no. That the point is that, you know, he could say that, and that's the right thing to say right now. But that is not him shutting this down. And we are kind of in recruiting season, which is another interesting little kind of sidebar to all this.
Spending season.
There it is. NBA Finals, Game 1 starting tonight. OKC is favored by how much?
9.5. Right?
9.5 on the dot. This could be I thought he was going to be off the show after yesterday's performance, but Peyton Russell is back with the payload, and this may get him actually canceled. 2 gender stories.
Oh, no.
Not one, but 2 gender stories, and how much of your delivery food is being eaten on the way. The payload with a Rangers ticket giveaway next.
Doesn't sound right. What's it sometimes called? Uber Eats has low fees on it. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaks me out a little bit.
Anyone else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It's Thursday, 6:40. It is time for another edition of The Payload. And gentlemen, today is Thursday, but that means tomorrow is...
Friday.
Day off for you?
No. It's the debut of the Sydney Sweeney Bathwater Bliss soap tomorrow that goes on sale, I believe at midnight tonight, maybe sometime tomorrow morning. It goes on sale. 5,000 will be available. Bobby, I know you were trying to get the pre-order going, but your wife Kristen stopped you.
No, I just used my poll and I got a free one sent to me.
And that'll be sold out by when?
12:01.
Yeah. It'll be whenever that goes on sale. I'm praying that it will be like 8 a.m. Eastern time where it goes live and we can do like a live. All right, let's see if we can log in and get, buy a bar of soap. That'd be amazing. But I've made the decision.
Let me write that into the run sheet.
Please.
And also, more importantly, forget about that. Record your wife watching you open up the package and asking what that is. I want to know how many married guys are ordering the Sydney Sweeney bathwater.
Well, I'm not married technically, so I guess I'm clear, but no, I will not be purchasing this. Mackenzie has told me, my fiance said, look, I get the joke of the bathwater, oh, hot girl, get their bathwater, whatever, but it'd be sick if you actually did it. It'd be gross if you actually didn't.
So she's more fine with you going to the strip club than getting a bar of soap.
Bar of soap if someone's used bathwater. She's like, it'd be like, what RJ's talked about. Oh, girls, you guys have purchased girls' farts and stuff on a line that, a jar. But like, that's just weird. There's a line that's just weird.
Yeah, especially with the soap.
And I agree. It's a fun joke, but yeah,
I still don't believe this is actually her bathwater either. I think this is a whole marketing ploy. I don't think I don't think this is anything that she's actually touched.
You'll have to buy in and find out, Bobby. But all right, first story here, Gilbert Arenas. We all know him. He likes to keep it real all the time, but man, it was a bad day for your name to be Karl-Anthony Towns when he got a hold of him, because I'm sure a lot of people have seen the memes now of Cat screaming or maybe moaning a little bit when he gets fouled, but now he has been bullied by the one and only Gilbert Arenas. This was on his podcast, Skills Arena, where he just went straight after Karl-Anthony Towns.
On Cat himself. It's him. It's his physical makeup. Long legs, short torso, big ass feet. There's nothing he can do. He's built like a whole He's built like a female. Am I saying something wrong? Look, he's built like a girl. No. He has girl hips. He's like a full WNBA player.
God, it just took one video. One guy that just called Cat out from trying to make a funny video, and it's gone viral.
Man, the kids are merciless with Cat.
Dude,
just the oh my god.
Yeah, it says oh my god.
Yeah.
There's AI videos of him trying to go through TSA, and he's got the bubble butt and everything. He's like, "You're gonna have to pat me down, guys." And dude, it's so bad out there.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of a player who was last mocked like this in sports, just so consistently. Like a good play, like Durant, when maybe 10 years ago he was really going through the phase of everybody knew they could draw him off sides. He used to get mocked pretty heavily. But Cat is the number one target for just let's make fun of him.
I have nothing to say.
Oh, come on, Sean. I was really hoping this would be.
I think you guys covered it all. RJ did the moan and
you saw
impersonation.
Yeah, oh my god!
That's what
Oopsies.
You saw Cat. Did you see Cat shared something to his Instagram story yesterday of a basketball or something with painted nails holding it or something in response to Gil.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, he posted that
Yeah,
himself?
he put it on his Instagram story.
I mean, how's he built like a woman, you know?
He's really not.
Yeah, how's he built like a WNBA player? The comments, actually, I went in like the first 10 or 15, and I'm sure there was plenty laughing at it, but people are destroying arenas. Like, yeah, he's built like that and has all these mannerisms and still had way better of a career than you did. So people talking about Cat versus Arenas.
Ooh.
Have you seen the picture that keeps going around on Cat ever since all this started? This is the one that everybody keeps passing around of him on the Jason Tatum layup.
The hands up.
He's just like,
Yeah, I saw it. I seen it.
I really hope, I know Cat, he's out of the playoffs now, but next season, if he just leans into the bit a little bit,
He did with the painted nails.
I think he
Well,
has
no,
been.
but I mean, like during the game, like if he really did, let out a little scream every time he got fouled.
He does. There's the video.
Oh, I know he does, but I mean, if he like really leaned into it, like every time, like you could just pick it up on the audio, I think that'd be great.
Is he married? Does he have kids? Does he have a family? Do any of us know
Cat,
this?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Not sure, but yeah, I don't know how you recover this if you're Cat. This is one of those jokes that you make, and it's just it's all downhill from
He's
here.
been in a relationship with Jordan Woods since 2020.
Oh, isn't she famous for something?
I know the name.
She
Model
is known for her
socialite.
reality television show Life of Kylie. She's on that.
Okay. I think she messed around with one of the Kardashians' dudes. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
But guys, we have another flight story here. We'll go to gender number 2 here, Sean. Gender reveals on flights. More shenanigans on these flights. It seemed like for a little while, a little bit ago, we were talking about all these constant plane issues happening. And now we have actual events taking place on flights. We had the story yesterday about the girl who was singing songs from the movie Moana. And now we have gender reveals on flights. This was a flight to Paris, and this couple decided it was just the perfect time to find out that the gender of their baby. This couple had everyone on flight involved here. We had the video up on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you, Aiden, for that. They had each passenger kind of hold up a pink or blue piece of paper, depending on if they were gonna, want it to be a boy or girl. They were cutting pieces of cake with the glasses. Wine glasses, and when you got to the middle, it was either blue or pink. But, and I don't mind events taking place. I hope one of these would happen on my flights. Aiden back here was dogging the idea. He didn't like it. He was like, it would annoy the hell out of me.
Right, Aiden.
But, when these events take place, it's like, as long as it doesn't take up the whole flight, if they just get quick to the point, I'm fine with it. But we have another, event taking place on these flights.
I'm fine with this. First of all, they gave cupcakes out. So,
free cupcake.
I mean, you give a free cupcake. I mean, who's gonna crap on it? And second of all, flights are miserable anyway. This passes the time.
Yeah.
This is now 3 more minutes. I don't have to, lick the window.
Yep.
Drool all over the idiot next to me.
I used to always be floored by the people who didn't want to know the sex of the baby at all, because I was just like, wouldn't you want to know what clothes to buy and everything else? Be ready for the kid to get here. That always blew me away. And I was like, that seems a little silly. 10 times out of 10, way better than the big time gender reveal person who will do something like this on a plane. That's where it's just come on. When we've gone to these fire stations, they've told us before, some of the biggest incidents they've had to respond to recently have been just stupid, messed up gender reveal parties and things like that. And so this
your
would
wife
beat me
never
down.
wanted to do one?
No. This would beat me down. If I was on the flight and they were doing this, I would be annoyed.
It's a free cupcake.
I'd be annoyed. I
Take
don't
your mind
take
away
part.
from crashing.
No, that's me being proven right. So that's the only thing that is.
What's being proven right?
Like me, it wouldn't be anything that I'd be focused on out of fear. I'd be like, I was right. That's why the plane didn't manage to stay up.
The only thing I think people could really, get behind and actually, have a say in being annoyed is if, because some of these flights, they have the screens on the back of the chairs. And if they pause it to make an announcement, they'll pause your video. If you're watching on your phone, you can, or listen to music, you can just keep watching it. So that's what I think if they were, pausing people's videos and movies because they were making a gender reveal announcement. Because if you don't want to participate and you're just grouchy old man, screaming at clouds, literally, then I get it. But,
It's just, I wouldn't mind it like RJ, but just the nerve, the nerve of being I'm going to do this and have everyone else participate. Yeah. Everyone else is going to want to participate in this. The attention that you want on yourself.
No one's
I would roll my eyes at.
Right, because
chocolate. Give me chocolate or vanilla.
Give me chocolate. There you go. But I think because all people are thinking there's going to be a fraction of the population in that plane that are going to be oh, I can already hear your baby screaming.
Or singing Moana.
Or singing Moana. There you go.
All right, it is the payload every Thursday at this time. Guys, last story here. Have you ever been a victim of your food being eaten by a delivery driver? You receive the food and then you notice maybe the fries have been knocked over in a little, suspicious way, or maybe someone might have nibbled on your food.
No.
Okay.
I have not noticed that. And this story made me think of the foods that would get picked at, besides fries.
Fries seem to be the only one that you can get away with. You have one, no one will notice.
Yeah. Like, what else? Like, it's a 6-piece McNugget. It's
Right.
a 12-piece popcorn chicken. Not that you're maybe counting 12 of them. Like, what else could there be delivery-wise? You're going to notice a slice of pizza missing. What other foods? A little roll of sushi. A lot of times they're lined up evenly.
Yeah, they're lined up evenly.
Like
you can
8
notice
pieces.
it. Yeah, absolutely.
You could probably, you can't pop the straw, but you could probably pop the top of a drink and take a sip off of it.
Like a
and close
milkshake or something?
That would be disgusting.
It would be absolutely gross. I always see everything sealed when I get it. I've never even seen a seal popped when it's been delivered.
Yeah, it's been really difficult nowadays to, in my opinion, to grab any food unless you're just fine with it. I guess opening up, maybe these delivery drivers are experts now at being able to reseal stuff. But this is a delivery food driver who has admitted now that he gets a little hungry while delivering food out and about. Sometimes he's stuck in traffic and he's taken some fries from customers multiple times. They call him the fry jacker. He's at it again. And he's also said in this story that it's not just him doing it, that most delivery drivers he knows does it. So now he's calling everyone out for this. And this just, gives everyone a panic. Now, it screws everyone over that, has the business of delivering food and does it for a living there. Because I really do. I like the delivery food people. I like the Uber Eats out there. They're a sponsor of us. They love giving us food and stuff. Very easy to order from them. But it's just when a story like this happens, it always just gets in my mind a little bit like, okay, do I trust this person who I have absolutely no idea delivering my food?
Not going to stop me at all from delivering. When you're hungover, when you're lazy.
Do you do a lot of food delivery? I never do it. Do you do a lot of it?
Not a ton. Maybe. Probably once every 2 weeks, maybe.
Oh.
Krista,
a sushi special. Now I don't order unless I go right to the deals. Because everything is so expensive nowadays. If it's not a buy one, get one, I know it sounds scary with sushi. That's really the only delivery I get now. So
Okay.
I'm getting like $80 worth of sushi. No, I'm getting $100 worth of sushi for $50.
Yep. That's a good deal. My kids want to. Can we Uber Eats like some fast food? I'm like, do you have any idea how much the upcharge is? Just like
I've now paid for the memberships in these things, like Uber Eats, Instacart. Just hoping.
Kristen did.
Yeah.
Kristen paid for the one of them because she was like, we get guilty if we're sitting down to watch a show at night and it's like, oh, let's get something to eat while we're sitting here. And she's like, well, I'll go pick it up. I was like, I don't want you to leave. I want to watch this. Let's watch it and get it delivered. Onion Rings 972 said you could snatch. 972, former Uber driver here, and it's 100% the fries is what people snack on.
There it is, another edition of The Payload with Peyton Phillip Russell. Thursday here on Sean and RJ with the Rangers Royals ticket giveaway coming up at 7:20, and the most local segment in radio. It is going to be the Neighborhood Watch. But are the Dallas Cowboys going to get an early break because of Barry Sanders causing a retirement in the NFC East? We'll take you around the National Football League on the home of the Cowboys next.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Beta Rose.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
All right, let's take you around the National Football League on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. Saquon Barkley, after being put on the cover of the latest Madden video game, says, I feel like I'm going to retire one day, just like Barry Sanders. Could be next year, could be 2 years, could be 4 years, but I'm just going to be up and gone. Barry was my favorite player, but that's probably how I'm going to leave the game. And I was like, good thing you got paid, because like Micah Parsons talking about this openly, probably not the best negotiation for you with your next deal.
We talked about this earlier this week with Ragnow. Like Frank Ragnow retires from the Lions. He's 29. He's not the first one from the 2018 draft class to retire. Barkley was 2017, so he's already lasted a year longer than a bunch of those guys. But this has become like a consistent mindset, it seems like. And I don't know.
Money's so stupid.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is this isn't even, these guys who are doing this right now are not even from the NIL era yet. Like the more that NIL era players come in here and they've been making money since they were 18, a lot of times in high school, some of these guys, if they were big enough prospects, like the more money that they're making, are they going to get around and go, I'm tired of this. I can walk away at 28, 29. And I think the issue here, the fallout from this is going to be, I think you're going to start seeing teams that just say, we're not doing second contracts. Some team will try out, we're not doing second contracts at all. Like, we're going to eliminate them. We're just going to try to win in 4-year windows. And we're going to try to recycle every 4 years, try to pick up comp picks. You draft guys, you let them walk, you pick up the comp pick, you don't invest all that money in them only to potentially have them go, I think I'm tired of this 2 years in.
Well, you know, he could say this, and that's cool, but, I mean, as a running back, I mean, his shelf life is so low. Anyway, like he may not even have more than a couple of years left. Oh yeah, I can try. I might retire in 2 years. Might be 4. Yeah, probably because you're gonna be forced out of the league like every other running back at 30.
This is Saquon with the actual comments.
I'll probably be one of those guys that it'll be out of nowhere. Like I'll probably just wake up one day, whether it's next year or 2 years or 4 years, like, and just be like, yeah, it's over. I don't think I will ever lose that passion. The competitive nature is always going to be there, but you know, I like probably my favorite player of all time is Barry Sanders. So probably similar to that. Maybe one day, like it'll be out of nowhere. I'll probably be balling and just be like, yeah, call it quits.
Cool. Good for us. Roll out. Speaking of Micah Parsons, who has said, I'm probably going to retire early one day, Mike Florio took to ProFootballTalk.com and destroyed the Cowboys again. Here are some portions on waiting out the Micah deal. If and when Parsons has to hold out a training camp to get the contract the Cowboys should have given him a year ago if they weren't dragging their feet with Lamb and Prescott, and arguably Micah deserves $50 million per year, waiting will not make the number any smaller. Parsons will be less prepared than he could and should have been for the regular season, but the Cowboys keep doing the same thing over and over and over. And while more and more fans are seeing through it, and I wonder who this is fired at. I might have to text this to Mike. There's still the stray media moron or two who can't or won't understand it. And no, we can't tell whether they're stupid or simply angling for access or maybe even a job with DallasCowboys.com. Why can't the Cowboys get back to the NFC Championship? There are many reasons for it. One is that management is cheap, short-sighted, and not nearly as smart as it thinks it is when the time comes to negotiate these contracts. There's nothing the fans can do about it. They're stuck with the decisions made by ownership because they're stuck with the ownership that's currently in place. Meanwhile, teams with owners who understand the value of moving quickly to reward core players like the Eagles will keep thriving, while the Cowboys and a few stray media apologists are left to wonder why the Cowboys are experiencing the drought.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Who does he hate? There's somebody's not that has upset Mike Florio somehow.
I'll text him right now.
Because here's the thing, it's like, well, we it's when you get guys who are billionaires, right? And you have these legendary businessmen. It's very hard to question what they do when it comes to money. Now, they're not all great in all aspects of it. Like, just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you could speak intelligently on other subjects, but I think you generally can speak intelligently on, like, from Jerry's perspective, negotiations.
Yeah.
The art of the deal, all that crap. So it's very hard for anybody who's not in that to question their money and their philosophies around that. It does appear, though, that 31 other billionaires completely disagree with the Cowboys. Completely disagree. And that is like, okay, what are they doing wrong?
I understand the perspective of we want to try to see if we can salvage anything. I understand the drive to say, I want to try to negotiate this. I want to see if we can win anything in this negotiation. But there's also got to win out the idea of just pay as early as you can, and you'll get the number that you're hoping to settle on in a year. Like, go ahead and just address it now. There was an article over on NFL.com the other day where they had done the all-paid team, and they broke down, like, here are the highest-paid players at each position, and turned it into, like, a whole starting lineup. When Dallas pays Micah, they will be the only team on that list, like the only team in that article that has 3 players on the list, where they'll have paid CD as one of the 3 highest-paid receivers, Dak as the highest-paid quarterback, and Micah as the highest-paid edge rusher. And it's so much money that's devoted to those guys. How many different players right now on the Cowboys roster do you think have cap hits that are over $10 million this year?
6.
4. Because they can't have many more players with that over it because of how big those figures are. And specifically with Micah's full cap hit being the full guaranteed 24 on that 5th-year option.
I'm gonna wonder if this is an Arkansas thing. And we'll know this if Denver starts doing the same thing. So I had a friend who had like their products in Walmart's and a lot of other stores. Every other store paid, like when they got the shipment, they paid them almost immediately. In Walmart's deal at the time, it was like 90 days, and they always got paid on the 90th day. They just wait. It's like, you'll get your money when we want you to get your money. And I wonder if Jerry and the Walmart's, Arkansas, I wonder this is an Arkansas business. You're going to get your money on the very last day we have to give you your money.
They genuinely, it is like economics. Like they view it as prices are always going up, so paying it as early as possible. Just if you delay it, you're paying them at the lower rate for a longer time. That really is a philosophy I think they do approach with some of these guys.
Meanwhile, Pablo Torre, who broke open the Bill Belichick, Mike Florio, what a softy. I said, who are you destroying in that article. He just gave me an Elmo shrug. Elmo arm shrug. Remember that. I'm going to remember that.
Maybe it's coded. Maybe he means that somebody. I don't know.
It's usually Fisher. Like, all the Mikes dislike each other. Florio can't stand Mike Fisher, probably vice versa. And I know Florio can't stand Michael Lombardi, friend of the show. And I'm sure Michael Lombardi can't stand Mike Florio, as Pablo Torre has a report on our boy Lombardi.
Yeah, he does. I bet you it is Fish because Elmo, very hairy. So that might be it.
Makes sense.
He would have told me if it was Fish.
Yeah, he might have.
He wouldn't have been hesitant with that.
I'm not so sure that I believe this Pablo Torre report.
And you're 1,000,000% wrong.
Really?
Yeah. Go ahead, lay out your case.
So Pablo says that Michael Lombardi is deeply concerned.
The GM at UNC.
Yeah, is deeply concerned about Bill Belichick and his relationship with Jordan Hudson. That the inner circle of actual coaches on staff, including Lombardi, has this concern about her and her presence. And look, here's my thought. If there is one thing that you could say about Michael Lombardi, is that he is not only not afraid to give his opinion to you, he feels it is his duty to give his opinion to you, even when it is unwarranted. And that includes Bill Belichick.
That's where you're wrong.
Oh, no. See, Michael Lombardi is not scared.
Yes, he is. He is petrified. All of them, there's a reason. The reason Lombardi probably hates Florio is Florio refers to him as the consigliere.
Right.
Like Matt Patricia and Michael Lombardi and all those guys. I should have said this a few weeks ago because I was thinking it, because I loved Mike's podcast, The GM Shuffle. You all know that if you listen to this show. I loved it. And what I really regret is Lombardi not having that podcast and having the relationship with Bill, because he would destroy any other person in the same set of circumstances. He'd murder them. He'd take them apart. Distractions, and here's how you build the culture, and here's how you do this and that. But Matt Patricia and Michael Lombardi, in my opinion, they have to suck at the teeth of Bill Belichick. Michael Lombardi does not have a job without Bill Belichick, and I don't believe Michael Lombardi goes and confronts Bill about much of anything.
Well,
that's my opinion.
He might not need one. He might not have money to not need one.
Maybe.
All right, and we don't know. I don't know his finances. I looked up his net worth. It's $7 million. At that age, that's a lot of scratch.
Yeah,
it's a lot of scratch at that age. I also think, like, if you're the consigliere, this is your duty to say what is on your mind.
I agree.
So
it's
that's
in the
why,
job description.
To the job description. So he would have already expressed his concern to Bill.
Well, there's a lot of people who don't fulfill their job descriptions.
Well, that is true.
Do you think Lombardi has had a come to Jesus with Bill over this?
No, I thought when we would interview him, the one area where you would kind of get a fluff answer was usually if we asked anything Belichick related. Like I felt like we kind of like would look at each other like, okay, all right, yeah, I get it. You love Bill, whatever else. I mean, he clearly has such a strong loyalty there. I don't know that it feels like it might be a little bit of a yes man thing. Think about how Bill runs his organizations, how heavy-handed he's been talked about. I mean, I don't imagine Lombardi's got some level of don't cross Bill to it.
But, I don't know that you can have it both ways. I don't know that you could say...
I'll say this, without Bill, Lombardi's not near football anymore.
No, he's not.
And he does it. He loves it. This has been his life. He doesn't want to lose football.
Yeah, I get that. You're absolutely right. I'm just saying, like, if he is that loyal to him, he also, and I'm speaking as an Italian, he would not gossip to other people about that. So he may not have said anything to Bill himself, but he would not express concern about it.
Yeah, he didn't tell Pablo Torre. Someone in UNC did.
Right.
Someone within the offices told him. I loved what Channing Crowder and that pivot pod kind of got caught in the Belichick crosshairs. Ryan Clark, who I think did an HBO show with Bill, they had Bill on for the book tour. But Channing Crowder kind of let out the details of Jordan Hudson being there. Quote, she kind of coordinates and brand manages. She has her paws on the situation. It's different. It was weird to be around Belichick and Jordan. I don't see Bill in that light, but he just smiles and nods. His old lady is different. She lurks. It's weird to know him as Coach Belichick running the entire organization, as GM, head coach, talent coordinator, all that stuff, and then to see this tiny little 95-pound girl kind of pretty much telling him what to do. I love that quote. I've been saving that quote, and then Ryan Clark had to try to come out and clean up some of this after what Channing Crowder had to say. So I loved that.
Yeah, he had to circle back a little bit. I saw Channing Crowder also apparently reached out and apologized, so he had to kiss the ring a little bit. Boy, she's leaving some media bodies in her wake of just people who, when they cross her, they criticize her. They're on the phone apologizing pretty quick.
I want to see her do a sit down. She needs to do a sit down interview and try to clean it up.
She really does.
You know,
she seems to love so much of the attention, but whenever 60 Minutes turned over and tried to talk to her, whatever else, she shut it down fast.
So there it is around the rest of the National Football League on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. In order to hook you up for that, we're going to give you some Rangers tickets as we go commercial free with the Expressway, the most local segment with the stories taking place all around us, 740 with the Neighborhood Watch. But Bobby has a little test and quiz for us. Is Michael Bassick getting ready to snap on the Texas Rangers? You listen to the audio and judge for yourself. Commercial free with Bassick back in the baseball spotlight on the home of the Rangers now.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
First pitch, bouncy ball right side, speared with a backhand by Berger, but it's going to be a tough flip to Rocker, who is late getting to the bag. Mangum beats it out, and now Rocker, not paying attention, turns his back, and coming around to score is Aranda.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. Is that the most embarrassing moment or play of the Rangers season so far with Rocker yesterday?
Yeah, without on the spot, without being able to think of another one, that's pretty bad. I mean, that's a mental brain fart of brain farts. And it's not even like to cover the bag or being slow to get over there is that's one thing. I mean, that happens. That's one thing. You cannot just stare out into space and let another runner continue to go like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad. I'm trying to think. I don't think I'd put it number one yet. I think I'd probably put it 25th behind the 24 times that they've brought Luke Jackson into the game. But other than that, this was number one.
Let us know on the fan text if there's another embarrassing moment that could top that for a team that's only 4.5 out of first place still in the American League West. 877-881-1053.
But that the margins are small, right? When you get to the end of the season, you're going to have half a dozen teams between like 82 and 90 wins. Those two runs, in a game that you lose by one, those are big. They wind up being big.
Yeah, the small lowercase W yesterday was the Rangers actually coming back when we all texted each other and said, game over, night-night, see you later.
It felt like a game where they were going to score nothing.
Well, let's play a fun game. Is Bassick ready to snap? Now, Why would Mike Bassett get ready to unleash on television the way he did on radio for so many years? Well, I'll take you to Texas Rangers PR, who the other day sent out these glowing statistics. But all they did was make me angrier and more frustrated. The Rangers starting rotation has an MLB best 2.80 ERA this season. The rotation led the American League in ERA in both March and April and May, making the first time in franchise history for the team to pace the American League in starting pitcher ERA in each of the first 2 months of a season.
Wow.
Starters have also logged consecutive months with a sub-3 ERA in the same season for the first time since 1978. Texas starting pitchers have allowed 3 or fewer runs in a franchise record 22. Again, this was sent out the other day, June 3rd, so 2 days ago. Rangers starting pitchers have allowed 3 or less runs in a franchise record 22 consecutive games, marking the longest streak in baseball since the Braves did it in 2024. Rangers starting pitchers have an MLB high 39 starts of 5+ innings, 5 or more innings, and 2 or fewer runs, making the most such starts within a team's first 60 games of a year in the last 7 seasons. The last team with more in that span was the 2018 Astros, and then entering play the other day, there were 11 pitchers in baseball with at least 12 starts and an ERA of 2.50 or lower. The Rangers have 3 of them, and no other team has more than 1. And then finally, final compliment or the final, nail to get under your skin. The last team to have as many as 3 pitchers with 12 or more games started and an ERA of 2.50 or lower through the team's first 60 games was the 2016 Cubs with Arrieta, Lester, and Jason Hamill.
Do you believe that was a World Series winning Cubs team too?
Yeah,
2016. Those are good stats, but also very depressing that you are in this position to be 4.5 back by having pitching that is just not really seen all that much anymore.
Yeah. Paul Skeens, Pirate fans are feeling this frustration. Skeens has allowed 19 earned runs in 13 starts this year. The Pirates have lost 8 of those games.
Yeah, it's King Felix-y from when he won the Cy Young Award. It's a very the Pirates are going to wind up trading him. They are. They're going to
not this year.
Not this year, but they're going to trade him before he gets to free agency, and it's going to be a joke. The whole franchise is a joke.
Did you see the Skeens Pedro number going around yesterday? So Paul Skeens is the first pitcher since Pedro Martinez in 2000 to lose 2 starts in a season where he had 8 innings pitched, 1 or fewer runs, 1 or fewer walks, and 8+ strikeouts.
Oh,
it's Pedro and Paul Skeens, and that's it.
And all this leads to a game of, is Bassett going to go ballistic right here on 105.3 The Fan?
Look, if you listen to Mike Bassett on these airwaves for long enough, you probably got pretty good at telling when he was starting to bubble up with rage and he was about to snap, or when he was just concealing his anger and taking his ball and going home. You could hear it. I don't know if you only watch him on TV, if you're as familiar.
Machete his feet off.
If you're as familiar with it. So we're going to give you some insight. We're going to tell you if Mike is actually getting mad or if he's just doing normal broadcasting stuff. We got 3 clips that we grabbed last night, and the first one comes right after the Kumar Rocker mental error. Now, is this Mike just explaining the situation?
Yeah, this is the Mike Bassett translator. Like a lot of people in town try to be the Jerry translator. Right. We're doing it for Michael.
Yeah, so is this Mike Bassett just broadcasting, or is this Mike Bassett about to snap?
Rocker causes both of these. He doesn't cover first, and then he forgets there's another runner on base. He's late to reaction. You got to get there quicker. The Rangers have been great on this. Rocker's late and then forgets there's a baseball game. And another run scores.
That's.
I'll go first. This is easy. He's disgusted. He is disgusted with Rocker because of both of those moments.
He's a pitcher. This is what they work on in spring training. He's going to take the pitching aspect of it more. The little things. Pitcher fielding, the PFP. Right. He's going to take that a little bit more sensitive. right? He's going to be a little more sensitive about that, take it more seriously. He's ready to snap.
I was ready. Like, I was legitimate. I was listening to him explain it, and I was like, he's got to be angry about this. And then when I hear him say, forgets there's a baseball game going on, I was like, clapping. I was like, he's going to snap. We're about to have Mike lose his mind. This is great. I'm so excited. But, all right, yeah, I think we all agree. That was, you're right. I think disgusted. And also, I think it was just as he kept talking about it more, he was getting more angry and was about to just lose his mind. Mike, right after that, Kumar Rocker gives up a stolen base. And Mike, is this him getting a little irritated with Kumar again?
Well, big slow leg lift. Rays love running, and it's a easy steal.
What was that car in the back? Was that the runner?
Was
that the engine getting revved up?
Stadium sound effect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bobby. I knew it was. I didn't think the runner was revving up and dropping it into fourth.
It'd be funny if it was. Yeah, I don't think he's not ready to snap on that one. He's angry. It's a carryover. That wasn't as bad. The first one with it, he forgets how to play baseball or forgets there's a baseball game going on.
Yeah, this felt more like I don't think this one was as angry. It was just like, yep, this is what you get when they're bad. Like, just kind of just
abrupt.
Yeah, just, yep, man, that's a steal. And the Rays like to steal, and there it is. Big, slow leg kick. This is what you get. So this is the final clip we have here. Dave Raymond was talking about the variance between some of Kumar Rocker's off-speed stuff. That his fastball and his slider and some other things, there's not a whole lot of discrepancy here.
This was hilarious.
And Dave Raymond had to chuckle a little bit when he got some of the patented Mike Bassick sarcasm.
There's nothing off speed here tonight. And you're not going to get away with that against any team. No pitcher.
You can. They're called relievers.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to throw 98 and I'm going to throw 93. 2 pitches. Well, if that's what you do, then you get to face, 3 to 6 hitters a game. And then every third day you pitch pretty much.
Yep. There
That's
it is.
it.
That's lecture Mike.
Yes, that is lecture Mike.
That's lecture Mike talking to his son. Okay, you want to be a dumbass? Well then, because there was a tone in his voice right there where I heard it. He said, "Okay, you can do that per game, and then you'll be sitting your butt back down on the bench.
3 to 6 batters every couple days. Like,
No
I visualize Mike here in the room, and I see his face when he's saying this. And I'm like, oh, he's getting irritated. Let's maybe shift the topic because he's gonna start being petty and upset through this segment.
And his face, Okay,
sure. If you want to do that, and then he takes his earpiece out and starts eating popcorn.
Because the other side of Mike is when he doesn't care about a topic, he tries to sabotage it, and then he does the kind of the head shake laugh. And then this one is where he's really passionate about it, and he gets kind of short, petty, and sarcastic.
Mike also pulled a TO yesterday. Well, so the clip I thought you were going to play, the Emily Jones replacement, I don't remember her name right now, but she was talking about Rocker's other stuff. And it was some of curveball and slider, and, she was differentiating and how Kumar, he's like, I don't know what's going to happen until the day of the bullpen session. And it went back to Mike, and he was basically like, well, look, he kind of shuts down the report, I felt like, and he's like, look, this is what it is. All right, he's not throwing any of the pitches. And here's the stats. I went and looked up the information. He hasn't thrown a curveball yet until it was like the 3rd or 4th inning. But he pulled a TO yesterday. Someone refresh for the Tolos who don't know Mike's TO reference of what he said in here when he was working with us.
Did we ever say that?
I don't know if we said it on the air.
Yeah, we said it multiple times.
We would reference he's TO.
Yeah,
I don't think we said what he said.
Oh, yeah. Fine, I'll say it.
Okay, you say it.
He basically called himself TO, like he knows he's problematic and dramatic, but he's great.
But he's great. Yeah, that's what he said.
He said sometimes in order to get TO production, you got to deal with TO personality, baby.
Yeah, and he said it dead serious. I know I'm great. I'm a brilliant baseball mind.
The one I couldn't find, I was going back and starting to go, like, where did he say it? I couldn't remember. He was getting super frustrated. Do you remember when he started off one of the batters 0-2, and Mike was calling out the pitch sequence, and he kind of goes like, yep, that's good. All right, now he's going to look for the curveball because Rocker's about to throw the curveball in there. And it almost was just like Mike was starting to get like, yep, this is the same sequence. Here we go. Everybody knows what's coming.
Well, what I was going to finish up with his TO moment, he did a great job. I think it was, he's like, all right, now you go back high fastball here, right? You go, and it was a 98-mile-per-hour fastball, and I think he fanned Seager. But either way, Mike called it, and it worked. And he goes, And people ask me all the time, like, Mike, how do you know this? Like, Mike, how do you call these out? You know, he was trying to say the game is simple and we overthink it and overcomplicate it. But he was like, Mike, how are you such a genius? Mike, like, do you have a crystal ball up there? Like, how do you always know what the pitch sequence is going to be? And he had his T.O. moment there.
I do.
But let me say this. Let me say this in all seriousness. It's refreshing. And I had a lot of personal problems with Mike's professionalism towards the final days, and I couldn't stand doing radio with him, and I didn't want him in here, and I didn't want to do crosstalk with him because he was just trying to sabotage things because he was getting ready to just go do television. But what's my motto? What's my T-shirt?
Balanced AF.
Fair AF.
FAF. I can still separate it. It's refreshing, Mike's knowledge and the energy, and I hope the powers that be don't screw it up and try to rein him in with your typical boring-ass local team broadcast. I like that Mike is disgusted. I like that Mike probably shouldn't be on camera after the Rangers get shut out again because he's so furious. I like Mike's emotion and his sarcasm, and I hope the powers that be don't try to rein him in and give us the typical boring-ass crap that Bally did for years, whether it was in studio or on air with play-by-play.
He is. I said it earlier.
That's my compliment to Mike.
He's the best analyst this team's ever had. He's on a different level.
He's great.
And if he was doing Mets broadcasts with like Ron Darling is, he'd be on the TBS national broadcast and not Ron.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Ron's no good. Ron's great. It's just Mike is not on that broadcast because he's not in New York City. He is that good at this.
Well, and as somebody who is biased because I love the Mike Bassick train wreck segment. I always loved it. It was a lot of fun. As somebody who loves that, I love both these versions of Mike on the air. I love Mike being the Romo predicting everything in the booth, and now I am getting so excited that we might get like Mike screaming at Broadus during a crosstalk on the air. I'm waiting for. I'm gonna listen for it. I want to hear this. I want to hear a fist pound at somebody. That's my next thing I'm listening out for is Mike pounding his fist because he's so frustrated watching this offense.
Diamond Cavs here on the home of the Rangers here with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway coming up, but we talked about Ranger fan frustration, Pirate fan frustration, and that has Bobby. RJ Choppy came up with his Boston trade target, and Jared
Duran.
Sorry, I was calling him Cover Boy. Calendar Boy.
Oh, yes. Well done.
Should we not elaborate on that?
Well, we can.
Explain that.
Well,
and then we'll toss it to Bobby.
So, Jared Duran got caught on a hot mic calling a fan a certain slur.
A Wake Forest slur?
Oh. Yes. The F word, the other one. And then the Red Sox had the brilliant idea to make him the June picture on their calendar.
What's in June, Peyton?
Well, let's see. My dad's birthday's July, so
that has nothing to do with
it's
June.
Pride Month.
Literally, yes.
I was trying to get away,
and it's just like, what?
I mean,
was that intentional?
It probably wasn't intentional. It probably wasn't intentional.
It is probably pretty representative of how people in Boston are talking this time of the month. So they were probably just like, "Oh yeah, let's throw Duran up there," because that seems very Boston energy to begin with.
So he was the calendar boy for the month there in Boston. All right, other fan frustration, and Jaron Duran was RJ's trade target. Bobby has his.
All right, so I know that the word out of Pittsburgh is that they are not going to trade O'Neal Cruz, who has become the exit velocity god. Used to be Ellie De La Cruz, now it's O'Neal Cruz. He is the one that is just mashing the baseball. He set the, a couple weeks ago, he set the StatCast record for the highest exit velocity in the StatCast era on I think it was just like a line drive to right or whatever. But he smokes the baseball. Now, one of his problems in recent years has been the fact that he's got a bad chase rate. He doesn't walk very much. It's kind of like the Adolis symptoms we've seen in the past, that he'll chase some stuff and he'll walk. I think his walk rate was like 7% heading into this year. Well, over at Fangraphs, they've done a breakdown of the subtle shifts that O'Neal Cruz has gone through that now I look at and I go, okay, this is a guy that I think you can project out and say this is somebody that the Rangers should target. If they want to buy, if they want to say we're buying in on this pitching staff, this is somebody I'd be willing to sacrifice capital for. So they talk about how his numbers have jumped. He's doubled his walk rate, basically. His chase rate is way down. He was 27th percentile, I think, last year. He's like 62nd this year. So his approach has changed, and they were trying to figure out over at Fangraphs, all right, what is the most significant thing we can see in his StatCast data that'll tell us something has shifted? It's this slight tweak. It's this very small tweak that he's made where he's changed his swing path subtly on the lower zone. And so the attack angle on breaking balls is up from 13 degrees to 16 degrees. Basically, it just means contact point has moved farther out front. But these subtle little changes that they've seen has led to him just absolutely destroying balls in the lower part of the zone, which is not something he had done previously. And you're seeing him not swing as frequently. He's not swinging as many pitches. He's taking a lot more. He's seeing the ball better. There's a metric that I think it's Fangraphs has that they call the Seager metric, where they say the best thing Corey Seager does is Corey Seager consistently identifies a pitch that's in his zone and he mashes the hell out of it. And that's something that you can really work with a hitter when you say, all right, as long as you know your pitch and you spot it and can hit it, that's perfect. You can deal with a lot of the swing and miss stuff as long as you get that, which is something we get with Seager a lot. And while O'Neal Cruz can fix that rate overall for his career, they say this is an area where in that lower part of the zone, you're starting to see him really mature as a hitter, where he's noticing, all right, this is my pitch down here. I've changed my swing path. He's recognizing it, seeing the ball faster, and he is just beating the hell out of the ball in these lower pitches. And so O'Neal Cruz is a guy who they're saying that when you look at him, the projectability, he's having a career year in some of the peripherals that you look at. His batting average is like 221, but career year in the OPS, he leads the NL in steals. He's hitting the ball at the highest rate. I think he's 99 percentile in exit velocity right now. So if you're going to tell me 26-year-old O'Neal Cruz, if Pittsburgh's going to make him available, all right, now I can talk about buying if I'm the Rangers. And that's the guy that I think you call and say, all right, let's figure something out, because that guy can change your lineup.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. One more Ranger note, and that's hooking you up with tickets.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Texas Rangers take on the Royals on Tuesday, June 17th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And you'll want to get the early, Tolos, because the first 20,000 fans in the gate will also receive a 2023 World Series Final Out bobblehead. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Commercial free with the Expressway, and on Thursdays at 7:40, that means the most local segment in radio with the Tolos telling us what's happening around them.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
It is the Neighborhood Watch. We got a lot to cover today. Some shout outs to Grapevine High School, a new app that's going to take over coming from a Texas high schooler, and how Fort Worth police are dabbling in a little bit of our technology here with these microphones. Before we do that, let's go to our Facebook community group post of the week. I'd seen this one in Wide Awake Wiley, which is by far my favorite of the Facebook community groups I'm in. I love it.
Are they called Wide Awake Wiley?
Wide Awake Wiley, because that was the nickname for the city. It was Wide Awake Wiley going back like 100 years. But I love it because they will spill the tea. They will have no problem going back and forth, but they still share useful information about, hey, we got a community thing going on over here. But then at the same time, they'll be like, hey, do you think people in that subdivision are swingers? Like, they'll do that too. Yeah. And so I love Wide Awake Wiley. It's my favorite. So
God, my neighborhood is so boring. Did you see that turtle crossing the road?
You're young. You're fresh. You still got to kind of flesh out a little bit. Yeah. It'll come. This was an interesting post. It was made anonymously on Wide Awake Wiley, which I know, Chop, you don't love.
I hate it.
But they said...
Now, you know what I hate most about it? The moderator could see who actually posted.
Oh, yeah. So this was about a week and a half ago. They said, today at Bush Elementary, a parent was told that their son, who was a minor, needed to have their school ID to attend their siblings' award ceremony. The parent was completely caught off guard as the child was only 13 and did not have their school ID. The same thing happened to me when I brought my child to have lunch with their sibling earlier this year. I pushed back and said, nope, my child is with me. They're a minor. They don't need the ID to have a lunch with a sibling. It is district policy that if a minor is with an adult at any Wiley ISD school to attend any function, that they have to have a school ID. That's the claim. And they said, is this a made-up rule at Bush? Because this is what the school tries to enforce and says this is what the issue is. So Wiley sent out a clarification, Wiley ISD, after this became kind of an issue within the Facebook group. But before I get to the clarification, this would be an absurd enforcement, wouldn't it? To say a 13-year-old to walk into the elementary school to see their siblings. Nope, sorry, we're not going to let your kid in because they don't have a school ID to show they're supposed to be. If you've got a parent, I figured that's representation.
Parents should represent. I mean, do they still allow like? Would I remember my sister she's obviously like 10 years older than me, but when she was when she was like 17, 18, if she would go into a restaurant with my parents, they would serve her a drink if she asked for one with the family.
I don't think alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol. I don't know if they do that anymore. But
with your family or the family?
All right, my family. I don't know if they do that anymore. They used to. Like if you're with your parents, that's the badge. The parents are the badge.
Do all of your kids have school ID?
Yeah.
Yeah, at middle school.
Because I don't remember. I didn't have school.
No,
ID.
we didn't either.
They don't in elementary, at least. I don't think at our elementary school they do, but they do it in middle school. And
before I attack the policy, I would want to know why. What was the incident? What's the reason that they're being so strict with the identification? There had to be some terrible thing that happened with an incident.
So I think in general, it's probably
like a random stranger kid, someone who wasn't a family member, who got in the school and did something. So I'd like to know that before I attack it.
And I think it's probably more proactive too, just seeing trends and issues that have happened at schools across the country and going, let's not have that happen here. And I think it's heart is in the right place, but it's like, let's have a little bit of common sense too. That's clearly a parent that's with them. Now, Wiley had to send out they sent out an email where they said, if a child is under 17, this is Wiley ISD, and accompanied by a parent or guardian, an ID is not required. We will review this with our campuses as well as ensure the wording is clear on our website. We highly encourage emailing us with questions or concerns about policies, as we do not always see Facebook comments. So this is something where it sounds like it was just the elementary school, probably in good spirit and good faith. They weren't trying to, they just misinterpreted it. Vague language or whatever else. But this is something that was caused a little bit of an uproar where people were saying, like, you can't tell a kid they can't go to their siblings' award ceremony at the end of the year because they don't have a school badge with them. They don't anticipate they're going to get carded at the elementary school.
Follow the policy.
People say, obviously, it's security purposes. Some students are banned from all district events. So without the ID, you don't know if that person's banned. So obviously, it's security reasons. It's not just a policy just to be pains in the butt.
So it's not meant to just be difficult. It's just that if that was the way that it was going to be enforced, that was a loophole that I think it should have been cleared up. Inflation is now about to hit North Texas roadways, boys. July 1st, everybody, Zip Cash, the toll tag people, we're all seeing the prices go up.
I called that one.
According to the North Texas Tollway Authority, toll rates will soon increase by an average of 1 cent per mile. That means most toll tag customers will pay 22 cents instead of 21, and Zip Cash customers will pay twice that much. The funding is used to help repay debt, build new toll roads, improve and maintain existing toll roads, and fund NTTA's safety and roadside assistance programs. But once again, they're starting to jack it up. I'll tell you consistently, the most expensive toll road you can take in the Metroplex, it's heading out towards your neck of the woods. 820, like the toll road to 820 where you're getting off of, is that 121 over there? Or
so that 121 from like Euless West Park,
yes,
all the way until you get to the 820 South versus West split, you could see at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it will be over $20. It'll be for the short stretch, and then you hit the checkpoint, and it could take you like $40 to get there. It's crazy.
What?
Yeah, it's over because it's based on congestion. So like 5 in the morning, it's 75 cents.
And the problem is when you see it, you see it pop up on the screen how much it costs, and you're like, holy cow, I don't want to pay that. But then you're also like, it has to be super congested. We were going out to see last year, 2 years ago, we were seeing Derek's friend Head do stand up in Fort Worth, and we were going out there and we were like, all right, we're going to time it out just right. Well, there was traffic, or it had said on the toll road. We pulled up to it was $27.50 for the toll road, and I was like, there's no way the traffic's that bad. But even still, sometimes, even if traffic's not that bad, it can be kind of light. It'll be $8 on that one sometimes. It's absurd how high that is.
It really
is.
So
I would think they're collecting enough funding off of that. They wouldn't need the extra cent per mile. But
look, 2 things I don't understand how I'm charged. Water, Tolo D. Let me know the ripoff scam that was, according to her yesterday. And my NTTA charge, I still don't know. I try to understand it. It's deducted from the account. Is it based off my usage? Why isn't the thing going up at the airport? I still don't know. I just consider it all a racket.
What? The airport one, it's just the trick is, I guess you've got to have your window exactly where it would be to get a ticket. You know, the ticket things?
Yeah.
If you pull your window up just to that spot, it just goes down in order. It's the ones you go too far up or too far back, it never works.
What do we have in common with Fort Worth Police? We're both using microphones to do our jobs now. Fort Worth Police have placed several microphones above various areas in Tarrant County, and they're using them to detect the sound of gunshots now. And this is what they're using. This is their new forensic tool that they're using. This is a report earlier this week
It's like
from
the Maverick baskets.
Yeah, exactly.
Put microphones on there.
Exactly.
Yes.
So this is a report earlier this week from our partner NBC DFW on Fort Worth's use of these microphones.
Sergeant Joe Shipp says it's here. Officers are analyzing one of the department's newest tools, gunshot detection technology. Placed high in a neighborhood, these microphones can detect the sound of gunfire, then triangulate the location where the shots were fired.
If I'm where it tells me to be, if I stand at that location, look around, I'm going to be able to see within an eye shot of the evidence.
Fort Worth PD has been using them full time for the last 6 months. Placed in neighborhoods where the city says data showed the highest number of shots fired calls, often coming in between midnight and 3 a.m.
It is usually random gunfire of people that are driving and moving through a city neighborhood.
Shipp says the sensors have been useful investigating these mobile crimes.
By the time the victim was able to get away from the person that was shooting at them, they called 911, but they had no idea where it originally started. We're able to use the gunshot detectors in some cases to go back and find where the actual crime scene was, and now we can collect the evidence of shell casings.
As for concerns Big Brother is listening, Shipp says the microphone only activates by a sound perceived as gunfire.
And that is where a lot of people are going,
Yeah.
don't buy that.
Nope.
A lot of people say, there's no way that that's actually how the mics are activated. You guys are definitely listening.
So it's the sound of gunfire. So the microphones don't start microphoning until after they've heard the sound they're trying to hear.
Yeah, it's like, I won't say the name, but the smart speaker whose name begins with an A, because I don't want to trigger people all over DFW, they say that thing won't be listened to until you say its name. It's like that's how it activates. They're saying, I guess it's the same sort of technology.
And Choppy, your voice is so booming, it'll probably be mistaken for gunfire, and then you'll be picked up saying something that you don't want recorded and used against you.
In the court of law.
Entrapment.
Someone will leak it on the Reddit board next to Corey Major's relationship, and you'll get fired from here.
Yep. Now look,
you'll be cursing the mayor or whoever's in charge of the parking, and they'll kick you out of town.
Sasha.
It's
all Sasha. Everything that happens in Fort Worth, I'm just blaming Sasha.
Mm-hmm.
She's in charge.
This is a pretty cool story out of North Dallas High School. Sean, you're a big foodie. And, we go into different cities and we're always like, where can we find somewhere to eat? Where are we going to find the good local cuisine? What can we do here?
Yep.
This is another story I saw on NBC DFW.
This kid deserves the Nobel Prize. I want the app. I'm downloading the app. This kid deserves the Nobel Prize, whatever high school this is at.
This is North Dallas High School. North Dallas High School. This is an award. She actually won a congressional award for this app. It was part of a school project.
Is it called North Dallas High School, or it is a North Dallas High School?
No, it's called North Dallas High School.
I think that's the high school right over here, is it not?
Oh, is it? Oh no, that is. It's that one. It's that one back here.
Yeah, with the turf field.
Yeah, that's right.
Really?
Yeah, so they're right over here around the corner. But this is NBC DFW's report on what is going to be Sean Sharif's new favorite app.
Food is more than a basic need.
I feel like it's a way to make connections, because you get to know not just the culture but the people and how they are there.
It's always been that way for Carol Alejandra Barragon Manchola and her family.
This is the main screen of the app.
Carol created MealSphere.
I got inspired by my family because we travel a lot. We like to travel, and then whenever we were in Colombia, we used to go and try every type of food that we could in like different regions. I will just type Colombian food. There's one in Grand Avenue.
MealSphere directs users to authentic restaurants they might not know, and if you want to make your own empanadas.
So if I type recipes, it will show me some Colombian recipes that I can do at home.
This kid's a genius. This is a genius idea, and this is something that as soon as
last name,
yes,
no wonder.
As soon as it's available, I'm downloading this. It's not available in the App Store yet. It's still like kind of in its development phase, and now you've got people investing in it. But this is something where she was talking about all the time coding it spent. I was like, holy cow, this girl is way smarter able to do this than I ever would be able to.
Luka would have needed this when he was first drafted here. He'll need it out in LA to find like genuine Slovenian food.
Exactly.
I saw a story done from some place that Luka went here. It was tough to find, his country's food. But you're looking for, you don't need it because you're not going to have.
I was willing to try stuff in New Orleans. We didn't, because we kept trying to look for, like, nobody could give us a straight answer on anything out there in New Orleans. I felt like this is the place.
Yeah.
One last thing
Big
here.
Big week for us with the chess win, the spelling bee, and now the food app. Big week.
Last thing here, the high school athletics program
from Sunnyvale High.
The high school athletics program we're spotlighted this week is the baseball team at Grapevine High School. Their manager over there is Jimmy Webster. He is now in his 32nd year as the coach, or as a high school baseball coach. He's got a big decorated career, 7 years at Grapevine now. The Mustangs beat Lovejoy last week, and they will be playing for the state title on Friday at 4 p.m. in Round Rock. Grapevine Baseball won the 5A D2 title last year, so they're looking to make it back-to-back. They're going to go up against Kingwood Park High School out of Humble, and these are the number 1 and 2 teams in the state. So good luck to Grapevine. In about 40 minutes, they're going to be sending the team off to Round Rock.
This is a tough one. I know Jimmy, so I want him to win. But they're our rival high school.
Yeah.
So my kids go to the same school district, but they're the rival high school. So I don't know. It's like, do I root for Jimmy or?
Well, your kid's not going to be facing them, so what do you care?
Well, it's still a rival high school. It's still a rival.
They're not the rival if your kids don't play, I don't believe. But maybe you support the team, school spirit. I was just trying to get you to get
wrong,
you
wrong
worked up.
kid. Wrong kid.
Oh, wrong kid.
Yeah,
okay.
wrong
I was trying to, talk about Julian being Saquon Barkley here. More on that later. All right. Choppy says the Cowboys have to investigate this last-second NFL trade for a probable future Hall of Famer. See if you agree. Inside the Star on the Home of the Boys next.
Hey, if you missed any of the RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, announcer guy. We are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys here with Sean and RJ. We have Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. And RJ Choppy maybe trying to add to the secondary a little bit late in the offseason.
So Miami still has not traded or cut Jalen Ramsey. Now, he signed a 3-year deal before last season, 3 for $72. They have a potential out after this year where they could save some money. But if you do a post-June 1 trade, and we are after June 1st.
We are.
Exclusive. They would save about $6 million of cap this year. Prior to that, they just released them. They're going to lose. It's a $14 million dead cap hit. Prior to this would have been, $32 million prior to June 1. They just cut them. But a trade, they can actually save around $6 million. And initially, I had no thoughts on this. And I saw this article yesterday about several ESPN guys like Ben Solak and Seth Walder and Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano were saying they kind of wrote a piece about the compensation for a few guys. One of them was Trey Hendrickson. What the compensation for him would be like. Fowler said the Bengals could get him for a second-round pick and then a fifth. Or Buffalo, one of the offer was a 2 for him. And then Kirk Cousins was another one, right, that he was on the block. So they got to Jalen Ramsey. And they don't list the Cowboys here on any of these, but the compensation that they gave me, or that they gave in this article, I was like, all right, that's pretty low. So for example, Graziano says the Rams could send the 7th and get Jalen Ramsey.
Wow.
Fowler says a 5th and a 6th. Ben Solak says a 4th. Walder says a 7th. And the Dolphins would get a 7th. And the Chargers would get, wait for it, Ramsey and a 6th.
Wow.
So if the compensation is that low.
Yeah.
Like 4th, whatever. But you're talking about a 5th, a 6th, a 7th? If the compensation that it would take to get him is that low, and you're just looking at it from like a cost perspective and you have the cap, that would kind of bring me to the phone.
What's their rationale? Did they get into their reasons why they think that compensation's so low? Because my first thought was 4th-ish, somewhere around there. And so I was more with Ben Solak on that. But did they explain why they think just a 7th would get it? Is it just a money thing?
They took it to the initial trade. The Dolphins sent Hunter Long in a 3rd to the Rams for Ramsey in 2023. I thought it was more than that. A 3rd-round pick and Hunter Long. So there's no way. It seems after a few years, a 4th would be a little bit too high.
Right.
2023 was a 3rd and change. 2025,
right.
It's not just going to be a 4th.
So part of what they're saying is that there's not a trade deficit here, like that the Miami has, like where they're like, oh, we traded a 2. We can't just walk away, right?
And how much of his $20 million in guaranteed salary will be covered by his new team. So there you go, right? It's like we're talking about the Rangers if they had a DeGrom deal. Well, how much did the Mets pay trading him here? How much would the Rangers cover of the cost? So if I'm paying the guaranteed money for Alana Ramsey's deal, I ain't giving you a 3rd-round pick on top of it.
Right.
I'm going to give you a crappy draft pick, and I'll go ahead and pay the money. That's what my guess is.
So if it's...
Of course it makes sense. I said it.
If it's 5th or lower, or would you even do 5th? But if it's 5th or lower, and then you're looking... Obviously, the money is there. The money is a big issue. And then there is a potential out after this season. So you could be getting him just for 1 year, and if it doesn't work, you move on.
So in the Rams scenario, Bobby, they have the Rams covering at least $12 million of it while giving up the 5th and the 6th-round pick. Cowboys going to pay $10 to $12 million of that existing deal? Probably not.
No, I don't think so. They're still talking about. They've talked about this as being a 2-year window where they had to tighten their belt.
Yeah.
2024 and 2025 that they had to get their finances right. This would probably be too much money to eat to then factor in what they want to do with Micah.
Yeah. So right now, the way his contract is structured, this year he's got the 16.6 cap hit. Next year it's 25. Next year it's 27, and the year after that's 36. And there's 3 void years in the back end. Like those are obviously he's not going to get to the $36 million number.
What about bringing in this personality to the culture? Jalen Ramsey is what?
See, that was one of the things I wondered if that was being included in some of this value thing here, is because every stop he's been at, he's gotten upset. And he's wanted a deal done earlier, and he's wanted it to get out eventually. So I kind of wonder if that was what was that play here with people talking about the value. He's somebody who when things are going right and when everything is calm and everything, he is a massive benefit in addition to you because he brings a lot of intensity. He brings an edge. He's super competitive. There's all those things that you like. He is, people remember very famously his rookie year, he's seen on the bench, almost coming to tears at the end of a game in December. And he's just looking mad at first. And then it's almost in tears. And he goes, I'm tired of losing. He does hate it. He is really competitive. So that all you can work with. I think the Cowboys can work with that within their culture. It's just it's so
Ramsey, Diggs.
Yeah, you would have to get rid of Diggs if you're bringing Ramsey in. Just from a financial standpoint, you'd have to do it. But I think that, you'd bring him in here. He could work in this culture. The only thing you wonder is if he is going to be as me-focused with, I want a new deal, I want to do this as consistently as he is, that may not play into the we're all in this together, this is a family thing if he views it as very temporary.
Well, speaking of Jalen Ramsey and rookie deal, would the Dallas Cowboys go back to their notes in thinking about that type of acquisition? Because it was Ramsey versus Zeke. Supposedly, remember we ran into Ramsey? Was that in the Minneapolis Mall? Were you at that dinner with us or no?
No, that
was like a hibachi dinner.
I was with my college roommate that night.
Okay, and Ramsey's walking out of the place. We're like, how about Dallas? He's like, never. Not after they pass. It was that chip on the shoulder draft moment. Well, Bill Barnwell says the Dallas Cowboys may be a little bit guilty of relying on the past.
The Dallas Cowboys are most likely to trust their old scouting reports even when a player has struggled in the NFL. We saw them make a trade last year for Jonathan Mingo, who had struggled with Carolina, thinking they could turn the former second-round pick around. Cowboys made a lot of moves like that this offseason. They trade for Kyer Elam and Kenneth Murray, 2 former first-round picks who have struggled so far on defense. They signed Peyton Turner away from the Saints and a former top-5 pick in Solomon Thomas, and then, of course, the big move for George Pickens. The Cowboys are betting that these players are going to be a lot better in Dallas than they've been elsewhere.
Yeah, that's pretty common of them. That's not necessarily a new tactic. They did a lot more of it this year than they've done in the past, and they absolutely go down the list. Mingo, Murray, Elam, Thomas, they did love all of them. Those were guys that they liked coming out. Here's the thing that I don't understand, because Barnwell wrote about this.
Yeah, this was a larger piece that he was doing. It was around superlatives, most likely to blah, blah, blah. Right? So it's he had to find something.
He praises them for how great they've been at drafting and their evaluations of players, while at the same time, I guess, dinging them for thinking our evaluation on these guys was we need to see if they were just in the wrong environment. I don't understand how you can hit them too hard for that. And obviously, most of their stuff has been low risk. A lot of these investments are low risk. Mingo for a 4th was not low risk. That's a big investment in something that so far doesn't look like it's going the way you want. My
question is, though, how long can you use these?
Yeah.
Use them? What do you mean?
How long can you use your scouting report on them coming out of college? Broadus used to say all the time, what you put on tape most recently is what matters.
I think for the Cowboys, it's typically going to be their first contract.
So the whole first contract?
Like I'm saying, during their rookie run, I could see them saying, we still believe in our evaluation. If something's gone wrong, we can fix this within the first 3-4 years of their career. Solomon Thomas is way further down the line than that, but Solomon Thomas has also shown himself to be a decent NFL player. He's not the top 3 pick that he was supposed to be, but Solomon Thomas is a player that got regular reps in Las Vegas, got him in New York. Like, he can be a contributing part of your defensive line. That's not a question.
Would you be more likely to trust the personal characteristic stuff, or what you saw athletically? 3 years in the league.
The person. I would be more apt to. Now, granted,
I agree.
Things change.
Yep.
Money changes you.
Yep.
It kind of just blows up who you really are. But the stuff on tape, like, you play a different sport. College football and the NFL is a different sport. I can't. The moment I see whatever I see from you in college, the moment I see you on the NFL field, I'm wiping that college stuff clean. Now, your NFL tape, if it goes down for a little bit, but I've seen great stuff and there's no injuries, then I can maybe trust that more. But I think it's like 2 years, right?
I'm trying to think of a guy who they've hit on before with this strategy, because typically they've been low investment. The one that pops to mind, and it's such a random one, they liked Xavier Su'a-Filo years ago. They had bought low on him as a guard replacement, and he played okay for them for a couple of years, but I can't remember a ton of these hitting.
I don't know which one of you sent this. Maybe it was choppy. I'm going to trust you here. I didn't think the audio translated, but we'll do it with Scattaboo, and I'm going to do something. It makes me physically sick. I think I'm going to have to defend Cam Scattaboo.
Yeah,
here.
so he was on with the St. Brown brothers, and the audio is I pulled a very small part of it, like 30 seconds, because it wasn't like the greatest thing. But they were asking him to name these players, identify these players. They did not have uniform on or helmet, right?
Just the face.
Just the face. Identify these relatively, because a couple weren't, legendary players.
I got no idea who this is.
There's no way. When were you born?
2002.
He's an 02 baby. You tell me you don't know who that is. This is making me sick, bro.
Wait, I feel like I know his face, but I don't know. I can't tell you
One
his
of the
name.
best receivers to ever play the game of football. He played for the Lions.
Is Megatron?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. No, I'm sick.
I thought he had a little bit more chocolate to him. I thought he was a little bit more darker than that.
More chocolate.
All right, you pulled the good clip. Yeah.
So, like, they go down the list. He's unable to name a lot of these guys. Like,
the biggest crime was Favre.
The Favre one. He didn't know the Favre. So this is the picture of Favre getting drafted in the jean shorts, and then Baker recreates it.
This is basically, by the way, Peyton playing any game with us, with Scattaboo not being able to name these guys.
Right. Like, you could, but they also give him Cam Chancellor.
Yeah.
Right.
Cam Chancellor, Golden Tate. I don't blame him for not knowing Golden Tate's face. It took me a while. I hesitated on Cam. I mean, I guess I should just do this with Bobby here and show off his brilliant NFL brain. Who's this?
I can't see.
I guess we'll expose his eyes, not show off his brain.
I don't know who that is.
I didn't know who this was either. And I still don't know who it is without the audio. It might be Sproles.
Yes, it's Sproles. It's Sproles.
But I didn't know that. I didn't know.
No, I didn't either.
Golden Tate, we have a Golden Tate thing here because of Sean Lee. The Calvin Johnson thing was pretty bad. The Favre thing was the worst.
Favre was the worst.
Because they recreated Baker laying in his bed getting the call with Favre laying in his bed. But again, Favre is an old criminal now.
You should get...
Old man now, sorry, alleged.
You should get every quarterback.
Favre's face is everywhere and has been for 30 years.
Quarterbacks, there's no excuse.
Who was the Saints receiver?
Colston.
Come on. Yeah. And the arrogance of Amon-Ra St. Brown. You don't know Marcus Colston? Shut up. You don't know him?
So, a guy named Amon-Ra, named after a god, was talking down to somebody a little bit.
So I hate it, but I got to sit here. By the way, Pete says Rolando McClain was a great hit. That's a good reference in terms of using an old scouting report.
Yes, yeah. That's a great one, Pete. Yeah, that was a big time hit for them.
All right, there it is. A little Inside the Star on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. If you love your football fix, we have more of it in Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. All right, Adam Silver's had enough. He is going to copy the National Hockey League with Game 1 last night and how he's ticking off every fan in the NBA except for Mavs fans. That's next on Sean and RJ.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or 817-333-3233. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to Cards Record attorneys in Dallas.
Oilers move in left to right. Kapanen to the net. McDavid up front, shooting and scoring. Matthias Ekholm ties the game. 3-3, brand new hockey game.
Game 1 to the favorites as they win in overtime. Draisaitl with his second of the night, 4-3 Edmonton in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. It's Sean and RJ along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Oilers radio with the call, and Jake Riepma popping in, our Stars insider, as you watched Game 1 yesterday.
Every single goal, I just wanted to yell, Dallas Stars! And it's too sad. It's hard to watch, though. It's hard to watch because, you know what? Stuart Skinner, you knew he was going to show up, and the real Stuart Skinner was going to show up, and it happened to be Game 1. Exactly. I actually got my headphones today. But that being said, man, I was watching that game, and I got to give Edmonton a lot of credit because Skinner didn't look great for a second there, and they just kind of, albeit they're at home in their own building, but they withstood quite the ferocious attack from the Panthers and were still able to outlast and win that Game 1, which I think is pivotal.
Who did you pick in the series?
I have Florida. Florida, I think it's going to be a 7-game series. I tweeted this out yesterday that if Game 1, even the first period of Game 1, the first 20 minutes, if that's an indication of what we got for the rest of the Stanley Cup Finals, it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be captivating. Obviously, I wish the Dallas Stars were there, but man, star power at an all-time high. The best of the best going at it for the Cup. That's all you can ask for.
So yesterday I said when the Cowboys always get bounced early in the playoffs and we go later in the rounds, I'm like, yeah, they don't belong in the same field as the Final Four. Early in the series, obviously, but how are you looking at or thinking about the Stars matching up against Florida or Edmonton after we just got done with them?
Right. I kind of had both sides of my brain working with it, so bear with me here. On one side, I thought, okay, the Stars were generating high danger chances against the Edmonton Oilers. They just weren't converting. And I think you saw a couple of instances in those Florida Panthers in their 3 goals that the Stars were very much getting those exact type of chances. And so that tells me, God, right there. But then the other side of it, I'm like, man, these guys can play. And I think you said it, RJ, that the Panthers feel like they have that switch, that they go to that even further level that I think is the next step for the Stars. So I'll go a little bit back and forth for you.
Florida had a 83% win probability after the Bennett goal made it 3-1. That's not the game tire. The second goal of his that made it 3-1. They were rolling.
Sounds like Edmonton against us in Game 1.
It does, because what happened in that Game 1, right? There was the first goal. I think it was the Miro goal was the first goal to make it to cut it to 1, and that was one where the Edmonton guy kind of shielded his own goalie. Same kind of thing last night.
That's a good point.
The Arvidsson goal. That was the one, right? And it was far away, kind of shielded, kind of not a soft goal, but certainly not one that Bob lets in.
Right, like a strategic goal. It had to be in the right place at the right time, and that was the spark that they needed. And I think, too, with this matchup, I mean, we can all agree you got Connor McDavid, you've got Matthew Tkachuk, two of the best in the sport, but Sam Bennett and Leon Draisaitl, that's a heck of a Robin matchup, if you will, of Robin versus Robin.
What is, I'm ignorant to this, so you can call it that. What's Draisaitl's background in terms of a prospect and coming up? Like, was he a chosen one?
Not necessarily, but I think when you put a guy with Connor McDavid for as long as they've been together, just the continuity that they build up, and there's going to be that inevitable.
He was 3rd overall in 2014.
Right, McDavid bringing him to that. I won't say bring him to that level, but at the same time, it's good to be around the best player in the world, and he's benefited.
Man,
from
these
that.
high draft picks in hockey don't miss, man. Their success rate compared to the other sports seems to be, I'm sure there's a study, but seems to be far and away better.
Well, that was Jim Nill's calling card. That's how he got to where he is now, as he was the director of scouting for those great Red Wings teams all those years, and then worked his way to the assistant general manager, and now obviously the best general manager in the game.
Jake Riepma has been calling around on this. Here's a final note I think we have to include. Tim Kalishaw learned yesterday that Jim Nill and the owner were set to meet, and Pete DeBoer's future was one of the items on the agenda. That was yesterday. Have not seen or heard any follow-up to that this morning. I did go and read Ralph Strandis, who none of the shows can book. He did some Substack thing, and he said that Pete DeBoer needs to stay. It was actually a fantastic piece that maybe we can get into later, but he's like, no, don't give that power to the players. And Jake Ottinger, Pete DeBoer needs to stay. That from Ralph, but apparently the big meeting took place yesterday.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because you got the Texas Stars still playing. So that's the minor league team for the Dallas Stars. And so Jim Nill is been back and forth in Austin. And I won't say preoccupied, but he's got other things on his plate. And so the people I've talked to said they don't think anything is going to be determined right away. It could not necessarily be dragged on, but we don't expect to see a major announcement. But I think he's going to be back. That's what my gut's telling me. One more year on the contract, run it back. And I do agree that might potentially set a dangerous precedent where, okay, one player is a little upset with a tough move that had to be made, and you can agree with the move, you can disagree with the move, but all of a sudden, if a move's made and then your coach just gets fired out of town because of that move, then what power does that give the coach? So I do agree that's a precedent being set there.
Adam Silver is trying to change the All-Star weekend again, and he's copying hockey.
Yes, he is. It will be USA versus the world in the NBA All-Star game. This is huge. It makes it totally watchable. I love this.
Well, I don't know the capacity. Silver said he doesn't know the capacity yet.
Yeah.
So you hope it's the two teams broken up, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, it could be, right? The exact format, we're not sure of yet. But the NBA admitting that there's a rivalry between USA players and world players, I think is a good thing. Because there is a rivalry.
We're getting embarrassed. We're getting smoked in MVP races.
Right? I know they want to admit everything is hunky-dory, but the reality is NBA American-born players, I have to think, feel some type of way about Euros coming over here and just winning MVPs. Was it 7 straight? 7 straight? 6 or 7 straight?
Yep, 7.
Could you imagine if the NHL went 7 years without a Canadian winning the Hart? 7 years. Now forget
that'd
that
be great.
Cup.
USA, USA.
But could you imagine?
Are you Gavin Spittle's love child?
Canada not having an MVP for 7 straight years in hockey, or baseball not having an American-born player win an MVP for 7 straight years. The SEC going 7 years in a row without a Heisman. They would lose their minds.
I would agree with you, though. It's just so healthy to have that pride, that patriotism of whatever sport it is. I mean, if you don't feel that, then what are you even doing? Like I said, you got to be able to chant USA at the games.
Well, Bobby, will it matter for you whatsoever? They break this up for some more intrigue.
No. It doesn't. The NBA All-Star game is the one that for me it should just go away. And if it's not going to go away, then I still think the way you do it is you get the novelty of you do a 3-on-3 or something and you set it up to be tournaments throughout a weekend.
They're doing this because of what the NHL did. So what do you think about it being replicated or copied to work the same?
Part of it is a mentality thing, in my opinion, that the hockey players, and you go back to the movie Miracle, and sports movies are real life. So obviously it's an easy parallel. But talking about playing for the name on the front of the jersey versus the back, like in Miracle, and I don't think you have that mentality in basketball in any case. So it doesn't. I don't think it's going to resonate and bring the same oomph as the Four Nations one.
That's the interesting thought, because it seems like in soccer or hockey, you're playing for the pride of your country.
Yeah.
This would be playing for the anger or the resentment or the rivalry with the other players.
Right. Or pride in a different way.
Yeah, not necessarily caring about the jersey.
Right, but you don't want to get shown up.
Right. So it's a little different, and I don't know, if
you
which
would
one
need the
lasts
Euros
longer.
to take it super serious. Luka never takes any All-Star game serious. I think Joker's talking about having a few pops the night before too. So I don't know.
The Euros, they seem to have more pride and play for their individual country, because it's such a big deal. It's such a big deal to them. Dirk with Germany, it would be a massive deal. It'd be a way bigger deal for Germany to win the Olympics of basketball than it is for us.
No doubt. Thank you, Reetma. Jake Rietma in studio talking Stanley Cup Finals Game 1, Edmonton with the 1-0 lead, and Adam Silver riling up some other NBA fans, Bobby.
Yeah, Adam Silver has obviously gotten a lot of questions about the draft lottery and how could the Mavericks have possibly won this. Well, look, I've never been more convinced than now that this is all a setup. This was all a setup, because now it's given me another angle that I didn't even think about till Adam Silver opened his mouth and told on himself when talking to, of all people, Craig Carton on FS1 the other day. Adam Silver gave a lot of praise to the Dallas Mavericks for fighting the whole way and still winning the lottery.
One reminder too, we call it, a lottery, and I think sometimes because it's a lottery, people think it must have been a 1 in a million chance that Dallas was going to win. I mean, remember, the worst performing team had a 14% chance of winning, which means there was an 86% chance they wouldn't get it. Dallas had roughly a 2% chance. So, the losingest team had a 7 times better chance. So 2% is 2%. It's going to happen. And, when people say, and therefore the lottery was broken, I have a different view, which the purpose of the lottery is to disincentivize teams from tanking. And so here you had a team which was clearly trying, whatever people think of that trade, they were trying to win. Then Kyrie got injured, then Anthony Davis got injured. Yeah. And so then they found themselves in the lottery. So again, it's on the level, and then odds are odds, and that's how it turned out.
Yeah, so Adam Silver's basically running the Mavericks at this point. I'm convinced of it. So we already know he wouldn't step in, stop the Luka trade. He basically hired their CEO, Rick Welts. Rick Welts told on him last week at the little Forbes forum or whatever he was doing. He was like, Adam Silver called me and offered me the job basically to be the Dallas Mavericks CEO. And now we have him saying, that's right, I'm going to shoehorn this in before you even have time. And then
he's happy that the scrubs didn't win it. He's happy about it.
Yeah, and you know why? He didn't even have to worry about it because he doctored the whole thing.
No, he didn't.
This is what he does. He owns the Dallas Mavericks now, and he's calling all the shots, and we're screwed.
He gave us the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
How we screwed?
Because he's going to trade it to the Clippers at some point when Ballmer needs him.
I agree with what you're saying about, you and I are on the same page with the lottery.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is, because I think I missed this.
It's rigged.
It's obviously rigged.
Oh.
It's obviously rigged.
Okay. Never mind.
You're wrong on the you're comparing the CEO hire with the Luka trade. That's where you're wrong. The CEO hire is inconsequential. It is a hire strictly to get a stadium, which benefits the league.
Is this what y'all were fighting about on the text?
Yeah, we were fighting about the text, and I think Sean's eyes glazed over.
I checked out.
We were getting. I don't know. This is going to need more than a minute at some point, but no, this is Adam Silver hiring the Mavs front office seems a little odd to me.
Why the NFL just had their Pete Rose moment. That's next in Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys. After this,
after we get you over to.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
The NFL screwed up, and there's no way to fix it now. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Also, later this afternoon, we're going to be out at Tolbert Garage. G-Bag Nation will be out there. I'm going to stop by. I'll be there from 2 to 3, hanging out, seeing the boys. I think I'm going to jump on with them at like 2:40. So we're going to hang out, and it'll be a great time. Come on out, see G-Bag. They said they're going to have like bounce houses and a bunch of different things, so it's like kid-friendly. So come on out, say hi to the G-Bag boys in Mesquite at Tolbert Garage.
How was night one of Bachelorhood?
I mean, I went and searched up old college highlights of Jake Riepma and tweeted them out. And then otherwise, I had a couple drinks, which was nice.
What'd you eat?
What did I eat last night? I got fuzzies. I got a taco and some guac. So it was good.
Just one? You got one?
Well, it was their burritos, and I mean those burritos are pretty.
Yeah, those are big.
They're pretty hearty. I didn't even finish it; it ended up in the fridge. But so it was good. We'll see how much more my brain wanders over the next couple days.
What else is on your Bachelorhood menu? Like you got your next dinner, you got shows, something. Yeah.
So
different drinks.
As you know, I plan nothing. I just kind of react and go like, what do I want to do right now? And
all the overnight dances.
Honestly, that's the most freeing thing about these kind of periods is that typically when I'm home, Kristen is very structured and she wants to do things and like, let's do this, let's be here, blah, blah, blah. So I actually kind of like the idea of like, I don't want to do anything. And I just, there's no pressure to do anything. I can just sit here and I can turn on the TV and crash out while I'm sitting there doing it or fall asleep or whatever else. But I think I am going to this weekend go see, I think Kyle Frazier and I are going to get drinks this weekend from Frazier Roofs and Gutters. Great sponsor of the Firehouse Tour. So a couple other things I think that I'm figuring out, but it'll be good. I'm excited for it. All right. So the NFL has royally screwed up in a way that Major League Baseball did with Pete Rose. The Pete Rose one was much more calculated. It was just, it was very clearly a punishment of just, you will never know you got in. And then as soon as you die, we'll put you in. And it was just, it felt like a cruel punishment.
Yes.
This one is not that, but it feels worse in some ways than even what Major League Baseball did to Pete Rose, because you did it to a great man and a great football player. So the Vikings had a defensive end who was an absolute legend in the NFL, Jim Marshall, and he passed away at the age of 87 over the weekend after a long bout with an illness. They didn't specify what it was. But Jim Marshall is, for people who don't know who he is, I know we get into these history lesson things sometimes during the offseason. Jim Marshall is one of the greatest, toughest, most important football players of his era. So Marshall was a guy who, when Brett Favre broke the consecutive game started streak, it was Jim Marshall's record that he broke. People know him for that. People know Jim Marshall for, he has the very famous, if you've ever seen it,
backwards run.
He had the scoop and ran the wrong way for the Vikings in a game and scored for the other team or whatever he did by running out of the back of the end zone. He picked up a fumble and just ran the wrong way. That's how he's remembered in those sort of ways. But what you forget is a guy who should have been in the Hall of Fame the very first time he was up. Just for his contribution to the NFL. When Jim Marshall retired, he was fourth in the NFL all-time in sacks, which was an unofficial record at that point, but fourth all-time in sacks, still not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Jim Marshall started 270 consecutive games. He played in 282 consecutive. He was with the Vikings their very first year in 1961. He played his first game while John F. Kennedy was in office. The Vikings did not play a game without Jim Marshall after that point until the 1980s. That's how long he was around and contributing at a high level to the Vikings. And his story's insane. The guy, he made jokes in media interviews over the years. He said, I'm not a cat. I don't have 9 lives. I have 26 or 27. This is somebody who, his first year, he left Ohio State early, went to play in the CFL because he needed money for his family. And Canadian League would take on players who had left school early. NFL still wouldn't. So he went to Canada, played, made a little bit of money, ended up with the Browns in 1960. In the offseason, he gets encephalitis, which is brain inflammation, gets knocked into a coma, falls down to like under 200 pounds as a 6'5" defensive end. And when he came out of it, Browns were a little unsure about him. They trade him to the expansion Minnesota team, and he goes on this crazy run where he doesn't miss a game, where in that time, 1964, Jim Marshall gets shot in the leg accidentally. 1971, he crashes a snowmobile and basically is holding on the edge of the cliff, almost falling off, nearly died. He's rescued. He's fine. He survived 2 plane crashes in his life. He beat cancer 3 times.
Hey.
He had a hang gliding accident in his 40s and had contributed, like I said, had all this Iron Man streak and everything else with all this other stuff going on. And then at the same time, played at a really high level on that Purple People Eaters defense, that Minnesota team that was so influential early on and had contributed as one of the best defensive players of his era, still has the record for Iron Man on the defensive side. And when he got out of the NFL, became a just fantastic contributor to Minneapolis. He started building housing facilities for homeless and underprivileged individuals, and there they helped them get clean from drugs and alcohol and gave them life skills to get jobs. He was big-time donor to charitable campaigns in Minnesota. He had became a brokerage trader, made a lot of money from that, gave a lot of it away. Just an awesome person and somebody who I'm sickened that he passed away knowing that the NFL still never corrected this. And it's pretty gross to me that the NFL has screwed over Jim Marshall this long for really no reason. And I don't know why the Veterans Committee hasn't put him in at this point either. But R.I.P. Jim Marshall. That one was pretty upsetting. I need to ask her. Shireen, I feel like every time I ask her about one of these things, she's usually right there with me, and she's annoyed. And it's like, I don't know. Would love to tell you how this happened, how we ran into this, but I couldn't begin to tell you how this is.
Because it's a secretive, stupid process. They have the 40 people.
But they talk openly about a lot of it, too.
They need to broadcast it.
Shereen, I thought, was tremendous with us at the Combine.
Yeah, and she was willing to talk directly about, there's some people who this is the way they approach it and don't respect it.
They got to stop doing it on Zoom. They've done it on Zoom for the last couple of years. They got to get them back into that room.
They're not back in the room?
They got to broadcast it. No, they're on Zoom. It's and look, I mean, I think that when you're in the room, it's got to be much better. Has to be.
Yeah.
You would
remember
think so.
that when the station wants us to do shows in studio versus at home, when the whole world works from home.
The whole world does work
They're
from
going
home.
to clip this and use it against you.
Like they can clip it all they want. The reality is, I'll defend this.
Defend your last day. Yeah, counter yourself.
To the death here. We're looking to get the argument. We're looking to get the argument. We're not an argument. This is not an argument show.
Ask G-Bag.
As G-Bag may disagree. It's not.
Over at NFL.com, they had a breakdown again. We've reached this point of the offseason. We've talked about it, where you get the general overview of like, all right, let's look up a list of guys who let's start establishing narratives early. And they had written about make or break candidates. So the guys who it's like you're in your year. Here in Dallas, we probably look at Mozzie Smith that way, or a Luke Schoonmaker or somebody like that. This is kind of a broader view that Nick Shook took of across the league. So he's got somebody on here like Justin Fields. He's got other people on here like Treylon Burks, the receiver James Cook from Buffalo, who I feel like James Cook already made it, already established himself. It's just a matter of does he get paid? How frequently do they use him? There is one Dallas Cowboy on this list for the make or break candidate. And if it's anything related to what we've seen at OTAs at this point, I think we already have our answer. Javonte Williams is the last name on this list. He said Williams fizzled out in Denver and ended up accepting a 1-year, $3 million deal to headline Dallas's underwhelming backfield. The sizzle he once brought to the Broncos faded before 2024, but he has a rare opportunity to regain it for a Cowboys team that should boast some offensive firepower with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens at receiver. If Williams is going to command a starting job anywhere in the NFL from here on out, it must begin in Dallas. And the problem that you're seeing out here so far at OTAs is that it doesn't look like he's going to seize that opportunity yet. In terms of if you want to talk about what this offense is supposed to be. How many times have we heard from Schottenheimer this offseason already fast? Tempo. That's a big part for them. You can't play with tempo to the same degree if you've got to grind it out, basically short yardage type of back or a bowling ball type of back. It's just not a pace that you typically play with that type of running style. Miles Sanders has shown juice. He's shown the ability to play with a little bit of spring. He looks fresh. He hasn't played hardly at all the last 2 years in Carolina. You've got Jaden Blue, who you hope kind of seizes this opportunity as a speed back. The biggest issue with Jaden Blue is he looks like Miles Sanders in terms of fresh, springy. He's fast. He's 4.2 speed. He runs, and this will be the wild thing you're probably going to see in training camp that's going to drive you nuts early. He runs like Javonte Williams. Jaden Blue will run into you. Jaden Blue goes, I can run over you. I'm going to run into contact. He will not take advantage of speed. He won't get to the corner most of the time. He's a really effective receiver. And he can do a lot of different things in space. That's all really positive. But Jaden Blue, when he's carrying the ball, for some reason, goes, I'm a between the tackles, run at you, fall forward type of contact back.
I mean, you haven't said anything about Jaden Blue from these practices, but you're getting ready to write off Javonte from some OTA minicamp stuff.
It's not that Javonte's a bad player or anything. I'm not saying that he's washed. I'm just saying I don't think he's going to get the opportunity here that he probably thought initially he was going to be able to seize, because what you see out there is a guy like Miles Sanders who clearly, at least to me when you watch the structure of what they're doing, fits in better with what they're trying to do on offense and how they're trying to move. Javonte Williams to me is a Marion Barber to the Felix Jones. And are you going, not that they're that good, it's lesser than that, but are you going to play with that sort of style if you are trying to play with more tempo,
what
do different
style?
things with motion?
Physical? You still need a physical runner. You still need Zeke on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1.
Right, 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. You do not need Zeke as your starting running back in an offense that plays with tempo, though. And that's the thing. I think Javonte Williams will have a role here. Javonte Williams, I don't think, is going to...
What do you mean with tempo? Like they're going to run no huddle?
They're going to play with a lot more pace this year. Schottenheimer's talked about it. Schottenheimer said when we got in the press conference with Schottenheimer back in January, he had said that the biggest thing that he knew the players liked that he wanted to, when there was like, what's going to be different, he said playing with tempo. How often did we hear, you had heard that before the Atlanta game, I think last year, that Dallas was going to come out playing with more tempo, more pace, because that's something the players have wanted. It's harder to play with that tempo when you've got somebody who's a grinded out back and a guy who plays with the, let's slow this down, let's make this a physical game. They're going to play with more physicality, but I think when we get out there in Oxnard and you see the way that they're lining up their offense, some of the things they're doing, that you're going to look at it and go, Javonte Williams is just not a fit there.
Below the belt every single day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with our insider that other stations just don't have. Thursday edition continuing on DFW Sports Station. Back to football with the Red Zone at 9:20. But if you are bored by the NBA Finals, a former Dallas Maverick has a message for you. See if this will change your mind in starting to watch Game 1 tonight. Next.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on a Thursday. Getting it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden, Peyton. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
And this is the final hour of the program before we get to the Friday edition, sending you into your weekend on DFW Sports Station. All right. Yesterday this time, we were asking if you had any interest and care in the Stanley Cup Finals. Edmonton beats Florida, comeback win, 1-0 Oilers. Same question for the NBA Finals. Because last night, you had three things taking place. You had Texas Ranger baseball, which felt like on the fan text was going to get the most tune in. Then a ton of softball. And Bobby went with the Rangers. Peyton went with the softball. I split it up, and RJ was more on the hockey. What about tonight? Do you have more interest in the NBA Finals than the Stanley Cup Finals? And how are you going to divvy up this evening? Are Texas and Texas Tech playing again?
Yes,
tonight?
Game 2's tonight.
Game 2?
And then Game 3 tomorrow if necessary.
So
Won't be necessary.
Same. It won't be necessary. So same exact question,
Right.
except substitute basketball for hockey, 877-881-1053. Divvy it up.
It's easier with basketball to jump back and forth more because there's more breaks, but also there's not the long period of the intermission. So you only get one. Obviously, you only get one halftime versus two. But look, it's a stakes night, right? It's a stakes night.
You
So
cooking steaks?
no, that's I gotta say that for the weekend. I don't want to grill during the week. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
Even though I've got the Blackstone cleaning to a T.
Really?
It's fantastic. Real quick.
So you're cleaning it after the use?
Every time, like immediately after.
Yeah.
Like before it, while the steak is sitting,
Resting.
You got like a 5-10 minute.
Yep.
That's when I clean it.
Nice.
Well, it's super hot. But I'll be more into the NBA tonight.
Really?
Yeah, I mean it's a big stage. Look,
Then hockey.
well, hockey's off tonight.
No, I mean more into the NBA.
Versus okay, so if they're on at the same time, yeah, I'd probably watch the hockey.
Like you're not going to watch as much NBA tonight as you did hockey last night.
Yeah, I'll be close. I will. Yeah, I mean this is the finals, man. You know, the stakes. There's stakes in it.
Man, different choppy. New year, different chop.
Yeah, I'll be on the NBA Finals. Almost. I mean, I'll be watching the Rangers for the first hour, and then it'll be on NBA Finals and keep an eye on it. I'm sure they'll have scored 0 runs and had 2 hits through 7 innings by the time I glance over there. But
So
yeah.
you'll go Finals, Rangers, softball.
Yeah. The softball starts at 6, Peyton?
7 o'clock.
7. So, okay, so are the finals going to start at 7:30 or is this one of those 7:50 things?
Right.
It's usually like 7:41, I think, or something.
Pepe, what about you? You were softball last night.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back softball again. I mean, like the NBA, like I'll tune in because it's the finals, it's game 1. But I mean, OKC's 9.5 point favorite. Like it very well could be a blowout by halftime. That's what I'm expecting in this series altogether. Maybe a wrap up in 4 or 5 games. But the Tolos have weighed in on the fan text 877-881-1053. 214 says a little interest in the NBA. 469 says they'll have dual TVs on again. Rangers game and then NBA Finals. 972 says softball because it's the shortest series.
Thought last night you had a lot of nice philosophical points in your email, RJ.
I would love to know what they are because I've already forgotten it.
Yes. Well, one of them
is it about Rick?
Comes from Rick Carlisle. Good guess while talking about the finals. He messed up a compliment right there. Rick Carlisle with a message to those upset about the small markets and the lack of star power.
As far as the markets, I understand that there would be concern for, how many people would watch because they're smaller markets. But if we're celebrating the game and we're putting game above all, which was one of the things that Adam Silver said when he became commissioner, then it really shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter. And so I know that we're going to do our very best to represent our city, our state at the best possible level. Thunder will do the same. But this really, hopefully, is about the quality of the games. And, we got our work cut out for us there.
So, I don't remember ever having like conversations about market size in like the 90s. I know like they would bring it up with baseball with payroll. They brought payroll up a lot.
Yeah.
But nobody cared that the Twins won the World Series. Like nobody cared about, is anybody going to watch Twins Braves?
Right.
Twins Cardinals, nobody cared, right?
Yeah.
And
when the Bulls took on the Blazers, I was excited for Clyde Drexler against Michael, and Portland had this high-flying, fun team in the West.
Bad boy Pistons. Like Detroit's on it's not a big market. It's not like it's the Midwest. It's I just don't think we cared. And now all of a sudden sports, we stopped looking at sports as sports and started looking at it as a business. And yes, the TV networks absolutely, I'm sure, care because they have to sell this. They have to sell the advertisements. But the NBA just got an 11-year guaranteed deal. They don't care. Baseball probably does. Baseball's deal's up in 2-3 years. I'm sure baseball cares as you get down to the end.
NBA cares from an ego standpoint. It's like the Christmas thing with LeBron and the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Like they do care, I think, from the perspective of they don't like how they've been. I feel like everybody in the NBA is getting very defensive about how the game is being talked down about in the last couple of years. And so I think they care from that standpoint. They don't want people to think they're not relevant. Because for years, I mean, NBA has always been like, it's always been the cool personalities, and it's been, it's always been the, like, obviously with pickup games and different things, like it's the most, I think, relatable and accessible one for people a lot of times. And so I think for them to feel like we're not relevant would bug them more than it would bug the other leagues.
I mean, I think it would.
Well, this goes to Brian Windhorst and a critique he had a couple of years ago that we don't do stories anymore. We don't do storytelling. To Rick Carlisle's point, this is two strengths going up against each other. On paper, this should be talked about as a great matchup with Indy's offense and OKC's defense.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City's defense is the best of the best. Mm-hmm. They got 4 or 5 different guys that they're going to use to try to shut down Halliburton, and let's see if he can last and if Indianapolis can score. And as we know, with the great Rick Carlisle, you're going to have supreme offense, and you get better shooting with what the Pacers are going to give you. So we used to look at these things of strength versus strength, and now we're like star power, market size, and that's where we are with it.
We want sexy. Now, the world has also changed a lot. I mean,
yes.
in the 35 years since Jordan the Bulls won, their for 34 years, I guess, since they won their first, right? We are so much more in the now than ever before. What's it called? Where you got to have immediate gratification, instant gratification society. That's what we are now, and you need to captivate someone's attention. So look, but that I don't think that's market size. The NBA. The NFL is market secure. They don't care. Doesn't matter who is in the Super Bowl. It's going to get viewership. And the Cowboys being in it might increase it, but incrementally, it's not going to increase it the way it might increase the NBA Finals if it's LeBron.
I think it's just because naturally bigger cities tend to be more basketball cities, I feel like. Like, I feel like Chicago's a basketball city, Philly's a basketball city, New York, like, those are basketball cities. I just don't, when I think of Oklahoma City, I don't think, that would be like, I think of Oklahoma.
Correct.
I think of South football. Like that's typically what I think of.
But the NBA to me has always been the player. It's not the team. It's the player.
Well, look. With all this being said, you ain't gonna watch for very long. It's gonna be a straight ass kicking. Maybe Indianapolis gets one game.
Really?
Okay. It's not going over 5. I'd put money on it not going to 6 or longer. But RJ won with the Pacers throughout the playoffs. Maybe you have some degenerate gambling tips, but I also have some info that I really need to hit the second leg of my parlay today. Tyrese Halliburton, he does nothing against the Thunder.
No.
4 meetings over the past 2 seasons, he averages 12 points a game.
This year, I think it's worse. I think it's like 11 this year.
His lowest average against any opponent during that span, and he's been passive as well. 10 field goal attempts per game. His second fewest against any opponent during that stretch. Half a free throw attempt. That's what's averaged out with Tyrese against OKC. And his 8.5 assists per game tied for his 4th fewest against any opponent over the 2 campaigns. So I got the under on Halliburton with 17 points. Of course, tonight we're up for 30, but this will be an ass whipping. And at best, Indy will get 1 game. This will end in 5.
All right. I took Indy. Now it's up to +10.
You took Indy to win the whole thing?
I took Indy tonight against the spread. So I got it 9.5. It's now up to +10. But I did put money on Indy to win the series. There's too much value. It's 5-1. It's a lot, whereas you got to bet $750 to win 100 on Oklahoma City. You bet 100, you win 500.
And if you don't mind me asking, how much did you put?
I just threw $50 on it.
Well, okay. I mean, you threw away $50. 5-1 to me would not be good enough odds to throw 50 on it. I'd be too scared. I might throw 20.
20, that'll get you 100. Yeah, I mean, look, that's.
But good for you. I mean, you're rich.
No, I won so much during the tournament and the NFL that I've just got money to burn.
Yes,
money to burn here at this point. So yeah, but I think it's going to be a closer one, and that's mostly because Indiana. Like I still can't get past what the Mavericks did to the Thunder last year. And I thought Denver probably should have beaten them. They had a chance. They had multiple chances. And I just love the way Indiana's playing.
Yeah, see, you say you kind of referenced it there.
And I'm rooting for the Pacers, by the way.
Yeah.
You said you can't get past what Dallas did to them last year. It is hard, I think, to get away from what Denver did to them this year and how Denver pushed them. And honestly, very easily could have won that series. I think Indiana's going. I think they're going back to Indiana with a split. I think it's going to be 1-1 going back to Indiana. And after that, who knows? My guess would be it's going to be Thunder in 6.
Yeah,
is what I would go with. But to me, the scariest thing, and I mentioned earlier, the scariest thing for Oklahoma City is Rick Carlisle. Rick Carlisle, on the way that he has a history of just maximizing what he's got from his team in these sort of situations and the way he can push teams. They gave Boston hell last year. They were the only team who gave Boston hell.
Who in here can name the Thunder coach?
I can't pronounce his name.
Dagnall.
I can't pronounce his name.
Mark Dagnall.
Mark, yeah.
Something like that.
Marky D.
Yeah. Think about that, though.
Circles walked around him.
The last time that, he won Coach of the Year last year, they were a few wins shy of matching the Bulls. I mean, we don't know anything about him, really.
None.
Daigneault.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even sure.
All right, so you're going to go Thunder in 6.
Yes.
You're going to go money aside.
I think the Thunder are clearly the favorites. I would say Thunder in 7.
Whoa. Okay. Y'all should team up. We should team up with you guys against me of it going past 5.
I just think if you want to talk about team basketball and the way Indiana's played, I just think they're so strong. That's the one team that could really match up with and push Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City's clearly the best team in basketball, but this is the one team that I think could match up wise challenge them.
All right, interest in NBA Finals versus the Stanley Cup, and how are you dividing up this evening with Rangers, hoops, and Texas softball? 877-881-1053. RJ says, don't fall for it. The Dallas Cowboys cheese has been set. Don't fall for it. Inside the Star during the Red Zone for your football fix. Next.
Sean and RJ hitting leadoff.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel First 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Every day at this time, it's the Red Zone. It's your football fix on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. With Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell. And RJ with a warning, don't take the cowboy cheese coming from the 4-letter.
This here, this is bait. This is bait, and I'm not buying what Stephen A. is selling. Now, this is all off of the comments that
I told you.
I think you mentioned yesterday that this was going to be, this would be twisted.
Yep.
It was going to be twisted. It was Schottenheimer's comments about, we want to win the Super Bowl. Might not. Hope we do. But that's our goal. That's our standard, yada, yada, yada.
And we're not running from it. And if we don't, we move on to the next year. Very solid,
Exactly
sound
what
answer.
you should say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same sort of thing.
Good, solid, sound answer. And Stephen A., of course, was going to comment on this.
On his radio show or on his TV
radio
stuff?
show? Not a thing yet.
Oh, okay.
But I think he's setting us up for a fall because he was very, very kind of congratulatory, laudatory to...
Complimentary
to Shotty and the Cowboys.
Very upset about him because that man makes more sense than any recent Dallas Cowboy coach I know. I mean, I sat there listening to Brian Schottenheimer. I'm like, that's a smart thing to say. I agree with him. There's nothing phony about it. There's nothing off-putting about it. There's nothing stupid or eccentric about what he had to say or whatever. Simple and plain. We want to win a Super Bowl. We don't hire from that. But damn it, it's been 29 years. I hope we win a Super Bowl. But if we don't, we're going to go back to the drawing board and come back and try it again. Well, damn. What am I going to say about that? He's giving me no ammunition. No ammunition. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody else. Dak Prescott, be very clear, America. Put Kimberly up on there. I want to see her. I ain't seeing them muffs. Come on now. Keep on the screen. Dak Prescott is the most useless quote in all of sports.
Boy, that sounded like, was that Stephen A. or was that Sean? Loving the Schottenheimer quotes and saying the Dak quotes are like, what is even the point? They're all just canned.
Now, the Dak quote, see, the whole thing, it hit me. The whole thing was a setup to soften us up. Take a shot at Dak right there. Just as we had unclenched our core as the punch is coming. Unclenched. We rested.
We got Houdini'd.
We got Houdini.
Tolo D was freaking out. She's DMing me. ESPN2 right now. Stephen A., he's praising. He's talking positive. She couldn't believe it. She's sending me the link. She's sending me the video. But it was legit. That sounded legit because he's been making fun of Jerry and making his dementia jokes and making fun of Dak and calling out McCarthy. And you can't do it. You can't do it with our new crush right now, Brian Schottenheimer.
Shotty is a...
It's amazing
great quote, great the mic.
It's amazing what just real can get you. Genuine can get you. And right now seems 100% genuine.
Yep, we just got to get him to stand up at the podium.
No, we got to get in
Stop banging.
I felt like the last audio we got from his press conference, we didn't hear as much of the banging. So I think maybe we're making progress on that front. I will say all of that obviously is going to change if they start losing it. That will start being mocked, his tone. His tone will start being mocked if they start losing games because then people will be like, why are you acting like everything's just fine or you guys are committing to a process or whatever else? You should be talking about how awful you are. Like, it'll instantly turn if they lose games, obviously.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Speaking of Stephen A. Smith, you were all over this yesterday as he's replacing someone.
Yes. I had seen a clip or a post that Stephen A. was going back to do a radio show. And he was going to go back onto Sirius XM, and then it said that he was going to go back on the Mad Dog Radio. And I was like, well, okay. And then I was like, who's he replacing? And it didn't take long to find this one out. Apparently it took longer for the hosts of the show to find this out. It's Michelle Beadle, was at Sports Nation, and she did a couple other shows. She does the Chandler Parsons podcast host now.
Yep.
Chansum.
She's fiery.
She is fiery. She is the wrong person to kind of double cross, and also the wrong person to allow on the radio 2 hours after you tell her that she is going to be no longer working there.
Yes.
Man, all I ask is to be treated with respect. Well, how many times do I say I give what I get what I give? And so here we are. We're going to do our shows because we're contractually obligated to be here.
And I'm sure no one's feelings will get hurt in any way, shape, or form. 888-MAD-DOG-6. How you guys doing? Because announcements abound. I heard Shine. The big three are back. Oh, yeah.
What does that mean? Big what?
Yeah, big three, the Mad Dog.
Oh, you mean, well, if you want 2 hours of Jamal Williams needs to show up for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Wait, who's Jamal Williams? That's right, a guy who doesn't exist. And by the way, I'll have lots of these fun types of nuggets for you for as long as we remain on the air. Just as like an appetizer, amuse-bouche, if you will. Yeah, we're coming in hot today, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in hot. Yes, so the cat's out of the bag. I guess we're talking about it. We weren't supposed to, just as a heads up. We were only given a few hours notice, but we weren't told any details. We were promised that no details would be released. We didn't even know who was taking our place in the lineup. Just that it was going to be announced that new show was being added. Unbeknownst to us, the Hollywood Reporter, of course, had all the details. So it was a little embarrassing, I'm not going to lie. I've been in this business for 20 plus years. I've been treated poorly a couple times. This didn't feel good. I'm not going to lie.
So she later would go and tell, was this front office sports, it's a reminder, we're all just pieces of S to someone. If you forgot, there it is.
He said, Tibbs, at least they told you. Welcome to the Lame Duck and Who Knew show. That's the way that they went and did that. And she has admitted in the past, she said, I don't respect Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
He had said some stuff in the past about Ray Rice. He got suspended for a week. And she will publicly fight. I think her and LeBron tried to get her fired. According to her, she said, I don't respect Stephen A. I don't respect his work. He doesn't like me. It goes back to the Ray Rice stuff. He made some piggish comments. That was the beginning of the end. He gets things wrong all the time. Was that the player reference that she had right there? Oh, wait, that player doesn't play. I'm not talking about opinions. Those can never be wrong. But factually, when you spread yourself so thin, it's hard to be right. Not a fan.
105 a fan.
That is, she is way up there on the list of like people I wouldn't in media want to get in her crosshairs because she is just relentless. I just found out though, I was trying to figure out like her co-hosts from the past. She is RJ Choppy. So she was born in Italy. So she's Italian.
Born in Italy?
Do you know where she when
RJ
she moved to the
wasn't born in Italy.
I know, but he's Italian. It's the connection. Do you know where she moved when she came to the US?
Jersey.
Roanoke, Texas. She was Roanoke. Italy to Roanoke.
Wow.
Yeah, so she is ticked off that Stephen A. has taken her spot.
Big Spurs fan? Just Spurs fan of all things?
Yeah. Normally in this business, behind the curtain, as soon as like they're replacing you or getting rid of you, you're not allowed on. It was a humongous radio fear. And it started with that nitwit Jason Whitlock in Kansas City at my old station. Whitlock, well, he quit. And the legend was he took the chair and he stuck it under the door, the studio door, and then just went off on everyone so no one could get into the studio.
That peanut butter
stop
skin.
I'm serious. I heard that at 610. 610 Sports Kansas City. Now, Gavin Spittle, I got to give him props. He has allowed people who have left here as of late to stay on. And those people took advantage of him and lied to audiences and listeners over what their intentions were and their future plans were. So it didn't burn Gavin, but I felt like his courtesy and kindliness in doing that was taken advantage of. But normally they got the HR person right around the corner, waiting to walk your ass up out of there. Will Michelle Beadle broadcast to the end? I think she said they're working on a buyout.
Ooh. Oh, they are. I don't know. I think she said it was like September or something.
I wouldn't have her on there.
Oh no.
Now
I guess they're not. I guess they're not bound by FCC, so they can curse or whatever. But still,
that's not what you're worried about, though, is it?
I would think that's what you're worried about on something like this.
No, but Michelle Beadle's going to insult the bosses.
Oh, of course.
She's going to go.
It's going to be Conan leaving late night when Leno came back, where Conan just spent a month going like mocking NBC.
Yeah.
I don't think she'll work
all the time. So that's what happened there. All right, RJ grabbed this draft audio. I love this stuff. As someone from Barstool tweeted, I could watch on the clock draft room decisions, a full channel of it. And this is the Carolina Panthers stealing our wide receiver.
Yeah, so this is the War Room video. And in this video, what you're going to hear is, well, before this, there was the 7th pick was on the clock, and they knew they were going to get an opportunity to get Tet McMillan. All right, Tet McMillan is who the Panthers wanted. Prior to the draft, they had spoken with several teams. The Rams had the 26th pick. The Rams, they were going to say, all right, you know what? We know we're on the clock. We know we got this guy. Let's call LA. Let's get their last-ditch effort. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. We will do the thing that Dan had proposed. Okay, cool. All right, they're talking about.
Like, I could feel my heart pounding. Eric leaned over to me and he was like, this is like a multi-million-dollar decision for us. I'm like, okay, great. Thank you.
There's 2 minutes left. I remember looking up at the clock when he didn't get picked at 7 and he was there. Like, it was like, boom.
We already knew what we were going to do. It was just a question of, was it going to happen?
Hey. Okay, cool. All right, bye. They're out. All right. See you, man. Cool. Let's go.
Like, that quick, it's like, they're out. Okay, cool. Right there.
Yeah.
Teabag. Let's not call anybody else. We got our guy.
So you could feel the tension. We could even played the longer clip, but they had to be blown away by St. Louis to move, LA, whatever the hell, to move down that far. Had to be blown away. The GM did say, we'll do this deal. We'll move off of our guy and all the way down if they're willing to accept this. He had it made up in his mind, though. As soon as they say no, we're turning in the name. This is who we wanted. Anyway, Dave Canales, the head coach, is sitting at the end of the table, and I was watching him, and it felt like he was just waiting for them to say McMillan. Like, stop screwing around with all this. Get me the player.
Yeah.
The coach wants the player, and Canales and everyone erupted when the GM, by the way, his assistant GM looked like he was like 16 years old.
Yeah, he looked young.
They got a young room.
Uh-huh.
I think it's similar to probably how the Cowboys approached their pick this year. I think the Cowboys called around about trades when they realized nobody's coming up here to give us what we want. Then it was like, all right, if nobody's going to turn in Booker. Like, they knew Booker's the name if we don't get what we want. We'll try to do something. We'll try to make something work, but otherwise we've got our name prepared and ready to go.
And I wonder if you're going to go from like 8 to 10, your threshold is obviously a lot different. It's like, yeah, okay, we're dropping down to go from 8 to 26.
Yeah.
You're not just going down a couple spots. You're going down a complete tier or two of player.
Yep.
Like, they have to accept your offer at that point.
Yeah, it's got you need big return to go down that far. That's what Dallas ran into when they were calling back behind them. The return they felt like was like, this isn't even close. We're not going back this far and sacrificing this for that kind of return.
A lot of times, Peyton can attest to this, and Choppy. I don't know if you live draft in fantasy, but I get that fear, and unless I have Bobby by my side helping me pick a winning team, but I get that fear, and I'm like, all right, I'm telling myself, if that person picks this is my next pick. I feel good about that when I have my backup plan. The worst is I don't have the backup plan because the board goes in front of me. Aiden is shaking his head. He must be a fantasy football player. You have to join the league this year, but when you're left on there and that clock is ticking down on you, it's nothing but anxiety for me.
I also find that drafting on the computer live draft, I don't go as far down the list. If you have the pieces of paper, the top 300, I might go 30, 40 spots down just to find the guy I want.
Well, I use the hell out of like the queue. Like, you start putting players in queue, and then you hear that noise of, oh, they just got taken. I was like, dang it, man. So I start going, that clock, dude. It's like, because sometimes I'm like, okay, 30 seconds is all we need, but I'm like, I'm kind of leaning more towards 90 seconds. Give me enough time there.
Yeah, it really feels like the bomb is like blowing up on you, and you've ruined your whole entire draft. All right, let's crosstalk with the fellas. The KNC Masterpiece. Join us in studio next.
Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Southern Sport?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very sweet haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
First pitch, bouncy ball right side, speared with a backhand by Berger, but it's going to be a tough flip to Rocker, who is late getting to the bag. Mangum beats it out, and now Rocker, not paying attention, turns his back, and coming around to score is Aranda.
Jared Sandler with the call. Go ahead.
I really thought we were going to have an entertaining discussion about who's worse, Jenny from Forrest Gump or Rose from Titanic. But then Bobby took it too far, and now I fear having that conversation on the air. Instead, I liked y'all's audio about is Mike losing it.
If we all want to leave here when we're fired and gone one day, the podcast, the commercial break, my idea.
Yeah.
With these conversations, I think 3 straight days that have been happening off air. If
They're
it doesn't
at least engaging though.
Oh, if it doesn't get canceled, it would dominate.
We need to have like a
content.
We need to have like a Google document where I just like we save all of these points so that eventually we just got, here's all our topics. We can just jump right back into these.
What's coming up, Corey?
That would be the canceled podcast, right?
Or is that I like that too.
We call it that. Guys, we
Maybe
do have
Broadus will put us on.
We have our friend Derek Holland join, or he would join our podcast for a day. Derek Holland will join us at noon today. We'll chat with him about his upcoming golf tournament and how to fix the Rangers, and maybe, just maybe, Bruce Bochy will join us today at 12:30.
He was supposed to be on with us yesterday.
So we are teasing Bruce Bochy again.
You think he was in a bad mood?
No, I think he was unavailable.
Yeah, he was unreachable at the moment.
TMZ.
Yes.
Greg Hardy was arrested in Texas yesterday. Jail records obtained, was taken into custody at around 2:30 p.m. Charge of assault causing bodily injury to family. So he's going to see the judge this morning, according to the website. But that's Greg Hardy arrested for assaulting a family member.
So that's an improvement. Remember when he was going to be like a huge deal in the NFL?
He was pretty damn good.
He was good.
He was a beast. He could get after everybody.
I think this is probably the number one dude in the league that I would be afraid of. I'm trying to think.
He was scary.
And now he has like MMA training.
Yeah. That failed him eventually, but yes, that is true.
But still, I mean, we always talk about in the Cowboy locker room, Ratliff.
Well, Ratliff was scary. Pac-Man. I'll never forget. I was in the studio, Michael Irvin and Kevin Kiley at Pac-Man for 3 hours, and I've never seen wrists that were thicker than Pac-Man. It's like if he were to punch you, it would go through your face.
Yeah.
Tank.
Tank Johnson.
Tank Johnson.
He had guns.
He was like physically imposing.
I mean, Haley obviously used to scare a bunch of people.
Still does.
Yeah. Well, Charles.
I mean,
Prime.
the answer is Aaron Hernandez. That's the one who was most terrifying.
Well, we're talking about people active. We're talking about active threats.
You know who was scary, but not like scary like he was crazy. Just a massive. Igor Olshansky was a behemoth.
All right, I'm glad you guys referenced this because we need you to translate. We don't have a name for the game yet, but Bobby was smart enough to go and pull Mike Bassick clips of being frustrated over the Rangers yesterday. So we gave our interpretation during the 7 o'clock expressway of what we really thought Mike was thinking, but nobody knows the mind of Mike Bassick more than you two. So we'll set up with clip number 1. You heard it with the Jared Sandler call. Kumar Rocker's mental error. What is Mike really feeling?
Rocker causes both of these. He doesn't cover first, and then he forgets there's another runner on base. He's late to reaction. You got to get there quicker. The Rangers have been great on this. Rocker's late and then forgets there's a baseball game, and another run scores.
All right. That pause between forgets there's a baseball game and another run scores was Mike's brain telling him, don't say
the next thing you want to
exactly, say. And bailed him out. But he's definitely angry there.
Yeah, I went with disgust, Corey.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
So do we have more of these?
Yeah, we do. But okay. I want to point out, we just got a text to your question. I got the same next name text to me within 10 seconds of each other by Nick Eatman and Brian Broaddus for scary person. Alonzo Spellman.
Oh, yeah.
They both said Spellman was scary.
Yeah, he had he was bipolar, right? So that was scary part two.
You want me to play part two?
Yeah, I would like to hear the next part because
there's part two is a little tame.
There's a very grand thought about why Mike's upset too.
Mike Bassick with Kumar allowing a steal.
Well, big slow leg lift. Rays love running, and it's a easy steal.
Easy steal.
So this is part of Rocker wasn't necessary. He was kind of pushed into the league early this year. The Rangers kind of were going, yeah, he's got all this pitching talent, but he doesn't have a lot of experience playing the game. And you can hear Mike talk about that throughout the game. He hasn't pitched a lot. He hasn't done this a lot. He hasn't pitched a lot in the last 3 years. So when it comes to knowing what to do on the field whenever you're not just throwing the ball at the glove, he still has a lot of things to learn. And last night was a perfect example of it. They lost by 1 run because he ends up not doing his job, which he would know if he had spent a couple of years in the minor leagues getting this practice in, but he's having to learn on the company dime right now, and that's a problem. And so that's Mike looking at that going, the guy doesn't belong on the field right now. He should have spent a year or two in the minor leagues, and he's getting this, and they're having to suffer from it because he's out there instead of doing the stuff that he should have done to pay his dues.
And the final one for you guys to translate from last night's call on the Rangers television network. Dave Raymond dealing with possibility of Mike Bassick sarcasm.
There's nothing off speed here tonight. And you're not going to get away with that against any team. No pitcher.
You can. They're called relievers.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to throw 98 and I'm going to throw 93. 2 pitches. Well, if that's what you do, then you get to face, 3 to 6 hitters a game. And then every third day you pitch pretty much.
That's him. That's him being mad.
He's so amazing.
Like that's him. That's him being like, you either deal with this or you just go home. Like or quit or kill you. That's exactly how he is.
So I think 2 things when I hear this. First of all, I love it. He's just frustrated that the Rangers are losing. But the other thing is, and it's just a tiny part of him that imagines himself with like the natural arm talent of Rocker.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's frustrating that these people get so many chances. And like, I was working my tail off. I was always covering and doing this.
He did point out though on the broadcast that he had failed to cover first one time, and he said he said on there, he's like, I vividly remember, he said, I never had a problem with it again because that always stood out to me. So he said, I'm hoping for Kumar that's his moment where he'll never forget it.
I did see this though. Evan Grant said that Rocker afterwards wasn't at his locker to talk about it.
Well, at least he owned it.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, pulled a Micah.
I don't like that. I don't like that. And I think that helps with the "I'll never let that happen again" moment.
I was surprised they let him go back out the next inning, but I think because it was 5-0, they're like, We're not.
And the
We're
third,
never going to score 5
Yeah.
runs.
Well, also probably it was
Brett
that
Boone.
the third. It was the third inning that happened.
Yeah.
You can't just
I'm
burn
just
your
kidding.
Get back out there, finish it up. Like
Yeah.
you said this morning, get some work in. You know, you need to pitch more. So, yeah.
So where on the Mike explosion meter is he? And this being his first like full-time season, will it go off?
That's about a 6.5 right now. I think. I think that's about because there's a lot more that could happen for Mike. Like
Yeah.
there are a lot of, and he's so talented at what he does, like explaining the game. He's good at what he does.
He really is.
That you do kind of, you just go, well, we'll deal with that because of all these other things.
But this is basically with a team that's still just 4.5 out. Imagine when he gets a season and you don't have like a record-setting pitching staff. Imagine when you get a team who's like 12 out or the second half of these seasons.
You're going to get to a point where I could see, like, if the offense continued to struggle, he'd be like, wow, I didn't know we were allowed to score runs.
Yeah.
And, like, I think it's going to start to go in that direction.
He is. I want the Rangers to win tonight. I don't want them to ever give up any runs. I am rooting for one scenario tonight. I want Jack Leiter to fail to cover first base and then forget and somebody scores, and watch Mike have to react to that 2 nights in a row.
Well, he's going to be like, well, they did go to Vanderbilt together. I guess they just didn't teach
He's like,
that
I guess they do
there.
everything together.
Yeah,
don't they?
that's what he's going to say.
that is a joke that is in his mind. That is for sure.
Is there any Rick Carlisle regret watching him coach game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight where you're like, come on, why did we do that? He should still be here, or it was time?
Well, I think the regret is there because we ended up getting rid of both of the parties. And it was like, hey, Carlisle and Luka can't really coexist very well. That's it, Carlisle, you're out of here. Okay, Luka, you're done as well. And so we just blew the whole thing up.
And for good measure, Brunson, you're gone too.
Yeah. So good job by us.
Yeah,
And then we got Cooper Flag.
I don't regret it at all, but I'm excited for him. I am rooting for him and pulling for him because, as we talked with Robert Ory yesterday, Tyrese Halliburton gets all this hate for what reason? And Robert Ory said because he has ugly game, he has an ugly shot, and he smiles a lot, and people hate people that are happy. And I was like, yeah, he's dead on about that.
I'm going to be pumped for him when they win their one game in the series.
I was debating these two guys on that today.
So you don't think it's going to be a good series?
No, it's going to be 5 at max.
Interesting.
Yeah, Indiana at 5.
Oh, wow. You, if you really believe that, need to put some money down on that because you could make a crap ton of money.
I put
off
some
of
money
that.
down on Indy winning the series as a whole. I didn't
Still
do,
win a lot on that, too.
I didn't do a game.
Yeah.
I just know how long has that shirt been ripped?
Oh,
A couple years, I think.
No way.
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Right here.
Oh.
I wasn't supposed to wear it today. I forgot when I put it on.
Yeah, it's getting wider.
Yeah, it is.
It
It is getting wider. It's stretching out a little bit.
Yes,
Especially
But
after getting
I'm
married.
not going to fix it, I don't think. Maybe I will.
What shirt is
What do you
that?
guys-
That's your. That's
So
your.
I have a sewing machine.
you can sew.
I'm not good at it.
A lot of people can surprisingly sew, and that blows me away all the time.
I'm impressed.
You know
That's
what?
a good skill to have.
I'm going to try.
He hasn't done it.
Okay,
well,
well, he said he can do it.
I did it. My buddy split his pants. He got a big butt, right? So he split his pants, and I did sew his pants for him.
So,
But it wasn't a very good seam.
do you think it's going to be a good series?
I think it's going to be a really good series. I think Carlisle's a good coach. I think they have a better defense than given credit for. The talent on Oklahoma City, they have everything they need.
How can we take advantage of them? Sucker them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because I do agree, Carlisle's an excellent coach and Halliburton's very good. I just think Oklahoma City's a buzzsaw.
I think
They already
Pascal
played their
Siakam's
toughest.
really good, too. Like, that dude's exceptional.
Yeah, he's been playing really well.
If they allowed foul baiting, then
Where are you going to be today?
I'm going to be out at Tolbert Garage in Mesquite from 2 to 3. And G-Bag Nation will be out there from 2 to 6. It's going to be great. We're making it a whole family affair.
The KNC Masterpiece
there, Sean?
next on 105.3 The Fan.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
Today is a Thursday, and that means Friday is tomorrow, which means Saturday is the next day.
Man, feels like a G-bag tease right there.
There you go.
I'm just kidding, Gavin Dawson.
Because you know they listen.
I know.
And they
I know.
pay
They have
attention
given me
to
a lot of crap
everything
about
you
that.
say in particular.
Honestly, we're just pre-gaming for Tolbert Garage Door. Okay, G-Bag Nation's going to be live at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite today. Apparently, Bobby's going to be there. I'm going to go by there after the show. It's going to be an extravaganza, and you should definitely go out there.
Everybody should be out there today networking. That's what this is all about, especially in that Mesquite area.
It's a small business day,
Small
right?
business networking, man. Get over there and meet some people that you didn't know before. Expand your network. Make some new friends. I'll tell you this, when it comes to the group over at Tolbert, those are great people. Like every single one of the people over there that I've met, I've had them come out to my house multiple times. They tried to help me with the fence a couple times, installed my garage door opener. Great people every time I've ever dealt with them. So having them in your network, good to have around. It's a good group to have. So it'll be a good day. And you get to see the G-Bag Nation get one of those special tumblers.
Ooh, I like that. Do you think I can still get one of those tumblers?
I would say, are you a Tolo?
Yeah.
Are you a G-Bag National?
Yeah.
Then
I have
yes.
a bunch of their flags.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay.
You always steal those flags, though, when nobody's looking, right?
So I do steal a bunch of those flags when no one's looking.
You really could have just gone on to the next topic.
Yeah, but I don't want to lie about it to add
it.
to the Peace-a-thon cash.
We do have a lot of those for Peace-a-thon.
Exactly.
We do store those away for
So
Peace-a-thon.
I get mine above board from like my personal G-Bag flags. But then I definitely have hoarded a couple of extra ones for multiple years that we will have available for Peace-a-thon.
Yeah, I went back and found all the ones that I had ordered away. I was like, oh, yeah. Because I always get somebody that's like, hey, man, do you have an extra flag?
Yes.
And I'm like, maybe I do somewhere. Let me go see. And so I try to do the best I can every year. But, I always say, go out and see the G-Bag Nation whenever it's Flagtober. You'll get one.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, let's go ahead and start with, give me cut number 2.
Oh, no.
None of them are going to be super duper positive, but let's talk about the Texas Rangers. I have a couple of questions.
First pitch, bouncing ball right side, speared with a backhand by Berger, but it's going to be a tough flip to Rocker, who is late getting to the bag. Mangum beats it out, and now Rocker, not paying attention, turns his back, and coming around to score is Aranda.
Now, we can talk about the Texas Rangers' loss last night if you want. I have a more positive aspect that I kind of sort of want to look at as well, but do you have any lingering thoughts about yesterday's loss aside from it was a disappointment for Rocker across the board, from lack of pitch option variety to not covering the bases to giving up a ton of runs. It was disappointing across the board.
The Evan Carter got hit in the face with a baseball that bounced off the wall.
And he didn't come out of the game.
I
know.
That's a positive right there. So he's showing some toughness, and I appreciate that. Before the game, I don't know if you saw, Jake Berger was giving a pep talk to Adolis Garcia, and I was thinking to myself, oh, man, those two might pop out tonight. It might be one of those really good ones. It was not. But
we have a lot of players that pop out.
The Rocker moment, though, Kevin, that one specifically, I think we're all going to dissect that a lot, and that does go back to what we discussed whenever we found out he was in the rotation early in the season. Was there were some people that thought he did not have enough experience to be in the rotation. Yeah. Other people thought it doesn't matter. We need him pitching right now. Let's get him out there. And at the time, granted, John Gray had gotten hurt. All these injuries were mounting. Cody Bradford. So all this had gone on. But these are the small things of baseball. Pitching is not just getting on a mound and trying to strike everybody out. Pitching is so much more than that. And that's why when Nathan Eovaldi is paying Jake Berger, I don't know what their agreement is, but let's say it's $100 for every time he gives him the assist. That's Nathan Eovaldi saying, I need to make sure I'm doing my job too.
And whether it ends up being Rocker, Bradford is hopefully returning, maybe still in a few weeks. You need these pitchers as you rest the other ones.
Yes.
And like that's going to be, we talked with Boch last week, and hopefully we're going to talk with him today at 12:30. But we talked with Boch last week about that, and he was like, yeah, absolutely. You could see some of these pitchers get rested, and that's why you need people like Rocker and other depth.
And this was his first game back.
For sure.
I think I told you before the season, you agreed with me on this. The Rocker experience was going to be similar to Leiter last year, where it was ups and downs, and you just kind of had to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like this was going to be you're just going to have to go through this experience this year, and hopefully he learns from it and comes back better next year. But last night you even saw it. Moments where he looks as sharp as hell, and you're just like, geez, is there another pitcher better than him?
Yeah.
And then other moments where you're just like, where does he even in that ballpark right now? So that's the experience. Hopefully it grows from it. But this team right now needs so much from everybody that you can't have those types of things happen. It just can't.
I'm with you on that. Where would you guys put the Rangers in the power rankings?
25.
Ooh, yikes. Alec, what say you?
23.
Oh man,
I'm not
not a lot of optimism.
Nope.
Hey Kevin, I'm looking at this real quick. Right now, they said this has 62 games.
Yes.
Are they at 62?
Correct.
They've scored 209 runs.
Oh.
Can you tell me what that is on pace for 100 more games?
Oh, okay. So let's see. They're averaging what, like 3.3 runs a game?
Okay.
That is horrible.
And
like 500?
500. Okay.
Maybe probably a little bit more.
All right. Okay.
30?
The lowest the Rangers history, 1972 in 154 games, 461 runs. That's the lowest in their history. Other than that, and this isn't even going back to Washington Senators. I guess you could go up and say there was a couple of years ago they only scored 224 runs, but that was in like a 60-game season.
Yes.
This will be, I think this is going to be the lowest ever run production from the Rangers in the history of the team. That's what's concerning for me right now. 452 in 1981.
Yeah,
aside from that, they're over 500 almost all the time. Over 700 all the time.
That's pretty bad. From the 2-4, second to last, I'm going to disagree with that because I don't think there's any way you can have them any lower than 28. Because the Rockies are obviously still 30. Though, you know what, let me try that again. The surging Colorado Rockies are in 30th place because they are still 12-50.
Sometimes all you need is a spark, dude.
Yeah, that's fair. The A's are 28, despite the fact that in their... Alec, what do you think the A's record is in their last 21 games?
I'm going to say that they've won 5 games.
They're 1-20, and they scored in the bottom of the 8th to win a 1-run game in that. So they're 1-20. But you guys aren't too far off in terms of the rankings. The Rangers are down at 20. They moved up from 21 to 20, but obviously at 29 and 33, not a particularly compelling record right there.
The pitching keeps them, in that propelled in promise.
Now, here's the annoying part about that, because obviously you're right.
I know.
So the Rangers are 20th in the power rankings.
All right.
The Mets are 3rd. The reason why I bring that up is the Mets are the only team in baseball that has a better starting ERA than the Rangers. The Mets are 2.87. The Rangers are 2.97. One team is ranked 3rd and is 39 and 23. The other team,
Rangers?
No,
okay,
it's the Mets.
All right.
And the other team is 10 games worse, and that, of course, is the Rangers. And so they're 10 games worse and all the way down, even though they're 1-2 in terms of pitching. So let's talk about their pitching. Do you think... I know we're all thrilled about the pitching, and we've been complaining about the hitting all season. Do you think nationally the Rangers pitching staff as a whole is respected appropriately?
No, because the team's not good. I think if the team was dominating, everybody would look at them and go,
all right.
Oh, man, and look at this pitching. Like, everybody's envious of this right now.
Yeah,
because the pitching is good and they're not winning. I don't think people are paying attention to that. I think they just look at what the outcome was and they go, oh, yeah, that was it.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Alec, do you feel as though nationally the Rangers pitching staff as a whole is respected.
No, and they're not going to be until they start winning games, if that even happens, or sadly, if some of those guys get moved to teams that do win. And it's an extreme comparison, but it feels like Garrett Crochet in his last year with the White Sox, where it felt like every start he was making, even on an innings restriction, was just perfect. It was amazing. It was fun to watch. But who was actually watching?
Yeah.
Nobody. Every now and then you'd get the Paul Skeens headline of, hey, he went 8 innings, didn't get any run support, but he went 8 innings, and that's what it feels like here to me.
Now, because of that, I did a little bit of an investigation. So I've taken the Rangers, particularly Evaldi, Malley, and DeGrom.
I feel like we need some investigation music.
Yeah.
Alec, if we can at some point come up with investigation music for the future. I don't know what investigation music is, but I will ask some people.
So Enosaurus.
I saw Alex face go, work.
Yeah. Well, I think he thought you wanted it at this exact
He's
second.
like,
And he's like,
"Ugh,
I don't have that ready to go. With The Athletic, put together a ranking of starting pitchers for the rest of the season. So let's take a look at Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom has the 11th best ERA in baseball.
Okay.
2.34. His ranking, 14th. Okay. So that's about right. Good job. Nathan Evaldi. Nathan Evaldi has the second best ERA in all of baseball. 1.56. Where do you think he is in the pitchers' rankings?
22nd.
Alec?
I'm right there with Corey.
All right. You guys are so close. It's 23rd.
Dang it.
Except it's 33rd.
Oh, my gosh. Except it's 43rd.
Except it's 43rd. And this time I'll stop there. 43rd on the rankings. And you're like, well, that is absurd. Hold that thought for one more second. Tyler Malley, 2.02 ERA. That is the 7th best in Major League Baseball. Where do you think he is in the pitcher rankings?
I will say 7th, obviously.
Oh, man. You're going to be really bummed.
At this rate, you'd probably think 45th, the way that they're getting respected.
Now, you said 7th.
By the way, DeGrom is 38th in strikeouts with 66. Evaldi's 22nd in strikeouts with 73. So he has a better ERA and he has more strikeouts. I don't know what the problem is.
That is what's rocketed him up to 43rd. Now, you jokingly said 7th. He's not even 70th. Oh my gosh. He is 86th.
I'm going home
on the list. So I think El's point is very well made about the fact that the Rangers are mediocre and it looks like
they don't get no respect around here.
Exactly. All these pitchers should be 7-1. 8-2, something like something ridiculous like that. So even though Evaldi 2nd, Malley 7th, DeGrom 11th in ERA, the only one even close, because obviously he has the biggest name, is DeGrom at 14th. And the pitching ratings for the rest of the way, Evaldi 43rd and Malley 86th. So it could be because of the winning. It could be because just people don't particularly believe, which I find harder to understand with Evaldi. Because you've literally seen how he can lead a team to a World Series.
Yeah.
With Malley, I get it coming off the injuries just a little bit more, but even still.
And his history, I guess his history actually was good when he was on a bad team.
Yeah.
He's on a bad team again this year, it looks like.
I remain concerned about the strikeout to walk ratio. We talked about that maybe on Monday or Tuesday. I wasn't overwhelmed by it the other day. Just keep an eye out on that if he struggles. I do think it's going to be that balance of strike to walk ratio that's going to take him down.
Somebody asked what the ERA change was for after Rocker's, how it affected the starting rotation ERA.
That is a good question.
I'm trying to go track that down right now.
Not as bad as you might think. It probably changed at 0.3.
0.3, yeah.
So, and you're behind, or 0.03, excuse me. You're behind 2.87 to 2.97. So you're behind by 1/10 of a point. I don't think it would have changed. To be fair, I didn't check the math on that, but I don't think it would have changed it that bad after one start. But even then, you're right there. They
scored 64 runs, though. Would that change
Then probably, yes. If Kumar Rocker would have given up 64 runs in 3 1/3, I think most of my questions to Boach today would have been,
what happened?
But once we get to the 20th run, right, or the 30th,
That's when he's like, look, he needed to live in that one. He needed to wear it.
Our bullpen was depleted. And look, we wanted to make some history.
Yeah.
And like, I would feel comfortable saying that I do not believe another starting pitcher would ever give up 64 runs in a start. Again, I would feel comfortable making that statement. But look, my point is, and y'all's point is very well made, that it's probably because the overall lack of winning by the team. But you have 3 of those pitchers in the top 11.
3!
And you have one in the rankings of the top 40. That makes no sense. ERA, 3 in the top 11. People's rankings, 1 in the top 40. That's madness.
It is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you feel any better that Edmonton beat Florida the exact same way they beat Dallas? Or the Nintendo Switch 2 is out today.
Switch it.
So we ask, what is your favorite gaming system of all time? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has broken?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nugent Hopkins on the left half boards under pressure. Turns and gives it up. Beautiful pass. McDavid in front. One time and score! Draisaitl! 4-3! Edmonton in overtime!
I like that call. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, you brought up before the series against the Stars started that you forgot how much you hated hearing the name Leon Draisaitl.
Yeah, dude.
He got the game winner last night. I will say the pass from Corey Perry to Connor McDavid was a thing of beauty. And then the way Connor McDavid knew immediately to dump it off to Draisaitl, who, I mean, like the chump goalie had no shot on that. Edmonton wins 4-3. Canada goes crazy. Do you think this is the year that Canada will finally win the American Cup known as the Stanley Cup?
They looked like the team last night. Obviously at home in front of their crowd was super, super helpful. I want to see that go back because isn't what's the saying, it's not a series until somebody wins on the road. Pretty sure Mike made that up and said it on air one time. Maybe it was Carter, who knows. But I want to see that first. But right now, based on how things looked last night, they were playing defense the same way that they did against the Stars, and they were stifling things before like Florida could get through. Now, Florida's a better offense. And
they had the lead the vast majority of the game.
Yes, but then what happened? I mean, a very bad play in overtime ends up losing the game for them. Like that was an unfortunate
bounce that flipped to the delay of game that led to the power play.
I think it was Connor McDavid. Did you see him? I think it was him. He as it happened, he just started waving bye-bye to him because he was like, "Oh yeah, you're out of here. You're going to the box."
So Draisaitl scores about a minute in. He also ends the game. Edmonton takes the 1-0 lead with a 4-3 overtime win. Game 2 will be tomorrow. But right now, we're going to bring in Carter Freeman.
Who? Me? Carter? Anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Lies. Gavin Dawson, you liar. You know where liars go.
What an amazing cut that is. So several weeks ago, Carter was supposed to be on the program. We had a Tuesday tailgate planned. But Corey, what happened on Monday night that prevented that?
Sports.
We got Cooper Flag in the draft lottery.
And I can't believe that took priority over the LSU-SMU series that got planned like the same day.
It did. So we bumped Carter, but he's back as our
college football.
Yeah. No, actually, this time we're going to talk about video games.
He's our gadget expert.
And I hope that's okay because...
Have they had you on Gavin's Gadgets yet to talk about this?
Ooh, they have not. And I wonder when the last time Gavin's Gadgets happened, because anytime it does and I'm sitting there in the back, I'm kind of like, oh, this is must listen.
Well, I wonder why Gavin wouldn't have Carter on for Gavin's Gadgets, even if they did that segment.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
See, that's
so mean.
That right there is the reason that I used to think you two hated each other. That
does sound aggressive. We've had little spats, and there's no communication. It's just looks from, in here to the producer's cup. So
I like it.
Emotions can be mistranslated.
So the Twitch 2 came out today, and apparently GameStop's already dominating and Nintendo are dominating because they've been stapling the receipts to the Twitch.
No, this
2?
is GameStop in Staten Island.
Okay.
They stapled receipts to the Switch 2's box and punctured the screens.
Oh, good Lord.
I don't know how
Guys.
these things are boxed, but they said they blamed the boxing of Nintendo for it. But
it is a smaller box than the last one because I do have a shelf.
That's always the goal.
I do have a shelf in my apartment with the Switch box on it. And that's, I don't know, that I noticed, ordering the new one, looking at the old one, they've kind of, I guess they're saving cardboard, saving paper. I don't know.
Good job,
a
Nintendo.
little less styrofoam, maybe.
Yeah, just not saving the console if you're puncturing straight through the box.
And I wonder how that goes because I'm sure, like, obviously this is in really high demand. I don't think they have extra ones sitting around, and the other people are like, hey, I reserved mine, just tape the receipt on there. So our question is a partially excitement level for the Switch 2, of course. But what is your favorite all-time gaming system and why? And Carter, I know this is going to be a tough question for you because you love video gaming. What is your favorite singular console?
Okay, well, it's definitely going to be Nintendo because that's where I started. Started at the N64, and I've gotten every successive console: GameCube, Wii U. Yes, I actually bought the Wii U. No one else seemed to have that, but that was actually a great console.
If you did the Nintendo 64, quick side question, because I know this one wasn't successful. I thought at the time it was amazing. Did you ever get down with the Dreamcast?
I didn't. I was a little too young.
Okay.
And, the N64 was the big thing at the time, so that's
Yeah.
what my parents got me. But I know that there's some, really, a lot of the Sonic the Hedgehog games on the Dreamcast got released on other consoles.
And there's a fishing game on there that was freaking amazing graphic-wise. And now multiple people are like, thank you for doing this segment. I honestly had no idea why there were lines of people outside GameStops this morning.
And Ruben, one of our engineers here, said he wanted to go by a Target this morning to see if he could get one.
Yeah.
I told him there's going to be a line, and that line could have started lining up last night. I have no idea. So once he gets in today, I can't wait to talk to him, see what he saw.
Okay.
But if I'm going favorite console, it's very difficult, but I think I'm going to go with the Switch. The most recent iteration. I think from the way they marketed it and the way that they lined up all the games that came out with it for the first couple of years of its release, the last couple of years, there hasn't been a ton for it, but it was just nonstop. It was Mario Odyssey. It was Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which I think Breath of the Wild is the best video game ever made.
Yeah,
and
my sons loved that game.
The new one's really good. Tears of the Kingdom. It's 2 years old at this point. The one's really good, but the first one is just phenomenal. And then there's new Splatoon games. The Super Smash Brothers game that came out for it is...
I have played Splatoon.
Yes, Splatoon. And so there are just so many games from so many franchises that you love that I think are the best of their respective franchises on the Switch. That's where I'm going to go.
All right. He says the Switch.
Okay.
Corey Majors, what say you?
So the Switch power is a little it's still a little behind, right? It's like to a PS5.
100%.
And so, but you still have the ability to take it wherever you want, and there's a lot of fun things to it. The PS5 right now is gorgeous. It's everything on it is amazing. But I loved the Sega Genesis. I played Sonic.
Intro?
Sega! Is that the one?
Or
Sega.
Yeah. Sega does what Nintendo don't, right? That was their phrase back in the day.
Sonic.
I like that.
Ninja Gaiden, all those games that we played on the Sega were just. And I also had the Sega handheld at one point. That was fun.
The Game Gear?
Yeah,
Is that what that was called?
It was really fun. It was nice to be able to play that in the car.
Okay. Oh, no.
Kevin's tranquility bracelet just broke.
Oh, Jess is going to be so sad about
snapped.
this.
It just popped and it went everywhere. All the beads.
He hates the Game Gear.
So is Noah. I was actually, that's really sad. That's not going to fit anymore.
You're going to get another string.
Yeah, this is one of those bracelets. I don't know if other people have it. Jess got this for everyone in our family. It's got a little animal that you adopt.
What animal did you have?
An elephant. And
because an elephant never forgets.
And you can track it in the wild. My elephant's in Africa.
You had it. It seems like it's falling apart.
And you were going to be closer to your elephant in August when you get to Germany.
True. If anybody was ever going to spill a whole bunch of beads in here, wouldn't you have thought it was RJ? Hey.
What was your favorite console, Kevin?
My favorite console of all time. Kevin. Too far. Look.
10:30.
You know what? You all make really good points. I'm going to go with the Nintendo 64. Now, this is also a product of when I was most a gamer because kind of what you're talking about, the Nintendo 64 and the GameCube were the ones that immediately like jumped to mind. GameCube, of course, had incredible Simpsons games that no other platform outside the arcade really seemed to master. And they had some really cool SpongeBob games as well that I loved. But Nintendo 64, it had the Episode 1 Pod Racer game.
Oh, that game was so much fun.
Thought was the best. And then also No Mercy and WrestleMania 2000 and WCW NWO Revenge, the 3 best wrestling games of all time, partially because of where my video game fandom stopped as well. And so I think the Nintendo 64 is my favorite video game system of all time.
I have a question about the PlayStation. Like, I think Madden and everybody really took hold of it there. Did the PlayStation open up like everything else? Like, I know the door was kind of, hey, there's a door here with the gaming systems, with the Super Nintendo, the Nintendo, but I feel like the PlayStation just expanded the world for everything because the ability, like all the games were just different at that point.
I agree with, sorry, Carter, I just want to see if you agree with this as well. I agree with the expansion of a lot of things. I always thought the Genesis did a really good job of making it as if Nintendo wouldn't rule the video game world forever.
No, that makes
because
sense.
in the ashes of the Atari and their failed follow-up and Nintendo took over, there was a time when Genesis was like, no, we're right there.
Yeah, it was a real console war. And then it came because the Super Nintendo and the Genesis were going head to head.
Yeah.
And then I don't remember the Sega console that came directly, because there's something in between the Genesis and the Dreamcast. The Saturn. It was the Sega Saturn.
That's right.
That one did not sell as well
yeah.
as like the N64, ruled the 90s, right?
And I thought the Game Gear was cool. Sorry, and I broke my bracelet. But it just sapped the battery strength. That's when I learned about rechargeable batteries, because it was Game Boy, but it was in color. And my mom's like, I'm not buying you all of these batteries anymore. So we had to get like the charger and the rechargeable batteries because it just sapped your battery so fast.
I think the PlayStation, I guess in a way it opened the door, but I think the PS2 was the one that really just because it's the best-selling video game console of all time.
Yeah.
Like the Switch is really close, but the PlayStation 2, that was in everyone's household. And that kind of, you got to a point where Nintendo was far behind technologically, right? Like the games are still great, and it's still that way where like the Nintendo stuff isn't as powerful, but the games are fun.
And they really keep it in-house. Do they still keep it where Nintendo games, a lot of them are only Nintendo games? Like I know with Mario and Zelda, they're like, I will never option this out to play on any other system.
It is very much its own thing. And they obviously kind of got a little gimmicky with like the Wii and the motion controls and stuff like that. And then obviously the Switch with the handheld aspect to it. They're very much doing their own thing. Because then once you got to the PS2, that's when Microsoft got in the game, right? So you had the Xbox with Halo. And if the Xbox didn't have Halo, you wouldn't have Xbox today, right?
Yeah.
Then the 360, which I had a 360 instead of a PS2 or PS3. But that was a real console war at that time.
Now? Is that what it's called?
That is a great question. I
was never really an Xbox person.
I think we're past the one. I do want to look that up though, because whenever the PS5 came out, there was a new Xbox that came out as well.
Okay, I'm sure people will help us out momentarily. From the 682, the PS2, and the Nintendo 64, the original Sega was the best. I think a lot of people assume the original Sega was the Genesis instead of like the Sega Master System or whatever it was called.
Was that the one that had the Genie, the game Genie? Nintendo had that too, though.
Yeah, and I remember when that came out, they're like, all those games you sucked and you couldn't beat. Now you can beat them. Like that in Nintendo Power would help you solve it. Now like the internet exists, and so you don't really need that. From the 972, Xbox One Prime Fortnite days were the peak of gaming. N64 Ocarina of Time.
KG said Super Nintendo. Kevin Gray, by the way, Super Nintendo favorite game ever. King Griffey Jr.'s winning run. So,
did you ever play that game Pilot Wings?
Yes.
Or P-Wings?
Yeah,
I always thought that was okay.
That's a stage in Smash Bros.
That's a good there, Alec. That was a very good
All right, Alec, what's your favorite console? I guess I already took it too far and set a dangerous precedent in this segment.
Breaking beads.
Yeah, speaking of P, the PSP. The PlayStation Portable will forever have my heart because that is one of the very first consoles I actually got to use because my dad had 2 of them. So yeah, he had the OG, but he somehow got his hands on the Star Wars limited edition one that had the Darth Vader like print on the back, and it came with Star Wars Battlefront, the white one. Yeah, so he had both of those. He would take the limited edition one with him to work. or whenever he was traveling or whatever, and I would have the regular stock one at home, and I would play all the Star Wars Battlefronts, Raw versus SmackDown 2011, all of those games. That was my first introduction into video games.
And see, as much as I love the Nintendo 64, I was the worst at GoldenEye. Like, Corey has talked about some of his strategy in GoldenEye. I hated playing GoldenEye because I always thought, like, okay, I can't compete 1v1, but maybe if I can, like, perch up somewhere. And then I would always see the back of my head in someone else's
That's
screen.
the moment. That's the moment right there, is whenever you would look over and go, oh, crap, that's me.
It was a controller for that too, I think, because in the GoldenEye Celebrated is one of the best games on the N64.
Yeah, I just wasn't good at it.
But people love it so much that they've made mods to, control it like mouse and keyboard with different like GameCube controllers over the years because they want to play it. But the N64 Trident controller is so like clunky trying to play a first-person shooter.
Yeah.
I feel like that ups the difficulty.
From the 469, PS2 was the best, but the Dreamcast was severely underrated. I agree with that. An Xbox Series S and Series X.
Yes, the new ones.
What people are saying.
And I do want to shout out the 3DS if we're talking handheld consoles. I was not originally going to buy in on it because there was that whole 3D phase in like the early 2010s, and Nintendo got in on it. But there are a ton of they are console-worthy games that you can take, on the fly. And I'm a huge Pokemon guy, so that was where a lot of the new Pokemon games are coming out. I thought all the ones for the 3DS were awesome. All the ones for the DS were awesome. I mean, obviously Nintendo's had a, stranglehold on the portable stuff for a long time, and it was sad to see them kind of merge it because I always liked having the home ones and having the ones on the road. But the Switch 2 is supposed to be their most powerful console yet, and I'm excited to get my hands on it.
Okay, I was going to say, so you are going to whenever you can.
Before I came on, I got a notification that my order had shipped because I pre-ordered it back in April, and it's supposed to come in next week.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. How do you get in a fight before the game even starts? Next on The Fan.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jack.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And a fly down the right field line. That one heading toward the stands. And that's going to be a fair ball. And that ball is gone. It's out of here. He tucked it in there. And he walks it off. Cedar Rafaela with a home run. A 2-run shot. And the Red Sox steal a win here. They walk it off in the 9th inning on a home run that barely got there.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And as you just heard, that was a short home run. Rafaela, his home run went 308 feet with an exit velocity of 94 miles per hour. Since StatCast started tracking, which is not...
Seems like the softest short home run ever.
Well, to that point, since StatCast started tracking home runs, I want StatCat now, in 2015, so 10 years, no walk-off home run has ever traveled a shorter distance than the 308 feet that Rafaela's went.
Oh, there you go.
Now, before the game, though, it might have gotten even more heated because there's a couple of coaches that started kind of talking to each other. It looked like it was going to burn out, but then another coach came up, and then some players who looked like they were getting ready to warm up, they started getting involved in the conversation, and it just kept going and going and going. And it wasn't like a full-blown brawl or anything like that, but there was definitely a heated dust-up before the game even begins.
I always love when stuff like this happens. Honestly, except for it is kind of weird. It's during batting practice.
Yes.
Everybody has their bats out. Like if you're going to fight, everybody's already holding a bat. But in the NBA, I'm surprised this doesn't happen more. In the NFL, it happens almost once a year.
Yeah.
But in the NBA, I'm always like, dude, those guys walk out on the court. I guess because they turn their backs to each other and focus on the basket. I don't know, but it seems like there should be more.
I think the other reason is because they don't usually play a lot consecutively against one another, because apparently this argument had been brewing for a day or two. So Angels pitcher Tyler Anderson, Red Sox first base coach Jose Flores, they were getting into it. Flores was accused of previously stealing signals from Anderson from the game, I believe it was on Monday, where he gave up 5 runs. So that when Anderson saw Flores at practice, he decided, well, we're going to have it out right here and right now. And like you said, with all those people walking by, inevitably more people got kind of sucked into the vortex of the fight.
Yeah. Oh, man. Maybe we need more of this in baseball. I think every series should have a one-on-one box. Like everybody gets to choose one boxer, and they go get an extra run to start the game with, or an extra run.
Does it have to be somebody in the organization?
Somebody on the team goes out. They all meet at the mound, and they box for a little bit, and then winner, you get one run per game. Based on who wins.
Yeah.
So if it's two game series, it's only 2 runs.
Man.
And the Rangers could definitely use that.
How fascinating. Yeah, that's for
And I'd
damn
send
sure.
Berger and Dolis out there.
How fascinating would it be the way organizations might change it up just a little bit? Because they're like, hey, look at this MFer over here. I know he didn't hit the ball a lot, but man, he will punch your lights out.
Again, though. Yeah. And then you'd bring an Odor back just for that.
Now, man, good point.
Designated swinger.
Let's talk about... Stop trying to bait me into another RJ joke, okay? We've already had one in the last segment. I didn't. I said stop trying. For the Twins, their right-handed starter Pablo Lopez is expected to miss 8 to 12 weeks with a grade 2 strain in his shoulder. Let's move on From that to a heartwarming story. Are you ready for your heart to be warmed?
Yep.
We talked about Ellie De La Cruz. He found out that his sister had died before the game on Sunday, went out, pointed to the sky, hit a home run. It was a delightful moment after, obviously a lot of sadness. Well, Cubs fan Brendan Daly, who is the one who caught the baseball, and remember, he posted on social media, he's like, I just caught Ellie De La Cruz's 50th home run. How cool is that? And that's before I think people knew. Well, he has already come out and said, as a human being, not only do I have the deepest condolences for his parents and him, but it made me kind of stop and realize what a feel-good story it would be to try and get the ball back to Ellie. So he is like, if you want it, it's yours.
If you want it, come and get it. Nah, 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 nah. Like that? Seriously, though.
I don't think so.
This is one of those situations where I wouldn't even think about money.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Hey, I was lucky to be in the seat when that happened, and now we're connected in a way.
So he has actually gone out of his way to reach out to the Reds, and he said, I finally got in touch with somebody in the Reds organization.
The Reds didn't already track this down? That's ridiculous.
Which it seems a little bit weird, but he goes, once we get in touch, I'm happy to facilitate the return.
I like that.
And so I just think that that's really cool at a time when it's like, well, it's going to cost you.
I would want to hand it to him.
Yeah.
I would want to be the one to hand that ball over and say, hey, man, and hear what he has to say, hear his thank you.
Don't you kind of think Ellie would appreciate that
Absolutely.
as well?
1,000%.
He's like, thanks for catching the ball. Thanks for giving it back to me.
Yeah, man.
All right, let's talk about the automated balls and strike system. Now, there does seem to be some conflicting reports about this over the last week or so. There were, I don't want you to get ejected.
Okay.
There were reports going around that it looked like maybe it was going to be pushed off until 2027. Manfred has said they will propose using the ABS challenge system potentially next season. So by most metrics, it feels like not only will this be proposed, but probably accepted by next season or the 2027 season. You saw how it worked in spring training, and I have to admit, it worked way better, way quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah, no, I thought it would take an hour, for each one. And I was like, this is going to be ridiculous. But it was less than 17, sometimes less than 11 seconds to get it rolling. And if you're getting the call right, everybody's a little happier. That's the whole key. And again, all it was a tap from any of the people that decided that wanted the tap. Anybody that felt like they were done unjustly. Now, how many of those do they get a game? Can you just do it all game?
I think it's just 2 for now, unless you get them both. And then it's kind of like the challenge system in that perspective. But that might change.
Yeah, I do kind of I don't want people just being like, no. You got to be real smart with it, but I feel like you should have an unlimited version of them.
Especially if it moves that fast. I'm not sure if they would tweak it down to the challenge system or if they would go with what you said.
And can you think about this for a second? You have now shown that umpire up in the first inning.
But he can't get revenge on you because if there's unlimited, then you just tap
again. But if you only have 3, and you've done it 1, 2, first, second, and 6th inning, and in the 9th inning, you're screwed.
You better swing at that pitch in the dirt.
Yeah,
because that's a strike.
Yeah, so that's where I kind of find that to be a little obscure area they need to figure out.
Now I'm going to give you guys as many guesses as you want to figure this out. Pete Crow Armstrong, which we talked about yesterday as being part of the All Fun team. He became the 4th fastest player in MLB history to reach 15 home runs and 20 stolen bases in his career. Only took him 60 games. Alec, if you want to start with this, can you name any of the other players in the top 6? So Pete Crow Armstrong, 15 home runs, 20 stolen bases. 4th fastest in history to get there. Who else do you think could be on this list?
We just talked about him. Is Ellie on there?
Ooh, Ellie De La Cruz is not on the list. I might give you one more guess because I don't think you guys are going to get it.
I'll get all of them.
You can get one of them. I believe that.
I think Barry Bonds is one of them.
Ooh, incorrect. Bobby Bonds. From 1973, he made the cut, but the list goes like this.
Griffey.
Nope, too good. Eric Davis.
All right.
Ken Williams. He's in 1922, so don't worry about it. Bobby Bonds. Then in 5th, Bo Jackson. Tied for 6th, Reggie Sanders. and Chris Sabo.
I'm surprised you even said Bo Jackson's name. I felt like you would probably just try and omit him from history.
No, Bo Jackson could definitely play 61 games.
Jeez, dude.
After that, unfortunately, probably not. But Chris Sabo is on that list as well. I thought Chris Sabo was a badass back in the day because of those glasses and his haircut.
You know why I thought he was a badass back in the day? Because I got 7,000 Diamond Kings cards of his. And I was like, this dude must be awesome because I have so many of his cards. Obviously, they want me to know who he is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Deron Bland could be a bright side for the Cowboys this season, but they still shouldn't re-sign him, right? Next on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest.
This is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, answering the questions that matter from the 972. Hey, when will Micah return? As we discussed in the show yesterday, hey, he said he'll be back for mandatory minicamp.
I'm not answering that question.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We're done with that.
We're not supposed
They did
to
that
do
on
that.
purpose.
Oh.
They did it on purpose. Watch out that they email you, too. We did get a reply all email earlier. So.
Yeah, please don't do that. By the way, got another update for you before we get into Deron Bland. The favorites to get Kevin Durant. There's a new favorite on the list. Toronto Raptors now down to 4. The New York Knicks are tops on the list, followed by Houston and Minnesota to next get Kevin Durant. Now, good news for all of us Mavericks fans. The Mavericks are down at 20th.
Oh, really?
So
that's good.
We're not getting Kevin Durant. Don't worry.
All right. Yeah, because so you're saying Jason Kidd and Kevin Durant are going to be together in New York is what you're suggesting then?
Okay. You know what? I'm glad that you said that. There are also betting odds for who will be the next New York Knicks head coach. Johnny Bryant is the favorite, and 9 spots down the list. Jason Kidd is tied with Steve Nash. I don't know if that's because Luca was just on the Steve Nash podcast or whatever, but Johnny Bryant currently is 40 times more likely to be the next Knicks head coach than Jason Kidd.
Oh, wow.
So there you go.
Okay. All right. Well, then we get to keep the guy that we got to hang out with the other day.
There you go.
I like him.
Now, why you shouldn't re-sign this player. Go ahead and give me cut number 8. This was an electrifying moment that I think all Cowboys fans will probably remember for a while.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Oh, look out.
Picked off! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
God, I love that moment.
Why?
Because you broke the pick 6 record.
That is pretty cool.
You don't sound very impressed by this.
Sounds bland
at all.
Was that the last one?
I thought he had another interception that just wasn't a pick 6.
No, that's
maybe.
what I mean, though. Is that the last
okay.
pick 6 of the bunch?
Maybe.
If he had that many, how could he get more? You know.
Hold on. So if he had the most in NFL history in a season,
Seems like he was on a roll, and then all of a sudden something stopped.
why couldn't he have gotten
Maybe
more?
they just stopped throwing his direction. They were like, it's
I
useless.
mean,
why would we even do that anymore?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, especially if they can't stop the run. Yeah, I would absolutely run at it.
Okay. All right. Good to.
But yes, listen, dude, Deron Bland had an exceptional season and was better than anybody expected him to be.
Yeah.
And then coming into the last year, we were like, oh, man, we're pretty stacked at this position. We're feeling confident. And then it kind of fell apart whenever he had the foot injury to start the season and never was what we expected out of him. So, but this is a new year here. So hold on. You opened this segment and
That's
said
right.
why you shouldn't re-sign this player and then played a Deron Bland highlight.
I also mentioned why he could be a bright side for the Cowboys this year.
Mr. Brightside.
Yes, potentially. Now consider this. Besides, obviously, last season was problematic with the injuries like you just mentioned. Before that, in his 2 previous seasons, he had 14 interceptions.
Okay.
And returned 5 of those for touchdowns.
All right.
Though I get it, Corey. Why not more?
Yeah.
Fair. I can't
How
answer
many games
that.
did he play?
He played all of them.
And only 14 interceptions, huh?
Okay, that is he's no Everson Walls. If that's what you're getting at, he's no early 80s Everson Walls, if that is what you're going for. But this feels like all of the trappings of a classic poor Cowboys decision.
Okay.
All right. And sorry, I know this is going to end up reflecting on Deron Bland. It's not necessarily meant for just Deron Bland, but Blogging the Boys has projected his stats for the upcoming season. 61 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 10 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, and 1 pick 6. All right? That would be a good season for sure. That would be a really good season. My concern is what the Cowboys seem to do is they look at the absolute best thing that you've ever done, and even coming off of an injury, they decide that's the level that you're always going to be at, and they pay you accordingly. And I certainly understand why Deron Bland would want to be paid as a top 5 cornerback in the league. But the fact is, he's not a top 5 cornerback in the league right now based on last season because unfortunately he got hurt. I don't think anyone will go into this season saying he's top 5, but I can see why he would want top 5 money. This feels like a mistake if the Cowboys give him all of the money right now.
I will agree with you.
Oh.
This is tough because this is what the sport has kind of turned to. But really the only player that deserves to like be held on to, there's a couple that's offensive lineman and a generational quarterback. Other than that, you found one, keep drafting.
Yeah.
And that's like, I would probably continue to build a lot on that. But whenever you have a player that looks like it, that's when you got to learn what is the difference between a player that's a star on our team and a generational player, because those guys deserve that money. Is Micah a generational player or a star on the Cowboys team?
See, right now, I think he's a star on the Cowboys team. And can I just point out, for everybody that wants to say he's a generational player, how many generation players do you get? Is TJ Watt a generational player? Is Myles Garrett? Like, he's behind those two right now, right?
Right. Aaron Donald, I think, was generational.
Agreed.
So that's where, like, Patrick Mahomes is generational. A franchise quarterback, you pay franchise quarterbacks to, they believe Dak is a franchise quarterback. But for the rest of the bunch, I say you keep drafting, especially when you have a position like that is, I think Sean said this the other day, and I couldn't agree more. It's becoming the closer of football, and that is 1 year's really good, and then what happened the next year? Like the closers, there aren't any Riveras out there anymore. It just doesn't seem to happen like that. And so with cornerbacks, it is that way. Now, I also don't know how Bland is in the locker room. Is he a leader in that locker room? Is he a guy that you're like, no, man, he's a pole tent? Or a tent pole. That dude right there is one we rely on. Or did he make some flashy plays and you think that he can relive it again? The Cowboys, Kevin, when you say this is a classic thing of them, they are history, and this is the Bill Parcells, Tom Landry thing. You saw him do it once. I'm sure they can do it again, and if we just pay him, we'll keep him around, and he'll do it plenty of times. But I do like the player. I like having that player on the team, and I don't think you don't either.
Absolutely. Yeah. I do like the player. I guess, and this is probably not fair either, but you look over at Trayvon Diggs, and we'll probably talk about him a little bit later in the show today or tomorrow.
I got some questions regarding the secondary and where they stand.
Yeah, and so I think that's where I fall, and I was like, man, you have been really, really good, but do we need a top 5 paid cornerback to go with, top, 3 wide receiver, top 1 quarterback, soon to be top 1 defensive end? Like, probably not.
Right, but you do have to make the decision on which guys you do keep and which guys you do pay.
Yeah.
And obviously when you're not paying all of them top 5 money, that it helps. It's beneficial.
Yeah.
But his agent's going to take him out to the market, and his agent's going to say, look at these numbers, and other teams are going to be willing to spend it. The Cowboys have this opportunity, this window to say, do we buy it out and bid against ourselves before, or do we just say, you know what, we're going to let it play out, see if we get the benefit of it?
And this is where, if we come down to philosophical differences about the way I would run the organization, and I want to make this clear, I'm not saying there's any chance in hell that the Cowboys are going to do this, and they're probably 2 steps too far after paying Dak and after paying CeeDee Lamb. But to your point, he would be a wildly valuable asset that you can be like, all right, we're going to move on from him, and that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, before this season, you're going to move on from him so you can get something for him. And that sucks because that's going to drop the quality of your team. But I also don't think the quality of this team can go anywhere as it's constructed right now. And you can pick up some more assets and not have to pay that money next year. Personally, that's what I would have been doing all along. But the Cowboys continue to say they're right by the rim, so there's no way they'll do that.
What teams do that? Trade away these guys that are assets. I'm trying to figure this out because
the Patriots would do that a lot.
But that's different.
Is it?
No. Yeah, that version of Belichick is not existent anymore. But I'm trying to figure out, because when you're discussing this, my first thought is, well, if you start doing that, then players are going to start holding out on you earlier. They're just going to say, you know what? You're going to trade us away for value, and before we get our chance, then we're going to hold out even earlier. But they're already holding out earlier.
Exactly.
They're already like 2 years in advance in the holdout process.
And that's why we're in a tough spot, because the Cowboys aren't good at negotiating contracts in terms of they almost always lose.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out like what is that model, because the NBA did that for a while, or the NBA is in that world where we're going to sign you to the Supermax. And once the player has gotten their money, they're like, all right, now I want to be traded out of this crap team. And like, 'cause we saw that happen a lot. I don't know if it still is that way, but it did feel like for a long time, I got my Supermax contract. Get rid of me, because y'all aren't good enough to have me around here.
I do think to a certain extent San Francisco has done that with some of their players, although their situation is also confusing because they said, all right, but I'll also go ahead and pay the quarterback all of the money while they were trading off people, which is a weird strategy.
And I think the other thing too, Kevin, when it comes to the difficult position that you're in as the Cowboys, is your not inability, but lack of desire to sign free agents.
Yeah.
You say the Niners, well, the Niners pick from everything.
Yep.
You know, they have 3 baskets: free agency, the draft, and signing their own. Like those are and trades also. You have those options. Well, the Cowboys are like, we might make a small trade here and there, and they did this year. This offseason, they did that.
They did. Which I like. I like those
free
moves.
agency, they go to the discount bin. That's what they do. And then they rely on trade or on the draft. But other teams are like, we have a hole. We have a Deron Bland situation. We can sign a cheaper cornerback that's still going to give us that level of play, and then we can move on from him.
And I just want to...
But I still like him a lot.
There's an accounting thing that the Cowboys continue to do that I just think is maddening.
Kick the can?
Yeah, well, kind of. But what they've started to do is like, okay, do you know when you get those, like if you ever get those offers and they're like, hey, you could write a check to yourself for $10,000 from your credit card company and we'll charge you this little fee and then you won't get charged forever. The Cowboys continue to do that and then they don't do anything with the money. So like, for example, right now I think they have $32 million in cap space.
Well, you need 14.
No, you don't.
Damn.
No.
Pretty sure I was
you
told
don't.
That.
But also, well, guess what? Not every team in the NFL has $14 million in cap space available. How are they possibly going to survive? All right?
Did they win the Super Bowl?
One of them did. But if you have $32 million in cap space, consider this. They dropped Dak Prescott's cap hit this year from $89 million to $50 million.
Okay.
So do you really have any cap space? Or is it that just you flipped a switch on Dak Prescott? Because guess what his cap hit is next year? $74 million.
Yeah.
And guess what his cap hits the next year? 68. Next year, 78.
Do you think the Cowboys for a long time thought if we do it that way, agents will never know what monies we can just be like, we don't have that money until we flip the switch, and then agents are going to never know. And now agents are starting to catch on. They're like, hey.
What a terrible way to do that. But yeah, so this is what agitates me, and I think you have to come up with more drastic solutions, because the Cowboys solution is, and I guarantee you will hear this early in the season when you ask about the salary cap, when we ask about the salary cap with Stephen Jones. Well, you can roll that money over next year. All right, well, guess what you're doing with that money you're rolling over to next year? Paying off the excess part of Dak's contract. That's what you're doing.
Swaggy Booties said pie. By the way, Jordan Schultz is reporting Terry McLaurin has unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after initially attending, and it remains to be seen whether he'll report for mandatory minicamp. Evidently, he has made it clear to the team that he's frustrated by the lack of progress on a long-term deal. So, Kevin...
Especially when they're making a move for Debo.
So if you move on from Bland, then you don't have to deal with Terry McLaurin. So that's a good thing,
Okay. Or let's go ahead and trade him to Washington right now.
For Terry McLaurin?
Oh, man.
Dude, can you imagine him
That
Pickens?
would be neat. I will tell you this. That would eliminate any argument you could ever make about Dak doesn't have enough weapons. You're like, hey, I gave you CeeDee Lamb, Deebo Samuel, and George Pickens.
No, Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin.
I'll take Deebo too. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
he's a good running back.
I'm sorry. They're keeping Deebo. Terry McLaurin and Pickens. Figure it out.
Yeah, and he's just like,
I'm not anticipating that will happen.
Maybe he would
whatsoever.
finish first in MVP instead of second.
Yeah, well, then they would have a talking point until the end of time. Even if, they think they have a talking point till the end of time now,
The
even when they got
contract
eliminated.
was well-deserved all along. If he won MVP, would you go, well, I mean...
No, I don't give a crap
if he won two in a
win
row.
MVP. Hey, do you think, you know what? That's an interesting point because the Ravens are in the midst of redoing Lamar Jackson's contract right now or setting up an extension. That's great. And I get how you think he's earned it. But how many Ravens fans do you think are like, sweet.
That contract is keeping us from a Super Bowl.
Yeah, or like, can he win the Super Bowl? And he's on a totally different level than Dak Prescott is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day, plus the great one meets the Pink Pony Club next on The Fan.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Course for Kids. Donate today at courseforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, the G-Bag Nation will be doing their show live from Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. It is a small business extravaganza happening out there. So we hope that you get an opportunity to go there as well. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. I want you to answer the question of the day there, as well as Twitch and YouTube. That coming up here in just a moment. Plus, the great one meets the Pink Pony Club. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit.
The other one is.
We will get to that. We will explain that to the joy of Carter Freeman here in just a little bit. But first, we must always consult the National Day calendar, which again, another loaded day for national holidays. Got National Ketchup Day, National Moonshine Day, National Gingerbread Day.
Oh, it's almost y'all's day.
Yeah, almost. And then National Start Over Day is today. June 5th of every year is National Start Over Day. So, I want to pose a bit of a unique question. Yeah. That is kind of wild. This year has been flying by at a rapid pace, and I can't really keep up, and it's kind of maddening. But I'm going to ask a bit of a unique question based off of National Start Over Day. If there's one thing you could go back and revisit, something you experienced, you get to go live that one more time. And if you want to change it, if you want to change how you took it in and experienced it, maybe appreciate it a little bit more, sure. But you get to go back to one thing you experienced and revisit it one more time. What would you revisit?
The first time.
Oh.
That wasn't the same answer you guys were going to have?
No.
Right.
No.
Okay. The first time I rode my bicycle without falling down is what I meant, guys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You ever ridden? You remember that moment where you felt free? and you were just like, I can ride this bike forever now.
Yeah.
And then you went hands free, and you were like, look at this. I can ride with no hands.
No handlebars.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome.
That did feel like the height of fancy things that any human could do.
Yes. That was good. There's a...
Man, that is a tough question.
My buddy has a place in Nacogdoches. And it's a large farm that his dad bought for the family. His dad had made some very smart IBM and Apple stock purchases back in the day, and it paid off for him. And so he bought this farm, and they have a big lake that they built on it. I said pond. They got really upset when I said that because they were like, it's a lake. And I was like, all right, that's fine. That's fine. We would all go down there and in high school, we would go down during the summer for a week or two and just spend the whole time down there, goofing off in the lake, having fun all over the place, shooting fireworks off during the holidays and everything. That was one of the coolest times because we didn't have anything to worry about. When you're out there anyway, you're miles away from anything you can get to fix anyway. So you might as well enjoy where you are. And then this is the one where I went fishing naked. Remember I told you I was standing there and I was like, nobody is, miles from me here. And nobody's miles from me that way. The only people are all asleep up in the cabin right now. So fish naked. So I'd probably go back to that time period right there and relive those moments.
There's probably, I'm trying to think, I'm having it tough to narrow it down to one spot because I can think of multiple parenting mistakes that I feel like I made with Brandon. But then again, I learned from them, so I wouldn't make those same mistakes with Noah. So I'm trying to balance out, the idea of you wish you wouldn't have done that, but what did you learn from that? And so I'm gonna have to think it over a little bit. That's a really good question.
Let's see. I see from the 903, Game 5 of the 2017 World Series. Don't care about cheating because I got to take my dad to our only World Series game together, and it was electric. So a good core memory there. But keep those coming in, 877-881-1053 from the 817. I'd revisit my school days and put in a little bit more effort. See, it can be as simple as that. And, I was talking about some good old memories with some friends. There were some things that I wish I would have took a little more seriously in high school. I seriously, I did have some interest in running in college, and I never really took it too seriously at the back end of my high school career, and I always kind of kicked myself for that because I do have some old teammates who have gone on to run collegiately and have competed at the Olympic trials and stuff, and I'm like, I never thought I was going to be that good, but that would have been cool to at least try, and put in the effort. You never know if you don't try, and I never really did try there. Senior year, I kind of, proverbially, I hung them up, because I had too many knee injuries and whatnot. But let's see, from the 214, Spore's final strikeout. The World Series champion.
What an amazing moment in time.
I would relive that again and again.
We kind of do every time we play the Eric Nadel call. We kind of do get that opportunity to revisit it.
That's true.
And it is cool because, I was old enough because I've talked about it with the Mavericks championship. I was 10, so I didn't really appreciate it. I knew what had happened, and I knew that the run was important and that it was a big accomplishment, but I was like, cool. Okay, what's next?
Yeah, see, for us, we were... that was our first year, our first week in radio. First couple of weeks in radio was that run. And we'd gone through all those experiences, all those ups and downs with this team. So, that was final vindication. I think that's why that one felt as good as the Rangers one, because what we finally accomplished after all the tears we've had in our lives with it.
Let's see, the 254 has a really unique one. The total solar eclipse of 2017. It was my first total eclipse, and it was an amazing experience. I wish I could see it for the first time again.
Okay.
I like that. That's really unique. I remember doing radio here during an eclipse with Will Chambers and Chris Arnold, and I was going through trying to find an old picture, I think maybe 2 weeks ago, and I came across a selfie that Will had taken mid-segment of us wearing those glasses that the Perot Museum sent to us. We all just looked goofy as all hell. In the middle of a radio segment, taking turns walking around, because we had a 3-man show that day, so we're like, hey, one at a time, we could go to the window and go look up there and see what's going on. That was a really fun experience. That's one of my favorite memories from up here. We've done so many cool things up here, but that's one that sticks with me, is just getting up while the red light is on to go look at a solar eclipse. I'm like, cool.
And this seat in particular was really fun for the last one because you could see all those people run down to the roof of the parking garage and then report about how it got cold really quickly and stuff. Yeah, that's fun times.
Yeah, there's some other natural incidents that I would not want to relive while I was up here, like the numerous ice storms and stuff, and having to deal with power outages and all kinds of sirens going off, and nobody up here to help. You know that. That was a unique set of circumstances. But hey, an eclipse, yeah, I'll throw on some glasses and have a good time. Why not? But I did see somebody that texted in and said, I would like to revisit the time I caught my wife cheating. I'd go back and break some bones. I hope of the man. But really, I don't want to advocate for anybody getting bones broken because that just sounds painful.
Question: do you ever think it's weird that sometimes the person who got cheated on is madder at the third party than they are at their spouse? Like,
if it's your best friend, that's a different. But if it's some random dude that you're like, who the hell are you?
Yeah,
like don't be mad at that.
Your
person.
spouse is the one who stood up in front of God and everybody and is like, hey,
you're not supposed to punch a woman though. So
I'm not saying punch. I'm just saying even be angry. It's like, oh, that son of a bitch, and you're like, what about her?
That is an intriguing thing. I mean, luckily, I've never had to experience that. Walking in on. I hope you never do. And I hope I never do. But I think personally, I would be more mad at my significant other, which wouldn't be after that, because it's like, if it's a random person, I don't have beef with you. You probably didn't know. There's probably a good chance that you didn't know. People are really good at making up stories and alternate lives. I have experienced some of that. I've been on the other end where people were keeping secrets, and I'm like, haha, that's not cool. Don't talk to me. I'm a good person. I got morals.
Oh, that's nice.
You ever made up a secret life, secret identity?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I like to think I'm a pretty straightforward guy. It's kind of hard to hide rather what I do and like who I am at this point.
Woohoo! Famous Alec Medford.
Not even that.
I like it.
Even more famous.
I got a phone call from one of my high school best friends, Anthony, on Monday as I was driving home, and he was like, "I just needed a call to prove a point." And I'm like, "What do you mean prove a point?" He was like, "I'm talking to this new girl. We're dating now, and she said she's a huge sports fan." And I was like, "Oh, I got a friend that works at the Fan," and she goes, "Oh my God, I listen all day, every day. Who is he? I know who it is. Guarantee." And so he had to call and prove that he knew me. And I'm like, that's weird. The fact that she knows so much about me already. I don't even know her name. So if you're listening, hi. What's up? Yeah, I do know Anthony.
You don't know her name?
Nope.
I was going to say what's up to her, but I can't now.
Oh.
What's up, girl?
What's up, girl?
Don't like that.
Why?
I'm married.
I am. I can say
we're
what's
saying
up.
hello.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How do you say hello?
Say hi. How's it going?
We're different. I say what's up.
I'm a bit more professional, because I don't know people's situations, and I don't want to. Because people of my generation take a lot of things to heart, just based off of like that first impression or the tone you use when you approach a situation. It's like I don't want to get punched in the face because I said hi in a very
sexual healing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to shake a hand.
Just
and,
the way I talk.
Kiss babies, Here to do the whole, the whole night.
Politician, I like it.
Look at you.
I'd rather not be. But a man that I think we should all strive to be like, Wayne Gretzky, the great one. Because I can't wait for this part in life, honestly, where I am so detached from pop culture and society, where I don't have to care about what's going on when I'm retired and, living in the corner of a farm somewhere, and not really on social
so
media.
Much of your life in this segment.
Yeah, I really have. I kind of like this. We should do this more.
Yeah.
I turned 24 in a couple weeks, so I've got a lot of things ahead of me to plan for.
Jeez,
what a time.
He's so young.
Nothing I could do about that. Thank my dad, I guess. Wayne Gretzky and Paul Bissonnette on NHL on TNT last night had a bit of a fun back and forth because I noticed, and I had to do some research to see if this was actually a real thing, but it does seem like Pink Pony Club, the song by Chappell Roan, is a song that has taken I know it's a big radio hit, but it seems like it's taken over some of the sports venues. And it looks like it has in this case because at Rogers Place after wins, they send the home fans happy by playing that song after a win. And there was a bit of a back and forth here about Chappell Roan and what exactly Pink Pony Club is.
One of the fans had Dreisaitl's head superimposed on the Pink Pony Club. I don't know how the song came to be. It's kind of like Jobu, where it's maybe
is that right?
Kind of a secret inside the locker room. I don't know how the whole thing sparked and began, but they seem to be rallying around it and enjoying it.
But no one's giving details.
Nobody yet. That's why I was trying to ask a few questions about it.
Pink Pony, is that a band or is that a song?
It's a woman. She sings the song Pink Pony Club, and it's famous. It's on the radio.
Canadian? American?
I think it's an American girl, but all of a sudden it popped off. I believe she won a few Grammys, and now they're rocking it in the locker room. So I'm curious.
Pony.
It's the new generation.
Yeah,
Wayne.
I gotta get that on my ringtone.
He's going to make it his ringtone.
Wow.
Wayne Gretzky, Chapel Roan. Two names I didn't think I was going to put in the same sentence quite literally ever.
I want to see them meet.
Yeah, that would be such an odd interaction.
A dude from
Do you
Ontario.
think she knows who Wayne Gretzky is?
I don't know. She probably calls him Dwayne Jetski, She's probably like... By the way, from the 903, can we fans tell the ladies that we know y'all from Toloing in order to seal the deal?
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say
Use me
no.
as a reference in the
Yeah,
dating
as long
life.
as you do it in a respectful manner.
Yeah. It gets consent.
For sure.
Yeah, and if that's going to help with your consent, then
Yeah.
we're proud to be part of it.
And if you need proof, just DM me, Alec on the radio. I've done that before. I've had to tape a video like, hey, I know this person. Yes.
See, but I need you to say in the DM, hey, I'm trying to hook up with this person. Like, you can't be like, hey, just wanted to say. Like, I need you to get directly to the point so I can back you up.
And we'd
there.
also like to know the success rate of that.
Oh, yeah. Follow up.
Like,
Yeah.
how much do we help?
You know what that's called, Kevin? Long-term storytelling.
I like it. Hey, we already planned out your life, so I like it.
Why not?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, investigating whether or not Frank Gore Jr. has an elementary school signature. Next on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and ribbit.
We're going to begin today with another investigation. Inspector Gadget.
Or the Pink Panther song. One of those two.
Doo-doo. All right. Does Frank Gore Jr. have an elementary school signature? Now, this is not what I think. This is what some of his teammates think. So I take you to some of Frank Gore's teammates. He has an autograph out there in the world from, I believe it's from Topps Chrome. We'll get to that audio in a minute. Here are some of his teammates' thoughts. Taron Johnson, I don't know what to think about that, but it's hilarious. Keon Coleman, is that AI? Either way, that S is funny. Now, Frank Gore disputes that this is actually his signature. We could put that picture up on the Twitch and the YouTube, and it's just FGJ, which actually is better than Anthony Richardson's current signature. But it's the fact that they look kind of like a little bit squiggly or a little bit blocky that it looks like it's just like, hey, this is what I'm writing. And so give me cut number 11. This is Frank Gore being presented with the evidence, trying to dispute it, and then I believe another teammate weighs in.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know what it is.
Oh my God, bro.
Why did you do that?
I did not do that. That's fake.
That's not fake. That's you.
Fake. You did that. This for sure not my autograph. Look at this, Vindy. You think this is me? Penmanship awful. 100% fake. Whoever this is, reach out to me and I'll get you a real autograph.
Now, the screenshot presented
It's also better than Greg Maddox's.
is absolutely from a Topps Chrome card. So I wonder if Topps is like, hey, dude, what the hell? Like, this is, and he says it's fake. He says it's not real. You guys have seen the evidence. Do you believe that that is how Frank Gore signed that and he just regrets it now?
Thank you. Nice work, Alec. By the way, Tolo suggested that, so you made somebody happy out there.
By the way, for the 817 who just retexted back in after sending me an email, I've successfully unblocked you.
All right.
Be careful.
This is the Josh Young one where he doodled glasses and a mustache and whatever on himself.
Those.
It was awesome. And we sat there and watched Wyatt Langford sign what seemed to be thousands. So like it felt like 1,000 things.
Oh, George Pickens' signature is pretty bad.
Is it really?
Yeah.
So we watched Wyatt Langford do that. I think it would be kind of funny if he, in the middle of all these signatures, he's like, and now this is a one-of-one signature, FBJ. Yeah. I think that would be awesome. Yeah. And I wish that he would say, no, that's actually legit. But if it's not real, then I don't want it. Then I'm perfect. But if he did that, he was like, no, yeah, that's real. That's a one-of-one signature right there. Then I think people would say that's one that you got to go after.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate signature, but it is.
It's just initials. That's all that it is.
Very unique. Let's go to Saquon Barkley. Do you believe that the Madden curse is still real?
When was the last time somebody got hurt that was on the Madden cover? Christian McCaffrey? Yeah, I still believe it.
Okay. Somebody is with you because they went ahead and bet the under right after Saquon Barkley was on the cover of Madden for his total rushing yards this season, and they bet $15,000 on it. So
I don't know how I feel about betting for injury.
And don't you think that person will probably just be like, no, I just don't think he's going to be as good this year.
Okay.
He was the first ever millionaire.
I don't know. He does sound rich. It's even money. So he just took the
He would
under.
get 15 grand back.
Essentially even money.
Wow. Yeah. No. Maybe they keep him out of a couple games because they've already sewn up the division in the conference.
Could be. Now, do you know who these NFL players are?
Yeah.
Darren Sproles.
Oh yes.
Cam Chancellor.
Yes.
Marquez Colston.
Yes.
Golden Tate.
Yes.
Brett Favre.
Yep.
Calvin Johnson.
Yes.
Sorry.
Wyatt Johnston.
Cam Scadaboo. Yeah.
I know
soon
him
to be
too.
traded. Cam Scadaboo struggled naming any of those people, starting with Calvin Johnson.
Alec, you work in this business.
Does that make you feel old?
You're Cam Scadaboo's age. Did you know all the names that he just said?
Yeah.
Well, they're the same age, dude.
Ooh, would you know them by picture, though? Because he was shown pictures of it started with Calvin Johnson, and he was like,
back in the day or now? Like, if you saw him now,
like playing. Like when they were playing.
You see those pictures sometimes where you're like, oh, man, what happened?
Yes. I feel like we talked about one of those people this morning.
Yeah, I think it does make me feel a little old.
Me too.
Like, these are the legends of my life. And
some of these people on the list, I'm like, hold on.
Marquez Colston.
Yeah, why is he on the same list as Calvin
he helped me
Johnson?
win fantasy championships.
Okay.
I had him and Roddy White one year. Yeah, that's kind of tough. But we talk about this a lot. A lot of the guys don't know players.
Yeah. True.
Nor do they care about the team history.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of the things that Schottenheimer's brought in, right? He brought in the legends so that he could tell them, look, you guys are in this building because these guys won Super Bowls.
Sure.
Y'all have all these luxuries because of what they did. And a lot of these guys don't have a clue what the Cowboys were back in the day.
Now, we talked about this a little bit in Crosstalk this morning. Greg Hardy was arrested for allegedly assaulting a family member. This is the latest in a string of legal difficulties for this person, and let's see if he actually faces any real punishment this time. Let's go from that to Rashad Bateman. He got a 3-year, $36.75 million extension with the Ravens, which includes $20 million guaranteed. If you heard it earlier, I also mentioned that the Ravens have started kind of the early introductory stages of an extension with Lamar Jackson as well. So they're making some wheelings and dealings.
3-year, $37 million, you said?
36.75.
Okay. That's how much?
So like 12.25.
That's not too much. For a receiver that has maxed out at 756 yards and 9 touchdowns.
Man, you know, it's funny that you say that because when you talked about how you got all the Diamond Kings of Chris Sabo, I feel like I have every version of
Bateman.
every non-valuable version of a Rashad Bateman. Like, I don't have any like 101 or out of 25 rookie patch autos, but if it's a base Rashad Bateman, I have that rookie card. All right, let's go from that to NFL tight end rankings, because obviously there's discussion that this will be the last season for Travis Kelce.
Okay.
Where do you think he fits in the hierarchy of all-time tight ends?
I think he's arguably top 3.
Okay. Who would you
arguably number 1.
Ooh.
But that conversation is very subjective.
That's correct.
Because Tony Gonzalez for the longest time
he was the best.
And
do you think he got overtaken by Gronk?
See, the thing about Gronk is all of the Super Bowls are a huge factor.
Yeah.
And the dude had 92 touchdowns. Where does Travis Kelce stand on that? 77, which is less. So if he gets the 92, but Tony Gonzalez had 111 touchdowns, 1,325 receptions, 15,000 receiving yards, and Travis Kelce's still 3,000 receiving yards behind him.
So my question about that then is, so CBS put out their rankings to go along with this, and they have Gronk 1, Tony Gonzalez 2, and Travis Kelce 3. And I think that's what makes the best interesting, right?
Antonio Gates belongs in that conversation too.
Antonio Gates is 5 on the list, and then Shannon Sharp is wedged in between. Do you think then that this list values, no, you were the best when you were playing and I saw it, versus Tony Gonzalez was the longest? You know what I'm saying? Like, Tony Gonzalez was very good for a really long time, but you wonder if then that means people just think Gronk was better when he was playing.
It's a really interesting conversation.
Because it's tough to break down how you feel about that.
Because Antonio Gates, he has the most touchdowns.
Oh, even more than Tony Gonzalez.
He has 116, but he has 11,000 yards receiving. Jason Witten, by the way, has the second most yards at 13,000.
Jason Witten is 7th on this list behind Dave Casper.
And Antonio Gates was an absolute monster. And also had less receptions. He had 955 receptions, more touchdowns than Tony Gonzalez, too. So that's an interesting conversation, Kevin, because of the amount of years that they played. But I do think that when I watched Tony Gonzalez, I was thinking to myself, that's changing the game.
Yeah.
He did change the game to, like, hold on, what is a tight end and what can they be? So that was, for me, it'll always be not as much of his longevity, but he was dominant in his time.
And some of it, to your point about changing the game, that's why Dave Casper's on the list. He was known as the Ghost, and they had an over-the-shoulder catch that they called the Ghost to the Post that at the time was unstoppable in the 70s NFL.
When did we think Jeremy Shockey was going to be the next one to take over, and then he didn't?
He did not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former Texas Rangers pitcher, philanthropy. There we go. I got caught between philanthropy and philanthropic, so that was a problem. He supports charity. And our friend, Derek Holland, next on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Was it cinnamon sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Sweet herb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you former Texas Rangers pitcher, supporter of charity, our friend, and guy we weren't sure was going to pick up the phone. It is Derek Holland. Good afternoon, sir.
Man, you guys didn't think I'd pick up the phone? I missed you guys.
I'm not going to lie. That conversation did take place in the break.
It was my fault, Derek. I did not reply after the last conversation, and I was like, oh, I never confirmed anything, so it's on me. What if he's out there coaching the kids right now? You know, he's coaching the baseball on his phone's in his bat bag.
No, I'm actually, I got home in time. I just wouldn't have been able to drive up in time and get there to the studio. That's the thing. That's what we wanted. That was our goal, is to get me in there, which before the charity event, that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to make my way in there because I miss you guys so much.
I need a Derek hug.
That's nice. We miss you too.
Do you still carry a bat bag?
No, I do not.
You still carry two phones?
You know what? I'm curious what you guys call it, but I carry as I would call it, a book bag. And I'll just put my gloves in there, a notepad, and that's really it.
Call it backpack.
Backpack. I see the faces you guys make. I'm watching you guys on Twitch while we're talking, and the faces are just puzzling. Yeah, I see you, Kevin.
Okay, well, see, I was trying to decide, is my next question, do you still have two phones? Do you still drink that grass juice or whatever the hell that is? Like, how are things going for you?
Well, I've got the one phone. I do not drink the grass stuff. I'm trying to think of what that was.
It looked like a weird yellow or green thing and like a tiny cup.
It's called Healthy, Kevin, is what it's called.
Oh, That was yes, it was a shot. It was a shot of ginger root and cayenne pepper and what was the other thing? Apple cider vinegar, all mixed in.
Yeah, Kevin
Gross.
never had a single one of those, I bet.
No.
Yeah.
But I also didn't forget all my stuff going into the ballpark. You know what I'm saying, Derek? All right.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times.
God. Jeez. I'm just kidding. I miss you too, Derek. All right.
Sure seems like it.
All right. 60feet6.org. And I want to make sure everybody understands on the website, it's the numerals 60 and then feet, FEET, 6, the number again, .org. I know you've got your event coming up at the end of the month, Monday, June 30th at the Diamond Oaks Country Club. Can you tell us how people can get more information or how they can find out or learn more about it? And what are you guys raising money for?
Well, the good thing is it's all for charity, helping kids with cancer. The big thing to get involved, you can either go to us on Instagram or X or just the website as well. Either way, reach out to us on there if you want to get involved, get a team. It is a scramble format. The big thing I really want to put out there, too, is there's going to be a surprise from me, but 2 years ago, this girl, Ariana, she had brain cancer, and at the time, she was going through the whole process, and when she came to town for my charity event that was in November, she was surprising me that she was in remission, but I was surprising her with getting to shave my head. And once that all took place, we talked about it, and she ended up shaving my head. She thought it was one of the coolest things ever. She was giggling, laughing, took her away from everything. Well, they came back the next year for the charity event. I always try to bring the kids back around and let them share their story and try to, continue to motivate these kids. And last year she didn't get to come because we had found out that she was, the cancer had come back.
Oh, man.
And so she's been dealing with that. And then I just got I want to say it was maybe a few days ago, I got the phone call from them saying that it wasn't very good. Things were not going well. And I wanted to be able to, as Ariana is here in town, and I'm hoping we can have her at the event, is I want her to be able to see the love and the support that not only my fan base, but the people around and those that are there for her. Let her know that she's not in this fight by herself. We're here to fight with her. We're going to take every step of this with her and let her know she's not alone. We care. We want to do what we can to help her. And that's what this is all about, is not just only helping her, but helping all the other kids that are out there dealing with these issues and try to take them away from dealing with that and let them be able to enjoy their lives and be what they truly are. And Ariana's been an inspiration to me with the knowledge and the attitude that she brings. She is a fighter. She has literally said it. The doctors were supposedly telling her it might not be the best idea to come out to Texas, but she said she didn't care. She was going to do it. She's going out there. She's going to live her life. And, well, she's here in Texas. So just please, all I care about is just pray for her. If you can help us out, be a part of the foundation. That's what this is all about, is just trying to help these kids and help Ariana.
Is this the first time you've done a golf outing, Derek?
No, we did one before. It's just been a while since we've done it. It's just so hard because of the weather. Usually I'll do like a concert and whatnot.
Yeah.
We are going to try to do both, is what I've been told.
Nice.
The golf thing is we just want to see if we can get that going. Obviously, the love of golf that I have, they want to try to incorporate that, but it's just the hardest part is, man, this weather. We gotta hope for a great day.
Yeah. Now, and when it comes to that, I know your friend John Daly's been helping you kind of get some things rolling and so you can play in some of these pro-ams and stuff, right? Is that going on?
Yeah, he's helping me out. I've been working with his caddy, trying to get my golf game going a little bit better. It's funny you say that too. He sent out a guitar that's going to be signed by him, and I think it was Kid Rock too. I can't remember who else is on it, but he is bringing that to get that auctioned off as well. Yes, thumbs up to that. That is awesome. That's something that we want to see. But he has been a huge helping hand for me, teaching me a lot of things too. So it's been great working with him.
Have you spent much time with Kid Rock?
I have not.
Okay.
I've seen him. I've talked to him a few times. He was at the last golf outing that I was with. I didn't really get to say much to him, but he was there. I mean, he knew who I was because of playing with Detroit, with the Tigers. He's a Detroit fan. But I didn't really spend much time with him, and I didn't care. I was really concerned with just getting to play golf.
And if you've ever seen him, he's always ready to play golf. I'm not sure. Derek always looks like he's either ready to go pitch or play some golf.
See, Derek, I always thought when you had the Tommy John issue the last go around is you were sad about baseball, but you were really devastated about not being able to golf.
No, I was definitely sad about baseball.
Okay.
I don't think I was not. But yeah, golf it's just because to me, that's what I was going to be doing once I retired. It was like, I want to continue to keep working. I was getting so good. Well, I should say getting better at golf. And then Tommy John came in and made me take quite a bit of some steps backwards. But no, I really do miss golfing. Pitching. The good thing, I had a lot of fun throwing BP to the kids at Northlake. I do have another opportunity that has come my way, which I'm not allowed to share yet, though, but I will be coaching somewhere else. That
Nice.
I'm not allowed to say yet, but that's going to be exciting. I'm definitely pumped about that. Continue to try to help these kids out. I want to try to get kids to get to the next level. I feel like I bring a lot to the table to help them so that they can get going to, get to the goal, the big leagues.
Yes, and speaking of coaching, if you don't cover first base and you cost your team a couple of runs, is that like immediate dismissal? Or like, how's that work? What is the fine on something like that, Derek?
Well, let's see. In college, you would be running until you throw up.
Yeah.
Is the way I would put it. In the big leagues, that is, I've done it before, and I will never forget that because of Wash. Wash absolutely destroyed me. He just let me have it. I mean, I think every word started with F and ended with a K in there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
At some point, I mean, there's other things that were said, but you got to do your job. That's the one thing. And after I did that, I know I see Kevin's trying to figure out what I was trying to say.
I get what you're trying to say, but you said it ended with a K in there.
Well, it was. I was trying to keep it as like normal as possible, not say too much there.
Hey, you dumb fork! Get over here!
It got to the point to where I knew I better cover first base next time.
Yeah.
And I never missed that after that.
And also, I was just kind of curious about this. Your thoughts when a team isn't hitting, like the Rangers aren't right now. As a pitcher, are you like, I can't wait to get on the mound to get against these guys?
Well, here's the thing too. Like, and I'm glad that we're talking about it. Is I want to get the fans to understand. You do obviously have a great hitting coach now with Brett Boone getting there. Obviously, you had great coaches before. It's not always going to be the hitting coach's fault. That's the thing, is when guys aren't hitting, it's the player themselves. As a coach, we're trying to get the timing correct. So in that aspect, the hitting is probably a hundredth of a second off of their timing. And that's what's causing, the contact that they're getting or the swing and miss, whatever it is. And you also go through a phase to where you're just not seeing the ball very well at all. And you have to kind of work on, basic stuff. I would watch Shin-Soo Choo. He would do a lot of tracking when he was in the cages. Doesn't mean you have to swing every time. It's just more of get that timing, feel it out, and can continue to keep working. The other thing that I like to point out, too, is, the pitching has been lights out. The pitching's been great.
Yes.
Hitting, obviously, has not been as great as we want it to be. But that's how it usually works. If you think about the World Series team, when they won it in 23, everything was clicking. Pitching, hitting, bullpen, every defense, all of it. It was all clicking. Right now we have the pitching is clicking, but the hitting is not. The defense is clicking. Defense is still making plays. So you have most of the things there. You just need that one last thing. But I guarantee it's going to happen at some point is hitting's going to take off and pitching's going to fall down.
So I kind of want to ask another question in that vein. I thought Corey's question was really interesting. So I wanted to look at it from the perspective of how you feel as a starting pitcher when your team isn't hitting. Like I get when you're going up against another team, but what do you go out there and you're like, well, I know I'm going to have to be great because our offense is probably going to struggle?
No, you can't think like that. The main thing is if you just go out there and do your job, you know that the offense is probably one hit away from taking off. So if I go out there and continue to keep pitching my game and doing my job, I can let that happen and be okay with it, knowing that, you know what, okay, they didn't get me some run support today, so what? But at least I kept them in the game. As long as you can keep them in the game, that's going to keep their confidence going, and they're going to keep they're trying everything they can to get it right. I can promise you that. Yes, it's frustrating as a pitcher when you can't get run support, but at the same time, there's also days where they're going to look at you and be like, dude, we put up 12 runs and you decided to give up 14. Like, what the heck were we doing? So you got to be able to continue to be supportive of them, stay behind them. Don't try to do anything different just because they're not putting up runs. That's the biggest issue is sometimes you run into it is, oh, I got to be more perfect now because we're not putting up runs, and you end up hurting yourself and creating more of a lead for the other team, whereas just continue to keep doing what you've been doing the whole time and watch everything unfold.
That's our friend Derek Holland right there. We always enjoy having him around and being able to hang out and talk baseball with him. The knowledge base is phenomenal. It's great to be able to get that. 60feet6.org. You can go there. I just tweeted out a link to where you can go get tickets for the golf outing. Each day, 43 children in the U.S. are expected to be diagnosed with cancer. Cancer is the number one cause of death by disease among children, and only 4% of the billions of dollars the government spends annually on cancer research is directed towards treating childhood cancer. So help Derek Holland help out and help make a difference here, because this golf tournament will be a lot of fun.
Yes, it most definitely will, and it's bigger than me. It's bigger than baseball. It's bigger than all that. It's just more about being able to get these kids to see that there's more people in their corner than just their families.
There you go.
Well, I appreciate very much you giving us that baseball insight and raising money for the kids. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And as always, it's great to hear your voices and see you guys on Twitch.
Yes.
And as Gavin would say, it's pure gold as always.
There it is.
That's nice. All right, Derek, we'll see you in studio soon.
Okay, bye.
There you go. Derek Holland. Right here on 105.3 The Fan, man. I will tell you this. So whenever he used to come in studio every single week, he would get so mad at me if I ever forgot to push the issue and get Gavin Dawson to say pure gold as always.
He'd be like, you didn't do it today.
We wouldn't have any notes on the rest of the show. He'd be like, what the hell was that at the end? And I'm like, oh yeah, my bad.
That's his favorite line. I get it.
Coming up next, from the NBA to the NHL to college softball, let's talk about all of the finals, and then we will talk with Bruce Bochy. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes, but all of the finals are going down. You had the Stanley Cup final last night. You had Game 1 of the College World Series Championship, and then tonight, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Did you see this play in question, Corey? Because I thought the heads-up level on this was tremendous.
The play that they just played right there?
Correct.
Yes, I did.
They were, for people who didn't,
okay,
they were setting up for what looked like an intentional walk and either poor placement on the pitch or if you think it was a fake out all along. I don't know why that would be necessary with a dominant pitcher against somebody who hadn't had a hit in the College World Series. But she stayed with it, and it was like right down the middle, and she got the hit, scored the runs. Texas is victorious 2-1 in Game 1 of that best-of-3 series, Game 2 tonight.
Okay, there you go.
All right, so you're rooting for Tech, right?
I am rooting for Tech because of our friend.
Yes, I am also rooting for Tech.
Mike was supposed to go to Tech.
That's true. Did you see the sweet
and Joey McGuire, our friend
swag
Joey
that Patrick Mahomes got them? beforehand.
Dude, is he like an attorney governor or something for them? What are they called? The assistant GMs or whatever?
More likely the second one.
All right.
I'm not familiar with him becoming the attorney governor of Texas Tech yet.
Okay. I didn't know if he was
though.
announced as one of those assistant GM roles.
I don't know. He doesn't seem to need it. He's like, either way, I'll support the hell out of you guys.
That's got to be like, and his wife supports women's sports. Like that's a big deal for her. But that's got to be really awesome to know. Hey man, somebody like that cares like that.
For sure. And so they got the personalized Adidas Letterman jackets with their respective numbers on the back, the Texas their respective numbers on them, and then the Mahomes logo man patch on the back in the red and black. They also got matching Adidas red and white tennis shoes that look like they could work for the Chiefs or Texas Tech. It's just really cool knowing that like one of the best and most famous athletes on the planet went to your school and he's like super invested in winning,
he
right?
loves sports. Like that dude absolutely. Think about it. He's at the Mavs games, and now I know whenever they got the number 1 overall pick, he was stoked about that too. I thought he was leaving us because of Luka. I thought that, and then he was like, "No, like I'm still a Mavs fan, and now they got the Cooper flag on the way."
Yes,
or the kid from Duke.
I think we can say Cooper flag, right?
You know what? I don't want to.
Okay, you don't want to.
I don't want to risk it.
Actually, given the way this franchise runs, that's a fair
I do
point.
not want to risk
All right,
it.
the kid from Duke. All right, go ahead and give me cut number 6, if you will, because I want to also go back to the Stanley Cup Final.
Oilers move in left to right. Kapanen to the net. McDavid out front. Shooting and scoring. Matthias Ekholm ties the game. 3-3. Brand new hockey game.
Now, they would go on to win that game 4-3, but I want to turn your attention to Master of Promotion, John McEnroe. So, tennis has also been on the Turner family of networks. And that's the same. TNT had the Stanley Cup Final. It was going to be on Max and everything like that. And Ryan Anderson is doing his best to hype up to when you should have tuned in last night. John McEnroe, he needs more information.
But that Stanley Cup Finals, that start at 7 Eastern, or is that the pregame show?
It's that's when you want to start watching at 7 Eastern.
For the build-up. The puck drops when? No, I'm sorry.
We're going to hold that information.
9:30. It's then.
He's right. He's right.
Okay.
How many times you turned on and they're like,
I'm with
"Hey,
ya.
we're going to talk for 16 minutes." You're like, "That's a weird number." And then they're like, "Now we got to do 17 minutes of national anthems."
Look, I will admit, I have been burned by plenty of playoff games where you turn it on at the designated start and broadcast time, and they're like, "Countdown to puck drop is 19 minutes," and you're like, "What?" I could have finished, like I was watching something else or you were doing something else, and I just needed that 19 minutes back. And so I really wish. All right, that would have helped. So so you're on Team McEnroe on this.
I'm right there with him, dude.
Okay.
I'm always so confused. You look on ESPN.com.
Yep.
And it says 7 Eastern.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, I'll flip it over then. And then you flip it over there at 6 p.m. here because that's what time 7 Eastern is here.
That's
Kevin.
true.
And you flip it over and you're like, all right, sweet, let's watch this game. And they're like, this is PK Subban talking with Wayne Gretzky a little bit longer.
See, I think...
Actually, it's not them. That's TBS. But Gretzky was on there last night.
Yeah, family networks. I feel like I sympathize with Brian Anderson here because this felt like Mike whenever we promoted something and he was like, they're probably going to lose. And you're like, man, I get you, Mike.
Please just like make this sound good.
Or when we did the Cowboys ticket giveaway and he goes, remember, you have to take the tickets. You can't give them back. And you're like, dude, come on. Like, this should be the simplest thing in the world. And I bet that's what he's thinking. He's like, come on, McEnroe.
It's a funny joke, though.
It is.
It was a funny joke, even though it was kind of brutal.
Now, along with the Stanley Cup Final, Corey, you sent this to me, and this is very amusing. I thought you sent me 2 different articles with the Florida Panthers fans and the Edmonton fans, but apparently no.
It's not? I didn't send 2 different articles?
I only got the Florida Panthers
crap.
fans.
Yes, there was. Dude, listen to me, though. Nobody knows the Edmonton fans. That is a reality.
Because you sent the same one twice then, right?
Yeah, sorry.
And the first person who popped up was Ariana Grande. And I was like, I feel like a lot of people know who that is because I thought that was an Edmonton fan. But yeah, the fans, the super fans that USA put out the article for, Ariana Grande, Josh Gad, Tua, Brooks Koepka, Lexi Thompson. And so I was looking at this list and I'm like, I don't know, Corey. Those people all seem pretty recognizable. And then I went back up to the top and I was like, okay, those are Florida Panthers fans. So the Florida Panthers fans have tons of super fans.
Right, yes. No, they actually do. Florida Panthers group is pretty strong. The Edmonton fans are all Canadian people, and I don't know who they are. Like, one of them's a Canadian male figure skater, and I was like, that dude.
Is it Brian Boitano?
It was not Boitano. Wasn't he American?
Oh, that's a good point.
But it was some dude that I was just like, that guy's hair looks like it's from the 80s. And he definitely was from the 80s. And so, like, that was the thing that stood out to me. I'm sorry I copy and pasted the wrong one, Kevin. My apologies. But again, it wouldn't matter anyway because you wouldn't know who any of the people
it's
are.
Be like,
maybe just Nickelback. Like, that was the only one that might be.
Yeah. Do you think otherwise there's a bunch of like fringy CFL players?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Now, let's go from that to the NBA. The NBA Finals start tonight. Oklahoma City against Indiana. And I want to go to cut 12 real quick if we can. And you brought this again to our attention. Rick Carlisle talking about the conversation of people like, oh, really small markets in the finals.
As far as the markets, I understand that there would be concern for, how many people would watch because they're smaller markets. But if we're celebrating the game and we're putting game above all, which was one of the things that Adam Silver said when he became commissioner, then it really shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter. And so I know that we're going to do our very best to represent our city, our state, at the best possible level. Thunder will do the same. But this really, hopefully, is about the quality of the games. And, we got our work cut out for us there.
Okay, so I think his point is really well made. I just think back to the last World Series where it was the star power and market size that drove the way. And don't get me wrong, Halliburton is making his way. And I think Shea is a high-level star. But it's not the same as if either you would have gotten LeBron or New York or honestly, I think even Anthony Edwards, though some people might dispute that. But I think about last year's World Series and you had the two biggest names, Judge and Ohtani, and the two biggest markets, and that drove the way.
Yeah, I think because this is going to be very good basketball. That's what I think really needs to be highlighted. And that's why, Kevin, I think that people who look at it and go, there's not enough stars in this, are going to miss out on a really good series. Now, you think it's a sweep in 3.
No, I said in 5. That doesn't mean it can't be a good series, but you brought up the person this morning I think is a perfect example of that.
Siakam?
Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
He played phenomenally in the Eastern Conference Finals, so much so that he juked out his own teammate when it came to winning an award. But I feel like...
Dude, think about that, too. I'm pretty sure that Halliburton had a 32-point, 15 rebound, 12 assist, 4 steals, and 3 blocks game, and still didn't win MVP of that series.
He had one clunker in the middle that probably ended up costing him. But Pascal Siakam is a great example of a player that just like a regular kind of casual, not even basketball fan, but casual sports fan might not know who that is, and he's a damn good player.
Yeah, and that's why I think that Rick Carlisle can extend the series. I think that he will come up with a plan that will switch back to, okay, they've done this, we're going to do this, we're going to counter it. And Rick Carlisle, we've seen, there was a window, it was about 13 years that he did poorly with a lot of really good players on his team. But other than that, he did win a championship that nobody thought they could win. Nobody thought they could run that gauntlet to get there to win that title. And Dirk obviously was on that team.
Right.
But this Oklahoma City team that they're about to play they're built, we just discussed it, they're built for 10 years. They're built for a long period of time. And Kevin, it makes Texas a very daunting place to come to in the future with Wemby and what the Mavericks are building and them also.
The Rockets are already good. That's one of the reasons I think I trend pretty heavily towards Oklahoma City in this series is because Indiana won't have a defined, if at all, defensive advantage. And I think Indiana, they play really good defense. They've been able to kind of choke out some opponents.
They play at a pace too that's just is fast. And,
Yes.
and that's what forces those opponents to keep up the same pace with them. But Oklahoma City's built for the future here. Like they really are, and they're here already. On top of what I think you have in Indiana. Again, I think this is really good. It's going to be really good high-level basketball with a lot of young future stars as well.
From the 682, I think Rick and Indiana win the series in 6. Now, Corey, you said you disagree. I'm going to put it on record, Oklahoma City in 5. What do you think?
I think Oklahoma City in 6.
Okay.
But that's a long enough series for me to be very excited about too. But I'm very fascinated by what happens in game 1.
Look,
like game 1 is, I think this is not going to be one of those where each quarter you're just like, man, that was a good basketball quarter. I think you're going to be gassed. If you're really paying attention to these games, I think you're going to be gassed by them.
You know, RJ said something this morning that he believes the Pacers are going to win, and perhaps is putting his money where his mouth is. And look,
I think they have a real shot to do it.
If that's the case, I would encourage people who are into such things to put your money down on Indiana, because you can get more than 4-1 on your money if you think Indiana is going to win this series. So, like, tonight is a great example. Oklahoma City has started game 1 as a 9.5-point favorite. So that gives you an indication of, like, the bettors thinking this is lopsided. It's the most lopsided betting odd NBA Finals in 7 years. So if you think Indiana is going to win this series or has a real shot to win this series, I would advise you that the value is there. All right, one more basketball note for you. And I know it will depend on what the person said, but right now it's a curse word. The WNBA said they're not going to end up bringing any charges, like league charges, not legal charges. But a Seattle Storm coach was reportedly accused of cursing at an opposing player, leading to a complaint. Does that feel soft to you? Like, I know we've talked about, like, hey, you can't be throwing out racial slurs and all this other idiotic crap. But if another coach, and I don't know exactly what was said, but if another coach is chirping at you like you effing suck, or like I would assume gamesmanship, is that something that needs to even be investigated? Like they did, and they're like, yeah, nothing.
Is this regarding? I'm sorry, the Wake Forest coach?
No. This is about the Seattle Storm.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, in that league, I don't know, man. I do think that there should definitely be conversation consequence from a coach saying something, because the coach is supposed to really set the tone for that locker room too.
Yeah,
and I think they have a standard they should be held up to as well. I mean, this goes back to the Wake Forest coach saying something about a player that was on the mound, and he called him the double F word.
And at least with that, I get more, because, like, theoretically they're not adults, although I guess once you're 18, you're supposed to be an adult. But I'm like, if you're still in college, I don't really think of that person as an adult.
Yeah,
I'll
but
be honest.
But even still, I think you should go ahead and submit the box of words that shouldn't be said on the court, or submit the box of words that just have no place in the game.
That's probably not a bad idea.
And can we all agree on those? Probably not, because some people are like, that didn't offend me, but I get it. Like, it's a weird world.
Different people are offended by different things. One more quick basketball question for you. Do you agree with Draymond Green's contention that it's better to lose in the first round than it would be to lose in the NBA Finals?
I don't.
Okay. Can you tell me?
I would rather be in the NBA Finals every time. Now, I also haven't heard his complete explanation on why, but I've had friends that made fun of, like, OU gets to the national championship against LSU and USC and loses.
Yeah.
And my UT fans are going nuts. Ah, ha, ha. I'm so glad it wasn't us. I'm like, you weren't in the game, though. Like, you didn't even get there. You weren't good enough to be there. So I would rather be there and have lost it than to have lost in the first round. Although, I guess he's kind of saying there is about 2 months there that you could go enjoy your life.
See, and okay, that's true. But I was also kind of thinking it from, like, the seriousness of a heartbreak. Like, if you broke up with somebody and you're like, oh yeah, it was something, but you know, versus, oh my God, that was like the love of my life. And that's what I was thinking, is I wonder how much, I mean, not wonder, we've seen our teams lose a lot, but how much more it hurts when you lose at the very end than if you would have lost. Like, I know now we won the World Series, so it's okay. But how much more did that World Series loss hurt in 2011 than if you would have got bounced.
It sticks forever.
Yeah, if you would have got bounced in the wild card round, like I don't think about 2015-16 perpetually. Do I think about Toronto fans pouring beer on kids? Yes, but I don't like perpetually get stuck in that mode. Whereas the World Series, I think about that a lot. Or at least I used to before we won the World Series.
I'm actually okay with thinking about that a lot and the heartache, because I've said this for a long time. I don't think you can have the glory without the heartache. I think the heartache makes it even sweeter. I've always felt this way. This goes way back to Kevin. There was a time where I did a 5-minute podcast into a recorder underneath a blanket in my house.
Ooh.
Because I was like,
was it the Corey Major show?
It was the Corey Major show. But I was basically just practicing. That was what my teachers at UNT said. Hey, do anything you can to practice. So I would take a recorder. I'd go in. I'd write up a little script. And that prepared me for this. And in one of those things, I think I still have the audio. I did this line of, you have to go through these kinds of pains, and it's going to be good on the other side. And now history, Kevin, Dirk wins.
Yeah.
After everything you went through, how awesome.
Yeah.
We had all these things, all these stories we could go back to because of it. And same thing with that. So but if you never, like if you're the Bengals and you lost and you never get a chance to win it again, or if you're the Bills and you just have to continue going through that, I'm out. I'm out on that though. I'm perfectly okay going through the experience of losing at the very last part, because there was only one team better than us. There was only one other team that was better than us, and they got us in this series.
Yeah, no, I think I'm inclined to agree with you, but I was at least somewhat intrigued by his hypothesis. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to switch to, it starts with football, but it can honestly be about a lot of different things. Do you notice when a player has bad body language, and what impact can that have on the rest of the team? Now, your guy, Ben Johnson, he brought this up talking about, was it DJ Moore? I think it was DJ Moore.
Yeah.
And talking about like poor body language already, which, you know, like that'll probably let you know things are different here already. If you're like, it's freaking OTAs, and your coach probably just stares at you and is like, yeah, and so he told DJ Moore, just don't do it. Just keep it inside, talk about it later. Don't put it on film. Don't put it on TV. And he said he was working with the players, educating them about what the coach expects with their body language. So I wanted to start there, but it's not necessarily just about football. But do you guys notice when a player has bad body language, and what impact do you think that could have or does have on the rest of the team?
Absolutely. I think we see it all the time. You know whether your player's into it that night. Kevin, let's go to the Stars.
Yeah.
How many of the games did we Game 5?
Yeah.
That body language, I told you that day, you said, hold on, so you think by the end of the first period we'll know? And I was like, absolutely. And by the end of that first period, they showed you they did not care to win that game.
Yeah. And then they changed their mind.
And then they
lost
because they were like, screw that, we're going to fight against DeBoer for Otter. And then they realized they had already given up the booty too early in the game.
Yeah.
And you saw it multiple times throughout that series. I think Luka has terrible body language. Whenever everything's now, he goes back out there and is like, screw it, I'm going to go, beat you because that's Luka. But I think people around him saw it. And if anybody wants to disagree with me, we can go back and watch Luka games. He has bad body language. He lets his emotions show too much. That's the thing that I think that Ben Johnson really is dialing into is, I don't want you to show your emotions too high or too low.
Yeah.
Because I don't want anybody to know anything about you. I want the opponent to look at you and go, I have no clue. They're looking right through me every time. And that was a Cowboys offensive line when they lost to the Packers that year. That's what they were. You're a nameless, faceless opponent. And I don't care who you are, I'm running through you. And that's that's ultimately what you want your team to do. And that body language of it lets the opponent know what you think of the moment. Damn, he just beat me. My shoulders are slumped.
Yeah.
Well, you know what the opponent's thinking? I got him. I got him whooped. I'm beating him right now, and he knows it.
See, the example I immediately thought of was CeeDee Lamb in that playoff game when the connection with him and Dak just wasn't there.
Jumped too quick.
Yeah, and it did show like Dak looked like Dak usually looks, like stoic. I mean, he has lots of thoughts inside, but he looked just regular. And CeeDee Lamb looked like he was like, this situation sucks. We're not going to win.
It looked like he was arguing with them,
Yeah.
although maybe it was just animated conversation.
Sure. And sometimes that passion leads to that, right? Because body language can also, I know, like I immediately thought about it as sad body language, but it can be like aggressive or angry body language. And because I felt like people broke that down with Dez, like again and again and again. They're like, see, right here, he's just a team player. And other people are like, no, he hates the team, blah, 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 blah. And like, I feel like that got broken down ad nauseum and you got kind of tired about it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan brings you our discussion with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How we doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Now, I wanted to go back on a couple of things for Kumar Rocker's start last night and just get your general philosophical opinion about, does his repertoire have to expand beyond just like two main pitches if he's going to be a successful starting pitcher?
Yeah, you know what? I'll say this. He's got two different breaking balls that does vary the speeds a little bit. You get the hard one. He was throwing one at 91, 92, and so everything was hard. Later on, he did mix in the slower one. So, and he's got to change up. Yeah, that's going to be part of his growth is, being able to vary speeds a little bit. I mean, you watch DeGrom, you watch Nate, Uvalde. These guys, they have big arms, but they also, have other pitches that they use that they get them off everything being real hard. And so anyway, that's going to be important for him to be able to recognize when it's time to, flip a curveball over or just get him off your hard stuff. He's got great stuff. I mean, with that stuff he had last night, it's hard to believe he gave up 5 runs. Now he shot himself in the foot. And that's the other thing he's got to get so much better at, the peripherals that need to improve, around the mound. I'm talking about holding runners, the little things, getting over to first is, filling his position. We call it PFP. And I can tell you, nobody works on it harder than we do in the spring. And, but, that's a little bit of a lack of experience. He missed a lot of time with the surgery, hasn't had a ton of innings in professional ball, but that's a big part of the game, especially I think in today's game. You get so many close games, and so those things have to get better too.
Yeah, we actually during spring training got to see a little bit of those PFPs.
Yeah.
It is exhausting. I that part of it though, he hasn't played a lot of pro ball. Is it fair to say that that he's kind of learning on the company dime on those? And do y'all have the patience for that, or is there something else that he needs to go get that extra experience?
Yeah, well, these are things we're talking about, but
yeah,
when you have injuries, sometimes you're kind of in a box a little bit. Sure, ideally, we would have liked him to have another start down there, get stretched out to where he could go 85, 90 pitches, to get a little bit more comfortable on the mound. You go out and throw 4 perfect innings like he did to start before. Well, he never had to throw out a stretch or anything. But, that's a big part of a pitcher's job is the old runners, the way guys are running now. And that's an area where I think Leiter has made a ton of improvement. And so, yeah, it's going to get better. You learn from your mistakes. But, this is something that, the game awareness part, that's such a huge part of our game, and he'll get better. We'll keep working with him.
When you see Wyatt Langford make the amazing leap to avoid a tag, are you impressed and at the same time maybe a little nervous, like, oh my gosh, that is really high up in the air?
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I talked about that last night. It was impressive, and what a great photo. I bet he's going
yes.
to a few thousand of those people that want him to sign it. Just as we saw it on the scoreboard. I mean, I said that's a beautiful pick there. But I was nervous because if you don't land on that bag right, you snap an ankle, and That's the last thing we want to see what happened. He just showed us that athleticism there, but still, you land just a little bit wrong, and I've seen it a lot of times in our game where they hit that bag, where they're jumping for it, trying to leg out an infield hit or something, and that's when that happens. And you're right, he was way up there, so thankfully he landed right in the middle of the bag. I'm not sure how they missed him.
By the way, how's Evan Carter's face doing? I'm trying to figure out how that ball skipped off the wall and got him like that last night.
Yeah, no, he's doing fine. He's doing fine. We're gonna, obviously work him in. I think it's just going to get better with him. With time. At the same time, we want to monitor his workload and keep Osuna involved, and so you'll see a bit of a rotation at times with Doley and these guys looking at who we're facing matchups and things like that. So, but no, he's doing fine.
When you mentioned Adolis Garcia, I was really curious, like when mechanical changes get brought up, like I know Chris Young had talked about that, what all does that entail? And then also, how has Adolis Garcia's attitude been, like mentally, during all of this?
Yeah, well, he's worked so hard on trying to get himself back to where he was in 23, and I do appreciate athletes who are always trying to improve, and you have to give him credit for that. He was trying to get back to being a guy that can handle all four quadrants, and you got a little concerned with the top quadrant, which that's an area where he needs to get a little bit better. But I'll say this, his attitude's been great. He knows he needs to tweak some things. We're trying to get him more athletic. He became robotic up there. It's kind of like a golfer, I don't know if you guys play golf, but sometimes you get 100 swing thoughts in your swing, and that's kind of what was going on with him. He had his foot tucked in, toward his back foot, his front foot, and he was closed off, and he had all these things going through his head, and that was, to me, getting in the way. So we have our hitting guys working with him now. He hired his own guy. We have our hitting guys with him, trying to free him up, get him back to being the athletic player that he is, and so he could get off a swing that was more like the Garcia that we know, and just to clear his head. And this was but it's about production, and that's always going to be there. We need to score runs, so from here on out, we're looking to playing guys that will find a way to help us put some runs on the board, and so he knows that. All the guys know that, and he's worked hard, and I think his bats have been better. He's going to play tonight. This guy's a reverse split guy, and so I will be playing him tonight.
Boach, the other night during the rain delay, I kind of started to think, I'm sure the guys are, hydrating, staying loose and trying to figure things out. But I started thinking about when I was a kid, I had a video, and it was Rick Dempsey and Sammy Stewart, where Rick Dempsey was dressed up as Robin Yount and Sammy Stewart was dressed up as Jim Palmer, and they were doing a fake game on the tarp on the field. And Dempsey's all sliding around and everything. And I was thinking to myself, those days are over, aren't they? Will there ever be a day where that kind of entertainment will be able to come back, or is the money just too big?
Well, you never know, but yeah, the money. I mean, the risk of somebody getting hurt doing that. Yeah, that's why you're probably not going to see it. But there's still enough crazy ones out there that will go ahead and do it and entertain. And there were some good ones. And Dempsey, he did a great one, didn't he? Piazza, he did a great one too. But you know what? I kind of enjoyed the rain a little bit. I went to high school not far from here, a couple hours across on the other side of the state in Melbourne. And Florida rain feels pretty good.
Interesting. It's a weird phenomenon for Tampa Bay, which also had a dome like the entirety of their existence, and now they have to deal with rainouts. That feels like a weird shift for the team, for the management, for the fans.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that was never even discussed. But, at the other part where you saw what happened when they had a lot of rain and wind and now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's, they're so used to it here. It rains every day, pretty much. Usually a little shower around 4 o'clock, but they do a great job here. And then, I thought the tarp guys did a nice job, kept the field in good shape, and so no, it was all good. It wasn't too long a delay.
I know it's a short sample size, and so you can't really necessarily take anything from just the statistics, but Alejandro Osuna wowed us all in spring training. What have you thought about how he fits in and how he looks at the big league level for you guys?
Yeah, he gives you good at bats up there. He's got good discipline. He has a knack of adjusting on the fly. What I mean, where the pitch is, he's got very good, as they say today, bat to ball skills. But he puts it in play. And he's pretty good on the off-speed pitches. Uses the whole field. Eventually, he's going to be driving the ball. He's going to have some power. It's there. You see it in batting practice, but right now he's doing something we kind of need as line drives. Hopefully, in the gaps or over the shortstop, second baseman's head, and I think he has done a nice job. He's handled himself really well and does a good job in the outfield. He's a good base runner.
The All-Star balloting opened up yesterday. I'm curious your thoughts for contemporary baseball players and guys in your clubhouse, how big of a deal it still is to get selected and voted for the All-Star team.
Oh, it's a huge deal. Yeah, it still is. A lot of pride involved. And, I could tell you, players throughout the league, that's something they want to happen. Some of them are rewarded very nicely, too, for making it. So there's incentive there. But, it's still, to me, the premier all-star event, all of sports, and, with how it's done. And so, we got some hitters got to pick it up, though, if they're going to make that team.
But on the pitching front, and I know that process is a little bit different. I feel like Jacob deGrom's got lots of accolades throughout his career. Obviously, Nathan Eovaldi, huge in winning us a World Series. What do you think about the all-star case of Tyler Mahle?
Yeah, no question. I felt horrible when we gave up his 3 runs, and they were earned runs. We talked about, the line score was not indicative of how he threw the ball, and, there wasn't a ball after he left. It left the infield, and all the runs scored, and so that inflated his ERA a little bit. But the consistency of this man, he certainly deserves to be in the mix.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir, and best of luck this evening.
All right, guys. Thanks for your patience with me. These losses get you distracted a little bit, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
Absolutely. See you later, Boch.
Go get some wins.
We'll see you.
There you go.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, like other people said, I do think when he said showed his athleticism, I think he was about to say showed his ass.
I don't think that's in his vernacular, Kevin.
Oh!
I think he's too good for that.
Oh, man. Except to umpires. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, my gosh. A zebra on the loose next in The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget G-Bag Nation at Tolbert Garage Doors in Mesquite. Bobby's going to be there. I'm going to stop by after the show. But now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What a show this has been today.
It has.
Our friend Derek Holland joined us. Bruce Bochy was on with us. Those two played and coached together.
Admitted he was sorry for not talking with us sooner. Hey, by the way, tomorrow, Bobby Lashley, the wrestler from AEW,
this has been.
is going to be in studio.
We had Jason Kidd this week, Robert Ory, Bob
Bochy. That's what I call him. By the way, Bobby Lashley reached out to us. He's like, I like your program.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Should he chop Alec?
I'm saying, hell yeah. There's nothing more fun than chopping Alec.
I don't think Alec can handle that.
I'm scared.
Actually, he's probably better at it than me.
Are you saying Bobby Lashley is better at chopping people than you?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the way that I did it was probably more likely to hurt him than the way that Bobby Lashley would do it. Bobby Lashley is probably going to be like, hey, here's how an expert does it.
I'll let him do it as long as he signs my card after.
There you go. But that being said,
a fair trade. If he doesn't, I'll buy you an autograph card.
We've said this for quite some time. I don't know that anybody dresses as well as him.
Oh, yeah.
That dude comes in here, and every time I've ever seen him,
Ricochet looked sharp, too.
Ricochet looked amazing, too.
Yeah.
But if he comes in tomorrow and sweats, it's going to break my whole image of him. You know,
Yeah.
If he shows up, he's like, guys, I saw how y'all dressed. I want to dress just like y'all.
Yeah, that would be disappointing. I agree with you.
The 817, maybe the top 50 show of the year, and that's something to be said for what?
How many weeks has there been?
You think there hasn't been 50 shows yet?
No, there has. What has there been? 110-ish shows. Yep. Okay.
Well, Mike's last show was obviously the best one.
That was a good show.
Or the first show after.
We had Norm Hitzges on that day.
Probably. No, I'm just joking, Mike. I know you're listening right now.
Ouch.
Guys, I've been wanting to discuss this for a while, and Kevin, I'm sorry if I'm stealing it for tomorrow, but I want to get to it now.
Oh.
I saw this story earlier in the week, and somebody was saying that Cooper Flagg had $28 million in deals.
False.
He had $13 million deal with New Balance and then $15 million with Fanatics, which isn't Fanatics like the place to be now? Like that's you want to be involved with them?
I don't want to make that one person we have that works at Panini mad, but I do kind of think that at times. By the way, I shouldn't say false. It's not false. I think that is a little bit misleading.
Okay.
So
can you explain why?
Okay. So the reason why I don't like that is because they describe it as $28 million in NIL money, which makes it sound like he made $28 million that 1 year he was at Duke. In actuality, those two contracts are multi-year contracts that would have started, like in the old days, they would have started when he turned pro. And so, did he get some of that money in college? Absolutely. But people made it sound like he got $28 million while at Duke, and that is factually inaccurate.
The previous estimated NIL valuation around $5 million during his only season of college basketball was the leading number in the sport. So he was making the most. Not even Livy Dunn was making as much as him.
If you can make more money than her, that's pretty impressive.
In NIL deals. But that kind of brought about a question, and I think it just seems like if you're in business, this is a smart idea. If Cooper Flagg is going to be that guy, you want to lock him up early.
Absolutely.
And so if you're New Balance and Fanatics, you said those are deals that would set forth after.
Correct.
I didn't know if these had already been in place, but doesn't it make sense to get them while they're in college?
Oh, for sure.
Get them in high school.
And that kind of is
with Quinn Ewers. They were trying to get them out of high school and say, hey, we want to be part of wherever you go from here on.
That is the direction that it feels like it's going. You're right.
And that only makes sense to you kind of ride what their star is going to be. All right, so we got him in when he was at Duke. Now he's going to go be a Dallas Maverick. You know what? Nike or New Balance is really going to drill home. We are going to be there. Yeah. Oh, no. Nico can't sign him. He can't draft him. He's a New Balance guy.
Okay, he doesn't work for Nike anymore.
That doesn't mean he doesn't have allegiance to them.
Okay, well, hopefully common sense will win the day on this. Right? But then again, if this is the year for common sense
Luka was a
winning,
Jordan guy, so like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I
It doesn't matter.
hear
But
you.
it just seems like that would be the approach is, hey, these guys that are potential superstars, instead of signing them to a deal while they're in college only, let's sign them a deal, and whenever they get drafted, we're still with them. Let's make them part of our family for a long time because that brand will carry over.
Yeah.
That just seems like a good approach for something.
No,
like
I
that.
get what you're saying. For sure.
The other thing, Kevin, there's a zebra on the loose.
Are zebras dangerous?
Good
Alex?
question. I feel like
really
to
don't
some
know.
extent, right?
Okay. I'll admit, Corey, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Big teeth.
If I came face to face with the zebra, I wouldn't necessarily try to engage it, but I don't know if I'd run away.
Because of Madagascar and Chris Rock's character made it seem like he was just a lovable
I don't think
zebra.
that's true, because if I saw a hippo, I would run away.
You better.
I would.
Hippos kill more people. The search for a missing pet zebra continues after it blocked an interstate in Middle Tennessee Sunday afternoon and is now taking the internet by storm. The zebra was first spotted on I-24, obviously, and deputies had to close the interstate because the animal was running through traffic.
Oh,
and
that's reckless.
It's, Kevin, we're on day 5 now, I believe, of this zebra being on the loose. 5 days that they haven't been able to capture the zebra. He's walking through neighborhoods, taunting them. It's on everybody's Ring camera. He's just like, yeah, I know y'all see me, and I'm definitely not a baby horse because look at the stripes. And so he's going around taunting neighborhoods. He's not terrorizing anybody. He's just being a zebra, all right?
Okay.
But
why can't we get him then?
Good point. I don't know because he's elusive. But my question is, how many days does he have to be on the mend? Or on the loose, is that it?
Yeah. He didn't get injured,
on the
did he?
lamb.
He's on a healing journey?
On the lamb. How many days does he have to be out there before we just go, you know what? Live your life. Go out. You know what, zebra? It's your world.
No.
We're just living in it.
No! That story that you and G-Bag kept updating about the New Orleans prisoners that escaped.
Catch them.
I guarantee you they don't have a philosophy of, I'll tell you what, if they make it 3 months, they have earned their freedom. That's not how that works.
Right, but the zebra didn't do anything wrong. The zebra didn't get into prison.
How do you know?
I don't. It's a pet, actually. It was a pet zebra.
This is a serious question. I've always had a theory. What do you guys think about the fact that some animals who are in the zoo are in animal jail because they did something bad to other animals and they're like, you have to go to the zoo now. Like, there's some that unfortunately they got screwed over and taken from their home. But there's others that they were a problem. And they're like, we have to put you in the animal jail.
I never considered this before. I just thought they were all... At first, I thought they were all happy. And then I saw that Sesame Street movie where Big Bird was blue because he was in a cage and he was all sad.
Is that the one where he had to sell his soul to the Egyptians too or whatever? Remember that one kid? He was like, we're going to determine if your soul is lighter than this feather, and that's how he got into heaven.
I don't remember that.
Carter knows exactly what I'm talking about.
The same movie, Carter?
He is furious with me right now.
He's like, that's not even how the movie goes.
But more or less, there's like this kid that helps out the Sesame Street gang from ancient Egypt or something, and then they're like, oh, we got to judge your soul against this feather on the scales. That happened.
You know what?
I know it did.
It did. I remember that part now. I do remember that part now. I don't know that, that's exactly how it went, but
that's fair.
You know, it's pretty close. Look, man, we were kids when we saw these things.
Yeah.
Not like those memories stick with us in reality the same way. How many of those again, I told you yesterday, I used to think all of our hair was already in our body and it was just kind of growing out over time. Now I know better.
It might have been for me.
You only have so many of those things. That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen. That's enough of the zebra talk today. The sheriff's office was in contact with the zebra's owner, though, so we'll find out if I'll keep you up to date and see how things go.
But are you going to keep us up to date honestly, or are you going to keep rooting for this zebra
I'm rooting
to
for the
evade
zebra.
the
I'm
forces?
definitely rooting for the zebra.
Would you die if you ran into that zebra? This is like a horse.
No.
I'm a reporter on a horse.
You know what? Here's the thing. I've been around a donkey. Donkey dander is effective as well towards me. I don't think I've ever been that close enough to a zebra to know whether or not I am affected that way. So this is what we need to do. I need to go to the zoo, and I need to go meet a zebra.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL Overreaction or Reality Part 4. Plus, we will get to the bottom of this Sesame Street thing. Next on The Fan.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
Pepper Lady.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reminding you, he's engaged in the Twitch. He's been texting us as well. Gavin Dawson and the G-Bag Nation will be at Tolbert Garage Doors in Mesquite doing their show today. Go check them out. We're going to be doing Overreaction or Reality in just a minute, but quick update for you. Coco Gauff, she did win her French Open final. Let's try that again. Did that terribly. Semifinal. She will be in the final coming up on Saturday, looking to become the first American woman to win the French Open singles title since Serena Williams 10 years ago.
Who's the best tennis player right now? Is it Alcaraz? Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the best one to follow right now?
I think so.
And
although Djokovic is
still doing
his thing.
Who's the most fun to watch? Is Alcaraz a fun player to watch because of how good he is, or is there?
Yeah, he can be fun, and then obviously he's a good sport because he's like, I won that point, but I shouldn't.
Yeah,
have.
what a good dude, man.
It was. This might sound. I don't know if this will sound right. It used to be Nick Kyrgios because you would get.
You don't know.
He could be a great player, but you would also get the wildest experience from him.
And as far as the women's game goes, who is Coco the one to you want to watch the most?
Probably Sabalenka.
Okay.
And that is who I'm pretty sure that's who she's going to play in the finals. Arena Sabalenka. She's a really fun player to watch. Coco Gauff she's really gotten the consistency better off to power some of these major runs. So I'm actually really excited to see that final.
I don't know if it was marketing that made Sampras and Agassi such a big rivalry.
Sure.
As much as it was, maybe they were. You would know this better, but is there anything like that in today's game?
There was just a few years ago with the big threes.
Yeah.
So with Djokovic, Federer, and Nadal, because to your Sampras Agassi point, they really were that good. They weren't always 1 and 2, but they were always in the top group of players. So when you had advertising dollars behind it, then you're like, oh man, I gotta see that. Because Alcaraz just played Tommy John, who
it's a surgery.
No, I know that the young player that he just wiped the floor with him the other day, and people were trying to hype up that matchup pretty well, and it was
didn't turn into it.
It was a massacre. Sorry for also maybe massacring that name. All right, NFL overreaction or reality part 4. NFL overreaction or reality. It is a good thing when teammates get into a fight at OTAs. So that is what happened with the Giants today. You could spin it a couple different ways. Team's already in trouble, falling apart. Or maybe it's Tommy Paul. Or, hey, it's a fiery bunch. They just can't wait to go out and hit other people.
Well, one thing before we dive into this, Kevin, speaking of Tommy Paul, there's a documentary called 7 Days in Hell. Everybody should watch that.
It's not a real
Pretty
documentary.
Sure everybody should watch it, though.
It's 45 minutes. It's entertaining.
It's really entertaining.
It is based on a real Wimbledon match.
Yeah, it is very entertaining. I think it's what you do after the fight.
Okay.
Because I had a teammate that he and I got into a fight in practice, and we talked it out afterwards, and we got everything taken care of. He was mad at me for something I had done, and I was like, hey, dude, you're going to encounter this stuff in the game too. And he was like, you know what, I am. And we made it all better, and we went out and played. It was good for the team. Everybody got to see us do that too. And I do think it is I think Schottenheimer would use it as an opportunity. All right, guys, now we're going to show you this. We're going to do this, and then we're going to bond together from it. It could also be something that's tearing you apart.
Yeah.
And I think that definitely has to do with what the room is. So every room's different, but I think that the way you use it is the way that it's going to be.
Now, Alec, I'm going to start with you for this next one. NFL overreaction or reality. Daniel Jones will start the season as the Indianapolis Colts starting quarterback because we get news again today that Anthony Richardson is going to miss mandatory minicamp due to an injury on his throwing shoulder. Now, whether that means you think it's going to be a real competition and he just falls behind, or you think this is going to be a lingering injury that is going to prevent him from being ready at the start of the season, regardless of the reason, overreaction or reality, Daniel Jones will start the season as the Colts starting quarterback.
I'm going to go with overreaction. I feel like they brought him in because they want Anthony Richardson to step up. They want him to be that guy. I don't think they signed him with any intention of him starting off the season. Maybe if things go wrong later down the road or an injury does come up, yeah, then they've got a decent insurance policy there. It's better than, a 7th-round draft pick or an undrafted free agent coming in year one and having to start NFL games, I guess. But I don't think they brought DJ in to actually try and compete. I think it was just like a wake-up call. Almost like pulling Otter. That's the excuse we want to hear, right? Is that, it was to wake up the group around him, even though Pete DeBoer disagrees with that ideology. I think it's just like hey, we have another option. Don't make us use it.
Man.
Because we don't want to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's fair.
We don't want to have to.
What say you, Corey?
Daniel Jones is terrible at football.
I'm not. I just want to make it clear. I'm not disputing that.
If Anthony Richardson is healthy, I think he's the starter.
Okay.
To start the season.
NFL overreaction or reality, Trayvon Diggs will only be with the Cowboys for one more season. Now, he is signed, I think, for 4 more years, and so 3 more years after this season. It is definitely workable to get out of the deal after this year.
I just want to point out to the Twitch, I already have my sandwich. Yesterday, did you hear G-Bag's opening segment? I thought it was really interesting when Gavin asked the question of the bad look. And I know Calvin Watkins had written about this too. It's a bad look for Micah and Diggs right now because they look so separate from the culture that's being built. And if the reality is the Diggs and the training staff aren't seeing eye to eye on things, and Jerry supports the training staff and his things, and then he's already said the things that he said, it does feel like there is an imminent breakup in play. And when Al Harris left, Diggs loved Al Harris.
Yeah.
Loved him. And I do wonder if there's a little bit of, missing everything that left, that it went out the door in Dan Quinn and him as well. So I'm thinking more reality than it is the other way.
Okay. Alec, last year for Trayvon Diggs with the Cowboys.
As it stands today, I'm feeling that's a reality, but I think it is subject to change, where if he does come back fully healthy, doesn't miss any games after that, and he gets 8 interceptions, then, they're probably going to be like, okay, I think he's gotten the message about what we're trying to do here, and everything's A-okay. But as it stands right now, I don't see that being the case, and I don't see him warranting that. And it goes back to our earlier conversation. If they do want to keep Deron Bland, it wouldn't make sense to have both of those salaries on the books at the same time, in my mind. So maybe they do say, look, we're trying to get younger, fresher. If we're trying to keep this guy, it doesn't make sense to keep the other one. He might just be an odd man out situation.
I saw this pop up on Yahoo, so I'm going to add this to the list. NFL overreaction or reality. You would like to see Jalen Ramsey come to the Cowboys. Now, I understand the price is part of this. I still think when you see how much they've struggled finding a trading partner, the price will be lower than you think.
I don't think the talent dropped off that much.
Okay.
I think he's still, and I have no clue what it's going to cost. You have an idea? You didn't?
Now I'm to the point where I'm like, conditional 5th?
Yeah, okay. All right.
Like I don't think the draft compensation, depending on how he restructures his deal, is going to be that high.
I would do something like that for that kind of a price. And obviously making it fit in the salary cap. Because listen, I know they have $32 million. 14 of that's already donated to
it doesn't have to be like that.
So they only really have whatever's left from 32 minus 14.
Look, you should know that.
You're right. I should. But I don't know if they're like even interested in going after that at all. He's always been a competitive player, and that's something that you want on your team. I am still interested in what they might have going on behind the scenes, but I don't think a play like that is something the Cowboys are going to do.
I'm right there with Corey.
Okay.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that they're going to look into.
NFL overreaction or reality? Michael Penix Jr. will make the Falcons look smart for picking him by playing well all season.
Will he tell all the announcers how his name is really pronounced?
I'll tell you this. If he says his name, even if he's doing a bit, and other people jump in and he says, my name is Michael Penix, then I will call him Michael Penix.
Go ahead and mark that.
Damn it.
I just want people to know what Kevin's name is. Yeah, I think he's going to be good, dude. Hold on, rephrase the question. I heard the question. I just wanted to get my joke off so bad. So
Michael Penix will make the Falcons look smart for picking him.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I think I think the dude can throw the ball. He can really spin it, as Jerry likes to say. And I think that him and Drake London are going to be a nice little combination. And I think that having Bijan Robinson back in that backfield with him is super helpful because he's got a really good safety net for him as well. But the tight end spot with Kyle Pitts is very interesting because what is there? Isaiah Sandback said this the other day. Every quarterback needs a safety net. Who is his real safety net? Usually tight ends are the nice safety net for quarterbacks. So what their plan is there. I'm interested to see, but I think he's a really talented quarterback who can get the ball to multiple receivers.
I think it was the weekend of the draft, whenever he was selected, I had a very spirited debate with one Blake Elliott on that Saturday show that we did.
I bet I'm on your side.
And the small part of me that actually has an ego needs this to be right. I said that was a smart play. And I said that Kirk Cousins wasn't going to work out there. So they really liked the guy, and they took a guy that they really liked. And I thought it made sense.
Yep.
From day one, I always thought that people were going to look back and say, hey, that was actually kind of smart. Good on them. And I stand that he's going to be a pretty good quarterback this year, enough to where people are going to start to say, maybe they knew what they were up to.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? Shedeur Sanders will finish the preseason with a higher quarterback rating than Dylan Gabriel. Because you got to think they'll get a lot of run in the preseason. Probably both of them.
I'm trying to think too of did you see the throw yesterday, Kevin? Did you see the Shedeur Sanders touchdown throw?
No.
It was a dart.
Was it all one cut, or did it edit?
I believe it was one cut.
Okay, because you saw that Colorado video, right?
Hey.
It's a touchdown.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay.
And this one kind of looked like that too a little bit. But it was a dart. Did you see it, Alec? Have you seen this
No,
clip?
I haven't. I'm intrigued.
It was a really good throw, right over the middle to it looked like a tight end falling into the end zone. It was a nice throw.
Okay.
I think that he has the charisma, the ability to throw, the ability to get a locker room behind him. I think that might happen very quickly in Cleveland for him. So I think he's going to have that opportunity to have a higher QB rating.
Yeah, I got you.
All the things.
What say you, Alec?
I'm going to say reality because I think he's going to get more run. I don't think it's going to be exactly 50-50 because I think the Browns can see this as a total opportunity to get some people to actually care about their games because the regular season product is not going to be good.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a good way to get eyeballs on the TV. Why not?
NFL overreaction or reality? Ashton Genty will win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
He's my favorite.
Yeah.
By far for it. He absolutely is. But doesn't it seem
in
like
your Facebooker?
I don't think he can win it. I'm sorry. I just don't. When was the last time an offensive lineman won Rookie of the Year?
Irrelevant. This is the part where you would yell at me and say, I have no faith in the Cowboys. And they can't do anything, and on and on and on.
Well, Kevin, you said that he couldn't win Protector of the Year the other day. You said somebody else was going to. You said Tyler Smith was the more likely one.
That doesn't feel like a crazy opinion.
Well, Tyler Guyton did say that Tyler Smith is the leader for them in that room.
See?
So that's a big factor there. But yeah, I think that Ashton Genty, I'm very interested in how this offense is going to look because they've, for the last, feels like 10 years now.
Yeah.
It's been kind of a calamity. But Pete Carroll's a different coach, man. He's good at organizing the team and organizing the building. So I think he's going to, and he loves to run the football. That helps with controlling the clock, and maybe he's, protecting your defense enough too. So I think that Ashton Jeanty has the best chance to do it.
All right, bonus question to go along with this: 1,100 yards and 9 total touchdowns. 1,100 yards rushing and 9 total touchdowns. Would that be a successful rookie season?
That would be successful, and I think that's a very fair projection. I think he's that good, and he's going to be immediately that good. And the answer to the question itself, until we see Travis Hunter playing 70% of offensive snaps, versus 30% defensive snaps, then, yeah, if he's playing true 50-50, then it's got to be Ashton Jeanty.
Okay, I like that. All right, excellent job. Appreciate you guys very, very much.
Thanks, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll throw it out to Mesquite to talk with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation live at Tolbert Garage Doors next on The Fan.
shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
First pitch, he hits one on the ground to second. Down to a knee, Lau. He's got it, throws to first, and that'll do it. Drama over. Seager grounds out, and the Rays hold on to defeat the Rangers by the final score of 5-4.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you? And will you tell everybody where you're at today?
Yes, sir. We're doing great, Hagee. And we are live at Tolbert Garage Door here just off 30 in Mesquite, okay? You might see us on your way home, as a matter of fact. I bet you will, Hagee, and would love to see you.
I bet you will see me.
That's what I heard. Heard a rumor. Bobby Belt is here, but we're doing great. How are you, man?
I'm doing excellent. You know what I really love is Gavin Dawson's involvement not only in the Twitch, Corey, but he's been texting us as well. He's been locked into the program.
He definitely has.
I appreciate that. How have your interactions with the Twitch folks been going?
Well, point of correction, it's actually the YouTube chat.
YouTube, I'm sorry, the YouTube chat.
More of a Tomato, YouTube guy than a Twitch guy, which doesn't make sense because Twitch would be, I think, more of a native land for me. They're being more video game oriented. But I was hanging in the YouTube chat yesterday. Maybe I'll jump in the Twitch chat today. Maybe I'll be in both. It's been great, but I think they believe that I'm either butt cracking or ball sacking them, Hagee. Because
which one would be most likely for you?
I'm like, hey, it's me. Can I ask you questions? And they're just ignoring me.
No, that's not Gavin.
Just having their own conversations.
It's my work email. I'm like, how much more official can I make it?
Yeah, but you have all these impersonators out in the Twitterverse and stuff, so it's tough.
Yeah, there's a number of impersonators, and they're sending you crypto scam links. So be on the lookout for that. Don't click those links. Don't connect your wallet. It's what you call a wallet drain scam.
I feel like we've all had some sort of issue like that. For example, Corey, people think you're choppy because you're signed in under his login at times.
Yeah.
And then when I lost my voice, I tried to jump into the Twitch, and they're like, "No, you're not him." And I was like, "No, I am." And they're like, "Prove it." And I told them things that I felt like only I would know, and they're like, "Nah."
Everybody knows that
Yeah,
about
exactly.
Kevin.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are we doing? As Brian
gotta do
Broaddus
better.
would say.
Having fun.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah, exactly. See, he gets it. All right, gentlemen. In addition to being at Tolbert Garage Door, is there like a small business extravaganza? What all's going on out there?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And this was all organic, and Colby was a big part of this getting going. But there's this concept of Shop Tolo, and a number of Tolo operated businesses are kind of have a loose network where they're getting together and supporting each other. Like, for example, Harbor Heights Lights, or Harbor Lights is the name of the company out in Aledo. They're here, and they're here, and you have the Great Outdoor Shop and a lot of different Tolo businesses. Our friend Eric from CBD American Shaman brought like a cooler of Delta and CBD drinks. It's just like sitting there. And we'll be sprinkling those folks in, dropping them in and mention it. But I think that's really cool that like Tolo businesses are getting together to help support and market for each other. Because, maybe I'm doing your garages, but I also know this guy that does lights, and maybe I know this guy that does irrigation, and this guy's a pool company, and boom, they come together and fellowship, and they're drinking at our, evening shows out at establishments and whatnot together, just having a great time. So if there's any businesses out there that want to join that, like, Tolo fraternity of small businesses, this is the place to come join right now where they're initiating new people.
100%. And that food truck smells unbelievable. I love the distinction because you have like family, playhouse, kids can come join, and then like you go inside, there's the man cave. All of a sudden you got the flat
pool
screens,
table.
you got the pool table.
All the G-bag flags are set up.
It's a really impressive spot.
This is a great place to hang out and work. I'd be like, man, this is a great hang. Flags everywhere, G-bag flags everywhere.
Since you kind of mentioned like the community of, hopefully we can get the, Tolo buyers and sellers going on. In your house, what is the most annoying consistent expense? Like, is it your garage door? Is it your plumbing? Like, what do you run into the most problems with?
Ooh, that's a good question.
My kids breaking stuff.
Oh.
Just anything. They break all my crap, dude.
See, we've had issues with plumbing at our house.
Oh, yeah, that's happened before.
Yeah, it's probably drainage. It probably is plumbing.
You got to be careful, Heggy, how much paper you put in that commode.
Yeah.
Not that.
Yeah.
No, but that's a fair point.
You guys don't flush like baby wipes and stuff down there, do you?
No, although how are you still allowed to say flushable wipes if the people are like...
Heggy and Mark Mangino are the same guys. Marketing.
He just uses a towel.
Yeah, he just uses a towel. Hands it to his wife, says, handle that, please.
Oh, my
Brandon's
God.
the towel boy.
You ever save time and just jump
Then
in
he
the
goes
shower?
and does a press conference for, podcast.
He's got
something
no
like
end
that.
training.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah.
Get over here, kid.
Yeah.
The pool keeps dinging me pretty good, though, Hagee.
Okay.
That is getting very annoying, and that's definitely a money pit for entertainment. That is a monthly financial investment, your kids' entertainment. And shoot, I mean, that one is tough.
I just had to
I could
buy a
go
bunch
on
of
and on.
chlorine and shock today. As a matter of fact, that thing is expensive all the time.
Did you say in shock?
And some shock, yeah.
I don't know what that means.
You throw that in there, it kills
Shock
the
to 'em.
algae. Kills the algae in the pool.
Gives some that shock to it.
It could also really hurt your skin and stuff, right? Like you can't, when you shock it, you got to wait.
You got to wait
quite some time
24 hours. Yeah.
24.
Oh.
24.
Yeah. Otherwise,
That's a myth.
I'm not patient.
What?
Myth.
No.
Unless
It's-
you can
it's
deal
the-
with burning eyes, you're fine.
It's the same myth as like don't eat and jump in the pool. Same myth.
yeah.
Here I am.
Hey, we could write a book
I
on.
could do it. I'm gonna do it.
We could
again.
write a book on pool myths.
If it's a summer day at 10 a.m. and we have to deal with burning eyes and maybe a little bit of a skin rash, you're jumping in that pool.
You know?
Okay.
Nothing's gonna
Oh,
stop
yeah.
you.
But it also might be, hey, jump in the pool, and then it's a short pool day. Like, you don't have to. You know, you make everybody like, oh, we're going to do this all day. And you're kind of like, no, we're not. Rangers are on today. We're going to watch a little Ranger baseball.
What's the other pool myth? It's the if you pee, it's going to turn blue all
Yeah,
around you.
somebody will always tell you they've got some kind of red dye or something in there, and you just go ahead and pee.
Has anyone ever gotten got by that?
I don't think so.
You don't think it's real?
Other than in the movie Grown Ups, the first one.
Oh, that's true.
When
Who peed?
Kevin James actually peed in the water park pool, and it started chasing him with blue stuff. That was pretty funny.
No.
Just get out and go over to the rocks. That's all you got to do is just get out of the pool and go over to the rocks and go.
Pee on the rocks?
Yes.
Yeah. It's my favorite cocktail.
Rocks.
Oh, my gosh.
Pee on the rocks.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's going to be a blast. Remind everybody where you're at today and what's coming up on the program.
To be fair, they're good frozen too, but on the rocks is special.
Yeah.
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. Okay, we are live at Tolbert Garage Door here off of 30. Go to tolbertgaragedoor.com for more information. And, we got you. We got you coming up later on in the show, and Bobby Belt's going to drop in at 2:40. We'll unpack the OTAs.
I love it. I love it. Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
In this
brought up. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are on the road again. It's my favorite song as a kid, by the way, that Willie Nelson jam, On the Road Again.
On the road again.
We're live at Tolbert Garage Door here in Mesquite on 30. Wow, I wondered what that wafted in on the Chief.
Holy
That's explosive right there.
I tried to hit the corner over there, but then all of a sudden I hear Stranglehold.
Yeah.
I'm getting in the seat.
We know I need to get you that.
Can I just say how sorry I am?
No, you're good.
Wow.
You're good. Yeah.
Just so embarrassing.
I hope our guests
right off the jump
don't smell that. I hope that does not make its way over to the
Oh, no,
toilets here.
And here we go. People walking by.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Hi.
Don't mind that.
Have a good day.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. Keep
Have an
moving.
A1
Can't
day.
take this guy anywhere.
Keep
Yep.
moving.
That is
Damn, I'm sorry.
Eric Chiafalo, one half of the Nosebleed Brothers. Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house. I'm Gavin Dawson. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. 75 and Fitzhugh. He's ready to go four flawless. Okay. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6 o'clock, and we got to talk about that. Of course, acknowledge Carter Freeman coordinating your video back home. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm in the YouTube chat. Ruben Portillo is remote engineering. Bobby Belt is here. And we love it. You know, it's a proper Tolo hangout. And if you want that scorching hot, brand new G-Bag tumbler, it is calling your name. It is beautiful. It's all over our social media. And we probably have about 40 left. So get them while you can here at Tolbert Garage Door. Food trucks, bounce houses. There's auxiliary parking around the back. You'll be good to go.
I'll tell you what, guys. Walk outside and the smell in the air.
Thank you.
Not your smell, the good smell
You're
outside.
going to need to go outside and smell the good stuff.
These food trucks are rocking with their stuff. And Dawson brought wings too. Chief, do you have some wings?
Oh,
Yeah, jump in here on these wings.
Oh, he brought some wings.
Wow. I haven't even had the wings yet, and I'm already in the trenches.
You sound like you might have had some wings and some eggs last night. Maybe a protein-rich diet, no doubt about it. Kumar Rocker. I don't know what he's going to do to recover. Struggling to get outs despite having good stuff, according to Boach, throwing a little bit harder. And then he was late to cover first on a grounder and had like a J.R. Smith type of moment.
And
where,
forgot there was a runner also on
Which
base.
essentially lost him the game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an inexcusable mistake. And I did love Mike Bassick, and Mike had a tremendous breakdown of the whole thing. And I thought last night was one of his better moments probably on air. I know they played some of that on the morning show. I think Eric might have some of that. But, yeah, that's like baseball 101. You got to make sure you hustle your ass over there to cover first. And Kumar Rocker just like a gingerly stroll. So I don't know. I mean, you got to figure out more than two pitches. Certainly the movement on his pitches are good, and he can throw really hard. But, yeah, I think some of the stuff that Mike was insinuating, where like you might be if you're a guy that can't add your repertoire and you're having issues going through a lineup more than once or twice at best, maybe a bullpen arm is in your future. But he's still young, and he still hasn't pitched a ton in the big leagues, so work it out. But I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being kind of what you're looking at here with Kumar Rocker.
Well, it's unfortunate. I think maybe
part of a deal to get somebody else.
Maybe, I think there's a lot of different ways you could look at it. I'm excited about his talent still long term, but I mean he's struggling right now. Apparently, there was a situation in one of his rehab starts with covering first as well. Mm-hmm. So. Again, rookie mistakes, you keep those kind of things in mind, but
it costs you a game.
Yeah, and I've been spending a lot of time like thinking about like how could a guy have an issue like that with everything on the line?
Yeah.
And if you can't lock in and focus there, is this a guy you want to spend a ton of time developing, or is there some sort of a reason? Like, I think a lot of it, from what I can tell in personal experience and looking online, sometimes people struggle with ADD, or they struggle under pressure and start thinking too much, and the next thing you know, things that are instinctual you're forgetting to do. And I don't know if that's it, like he's pressing so much and he's jammed up by the first mistake that's leading to a second mistake. That's what I think is going on out there, and I think it's just a reminder that with him and Leiter, there's probably growing pains ahead. Patience, is going to be important.
Yeah, and Bochy with KNC today was talking about his peripherals and how even with the base runners in general, he's guys are stealing bases on him left and right.
Sure.
And he threw out Leiter as a guy who's really improved in that area.
Yeah.
Obviously, Rocker needs to get going here, but that was maddening, dude.
Yeah, that was. I'll tell you what was maddening is you had a chance with a runner on base and Seager at the plate.
Sure, absolutely.
Let's not wash our hands of that one.
Well, Hustle, Josh Smith, both of his runs that he scored.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's him just running the bases to perfection. I mean, that's what you want to go ahead and show your kids in Little League right there. That's how you do it.
Teaching tape.
Absolutely. And Wyatt came up with a big hit. You're right. That scores Josh. Now it's 5-4, and then your guy, your MVP, Corey Seager, comes up, and this is an opportunity to win the game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it didn't go the Rangers' way.
Can we give a positive shout-out to the athleticism of old Langford?
Oh, jumping over. Yeah.
That was hot.
Yeah. His ability to, he's for a guy that is so, as we say, like tightly wound, the muscle on him, and his ability to show flexibility, and like even when you see him steal bases and he's trying to keep from going by the bag, and he's able to kind of contort his body and keep the hand or get the foot in there and stuff like that. The guy is an incredible player that way.
I mean, how strong is it to get over, but also to not overextend off balance? Your body is leaning forward. Your leg is going flat in an awkward landing on top of the base, and you're so athletic and strong that you just absorb of that.
All that.
I thought it was as
that
I'm
had
watching. I'm like, how did he not hyperextend?
That had hyperextension knee written all over.
That's how Kyrie Irving ultimately his season ended.
Yeah.
Is getting up, getting out of balance, and then getting flat-legged as you land.
Yeah.
And he just ate that thing. So that was absolutely incredible, and it's one of the good moments. I mean, you score 4 runs this year. You're 21-3 when you score 4 runs, and unfortunately, it wasn't your night with the starting pitching as it has been, but at least some encouraging or positive things happened last night. Now we'll hope for the best here this evening before they get a weekend series going in Washington, right? It's Nationals tomorrow.
Nationals next, yep.
Okay, look at this. They just brought in a nice leather couch. We're hanging out live.
Yeah.
Tolbert garage door, Mesquite off of 30.
First class service over
Hospitality,
here.
just 10 out of 10.
Kidding me?
We want to see all of our East Side Tolos, right?
That's right.
This is Garland.
And
This
a
is Richardson.
dog in the building with a Cowboy jersey on. This is incredible.
Ooh, number
What's the jersey?
11?
Is it Micah Parsons?
It's a Micah Parsons jersey on what looks like to be a.
Is that a Shih Tzu?
Maybe. Yeah. It's a two mix.
It's a mix.
Yeah, it's a mix.
You nailed it.
Jeez,
Two
we're
mix.
working with some veterinarians over here.
You know me, I'm a dog guy.
No, that's what it is, man.
You are a dog.
What other communities do we have? Mesquite. We have Seagoville out here. We want to see Balch Springs possibly in attendance.
Yeah.
If you were
Had some people from Rockwall pop in to say hey.
Yeah. So
Fate, you're not too far.
And a gentleman mentioned, there he is right there, that we don't often make it to the east side. We do a lot of stuff up north and out in Tarrant County.
We're kind of snobs.
A lot of stuff in Arlington. but we are here, and we want to see Tolo businesses. This is a great networking opportunity with some of the other Tolo small business owners that are out there. Fantastic hangout. The Suns expected to ramp up their efforts to trade KD between now and the draft. Jordan Ott has been hired as the head coach, as we talked about yesterday. That means Sweeney at least not leaving for the Suns.
Yeah,
hoping to hold what I believe is Jason Kidd's top assistant.
Yeah, he is, and possibility of talking to people around the league and some folk at the MAV. Maybe the Spurs are involved.
He get poached.
Yeah, maybe getting poached. So we'll see. Hopefully, he hangs in here and stays with the Mavs. I think he does a fine job. I really do.
Well, I mean, do we need to worry about the Mavs head coach? When Tim McMahon putting that out there made me a little bit nervous.
Well, I tell you what, though, I'd like to see. Do you think that Sweeney would have an opportunity
for the Knicks job?
No. For the Mavs, if Jason Kidd were to leave.
It's a great question.
I think you would have to ask your superstar leadership, do you like playing for this guy? And if the answer is yes, I think, it would make a lot of sense to give him an opportunity, unless you have some other great in mind that you're sure can handle the added responsibility and emotion of being a head coach. Because I think 2025, 2026 is so vitally important. If you're going to make this work, whatever chances you think there are, it's now, right? And I wouldn't want to waste that figuring out that head coaching is too much for a guy, although huge believer in Sweeney, and I am interested for hearing more from Tim McMahon. Maybe we could get him on the show, as this story evolves a little bit. That would definitely be nervous time. I would hate to try to replace Jason Kidd, though. The things that he has done here, the success that you have had, and his place in Dallas sports history.
No doubt.
I mean, it's just perfect for so many reasons. But yeah, apparently Sham says there are 5 or 6 teams seriously interested in KD. I know after the Davis trade and before the flag, I was interested in adding KD. I don't know that I am right now. I don't know that you could come up with a trade package that would make sense, but I could be tempted. If you could add KD, obviously, PJ Washington, Derek Lively, young draft picks you would have in mind there, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think we really like this group and this core. We don't need more old, do we?
No, I'm in the business of trying to appreciate the fact that we just now have our window and our timeline just reversed course in a beautiful way. So I am looking more to offload older, often injured, highly paid guys as opposed to acquiring them, especially when you talk about throwing out Derek Lively. Walchuk just had a shiver go down.
I did. I wanted to throw up in my mouth a little bit there.
So that would be a no for me, but I do think the Spurs are going to be in play here. The Rockets, perhaps. So,
can he still swing the balance of power? Him going there, does that make them a favorite?
I don't know that it does. I don't know that it makes them necessarily a favorite, but I do think on especially that Rockets team, you saw a lot to like. That's a playoff team, and now you get a thoroughbred scorer who is still as lethal as ever when it comes to putting the ball in the hoop. So I think that does a lot for you, but I mean, I don't know.
San Antonio is just interesting. Like Fox, Wemby, KD, in my mind, that should take over.
Yeah, you're right. I think that trio right there would be fantastic, but I still think they'd probably come up short. Even Oklahoma City right now.
Yeah.
Going through Oklahoma City would be extremely difficult, but Durant's still a stud.
Okay, Commish, Adam Silver confirming USA versus the World 2026 All-Star Game. I'm sure Chief can have more on that coming up in a rim session a little bit later on, but I thought that was a no-brainer after the success of the Winter Olympics. Is there any way we can harness some of that?
Right.
That'd be a lot of fun. Derek Carr on retiring. He says he couldn't just take the Saints' money. What are you working on over there, Brian?
I was asking to see if I can get Tim McMahon on.
Okay. That'd be great.
Yeah.
We do have Bobby Marks tomorrow at 4.
Yeah, I just was
Bobby
reaching out. I know we were supposed to have Tim on before and got some confusion of some other guests and things like that.
We're
So
always
hopefully
down.
McMahon doesn't completely hate me.
Well, I appreciate
He'll
it.
hate you now.
Yeah.
Tim will hate you in a heartbeat.
Oh, no.
Well, yeah.
Oh, no, he's a hateable guy.
No way he would hate us more than he hates Stars fans, right?
No,
absolutely not.
Oh, wow.
No, I think Tim likes the confrontation.
He does.
That's fun to him.
Tim's got some Parcells in him where he kind of will push you to see if you'll cave.
Yes. Yes.
And so I think, and then if you cave, he has no respect for you.
We did just get breaking news in, boys. It is happening. The saga is over, it seems.
For Jamie Benn?
With Aaron Rodgers.
Oh,
dang.
I thought there was a Jamie Benn jersey
The
on.
saga does not continue?
Okay,
No.
it's the most obvious thing in the world, right? We all knew he was going to become a Steeler. I mean,
I guess it's fine. I mean, shout out to Zero, who's texted Eric and I, but Tom Pelissero is reporting that 4-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers has informed the Steelers that he's going to fly to Pittsburgh tomorrow. He's going to sign before next week's mini camp, according to multiple insiders. So they're finally going to get a deal done. He's going to play his 21st NFL season, and it will be in the black and gold. So the worst kept secret in the NFL, I guess it was just whenever Aaron Rodgers was ready, and now he's ready.
Yeah.
I've been watching this Enigma show, and I got to tell you, I think I've hated on Aaron Rodgers more than any athlete out there over the last 5 years plus, maybe. And I guess I'm rooting for him. And I guess that's what a documentary or a biography or whatever that is can do. It's going to show you the likable side of the story. But I just think his whole deal is genuine, right? Is it always on point? Does it resonate with everybody? Is it relatable? No, But I think I don't think he's
amazing.
I don't think he's fake and manipulating the world. I just think he's confused and trying to figure it out, and has come across some things that help him cope with it. I guess would be my takeaway. So I'm hoping he has success there. I don't know if he will. Obviously, they have good defense. They've had a horrible offense. And, he's going to have to be a big part of fixing that now with DK Metcalf, although without George Pickens. I would imagine if I'm Rodgers and I found out they traded Pickens, I'm like, that's my guy.
Right.
I was about to work magic with this dude. Every other throw I put up in the end zone is about to be a touchdown to him back shoulder. That's the wizard that I think could really get the most out of Pickens, but I don't know. Maybe there was no correlation in there at all, and the Steelers were making decisions independently. But man, I would think if we're going to get this thing done finally for the city of Pittsburgh, having those two guys plus Aaron Rodgers could have really opened up a window.
Yeah, and maybe that speaks to the fact George Pickens obviously is talking about how he didn't want to be there, and he voiced that. And even before Pickens was traded, it was Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf working out together in California or wherever they did it. Or actually, I think it was in Pittsburgh. I think Rodgers wanted to go just kind of get a lay of the land a little bit, and he was not working out with Pickens. He was working out with Metcalf.
All right, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Come on in at Tolbert Garage Door here for your G-Bag tumbler, collector's items. Okay, we brought 50 of them. Ruben's going to give me an update here at the break. Portillo's remote engineering and running promotions for us, basically.
I just saw 4 walk out the door.
We got a packed house.
Yeah,
Maybe 4 out the door.
Yeah,
maybe.
this thing's about to get serious.
But hang out, let's fellowship. We'll get you the G-Bag of the Day champion. Come up on the other side, and then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, what's the subject matter looking like today?
Might combo this up. It's the NBA Finals, so I've got the top finals performances of all time, but also National Ketchup Day. Who doesn't love ketchup? But I've got the top foods for and not for ketchup. That's next in the nation.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the G-Bag Nation. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. Or on our Odyssey app, presented by...
That's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Colby Tolbert just told me beer truck and barbecue truck next door, right? So you can have a proper Tolo hangout. Get yourself a cold beer. Have a pint. Okay, come on by. It's the G-Bag Nation here at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite off 30. And I don't know, maybe a couple of dozen G-Bag tumblers remain. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And back in the Pimp Cup, here's Lucius.
Yeah, here I am. Here I is. What up, though?
What up, though?
What up, though? Shout out to Detroit for that. What up, though? All right, this is
good.
G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay it at 2:30, what you're hearing right here. If you see anything floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P, man. All right, we have a proper crash out at the CVS. Buddy got the wrong pills, and he was trying to trigger the clerk.
Trouble here. Give my money back for the pills. That was the wrong pill. This guy told me to my mother. Your mother and give my money back for the pills.
Just rude.
Now you're not going to kill me. Your mother. Free speech. America. Your mother.
America.
You. Give my money back with my pills. I don't know what to do. Now somebody better give me $35 back. Is what they better do.
What the hell I'm talking about?
Right now.
Right now.
Yeah, the cops are coming. You. The cops are coming. Free speech, bro. Free speech. Queer. Are you queer?
Oh, my God.
How you let that get you? Get the hell out of here. You queer.
Can we play that word?
Found it.
Yeah,
We
man.
can, the keyword.
That's a real word. Queer? Yeah. What do you think that the Q in LGBT qua is?
It's the qua.
The
Hey,
qua.
guys.
That's the qua.
What up, Kevin?
That's Quevin Hageland over there.
Do you think that's going to end poorly for that fella who's doing all the ranting and raving about free speech?
Probably. Yeah, probably not welcome in that CVS again.
Probably
He can
not.
Try his free speech at a pharmacy way down the road.
Yeah.
He'll have a hard time getting to
Walgreens.
his bus pass.
If you listen to that clip, though, there's a music playing in the background. Just the two of us is playing.
Oh, wow.
There's a proper crash out happening. Just the two of us.
Thank you. Lucius will have the challengers to the champ coming up at 5:30. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is.
Thank you very much. Happy National Ketchup Day. I know that's one of your favorite condiments, Iggy. Gosh, you love ketchup.
Thumbs down. Just real quick about your champion. Do you think it would have been a great marketing opportunity if you're like, hey, you might tolerate that crap at Walgreens. We're CVS. We're not having any of that.
That would have been a great guerrilla
That would have been
marketing
good.
opportunity.
And like Burger King and McDonald's and the feud that they had back in the day with their commercials going at each other. I like that. I like a good a war between people that have similar products.
Yeah.
It can be fun and creative. What are some things that are great to put ketchup on, things that aren't? And then we've also got a final spin to this. We'll take a trip down memory lane, go through some of the best finals performances of all time here. Big shout out to some of the Tolos that have come out as we're at Tolbert Garage Door, 3916 I-30 Frontage Road here in Mesquite. Alonzo, Jason, Nick, LeVar.
It's happening.
It is, man. It's alive and popping, and you're going to need to get out here pretty quick, I think, if you want to get one of these tumblers.
Agreed.
We're not really having an issue giving these away.
I would like to shout out Ryan Woody from Irving, who sent his mother-in-law out here to pick up his tumbler for him. What an incredible mother-in-law. And sister-in-law, by the way. They doubled up. MVPs.
Commitment.
Okay, 214, I'm addicted to the food list that y'all do. Please keep up the good work. All right, we'll start with the food. Just for you, 214. Best things to put ketchup on.
I think everything's fighting for second after a bacon cheeseburger. Just be honest with you.
Well, how would you feel if somebody picked up one of those orange magic wings right now? They just put a little ketchup on there.
I think it's weird.
Yeah. Offensive?
But if you like ketchup that much, I would understand. Definitely not offensive.
Because there's some people, and probably a lot of kids out there, that basically put ketchup on everything.
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen, and I'm a big wing guy, never seen chicken wing dipped in ketchup.
Me either.
Yeah, that is odd.
But you don't like ketchup. I'm surprised because you're like a chicken tendy guy.
And that's what I was going to say. Isn't chicken tenders or chicken nuggets or hot dogs in the mix for, if first place is taken,
all of them.
Feel like they'd be in the mix for second?
French fries, of course.
French fries are the number one seed, followed by the hot dogs, the chicken nuggets, meatloaf, Brian.
Meatloaf.
Broaddus.
But you could actually use meat. You put the ketchup while you're baking the meat.
Right on
so
top
it's part
right there.
of.
Yeah.
It's in the ground beef.
That
That's
nice top layer.
Yeah.
With some
just
ketchup
burnt a
there.
little bit.
Well, you could
It's magical.
you could put like you can make can almost make like put with brown sugar and stuff. You can kind of doll it up. It just doesn't have to be ketchup.
It needs to be sweet.
Yeah,
like all the meatloaf, the best meatloaf. When they
put
crust
some
it up,
ketchup with some honey.
Yep, absolutely.
And then brown sugar, and then kind of and make your crust.
I like the meatloaf because I don't ask questions about what went into it. I'm definitely one of those people where it's more mental than anything, and I'm like, you shouldn't have told me what was in that food.
Okay,
Now,
I might have
can't
asked you guys
eat.
this before, but have you ever gotten the meatloaf where they cook a hard-boiled egg right in the middle of it?
Nope.
What?
Yeah.
Can't say I have.
One time.
Those folks are in prison.
One time. You know what? It might be like a Russian or Ukrainian dish because I had it made for me once, and it was by a Russian family, and it was utterly disgusting. And my dad to this day won't eat meatloaf because when he was growing up, that's how his mother cooked it.
Just one?
Off-putting.
Just one?
Just one hard-boiled egg in the middle of it.
I'm looking at like some photos right
they
there.
like stuff it. It's like a stuffed meatloaf with the egg in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it seems like you'd have the ends where it would be egg-free.
It just didn't work for me, and I'm cool with meatloaf and hard-boiled eggs individually. Brian, I know you're just not.
Well,
it's the texture of it, the rubberiness.
The whole thing is, though, to make good meatloaf, you have to use eggs. It's part of the binder.
But not hard-boiled.
Not at all.
Even though, like from an artistry standpoint, it looks cool.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes first.
Okay, grilled cheese is next up.
Oh.
And the 214 said ketchup on your grilled cheese dip style. That is the best.
No, that would be tomato basil soup.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
if
I
you
do
want to
like
use
that.
if you want to use the ketchup to help the tomato basil soup, go
That
with
could
that.
work out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tater tots is another one. by
Tater
the
tots.
way.
I mean, any potato
hash
product.
browns.
Any potato product.
Hash browns are best with a little ketchup.
No
on them.
doubt. Maybe some onion rings. You could do that as well if you want.
Perfect.
The burger, 100%. And
Perfect.
then eggs do come in next up on the best things to put ketchup on is the eggies. The worst things, pasta.
Yeah.
Kids do that.
Be weird. Put
Yeah.
ketchup on pasta.
Instead of spaghetti sauce, they go
Kids
ketchup.
do that.
I mean, it is
Or
tomato.
tomato sauce, I guess.
Right?
Yeah. Remy, 3.5. She calls ketchup sauce, and she'll put it on anything. You know?
Okay.
So
She does love her ketchup.
And if they're going to eat it at that age, I'm just going to be quiet.
Just yes,
Go
please.
ahead.
Oh,
eat it,
totally.
Yeah.
Seafood.
Seafood, yeah.
Mix it with some horseradish, and you got a pretty good cocktail
Now,
sauce.
if it's fried fish, like fish sticks and ketchup, not bad.
Yeah, catfish.
But if we're talking like you're not dipping, crawfish in there or shrimp or crab.
Make a remoulade out of all that.
Yeah, we're not
Use as a
doing that.
base.
Now, is there ketchup in cocktail sauce?
Yes. Absolutely. See, that's what I'm saying. It's ketchup with horseradish sauce and the little woo sauce.
I don't know if I agree with this.
Little woo sauce.
Little woo sauce.
Little woo. Worcestershire
Steak at number
sauce.
3. There's a lot of people that do like their ketchup and steak. Shout out to Patrick Mahomes.
That guy quarterbacking at KC.
Yeah,
I had a guy look at me at Roadhouse once because I asked for barbecue sauce to dip the fries in, and he thought I was going to put it on the steak, and he goes, I mean, we do, but...
Oh, he was disrespected by this.
Yeah, you have to specify. You have to specify.
I was like, it's for
my
the fries.
Yeah.
I do usually tip.
Not anymore. Sushi. You're not putting ketchup on sushi.
No way.
Salad. That'd be disgusting. Roasted vegetables.
In it, yeah. Let's go. Oh, look at this.
Look at this.
Look at this. My
The
gosh.
largest outdoor sandwich we've ever seen. The Great Outdoors.
The Great Outdoors makes a badass sandwich.
It's a
by the way.
6-footer.
Yeah, they do a great job.
This is like an Italian
4-footer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. We got the confirmation.
That's,
the analytics sandwich team just came in and gave me the 4-finger. It is a
He sure did.
4-foot sandwich.
Yeah.
That looks incredible.
That is wild. That's what
Chief
you're getting
called
at
half
here.
of it at the break. He's already got dibs.
I was
so
about
we're
to say,
fighting over the rest of it.
Where's y'all's sandwich at?
Colbert Garage Door, get on out here. The Great Outdoors sub, salads, and ice cream. They got 6 locations across DFW. That most popular sub, though, Eric, what would that be?
Oh my gosh, that would be the fresh baked bread, freshly cut meat, turkey pastrami, capicola, the spiced ham, salami, pepperoni, bologna, provolone.
It's all
cheese.
loaded up.
Let's
It's all there.
go.
Greatest
Look
Italian
at the
sandwich
layer.
you've ever seen.
Look
Wow.
at the layering on
Onions
that.
have layers. Yeah, get on out here. Get yourself a piece of this sandwich.
Intercepted.
Out here in
Chief,
Mesquite,
nice work.
Tolbert Garage Door. And then cheese and ketchup would be the last one. You're not mixing your cheese and your ketchup.
Is this a number 12? Number 12. Here we go. How about
Perfect.
this? Yeah.
Broadus knows the menu.
Yeah.
He sure
This
does.
thing is
Hey, thank you very
They do a
much.
Thank
hell
you,
of
bro.
a job. They
Really
do.
appreciate
Yeah,
you
thank you.
hooking it up fat right here in Mesquite. Okay, there's your ketchup. Lucius, any pros and cons when it comes to the ketchup? Things that you absolutely will put it on, absolutely won't? Nothing there? Thank you so much. We'll show off the delicious sandwich here. Okay, let's slide into the
This
most...
thing's incredible.
Oh, yeah? You want to give it a review?
Hey, Eric, do you know how tall you are? Because you said it was the 6-footer, and I was like, do you think that sandwich is as tall as you?
That's incredible.
Okay.
That is kind of what I was looking at.
What sauce is this? We got oil?
It's a vinaigrette.
Oh, okay. Shout it out.
Make sure you get better.
I'd recommend
a little drizzle. Okay, greatest finals performances of all time. Game 1 of the finals tonight. I don't know how pumped you guys are. I know you were talking about it earlier.
I am excited.
I have picked Indiana to win this thing.
Oh.
Just, going against the grain. I'm pulling for Rick Carlisle. I know OKC's way better, but Indiana's kind of dealt with that, I think, throughout the entire playoff run.
I don't know if you're so inclined, but they're more than 4-1. Your money.
Yeah.
If you think Indiana's going to win this series, just saying, if people have the necessary means, they should go for it.
Yeah, might be looking into this. We go to Game 6 of the 2016 NBA Finals. The King, LeBron James. 41, 11, and 8, along with 4 steals and 3 blocks in that game to keep Cleveland alive. Ultimately, they ended up winning it in 7.
And that's an all-time great finals performance,
No doubt.
for the whole.
Well, is it the only time that anyone's come back from 3-1 down in the finals?
In the finals, I believe that is correct.
So, history making. The Warriors team that had won, what was it, 72 games?
73.
73. They were in the midst of their dynasty. The block, the Kyrie shot, no doubt. Game 6 of the 2021 NBA Finals, which I think gets forgotten pretty easily.
Very forgettable.
Giannis, he ended up with 50 points, 14 boards, 2 assists, 5 blocks in that game.
Wow.
Suns led that series 2-0, and then just ever since then have just been downhill as a franchise.
You know what? I remember that because it really did look like, even though it was just 2 games, it really did look like Milwaukee was overmatched. And then they flipped the switch, and you're
crazy.
like, I'm so sorry for doubting your abilities.
That was like the shortened season
Yes.
NBA.
Yeah.
Right off the COVID year.
After the 50-pointer, Giannis, remember, didn't he go to Chick-fil-A and get the 50 nuggets?
The Nuggets.
And Sprite, right? Half Sprite, half lemonade.
I think that's right. And that was also at a time, and that's what concerns me about, when they made the move for Anthony Davis. I still thought the Mavericks were looking at Anthony Davis and Giannis from 3 years ago when they were the best defensive players in the league, and not now when they're just good defensive players.
Right. Tim Duncan, Game 1 of the 03 Finals. 32, 20 boards in this game. 6 assists, 7 blocks.
Damn.
And 3 steals.
He's in the mix for that quadruple double.
Holy crap, that's unbelievable against the New Jersey Nets. We had Game 3 of 2018. KD went off, 43-13, 7, a steal, and 1 block. And then finally, let's go to Magic Johnson in 1980, shall we?
Let's
That's
do this.
Game 6, right?
Oh, what? Kareem can't play?
Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely. 42-15, 7 assists, 3 steals, and a block. Lakers pulled out to a 3-2 lead over the Sixers with that Game 5 win. And you had Kareem down with that ankle injury, and the Magic just putting the team on his back there.
It is incredible. And what year was that again?
That was 1980.
Okay, 1980.
Same year as Lake Placid.
And that was...
What a magical year for America.
It really was. And they were like, you need to play center? No problem. That was incredible.
I got this.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Last one that we got to mention, Michael Jordan. We did have Adrian in the house with a Michael Jordan shirt on. Game 4 of the 93 Finals would be his best performance. 55-8 and 4. Bulls went up 3-1 in that series, ultimately won it over the Suns.
Shoot, yeah. We are live at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. G-Bag tumblers still available while they last. It's off 30. Food trucks, bounce houses, local vendors, including the Great Outdoors, which just dropped us off this amazing Italian sandwich. We're enjoying that, and we want you to come by, fellowship with us. There's beer here. They got beer truck outside. Bobby Belt from Sean and RJ joins us to unpack the OTAs coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, I do want to talk Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's Trajan.
Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
For that? Okay.
A two-run walk-off home run for El Bombi.
You know where you need to be, Rangers Tolos. We are your proud home of the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Tolbert Garage Door. The G-Bag tumblers are almost already out, but there's plenty of fellowship to be had here. There's cold beer, there's bounce houses for the kids, all sorts of fun, and some delicious food. I mean, the great outdoors, sub salads and ice cream. Not only that, but they have cookies as well that I just found out at the break after that delicious Italian sandwiches. So there's some for everybody. And Bobby Belt joins us now here from Sean and RJ to help us unpack these OTAs. How the hell are you, buddy?
I'm great. How are y'all?
We're doing wonderful. I'm trying to.
Hey, Bobby.
Hi.
I'm trying to figure out how excited we should be about this football team. Are you seeing enough to be optimistic as we start to head for Oxnard?
Yeah, so the things that you can actually ascertain or learn about them right now, yeah. Like, I mean, that's all stuff that looks improved and looks better. So, like, does the culture, does the tone around their practices, around their building feel better right now? Yeah, it does. Does everybody like Dak moving better right now? Does he look healthier than I would have anticipated? Yeah, like guys seem ahead of schedule on some of the injury things. You're seeing, I think, some of these players that are new, that are getting integrated, and they're talking about the culture difference compared to where they've been in other places. You're seeing some of them really look comfortable within the roles that they're playing here at OTA. So George Pickens is coming along well, and he seems to be, the questions about personality, whatever else, he seems to be positive out there at the practices. You've got Jack Sanborn or Kenneth Murray at linebacker, and they look comfortable right now in some of the defensive stuff. So a lot of it's going to be very process oriented at this stage. You're not going to be able to see a lot of different things. But yeah, what you can see and what you can gather right now, it all looks more positive than I feel like it probably did a year ago.
Where's Schottenheimer? Do you think the fact that he's been here the last several years kind of knew the things that Mike McCarthy missed out with this team, and he's not going to make that mistake? Do you see a different in the? I mean, we can talk about enthusiasm and all those things, but do you think there was really a little bit of a disconnect between McCarthy and the players?
Yeah, I would say that. I think
Bobby, are you sure he's your guy?
Would you say that though?
No, McCarthy is your guy.
Here's the.
I know that with Bobby, but I'm saying it seems like to me that guys are starting to say, or they're either they're tweeting about it or posting about it, like, oh, fun again. All these things. Like where do you feel like just initially what you've seen on the field has Schottenheimer's staff been different than where they were the last 5 years?
So Michael Irvin talked a lot about this. I think you guys had referenced it during this week that when Irvin had been out there, it's a much more competitive environment at practice.
Oh, please be competitive.
And that's the thing. Like, Jason Garrett loved that.
He did.
Jason Garrett loved the competitive periods. He always talked about, like, I want juice. I want juice at practice from guys. McCarthy, his practices, and it's just a different way to do it. Yeah. McCarthy's practices a lot of times emphasize preservation, making sure guys weren't getting burned out, making sure that he was keeping guys healthy, because McCarthy was more a war of attrition guy. Injuries are what are going to do us in more than some of the other things. And so that's fine. That's a philosophy that some coaches have. Schottenheimer is much more in line, I think, with the Dan Quinn, Jason Garrett view of we need to be competitive all the time. We need these guys locked in into competitiveness. And that's what I think you're seeing a lot of during this, is that you're hearing chirping constantly during the practices from players. You're hearing it from the coaches talking to the players. So I'd say that's probably the most noticeable difference. Also, just the fact that McCarthy generally stayed planted with the quarterbacks all the time. McCarthy was with the quarterbacks, and that's where he stayed. Schottenheimer kind of bounces around, moves around the line, talks to everybody. Remember Garrett used to do this before games. He'd walk up, he'd shake everybody's hand in the stretch line. That's kind of the Schottenheimer thing too. And so I think that I think for the Cowboys, it's something where, and I hesitate to say this because I don't want people to take this the wrong way. This is meant as a positive thing.
Be careful, Bob.
I think the Cowboys view Schottenheimer as you can be what we envisioned and what we thought Garrett was going to be and maybe wasn't. Is that we're getting all the culture stuff, but they think
a coach with personality,
and we'll just like willing to do all the culture stuff that they love, but then also maybe bringing things into a more modern scope on the offense.
Yes, the excitement. With the new offensive line coach, Deuce Vaughn, that relationship. Patrick Walker had an article out today about Deuce and how this is going to be a big storyline for the running back room. And we've talked Miles Sanders, we've talked Javonte Williams. I've kind of been on the assumption Deuce Vaughn's not making this roster. Should we maybe change that thinking?
I mean, I have not seen Deuce Vaughn take a ton of reps. I mean, he's been back there on some special team stuff. He's been in the backfield for various things. He's been in there for 7-on-7. But no, I mean, the focus on first team has been, it's been Javonte Williams and it's been Miles Sanders. Second team, it's largely been Jaden Blue. And so, I mean, that's kind of where things are at right now. I also wonder a little bit, and this is just to be fair to everyone here, is that Deuce Vaughn's been here with Brian Schottenheimer for 2 years. Brian Schottenheimer spent a lot of time with Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah.
During OTAs, Brian Schottenheimer may be prioritizing, I've got 3 guys who need to understand what we're doing, and so they're getting the reps right now. These are the guys who are going to stand in here and understand, here are the calls, this is where you need to be, and getting all of that
That's
right.
Fair. That's fair.
That could be why we've seen less Deuce Vaughn, but, I mean, yeah, I think that he's in a position where he's kind of on the outside looking in probably right now.
Yeah, because he can't play special teams. I just thought that was weird to just kind of randomly come out there, because he did have, now his former offensive line coach in college is the new one. Maybe the symmetry with the run game, they have a plan for him.
He will be a big bubble discussion, I think, when we get to camp. He's going to be one of the handful of guys that we're saying, like, is he on or is he off, and camp's going to be big for him.
Bobby Belt here with you in the G-Bag Nation Live Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. You were there as Stephen Jones got upset with the media the other night. What was your read on that? Wasn't that weird?
Yeah, because Jerry's got the famous line. he likes to say when he's getting a little worked up, where he'll say, and I'm smiling when I say this.
Yeah.
Steven was not smiling when he said it. Steven was agitated at the questions. I think for Steven, maybe it's 20% out of that, if we're going to break up that frustration that he showed or that agitation, 20% of that is maybe the situation in and of itself. I think 80% of it was probably, you guys understand how I'm going to answer all these questions. Are you going to, as we're transitioning inside to finish up practice, are you going to keep me here with Micah questions all day? Because if you're doing that, I'm just going to go back in and finish watching practice. So I think he was hoping there would be a catch the hint of where we're at with what I'm going to tell you on this, and I'll stand here and give you some information on other things, but I think he was just a little frustrated that you guys are not catching the hint fast enough that I don't want to talk about this right now. But, I mean, it's interesting that he did not as frequently with Dak's questions or CD's questions in years past. We haven't gotten an answer like that from him on those players.
How about Trayvon Diggs? Is he going to be at minicamp next week? How disgruntled is he towards the Cowboys?
I think they are. I don't know that he's disgruntled. I don't know if that's the right word. I think they are. When we talk about the frustration they may have with Micah, I think this organization is significantly more frustrated with Trayvon Diggs than they are Micah Parsons right now. Like I think that they feel like last year was tough during the rehab process. He's not here right now. They would prefer that he would be. And that they would prefer that they'd be able to get eyes on him and work closely with him. But, I mean, it's also, as everybody keeps underlining, Schottenheimer, Stephen Jones, everybody else, it's optional. They'll keep saying that. And what they're trying to tell you is there's only so much we can lean on these guys before the NFLPA starts telling us back off because it's optional and you guys need to chill. But Trayvon Diggs is, I think, handling things his own way. He handles a lot of things his own way. And I think that it's something where I'm going to be really interested to see 12 months from now where Trayvon Diggs is. Because I don't know that it will be here.
Yeah, like if he didn't get hurt.
If he didn't get hurt,
I don't think he'd be here now.
If he didn't get hurt, there would be. I don't know that I'd be so calm to say he wouldn't be here, but I mean there would have been discussions. There would have been talk about him.
Isn't it crazy the $500,000 deal, or $500,000 for him accumulating for missing? Like just
yeah, but I mean
his agent. They just intentionally are just willing to leave that on the table.
So, I mean, ultimately, the agent's probably not going to fight for that. So that's going to impact Trayvon a lot more than it would the agent. So I think at that point, it's just, if it's a decision Trayvon wants to make, and Trayvon's willing to say, who cares about $500,000? It's like, all right, well, I mean, the incentive was in there, and we thought that was going to be enough. If it's not enough for you, okay, I guess that's your cost. But
Cowboys get $500,000 back.
And I think for him, for Diggs, it would be a case of, if $500,000 doesn't motivate you to just be in here, is that a case where you've just reached a point of, I'm content with my money. I'm content with my finances. And if that's the case, then I would think that would be a concern. But it may be deeper than that. Diggs posted something on social media. I think he was at a wedding recently. So it may just be a case where Diggs says, I've got other priorities during the offseason, and these are voluntary.
Okay, I loved your drawing of George Pickens' touchdown.
It was great.
Like seriously,
scale 1
to 10.
Kemsky. Yeah, no, no. It was. We weren't allowed to take photos during that period. It's a no cameras period. So I just had to illustrate it because it was very impressive. But he is he had a great practice the other day. He was the one. Him and Joe Milton, I think, stood out the most in terms of exciting moments in that practice. And CeeDee Lamb sitting out. It was, I think, time where they said, all right, Pickens, you spent 2 weeks here just getting the calls and getting the steps and the details right. Let's get you some work here now.
It's Bobby Belt here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Now, about 5 years ago, there was a big conversation about run versus pass on early downs. Remember that? And how much, do you want to be running versus passing in general is very interesting, I think, because of, how much winning percentages drop once you go over 35 attempts for most offenses. What is your ideal for run-pass splits in all downs, and how do you approach that moving forward with Dak over 30 and all this investment in your offensive line?
It's so tough because it does feel very chicken and the egg, like the question that you're looking at, because you look at it and go, all right, 35 pass attempts is a threshold. Usually, if it's below that, or if you're winning ball games, it's usually you're up and now you're trying to run out clock, and so you're typically going to pull things back or scale things back, so you're not trying as many pass attempts. I don't know that it's a magic number thing necessarily. I do think that there's probably a better argument to run the football or to be better at running the football today than there was 4 years ago, because defenses have done a lot with the different two high shell looks and different disguises pre-snap, and with creeper blitzes and everything else that they're trying to make things as difficult as possible for a lot of these quarterbacks who come out of college with their hand being held, and they haven't been forced to process a lot of times, and they get to the NFL, and now they're seeing a lot of exotic things that they hadn't seen before. So I think that there's a better opportunity to just execute running efficiently. If you can do that, great. I think last year there were a couple teams that ran the ball more efficiently on EPA per play than they did pass the ball. And that wasn't the case 5 years ago. Everybody in general passed the ball more efficiently. Now you've got some margins there because of how teams have said we've got to take away the pass. So I think it just kind of depends on the defensive philosophy you're looking at and how you're able to execute it. I think teams are going to play Dallas as we're going to commit 2 safeties to take away Pickens and Lamb, and we're going to see early on in the season if you can run the ball, and if you can't, we're just going to do that all year.
Be exciting if they can. What are you looking for to cover next week?
I'm really interested to see how Joe Milton continues to progress. He's really fascinating to watch. He's going to be a star at training camp. He's going to have bad moments. It does look Trey Lance-like at times in terms of the processing, but the skill is undoubtedly there. I'm going to be really interested to continue to follow along and see if Miles Sanders is as optimistic. I didn't anticipate anything from Miles Sanders, and he's looked really positive at this point.
Bobby, why have we not heard much about offensive line play?
I think just because we're in
we really haven't done anything with Booker or rotations or anything like that. That's me. I want to see where these guys are kind of lining up.
The only rotation I've seen at all is we saw Hoffman get a couple snaps at center with the first team in week 2. That's been it. Otherwise, it's been the exact offensive line everybody anticipated. Steele and Guyton, Booker and Tyler
Are
Smith.
they giving Guyton all the work there and not subbing him out?
Not with first team, not that I've noticed. Now they only make one practice available to the OTAs to the media week. They could be doing a lot of that work when we're not out there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, Bobby.
Love you all.
Great to see you as always. Bobby Belt with Sean and RJ, 6 to 10 weekday mornings here on 105 through the Fan. We got 1 hour down, 3 to go. We are live at Tolbert Garage Door. What is this? Beer truck and barbecue truck on the side by the bounce houses. Come on out. Crack them if you got them. It is a Thirsty Thursday. And coming up on the other side, Krusty's Corner with Broadus at 3:40. And we'll talk Rangers and hockey with you. Take a look at the developing national sports scene this afternoon as well. That's coming up next here, the G-Back Nation of the Fan.
Plant your flags, Tolos. This is your afternoon show.
The G-Bag Nation.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, baby, we are back. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Tolbert Garage Door here in Mesquite on 30. They got a beer truck, a barbecue truck, bounce houses for the kids. So when you swing on by here, come on in, say hi to us, and get some fellowship in here. We've seen so many Tolos today. It's been outstanding. And then, get on out there and fellowship with the beer trucks and the barbecue trucks. Every day at 3 o'clock, we take a look at all the big stories that have been developing throughout your broadcast day. The top story right now, Aaron Rodgers is going to continue playing. He's still very confident after watching half of that show. He was talking about winning the MVP and winning a Super Bowl still. So I think Aaron Rodgers is not going to maybe look at his life and think, wow, I have all these other interests now, I should leave. He's looking at it like, wow, I have all these other interests, and now I've figured out a way to have both of them coexist, which I think was trouble for him. But he's just like any other quarterback. You're going to have to tell him, get, right? Because as long as I can make this amount of money, and he's obviously going to believe in himself, his confidence is still through the roof. I mean, the dude really thought he was coming back from that Achilles.
Oh, he did. I believe it.
I mean, you go behind the scenes on that kind of stuff, and he's telling the doctors, like, no, in 2 weeks I'm playing. He's like, we can pick up the pieces afterwards if that's what it's going to take. And if they hadn't had like a fumble 6 or a pick 6 or something in one of the late games, they would have been in playoff position, and Aaron Rodgers would have tried it, which would have been insane because it would have been really bad.
Yeah, that would have been ugly. And that's part of what makes him or made him great, throughout those years, just sort of that psycho sort of delusion of I am the man, and he had every reason to believe he was the man. I mean, 4-time MVPs, the dude's unbelievable. So he's not going to let go of that idea until it is just sort of beaten out of him.
Yes. And why would you lose faith in yourself after everything he went through, from being so undersized in high school, not getting recruited, having to go to junior college, having to prove himself to Cal, and then the draft process. I mean, there have been so many times that he has been knocked down and out throughout his career and overcome that you can't imagine why he would lose confidence. But yeah, it really is amazing how so many of these guys, and you can talk about how he has this quick release and this cannon arm despite his size. But they're all just beyond driven to be great, because that's the only way you could get to that top. And the stories of him outworking everybody in high school and college, like the upperclassmen's, like, I was lazy compared to this dude, just absolutely insane. But I don't think he can play anymore, So I think this is another one of those greats. There was probably a 5 or 6 year period where I considered Aaron Rodgers to be as good as anybody that had ever done it.
Agreed. I mean, the way that he's been a nightmare for Cowboy fans, honestly, screw him. I can't stand Aaron Rodgers. I hate him. I hope this fails miserably. And I think the dude's done. Now, it will be fun, the games against the Jets and the Packers this year, the revenge games. Those will be cool. But I think he's a self-absorbed, obsessed individual.
Have you seen the movie?
I'm sure it's a great propaganda piece on Aaron Rodgers.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. Sure, he signed off on it and said, that's exactly what I want. You're making me look great. There's been too many people that have had relationships with him that just talk about how bad of a human being he is for me to now think that that's not how he is. And he's constantly on the search of identity. He doesn't know what his identity is without playing football. That's why it's so hard for him now to get away from the sport. So, I mean, hey, he's an insightful individual, but overall, just as a sports fan, I can't stand him.
Yeah, and I just crossed that bridge as I did one time with Kobe. I hated Kobe his entire career. Then he retired, and he became like the greatest girl dad to ever hang him up. And I was like, well, I guess I'm a Kobe guy now. Yeah. So these kind of things can change. And I guess once you start to look at somebody that you like, you see things in a different light. But and I hate to get too deep on you. Sometimes I feel like I do too much, especially in light of the conversation we had last week. I promise I won't go religious here, but I do believe at our core, we're all broken in one way or another, and our personalities are just us trying to cope with that and deal with the world, and that's how Aaron Rodgers does. I don't think he's intentionally like misleading or being fake. He's just doing the best he can. And oftentimes it's not good enough to avoid being totally obnoxious.
Fair enough.
Amen, dude. Okay, Rangers back in action tonight at 6, and they need a win, man. They do, and they turn to Jack Leiter, who is allowing just a 2.28 ERA over his last 4 starts. It's down to 3.66 for the season. You buying this Jack Leiter? And am I going to eat a giant plate of Jack Leiter Crow?
Yep, you are. You are. I
that
tell you
Leiter
what,
Crow's coming for you, bro.
Every start that he's making, there's probably 1 or 2 innings where he looks like it's, oh gosh, this is a struggle, but he kind of figures it out, and then he gets out of a jam. There was a time before where he would not figure it out, and then things would snowball on him, and then he couldn't bring it back. And I think that he has gotten much better at being able to take things when it's not going well and being able to say, okay, this is what I have to do. His ability to make adjustments and stuff between innings and things, I think, has gotten so much better. Because there were times you watch and he'd have a bad inning and that was it. He was ruined the rest of the game. But, there's things that he's kind of been, it looks like obviously things he's been working on, with his pitch. The location is something
the command is definitely improved, except for the four-seamer. He still needs to get that down.
It's always probably something he's always going to have to deal with.
The slider is a very good pitch for him.
And the two-seamer.
I think his overall demeanor, the way he's going about his job, the success that he's had. I mean, it was a little rough. He went from being the top dog at Vanderbilt, coming here and really getting the big case of the humble pie.
Top dog to dog water.
And to the point where, maybe you were thinking about moving on, but I think he's adjusted far better to these things.
Well, opposing hitters last year hit 297 against him. Now it's 195.
Yeah, much better.
The slug against him last year was 527. It's now 302 slugging. So it is really good, what's going on with Jack Leiter right now. You can jump into that baseball savant place and, pick out, hey, look at this. The expected ERA is a full run higher. But, I mean, in order to get to this point, if this is the peak now after last year, right, and you take another step next year and figure out a way to get consistent as, time goes on, maybe that giant plate of Jack Leiter Crow is off in my future, but I'm not willing to do it quite yet, which sucks because I'm rooting for the guy.
I think it's fair to not do it just yet. I think you need some more consistency.
Okay. And I appreciate that perspective there from our resident, really, baseball expert, Zach Wolchuk.
There he is.
Former pre- and post-game show host.
Thank you.
Appreciate the validation there. I needed that.
I got your back, bro.
Yeah. Okay, Boch described Adoli's return to the lineup as encouraging. He was 1 for 4. He had the 2 strikeouts. What'd you think, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I was bummed to see that, but I'm optimistic that maybe after what we saw the night before with the pinch hitting, that it was just a rough night at the office. You circle back, and we'll see what happens. I'm assuming he's going to be in the lineup. I don't think this is going to be like, oh, my gosh, he had a rough outing. Now it's back to the schneid.
You got to stick.
So I'm sure that he's going to still be out there playing right field. But, yeah, if you start to stack up again, like these are 0 for nights, then I don't know that this thing's going to get corrected.
Well, yeah, I mean, he got the 1 hit. Some of his at-bats have looked better, but the 2 strikeout per start trend that he finished like the last 3 weeks before he got benched did continue last night. You want to be an aggressive, and you want to be confident in him. But, I mean, when if we're going to lose games, if I'm the Rangers, we sure scored with him out. All right, so MLB is going to propose automatic ball strike challenge system for 2026. Rob Manfred indicating that a computer tech could be implemented for next season. The ABS tested in spring training games, successfully challenging calls. Manfred said teams are really positive about the ABS system, and Manfred said there were no current plans to expand beyond ball strikes, such as check swings. But that's real good news. Now that the players are aware that the technology is there, they're more frustrated than ever. And the umps are getting triggered. Like I saw a guy over the weekend, he just touched his helmet and adjusted it, and the ump threw him out.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you're trolling me. You're trying to call for the replay. You're out of here. So I just think everybody's in a bad place right now with this, Brian. You know how that is.
No, absolutely.
It's very sensitive.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this upgrade, though. I mean, this is what we need. What was that game the other night where just the umpire, the game 1 versus the Rays?
Oh, jeez.
It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah, there's been some really, really blatant misses. So, I mean, we got to see it firsthand, to your point, at spring training. I thought it worked really well. I'm glad that they're moving forward with this. I think it's going to help the sport.
Yeah, and it's one step here from just instant ball strikes that are accurate.
And it's pretty quick. Like, that was the concern. Like, is this going to slow the game down? They had that thing moving.
And I'll tell you what, I think the umps were better in spring training with it looking over their shoulder than they are now.
Yeah.
I mean, accountability.
Yeah, it was like competitive.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, challenge it. Let's see, am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
It's kind of embarrassing if you're wrong, but if you're right, it's like, haha, screw you.
Except for when it's like right there. Then you're like, okay,
Cringe,
you know what? Now I have even a little bit more respect for. I can understand why you saw it that way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I get it. But technology says you're wrong, but respect to the eye.
Yes, and I really grew some respect for the umpires there, and I'm surprised that as we get into the regular season, we're back to egregious misses. Maybe that's just the volume of the games, but we sat there and watched a week's worth of games, and it was amazing how good the umpires were and how we didn't see any that were obvious, massive mistakes. So I do wonder if having that eye over your shoulder maybe gets them more locked in. Cowboys mandatory minicamp next week. It is going to be a lot of fun with media availability. Brian will be able to dig into another round of stories.
Another round of stories, and hopefully with Ranger Day baseball next Thursday, we get out there and I was talking to Bobby because I was worried about the last day of the mini camp where the coach just says, let's. Mm-hmm. But according, Bobby was talking to some folks in the media. They don't believe that Shotty's going to just bail on the last practice. We'll see, but. Nothing worse than you get ready to go watch practice and then it's let's go pop balloon days and do all that stuff.
Yeah, he kind of got that out of the way at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, let's go paintballing. We ping pong. Maybe we'll do a free throw shooting contest. How about that, George Pickens? Let's go. And then boom, it's business the rest of the way.
Let's peak. Let's treat that final practice of the off season like it's the Super Bowl.
I hope so.
Not dorking around. We already dorked around.
I'll write about it like it's the Super Bowl. Trust me, I did that for 8 years.
I love it. Okay, you know what else I love is talking hockey with you guys. We go to the morning news. Kevin Sherrington posted this headline and story: why coaches, if they want to keep their jobs, must tread carefully with today's athletes. Yesterday it was Kalashaw. Today at Sherrington, a couple of columnists writing about the chances that DeBoer knows he screwed up by throwing Ottinger under the bus, and it could be why he is shown the door. Yeah, I guess I'm surprised by this. But if those players can generate that much of a groundswell and get them pushed out, hey, we just saw it yesterday in the NBA with Tibbs.
Well, I'll say this about hockey. That is the one sport where you will fire your current guy if the right guy becomes available.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw Montgomery
this year.
We saw Montgomery in St. Louis early in the season. He gets let go in Boston, and the next thing you know, it's like you're out. Like they will fire a guy to get another guy. That is one of hockey seems to be the one sport where it's like, okay, if it's 20 games in, you're gone. And then we've had an assistant come in interim and then take you to the conference finals or some crazy thing like that. But, yeah, these hockey guys, they have to be really careful because if all of a sudden – and I do feel like that Pete DeBoer, if he were to get let go, somebody would fire their coach and pick him up. That's just how I feel.
We've already had 2 openings been filled with the Bruins already.
Yeah.
The Penguins went ahead and signed a new coach. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to leave. I don't think they're firing him, but – who knows? Maybe when the Texas Stars season's over, that's when we'll get some news on that.
I think if you got 2 morning news guys writing about it, there's some serious legs to it, and it'll be really interesting. I think if Nil does decide to change, it'll probably be for a big name. I think Laviolette is out there. There's some accomplished guys.
Mike Sullivan, I think, is available.
Do you guys root for the team that eliminated you, or do you root for them to fall on their faces
Did Sullivan
immediately?
get the Rangers job? I'm sorry.
I don't think he did.
I usually am rooting against that team. I can understand the reasoning behind, like, hey, we lost to the champs.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I'm thinking I want them to lose now.
I do like losing to the champs. But the way that thing went, I kind of put them not in a Laker category, but it makes me feel the same way.
Yeah, the amount of disrespect that was taking place throughout the whole thing.
Insane
like, I want them to eat S the rest of the way.
And I don't.
Let's go Ice Cats.
I don't think you can ever root for a team that so thoroughly kicked the Stars' ass at the end of Game 1. Like, I remember talking about that the next day. I was like, guys, this isn't good. They established dominance. They mounted you in the mud hole as the dominant hippopotamus.
Oh, that Bischel.
I know, him crawling into the fetal position and Corey Perry making fun of him.
That was so
really
bad.
that could have been that could have been the turning point.
You didn't go fight him? Listen,
it could have been.
USA will fight Canada in the damn 4 nations face-off in international competition to set a tone. We were like, we don't want to fight these guys. We're scared. That's what that said.
Yeah, screw Edmonton. I can't do it.
It's an all-time clowning, dude.
And especially the Nick Nurse deal, the slash, and their fans making fun of Rope like he was just going ahead and faking it. Then he gets a broken foot. Screw them.
If I'm leadership, I'm getting together. I'm like, yes, we need defenders that don't turn it over through the neutral zone, okay?
Yeah.
And yes, we need some forwards that don't choke in the playoffs, but damn it, I'm going to get me 3 fighters before this offseason's over.
I guarantee you Corey Perry has that still shot of Bishop
right?
in the fetal position.
It's framed.
That thing is framed, and it is in primetime position in that man cave.
That's the Christmas card.
That's the Christmas card.
You know the impact in football of a big hit or basketball, a big dunk? It just changes the emotional temperature of everything. And I don't think the Stars ever recovered from that. All right, we're live at Tolbert Garage Door here in Mesquite, right off of 30. And we love it if you come by. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Food trucks, bounce houses. Colby Tolbert and his guys at local vendors, just a number of Tolo businesses here, fellowshipping, Harbor Lights, the great outdoor sandwiches, CBD American Shaman. If you want some Delta in your life, be careful. But
be careful.
Our guy Eric brought some. It's sitting over there in a cooler, and we're having a great time here, so we'd love for you to come fellowship with us. The C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. That's next right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yes, sir. Welcome back, nation. We're calling all Tolos to the east side this afternoon. Tolbert Garage Door. You know him and love him. You know Colby Tolbert from the ads. He's hosting an epic Tolo fan hang for you on this Thursday. The cold beers are flowing. They got me an NA from Athletic Brewing Company, but Indian Outlaw Barbecue is here. They're a fantastic barbecue, and they have a food truck you can eat. There's a beer truck as well, bounce houses for the kids. It's time for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Yeah, it's right off 30 in Mesquite, easy to find.
It's incredible.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, I got a funny Troy Aikman cut here in just a second, but one of my favorite storylines right now is Osa, and we mentioned this briefly a couple of days ago, but one of his quotes from OTAs this week said he was going back and watching some of the tape from last year, and I was like, if I was doing this stuff we're being coached to do now, I'm making this play, I'm making that play. Brian, do you see in the difference of Eberflus and Zimmer's system an opportunity for Osa to be even more disruptive? Because, I mean, his pass rush stuff was just off the charts good last year. Is that what we're talking about? Or do you think there's going to be maybe run game opportunities for Osa to improve in?
Well, I think the one thing that you've always known about the Rod Marinelli system is when the three technique and how quickly they ask that player to play up the field. And so I think that Mike, there's some things that Mike, I think he wanted Osa to play up the field, but I think it's even more emphasized with this particular coach with Eberflus. They want you to be on that outside shoulder and then get in the gap and be disruptive. And with the way that these blocking schemes, penetration kills a lot of blocking schemes, because if you get these pullers and guys are not able to make cutoff blocks or reach blocks because the defender's so far up the field, all they're asking you to do is to mess up the blocking schemes, but also create hesitation in the backfield. The minute you get a back to stop or to slow down, then that allows people to get to the ball. That little bit of hesitation could allow somebody. So that 3 technique, Eberflus wants him to play up the field, and he's gonna get that opportunity, because he's capable of it. He's capable of lining up, head up, or even playing inside shade to the center side, and then going around a guard and then getting in on the play like that. But I think it's something that kind of suits his game.
I think taking a big step up, or even a significant step up, would be all pro land for him. If you're talking, do you believe he will be even better?
I think that there's things that he does. He has stretches of games where he gets a really good matchup, and he gets somebody that's not as quick-footed, not as athletic at guard,
and he dominates that guy.
Yeah, and it's a little bit, but that's what you want. You want that ability. Yeah, we all want the guy that's going to. We all want the guy that's going to go up against
the best.
The best, and just kind of dominate that. Down after down after down. It's not always that way in the National Football League. You can't always. One like their guy at the Rams back in the day, and what he was able to do, and how the quickness and things like that. But to me, it's when he's played against opponents that have been slow-footed or not as athletic, he's done a really, really nice job of taking advantage of that. But it's hard. Everybody now is playing with better centers and guards, so you have to be on your game when you're matching up against these guys. It used to be that, hey, you put your guard inside because he's a slow-footed dude. But that's not always the case nowadays.
Okay, elsewhere in the C Note, thank you for that, Brian. G-Bag Nation C Note every day at 3:20 here on your home of the Cowboys. A lot of talk about Shoddy's good vibes. How this will go if they don't win. We go to about 98, 99. Troy Aikman, as the wheels are falling off and he's ticked off that Barry Switzer's coaching staff won't keep people accountable. Here's this, maybe my favorite audio cut of all time from the sidelines.
Hey guys, that's a embarrassment out there. That's a damn embarrassment. We can't block anybody up the now. We're hugging the ball early. Junior League. Somebody's got to get their attention, and I'll tell you, Jack, I am tired of being a guy who's got to run down everybody's damn throat all the time. Why don't we have a coach that gets over there and does something about it? Instead, we want to go over and pat everybody on the ass, and they haven't done a job all night. Guys out there off and nobody says anything about it. We got a head coach that won't say anything about it. We got coaches offensively who won't do anything about it. I mean, enough's enough. Babysitting's over.
Who was that? Was that Jim Garrett? Who was that?
No, Jack Riley.
Jack Riley.
Troy.
Jack Riley.
Please. Keep going.
I love it. And to me, when he says junior league, it's like, man, when you're developing players and, hey, we're all trying to get better, it's no problem. You didn't make the play, Johnny. It's fine. But we're here in the pros. So when great players that know what it takes are in this environment where it's all good, I just hope Shoddy can marry this culture with accountability and discipline, because if you don't, that's what you're heading for.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, though, is the minute that we'll know what kind of coach that Schottenheimer is. Right now, everything is good and we're feeling great about the situation and look what we're doing, that kind of thing. But the minute you start to have the adversity, what kind of coach is that? Or is he the coach that's willing to, is he the coach that's not going to take mistakes? And their mistakes are main games, but if you're a guy that's consistently making mistakes, like as Sam Williams was, every time you play there seems to be some type of penalty or something like that, well then, how much do you tolerate doing that?
Looks like a cart of Indian Outlaw Barbecue is approaching our broadcast position here. As we're live at Tolbert Garage Door here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Their food truck just outside, along with a beer truck, bounce houses for the kids. And we're feasting. You know, we're having it's a proper fan hang here, and all Tolos are invited. Oh my goodness, look at that! Just smell that. Look at the barbecue. That's terrific barbecue.
Thank you. Ribs,
thank
brisket,
you. Indian Outlaw. One of my favorite country pop songs from the 90s, by the way. Indian Outlaw.
Sauce. They got
always liked that song, and I love the barbecue.
Who sang Indian Outlaw? Do you remember?
Tim McGraw.
Tim
McGraw special?
It's a country song, huh?
Yeah,
Kinda?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if Old West Country people would want to claim it.
Look at all those sides.
But yes,
that's great.
Yes, sir. Okay. Up next in the C note here, Cowboys news of the evening on your home of the Cowboys. The headline: more than just the Cowboys, Jerry Jones' business empire from football to real estate. Morning News has a piece up on it. If you're interested in business and Cowboys or the business of what's going on behind the scene. But I thought it was great detail with, especially in the context of that Oil Man show just being out there. So
Landman.
Oil company started in the 70s, sells for $175, buys the Cowboys. And now he's got so much money. 2018 traded $620 million in oil-producing properties for a majority stake in this big oil company. Then threw another $475 at it. And just this last year added another $150 million to it. He now owns, $150 million to it. He now owns 67%.
Blackstone, Greystone.
Yeah. What's that called? That
Greystone Roofing?
Yeah, Greystone Roofing.
I know, but it's something stone, right?
It's greystone-roofing.com.
Yeah, it has an oily name to it. And then Legends Hospitality started that in 2008.
Yeah.
Went into business with the Yankees to start the concessions thing that's all over sports.
He's got all the new stadiums. He's got the stadium in Vegas. He has SoFi Field. I think he's got Notre Dame football too. I think they're
really, dipping into the college ranks.
Yeah, they're every new stadium seems to be outfitted with his hospitality stuff.
Deuce Vaughn, Connor Riley reunion, a key storyline in Cowboys running back battle. That is the story from Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Pretty dang crowded running back room now, guys. It's 5 guys plus Deuce Vaughn, so 6 guys in there. Is there a path forward, or is this like your last year before you joined Dad on the coaching staff?
Yeah, I didn't think so. I mean, I just didn't see where Deuce fit anymore. He's not going to give you anything on special teams, and if you're not the starting running back, I don't know that there's a roster spot for you. You need
what
your
special
guys.
teams does he play? See, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
The size, if you're not going to be the starting running back, you have got to play special teams. The Cowboys for the last couple of years have got away from that when you had Zeke here and then you had Rico Dowdle. What special teams? So now it puts the stress on everybody else to have to cover. Usually your third running back is the guy that's playing. Yep. Hunter Lipke's out there. Not only is he playing as a crash test dummy guy, blocking and doing all that, but he's having to play all the special teams because they don't have another back that could help him out on that. Deuce Vaughn is too short to be effective in the National Football League. It's a problem.
Yeah, and you hate to see it, too, because it's such a great story. Yeah, I think
he's a great college player.
He was
a great college player. But when you get to the league, and Bill Parcells always said this, when I take you to the game, how many plays are you going to give me? How many plays are you going to give me? And that's the problem. When they try and put Deuce Vaughn in on stuff, then they don't get enough plays. He's active for a game, and he plays 4 plays. That's a waste of a spot.
Exactly, yep. There's no room for him on the roster.
Deuce has a quote in this story that I'm like, that's cool, but then I felt bad for him because he's like, yeah, Connor Riley is a guy that believed in me.
Yeah,
like,
right.
I had to be on a big search for coaches that believed in me, and I found one, so I'm a big fan of Connor. But, that aside, Brian, scheme change, is that like your last shot? Like we're going to be running in a different way now?
No, he'll get opportunity. I think Bobby made a good point about maybe trying to get some of the other guys up to speed. I was talking to Sean Payton. I think I mentioned it yesterday about Sean and I had a visit about Williams. Mm-hmm. And, Sean's like, listen, Brian, 2 years removed, give him a chance. Third down back, can catch it, can block. He's not going to be your primary guy. So maybe you are trying to get some guys some work. Maybe you're trying to get Sanders some work. Maybe you're trying to get Maffa some work. Maybe you're trying to get Blues some work, and now they kind of know what they have. But they also might know that, just like we talked about here in the last couple of minutes, was that Deuce Vaughn is too short to play in the NFL.
There he is, Brian Bros, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, and he has more football wisdom coming up next in Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I got some questions, as I always do for my guys. We'll do that next.
But let's chat Cowler.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, yo.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are live at Tolbert Garage Door off 30 in Mesquite. Come join us. We're having a proper fan hang. They have a beer truck out there. Looks like Chief's cracking them already. Crack them if you got them. And we also have amazing barbecue from Indian Outlaw Barbecue. They have their food truck out here, bounce houses for the kids, and Tolbert Garage Door, your headquarters for all things garage doors. Okay, so time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Got some questions for you guys, as I always do. Appreciate the answers that you give me for these. These are some kind of like down the line, so maybe we'll have to kind of figure out about these guys when we get to Oxford, but I just want to maybe put it out there that we have some initial thoughts about these guys. But here's my first question for you. As a group, I'll ask this as a group. Is there a chance that Will Greer pushes Joe Milton for the backup job here?
I don't think so, just because of the investment and the understanding that you're still getting a project kind of quarterback. You knew that going in. This is no surprise. We're making that decision knowing what we're getting ourselves into here. We're looking at the future here. We know what Will Greer is, and that is total, fringe. He's not. There's no upside. We're going for the upside here with the backup quarterback.
Yeah, I
kind of felt like you played with that guy though with Cooper Rush a little bit. That you knew what you had
with Will Greer.
Yeah, I'm saying with Cooper Rush, you kind of knew what you had, right? You didn't play the more talented guy, which would be Trey Lance.
Well, Mike McCarthy didn't. Do you think?
That's why I'm asking this question, because I'm just wondering. Bobby was talking about Joe Milton, and we're all going to be super excited about Joe Milton, and what Joe Milton could bring potentially if he gets the opportunity. And I agree with you. I think Joe Milton's a 2 years down the road guy.
Yeah.
But I wonder if right now is Joe Milton going to be so reckless with the ball and so reckless,
They can't justify QB2.
Yeah. I was just wondering.
You've got a better chance to win a game on Sunday with Will Greer than Joe Milton.
Right.
That's what I'm asking. And I'm saying.
Which could be true.
I personally would play Joe Milton myself. I wonder if they would, in fact, just say, you know what? We see it in training camp. We start to see it in the games, the preseason games, that Joe Milton can be a little wheels off, but also he can make like great throws. I don't know. After what they did with Trey Lance,
right?
And Schottenheimer was part of that. Mm-hmm. He was part of that whole thing. Even McCarthy says, "Well, I didn't know they brought. I didn't know they traded for him." Yeah, sure you didn't.
The pendulum swings from, hey, do we want to develop this guy, to this guy can help us win, and with Cooper Rush, this guy can help you win one out a lot. I don't think Will Greer could help you win as much as Cooper Rush did, because he likes to throw the YOLO ball. He's not going to be as conservative and trust the game plan, and I think Milton is better than Trey Lance. So I think, it's like two ships barely crossing in the night, and now it favors the Milton side just barely.
Yeah, and I would just add, I think, we know McCarthy, as you said, surprised by Trey Lance.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to do that. It sounds like Schottenheimer's more in lockstep with some of the stuff that they're doing. He was probably hyped about the idea of Milton. That's just my guess on it. I don't think he's just like, oh, crap, you're doing this to me with Milton?
I would hope that they get excited about Milton. But I was just sitting there thinking, could we be in a situation where all of a sudden – that Will Greer looks good in camp. The ball, everything's accurate. They're kind of moving along. They get some. Remember the last preseason game he played before he got cut? And Dak was calling the plays.
No, he played great,
and he threw for 300 yards. And I know it's a preseason game, but it was one of those things where you're like, gosh, they just kind of let that guy go.
I think it would only be if they're worried if Milton goes out and plays poorly, his confidence is just going to be shattered.
Yeah.
I don't want to just ruin the kid and throw him out there when he's mentally not ready to go against an NFL defense. But I think ultimately he's too talented that they'd ride with Milton.
Well, Chuck, Is there a chance that Phil Maffa could win the starting running back job?
No. My gut says no, there's not a chance. I think he's fighting for a roster spot. There's a chance maybe he does look the best at times. I think he could end up being the starting running back as like a 1-2 punch with Jaden Blue down the line. But I think they're going, at the beginning of the season, they're going to go with one of these veterans, whichever one emerges.
So you would say, okay, what if I said, I would say Phil Maffa is your running back one first week of October?
I think there's a chance of that. Yeah. I think there's a chance of that.
Chief?
Yeah, I agree because I don't have much belief in anybody else in front of him, and we see late round, undrafted, whatever, rookie running backs come out and they're able to make a difference. So I think there's absolutely a chance of it. And that's more of an indictment really on kind of just the running back room in general.
Mhm.
You brought in Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
Is it a 4-5, Phil Maffa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. You combine good enough speed with size and production in college, and what those guys said, both your veterans could be washed up, and Jaden Blue might be fumble. So at that point, you're looking at Hunter Lipke, Deuce Vaughn, or Phil Maffa.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I'd put the chances at about 4%, but there's a chance.
I think there is a chance. I hope they prove me way wrong about him, by the way, because he's a guy I wouldn't have taken. But then again, all these running backs they've kind of brought, with the exception of Blue, I've kind of like everyone. I'm kind of like, oh, okay, let's prove me wrong here. But
what do you remember about like the main reason why on that? There's just something about him, or was it more about the other guys just because it was such a deep class?
What, Phil Maffa, why he got drafted?
Well, no, why like you were less like
the list is Zach.
Corey Krosky-Merritt was the guy you'd have taken.
Well, him or Allen.
Well, Allen was gone a few picks earlier.
Yeah, but I mean that's the kind of the guys I was looking at right there.
There was just so many other guys.
There were so many other guys there. So all of a sudden, these guys started getting pushed down, and if Phil Maffa was also kind of nicked up at Clemson a little bit.
Yeah, he dealt with the shoulder.
So yeah, I mean, I was like, okay, well, you're going to give me a running back that's got a bad shoulder, and I'm going to, why are we doing that?
Yeah.
So I hope they prove me wrong on that one.
What's the comp? The comp's Derrick Henry? That's what you're hoping for?
Well, certainly that would be shooting.
But
for
he
the moon,
Maffa
but
doesn't have the speed of Henry.
No, I think you're talking.
LeGarrette
Blunt,
I think Brandon
Leonard
Jacobs.
Fournette.
Yeah. Brandon Jacobs. I mean, maybe not that tall.
He's not as tall,
but that,
just a bruiser,
that thick kind of a guy.
But no wiggle. You're just trying to make one cut.
You're going.
Yeah, he's
straight
one cut
ahead.
and go.
Straight ahead.
Straight ahead. Chief.
Yes, sir.
Could Brevin Spann-Ford take Luke Schoonmaker's job as the second tight end?
I think it's certainly on the table, but I don't expect that to happen. They clearly like Spann-Ford, but they invested plenty in Scooney as well. And Scooney showed enough a little bit to say, like, okay, there's some competence here. Maybe now here this season he can go ahead and start making a difference. Year 3, tight ends take a little while to develop. So I don't see it happening, but it absolutely could.
I don't think on merit. I don't think Spann-Ford has the tools to give him the upside that a Schoonmaker does. So, I mean, what can Spann-Ford do as a coach where I'm thinking long term, I'm going to play this guy and he's going to be better than this guy who's kind of built for it. So I think it'd be tough for him to get the opportunity. And maybe if Scooney is hurt and he blows up, but no.
How about you there, Wooly?
I mean, I like Brevin Spann-Ford. I'm a Spann-Ford fan.
Sell it.
The second-round pick with Luke Schoonmaker, they do put a lot into that, but they paid Brevin Spann-Ford a ton of money as an unrestricted free agent. Both were really good blockers coming out of school. Spann-Ford is bigger, wider catch radius. I think is actually a little bit more wiggle after the catch than what Scooney's going to give you. I think that Spann-Ford could become a better player than Luke Schoonmaker personally.
If Spann-Ford would learn how to catch the ball and not look totally uncomfortable doing it, like his hand placement never looks right, you're not really super confident throwing him the ball. Schoonmaker, at least when there were times when Ferguson was out, Dak was not the seam stuff, but there were routes underneath where
the outs especially.
Schoonmaker was making those plays. If Spann-Ford were to develop maybe this past off season and look more comfortable and more natural catching the football, there's a possibility there.
I like him at goal line tight end, Brian.
Goal line tight end, you like that
like
one? Huh?
that.
All right, my last one for you guys. Could Justin Rogers, who was drafted by this team a couple years ago, be better than Mozzie Smith?
Oh, the defensive tackle from Auburn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he looked better than Mozzie Smith going through the drills last year in Oxnard. I really did. I was surprised that they cut him, that he went to Cincinnati, and luckily found his way back. But, look, I'm encouraged like you were with Mozzie these last 5 games.
Sure.
But you're right. It's kind of like a specific type of center that right now he needs to go against, and he'll be able to be okay.
Yeah.
If he puts
like John Michael Smith's a little bit more undersized guy. Yeah.
Which, and that was one of my guys that I might be very wrong on.
No,
He's going into year 3.
Sure.
But, yeah, I think, honestly, yes, Justin Rogers could become a better player, absolutely.
I mean, just knowing what I know about Mozzie Smith, I don't know much about this other guy, but
Right.
I think there's absolutely a real chance. And I found it interesting the way Nick Harris put that yesterday about Tyler Guyton when you asked him.
Yeah.
You pressed him on it. Like, are you buying this?
Yeah.
And he was like, I do buy it on Guyton. But,
Sure.
like, last year with Mozzie, what did Nick say?
No.
Not really buying that.
I think those are all good points. I would say, why did they let him go last year? Because you're in the same spot last year.
Yeah. I felt like, too, when they were running through all those one techniques.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that they moved on from him. Me personally, I'm like, wait a minute now. There's all these others that, what are we doing here? This is a guy you obviously you evaluated, you drafted him, what maybe Mike Zimmer, maybe a thing with Jeff Sugina, that kind of thing. Like, no, this isn't our type of guy. But there's a chance. There's a chance. I mean, this guy is a big body guy. He's got strength. He's got the lateral agility. He's got some things that Mozzie doesn't have. Mozzie had better bring that game. He cannot show up and be pouty and and have to put his arm around him and all that stuff. Like, he better be ready to play, or they're going to find somebody else that will. And I would keep an eye on Justin Rogers. I think he's a pretty darn good little player.
Well, that's good. How fired up do you get when Brian puts the call out like that?
Yeah. This guy
he
get better.
better.
Mozzie. Hey,
Mozzie, you better.
I mean, you got
Well,
three.
don't you guys feel that way
Hell
about
yeah,
him?
and that's why I love that you did it.
I love it, dude. There's a lot of questions about the defense, but that's the biggest one to me.
Yeah.
They got 3 guys, 3 young guys with a shot, and I love that Brian thinks one of them is better than Mozzie.
Well, and how about this? We got 2 because we got a Toya believer in here as well.
We'll see with JT, yeah.
With the bully. He had a 4th, 5th round grade on this guy?
Had a 4 on him.
4 on him. We got him in the 7th. That would be a game changer if those guys can step in and be better than Mozzie Smith. Please.
It would. We are live at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite off of 30. We got 2 hours down and 2 to go. Rangers baseball's coming up at 6 o'clock. A lot of winds of change are blowing in the association. Chief, where are you taking us?
Well, you're going to want to hear what Chris Paul has to say about that Cooper flag next year in the nation.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I think it's your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
he has brought the new Tolo back window decal I'm putting up on the webcam right now. Isn't that pretty?
Nice.
So he brought about 50 of them. The G-Bag tumblers are gone, but sure, help yourself. Any Tolo up here, you want a Tolo back window decal. Those are going to look sweet. I'm going to go out the next break and put it on my truck. And while they last, get your 2025 Tolo back window decal here at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. And salute to Colby. I mean, we all know him and love him here at the Fan, but he has kind of networked a group of Tolo small business owners. Many of them are hanging out, including Coleman's Insulation guys on 635 in Garland to get your house all fixed up with insulation. Apparently 9 out of 10 homes have insufficient insulation. I just
Yours is one of the 10 that it's okay, right?
Maybe because it's a relatively new build. I don't know about
the rest of us are the worst. The rest of us are
I'm
worse.
one of the ones.
Yeah, we're worse.
Slumming it over there in low insulation land. Here's the Chief with some hoops.
Yes, sir. For the first time in the history of the world, we cut the lights out live from Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite, and we put the kids to bed for that afternoon snoozer so that the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Lucius Alexander comes in clutch with the CP3 sound. Speaking on our guy, Cooper Flagg, as we drink Yates Tap Cold Beer live here in Mesquite. Here he is, CP3, with the McAfee Show, talking about that kid from Duke.
There's a lot of conversation after this whole Dallas Mavericks thing getting the number 1 overall pick. Shaquille O'Neal came out with a story. David Stern asked him if you want to play in the hot or the cold. He said hot. The Magic get the first pick. LeBron said some things about, it's not as big of a coincidence that the Cleveland got the first pick when I was there. Derrick Rose, Chicago. Yeah. Obviously, there was the situation where your trade, allegedly, when the owner owned the Pelicans, Hornets would then...
That wasn't alleged.
That wasn't alleged.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
That happened.
That did happen. David Stern said, no, we're not letting you go to L.A. How do you feel about the fodder around the first pick? Because, most people think, of course, the Mavericks trade Luka to L.A. What is, what the Mavericks get? They get Cooper Flagg, who's everyone saying is worth $500 to $1 billion by the time it's all said and done. What do you think about that?
Just so you know, I'm just like everybody else, right? Like, I'm a fan. I was at home in L.A. and I was watching the ping pong balls like everybody, and then when I seen the Spurs, they popped into like the top 4.
Yeah.
So we was going crazy. Guys in my team group chat, we like, what's about to happen? And I'm in LA right now, and Cooper Flagg has been out there. I've been in the gym with him a couple times or whatnot. So he is as real as advertised. So for me, I don't know. I'd be like, damn, that is crazy. Yeah. that is crazy.
That is crazy. Damn, that is crazy. But he's been working out with Cooper Flagg. We've been trying to connect the CP3 dot. Perhaps they want to go make that move, but him seeing firsthand and putting the CP3 stamp of approval on the idea that he is as advertised.
I love
wonderful.
That. Yeah, and maybe that's why he wants to come to Dallas now. He's getting a little playing with Cooper Flagg over there, and I believe we are still the betting favorites to land CP3. I wanted to get your thoughts, though, on what you think of this nickname for George Pickens, GP3.
Oh, I feel like that just
that good.
That's pretty perfect.
That good?
Really
undefeated. Pretty good. Yeah.
That's better than Gash, barely.
Okay.
Better than Gash.
Better than Bang Bang.
I don't know if it's better than Bang Bang, but it's definitely it rolls off the tongue. Feels like
GP3
almost feels like that was the point of the number switch, so he can pull that off.
Yeah, it's a new era. This is the
it
GP3 era.
Okay, it's also NBA Finals time, ladies and gentlemen.
Is.
A little.
Oh, is it?
Maybe you guys will know this, but okay, this is
John
for Broadus. This is for Broadus.
This is a Broadus question.
This is a Broadus question.
All
No one else is allowed to answer.
Nobody answering. LeBron James.
When my team's out, I'm out.
You have to spell Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
No, I'm not.
I'm just kidding. That would have been impossible. It would have been here all day. All you have to do, Broadus. All you have to do, Broadus, is answer the question. Guess that spread. Game 1. How much is OKC favored by at home?
6.5.
6.5. He says. Wow. Might want to go ahead and take the Pacers tonight then, Broadus, because it's actually 9.5.
Okay.
9.5. And that's because OKC has been so dominant from home. They've lost one home game. It was that crazy game versus the Nuggets, 2 points. The other games at home, they're blowing it by a total of 200-plus points. They're just mopping the floor with these teams from home. So 9.5, you're like, gosh dang, 9.5 in a finals game.
Big spread.
But they're a huge favorite in the series in general. I mean, we got the bully. I don't think anybody else going to jump on the bully bandwagon?
No, I'm with him because of Rick Carlisle.
Yeah, come on over.
Yeah, Rick Carlisle.
The Pacer disrespect.
Yeah.
Your heart.
Yeah, I sent Rick a text today telling him good luck.
The only way you think the Pacers are going to win is if you're Homer. You're doing an all-time bold prediction GOAT run like Wolchuk, and I wouldn't bet against him.
He's on one.
Or I forgot the third thing.
Probably answer.
But
that's weed.
You only need 2.
I kind of like 9.5 with the Pacers tonight. I think
it's a big ass spread.
I think they have the best defense in the playoffs so far.
Hashtag big ass spread.
It is a big ass
It
spread.
is.
They're going to keep it closer than that. It's 4-point game.
Yeah, I mean what Chief said when he walked in here and saw this food.
They got to lose by double digits.
I mean, when the great outdoors rolls in a 4-foot
How
long.
about you just totally miscalculating the length of that sandwich?
Sorry, I couldn't
you know how
eyeball.
long it took us to figure out what the circumference of a rim was?
And I'm still not 100%.
I'm not 100%. We're right. I'm not 100%. We're right. I'm not.
If we ask the texters, if we ask the Tolos right now to text in the circumference of a rim, we will not an NBA regulation rim.
No
we
consensus.
will have no consensus whatsoever.
Nobody knows.
And so 56 is like just the best ballpark hopeful idea based on the calculations. I mean, me and Wolchuk were slaving away at these calculations, dude. We were carrying ones.
We were absolutely. I brought out
this was all
Atway
pandemic
couch
stuff,
like-
right? When you guys were doing home school stuff.
We were homeschooled. Yeah,
Yeah, we were.
We were Bobby Belting ourselves.
Yeah.
We know how that ended up.
All right. Let's go ahead and address the fact.
All around the rim. Just make up a number, and we'll probably be right.
I think it's 36, right?
56.
56.
No, it's 56.
See,
dude.
I just don't even know.
It's 56 for us here, and I don't know that anybody else is going to agree with it, but that's what I'm running with.
56.
Okay, we also have. I mean, this is a new name for me. How does this sound? Okay, a headline on the New York Times or whatever. Hey, your new Knicks head coach, Johnny Bryant.
Johnny Bryant?
Not
John Bryant.
Not Jay Wright.
Who is Johnny Bryant?
Not Jason Kidd. Not Jeff Van Gundy. Johnny Bryant.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to figure it out. Well, everybody's poaching off the Cavaliers staff. You just saw the Suns do it. And now the Knicks, potentially Mark Stein and others, talking about the name Johnny Bryant from the Cavs being a guy that might get the head coaching job for the Knicks.
Oh, Johnny Bryant, the Cavs assistant, former Utah Ute. I think he set
that's
the
the
school
guy
record for three-point shooting.
That's the guy.
Is that the former Cavs assistant?
That's him.
Okay.
I think he's known for his ability to develop talent and maintain composure under pressure, Chief.
And that's something. I'm glad you said that.
Say Johnny Bryant?
Yeah, Johnny with a J.
Okay, but with an I-E.
I-E.
It is the IE.
You know
He's
what?
like Johnny Walker.
It all goes back to the spelling.
You guys remember this
Why
guy.
didn't you tell me it was Johnny with an E?
No, I'm sorry. I was doing the facetious thing, like really Johnny Bryant, but it's like obviously the biggest go-getter name you could have, of course, if you're the Knicks. Jaylen
Crazy.
Brown, there's a name you know. The Spurs are a team to watch, says Chris Mannix.
Oh no!
How would that make you feel? Okay, that's better than Giannis,
Nauseous.
right? Like if they get Giannis, that's the worst thing that can
Yeah,
happen.
it's better
Isn't
than
that the
Giannis.
worst thing that can happen this offseason? Is that Giannis becomes a Spur?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then Jaylen Brown, is that 2? Is that 3?
2.
Kevin Durant?
No, Katie's. I'm not that worried about.
All right.
I think it would be Jaylen Brown or KD probably.
Yeah, right.
KD would be 3.
yes.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's Boston realizing we've messed up giving too much money to two different players. We got to get rid of one of them and try to get back probably their two young guys. Would they have like back-to-back Rookie of the Years? We want both of them.
Would they just be looking at 10 for a year since Tatum's not going to play? Is that kind of what they're gearing for?
Ooh, that'd be genius.
That is a fair thing to wonder.
Right? Like,
Yes.
is that? I mean, Jaylen Brown is their best player then.
But, I mean, literally, Joe Mazzulla being the crazy person that he is, I don't know that he has that in his fiber.
To tank?
To punt on anything.
No, hell no. They'll fire him before that. He'll walk in there.
He'd fire himself.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like, if this is our plan,
Yeah.
bleep this.
Yeah, hey, Joe would go get a job somewhere else,
I'm
right?
out.
I think he's earned the right, even though it seems like his whole coaching technique is just shoot the 3, boys. If it doesn't go in, don't worry. Next game, it will. Like, what
Let's
else you
lock
gonna
in
do?
on defense.
law of averages.
Drew Holiday, Swiss Army knife. Let's protect the rim.
Did win a
And shoot
championship playing
threes.
that way, didn't
I
they?
like
He
it.
did.
No, they absolutely did.
They figured it out.
They absolutely did.
Those jerks.
So why you getting hard on it? Why did I say that?
Excuse me.
Hey, yo.
Pause, dog.
I almost said.
Okay,
almost
Jay
said-
Williams.
I almost said why you busted on that.
Oh, now you did.
I tried to pivot and I couldn't.
Don't
pivot.
kink shame me.
I couldn't pivot. God, I'm such an idiot. I did in mid. Was trying to pivot. And I went worse.
Did you dip into the drinks again?
No. By the
wonderful,
way,
dude.
By the way. Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Made the wrong check at the line of scrimmage.
I did. I was.
Protection went right.
I was
Blitz
trying
came
to
left.
pivot from.
You got your back blown out.
Well,
I
you're
don't even know
busting
what
on it.
All right. How about everybody was so Brunts in, right? But it feels like now they might be Brunts out in New York.
The dad is a problem.
Papa Brunson.
He's a problem.
When are they not? I
The
mean,
dads, I'm telling you, we're on a run here with these overzealous parents.
I knew I was going to be able to get Walchuk woken up on this.
Come on, Liza, get it together out there.
I'm not going to be that one. I'm going to try my hardest not to be.
Yeah.
You don't know until the bullets start flying.
I know.
Was your dad?
That's why I said I hope. No, my dad was.
Then you got a chance.
Only in private.
You got a chance. Yeah.
Watch Wolchuk be out there smoking cigarettes on the field and flipping the butts away. Come on.
Wouldn't be cigarettes, Brian.
What?
I definitely would be.
Cigars, of course.
Okay.
But I coached for so long and realized how annoying it is. So
Yeah.
I'm not that guy anymore, but I was.
Hey, but
It's hard when they're young because they're so distracted and you're trying to get them to pay attention to the sport.
Yeah.
My expectations just aren't overly high. Like, I'm hoping maybe I just lucked out and she ends up being somewhat physically good at sports.
She's got those long femurs.
She does.
That can't hurt.
I just never was able to live that life. So
Yeah.
that would be new and refreshing.
Yeah. No, I hear you, dude. My kid.
Don't underestimate your wife.
I was.
No, I don't.
I was not only.
Let's hope the milkman showed up.
I'm praying.
Those femurs tell the truth on that situation.
Thank you. Yeah, the femurs are nice.
Yeah.
We got good femurs.
It's better to DNA test.
That's damn sure.
We know this is not your kid because the kid's got long limbs.
Man, I don't need a DNA test for that one, but you're right.
I've seen those before. Southern Leisure Spas and Patios.
This is
Not
my
a Speedo.
This is my daughter. She's 6'8".
Oh, I should have busted the Speedo out again.
Okay, scale of 1 to 10, how much is this going to work, boys? We
9.
have USA versus the world, All-Star.
9.
Are they going to care? Is anybody going to care? Or
9.
just-
I'm in 9.
Okay, well, Broadus is down. 4 nations from hockey. I don't think the basketball players are going to be as committed as the hockey players, but I do think this is a great idea, as good as one as you could have at this point.
Haven't we done this before?
What's the format? Is it like
They don't even know
hemispheres?
yet. They don't even know
South
exactly.
America versus North America versus Europe versus Asia.
Adam
Maybe
Silver-
something like that could work. See, I don't think it works unless you have like pure basketball nations and you're really tapping into that the Olympics do so well. I think Canada could get us though. And I think if you could reunite the old Yugoslavia, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Between all your Slovenias
That's
and your
true.
Slovakias.
That's true.
But I don't think right now you don't have Spain or Argentina where they were 20 years ago. They haven't been able to.
Are we picking
to follow
players
up.
that are NBA from these countries? Is that what we're going to do?
See, we don't know what the format is just yet. Adam Silver knows that he wants to do something like what the 4 Nations did with the hockey stuff, but he doesn't know all the details yet.
Man, the buy-in on that hockey stuff was amazing.
Exactly. I just don't think you can fully duplicate that, but even if you can get somewhere in that neighborhood, it can't be any worse than what we've been doing. Keep trying different stuff.
Yeah.
How about just not have it?
Yeah, I mean, if this doesn't
Or
work,
just
maybe that's what you're moving towards. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a lot of fun. I've always looked forward to it. At least the dunk contest and the 3-point contest.
Yes.
I'm sure by the time we get to the game, it's, just
Come on,
a
Dawson. When's the
continuation
last
of
time you
dunk
watched the
contest.
game?
I like knowing it's there, Brian. Okay, quit picking at me.
Yeah, background noise.
Yeah.
Something to just kind of be about.
Watchdogging my fanmanship.
Dawson.
Something to complain about that night.
Oh, no, I'm not. The fandom, like, nobody watches that thing.
This stupid game. Everybody just has it on and they just complain about it for 4 quarters.
Why?
Nothing but blow-bys.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it is cool, just the novelty of having all the great players on the same team. I think that's the allure of a kid. Yeah, I know. Maybe you're over it. You've seen all the rides, Brian.
I have. I've seen all the rides.
There he is, and now you know why it's called Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Thanks again to Tolbert Garage Door for having us out here, Mesquite 30. We have another hour and 40 minutes to go here on the Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, and Chiefs going back-to-back with your Sounds of the Sports Day coming up, buddy. What's in store?
Yeah, among other things, we'll hear the Throwback Thursday football clip of the day featuring 4 and Reggie White. That's the next year in the nation. I petered out there. I'm sorry, but first I got to tell
Just
you about
busted on that one, huh?
Greystone Roofing and Construction. And if your roof got busted up this storm season, they're the people to call. Family run, and they're just spectacular from top to bottom. Totally buttoned up in every way, and they're fantastic people. I'm talking about Josh and Alexis Vining. Great.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Tolbert Garage, door off 30 in Mesquite. I'm about 10 minutes from my front door right here. It's a home game for me. Would love to see if you're anywhere near, okay? Anybody on the east, Rockwall, Forney, Rowlett, Garland, Richardson, Pleasant Grove, Sunnyvale, of course, Kaufman County. You're in striking distance here. What's east of Rockwall out there? You got Fate. You got Roy City. You know, we want to see you all out here, and we got Tolo decals for you. Okay, we ran out of the G-Bag tumblers, but my man Skip in Sunnyvale came through with the all-new Tolo decal. I'm showing it right now on the webcam, and if you swing on by, we got one or two for you. Okay, it's time now for Chief Sounds of the Sports Day. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. CarsForKids.org. Donate your vehicle today. Here's the Chief once again.
That ice-cold Yates Taps beer is pretty on point today.
Oh,
boys.
the Yates.
Not going to lie. The summer beer, sun-up situation is just really undefeated. And then you have the Indian Outlaw Barbecue. Good stuff. Really good stuff.
I was outside talking to the Yates folks. That is a heck of an operation.
Isn't that thing impressive?
That is really, and it reminded me so much of, I was asking, well, hey, do you ever go to like fraternity parties, you know, or be out like in the boulevard, like at SMU, and he's like, yeah, I'm trying to get in with Jerry and all that. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, it's going to cost you money and all, but he's got a heck of a setup out there, you know, and with the ability to
beers on tap.
Beers on tap. He's got all kinds. He's also got soft drinks and stuff like that too to make sure you get taken care of. But man, what a nice crew out there for sure. I was out there in the parking lot just visiting with them.
All right, so I perked up a little bit this morning whenever I was listening to Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and of course Peyton. And Aiden in the back. Oh, Aiden in the back. Can't forget Aiden in the back.
Never forget Aiden.
But their front and center was Mike Bassick. Ooh. We got a couple of highlights
from Mikey B last night. Now, Bobby, credit to Bobby, he's wondering, waiting around for that moment that Bassick starts to really get frustrated with the way. I mean,
he's stalking him.
Really good reason to be frustrated, especially last night. Really good reason to be frustrated. So we start. We have a couple of these clips. You guys be the judge here, but Kumar Rocker doesn't, get over to cover first, and then the runner's safe. He kind of jogs towards right field. Then Aranda takes off for home, and you're just going, what is going on? Here's Mike Bassick painting the picture.
Rocker causes both of these. He doesn't cover first, and then he forgets there's another runner on base. He's late to reaction. You got to get there quicker. The Rangers have been great on this. Rocker's late and then forgets there's a baseball game. And another run scores.
Oh.
Yep, frustration.
That is peak Mike in professional Ranger TV mode. Okay, but he is holding back, and I love it because we know Mike so well that we know the kind of thoughts that are flying around in his head. He's having to resist that and deliver super professional TV baseball, man, and he's knocking it out of the park, guys.
Oh, he is.
I don't think Mike was prepared for anything like this until maybe 2 years ago at most, just to be able to handle this kind of pressure without it breaking. So I'm very proud of him, but I also know that that kind of frustration can only be tamped down for so long. So stay tuned.
Well, Heggie felt like, though, that what Bassick did was that long pause, and then there was a baseball game.
Yeah.
He said that's where Mike reset himself, that he was going to go off, and then he stopped, and then he said,
that.
and there was a baseball game going on.
You couldn't hear it in the microphone, but he was taking 3 deep breaths.
He was absolutely.
The therapy's paying off.
He was settling himself.
Yep.
And he was thinking, I could lose it all here. 60-something game, I could lose it all. Or I could, maintain and keep my gig.
Yeah, he kept his composure at a high level. He's been fantastic. He really has. The analysis has been 10 out of 10.
The thing I think Mike does, though, is he brings pent-up fan frustration to the mic better than anybody. And I think once he does turn that loose, it is going to be amazing because baseball players don't try it because they don't want to, they don't care that much, or they can't because they haven't spent 15 years trying to shoehorn that angst into 4 or 5 hours of broadcast gold every day, and Mike cracked the freaking code. Just sit back, watch him cook.
I'm gonna get Bobby to do this. We have to.
Every night, he just
AI Baskey.
Oh, we got to go.
What he wishes he could have said.
Oh my God.
AI Baskey.
That's 5 times
Coach
right there.
Balsack.
What he was actually thinking in his brain.
I'd like to nominate that for G-Bag of the Year right now.
Right, that will beat mine for sure.
Let's go, Bobby. What Baskey wish he could say.
There would definitely be a fart knocker in there from the 682.
Yeah, speaking of fart knocker, it was fart knocker rocker, and it was Mikey B annoyed with him giving up another steal.
Well, big slow leg lift. Rays love running, and it's a easy steal.
Easy steal.
I'm telling you, he's thinking about everything he has to say.
Yeah.
Heggie's right. Heggie's right about this one.
Still.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. We got to play that one again. From the jump, dude. The big, slow leg. Everything is being so passive aggressive here. It's amazing.
Well, big slow leg lift. Rays love running, and it's a easy steal.
How do you not know that? Did you read the scouting report? Braves love running?
Oh, my gosh. Okay, and then let's see. We have one more. Dave Raymond starts chuckling at Mike.
There's nothing off speed here tonight. And you're not going to get away with that against any team. No pitcher.
You can. They're called relievers.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to throw 98 and I'm going to throw 93. 2 pitches. Well, if that's what you do, then you get to face, 3 to 6 hitters a game. And then every third day you pitch pretty much.
There it is.
Wow.
That's our guy.
You can hear a little bit of shake voice because he knows I'm pushing it right here. But, man, he is just breathing fire and doing a hell of a job. And I do think bullpen has to be in Rockers maybe next 2 years, maybe next year. Right now, you're going to try to sort through this because September was so was so amazing last year. And right now, in order to trade pitching for hitting, what you see last night going up in flames is the idea that you could take Gray or Malley and make a trade. If Rocker's going to be this bad, that would be idiotic.
Yeah, that's a great point, because if that was somebody that was stepping up in a way that even like Jack Leiter has been, you're going, okay, you know what? We could afford maybe expending one of these guys. But with the injuries and stuff.
Why did I feel like that Jack Leiter was going to be the guy that was going to forget to cover first base and all that? Like going, like that Jack Leiter was going to be the one that was not going to, he's having the success. He's having the success I thought that Rocker was going to have.
Yeah, we had higher expectations for Rocker for sure.
Yeah.
After
it
last
looked
year.
like everything was coming easy to Rocker.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I thought Leiter was such a ball of nerves that he could be that guy to sort of lose it out there. But yeah, I think what you hear from Mike is the realization that Rocker has talent that Mike could only dream of having. And Mike got to the big leagues and had stints with a couple of different teams because of his desire and intensity to compete, and that there was never going to be something come up. Like Mike defended his position and fielded his position as good as you could do it as a big leaguer. And he had to do all of those things just to make it. So if you see a guy that if he just had that level of commitment could be, an all-star or something, it's incredibly frustrating for a lot of the guys that didn't have that talent but managed to get in.
All right, let's go ahead and close things down here. Sounds of the Sports Day with your Throwback Thursday football clip of the day featuring Reggie White and Brett Favre.
We're out in preseason practice here, right outside the Hudson Center. Mirko Jurkovic was a lineman at Notre Dame, and we had picked him up, and this was his rookie season. So he's trying to make the team. He's blocking against Reggie in practice. Well, Reggie's not going – none of the guys really gave it their best effort in practice. I mean, you didn't want Reggie to give it his best effort. It would disrupt practice too much. So he's kind of – and he's never going to hit the quarterback, and he kind of rushes in, and Mirko grabs him and kind of pulls him down. And Reggie said, "Hey, Mirko, quit the holding." Mirko says, "Hey, F you, Reggie." Mirko's a Chicago kid, kind of brash, and Reggie ain't nothing. Hey, F you, Reggie. Okay. So I'm standing back in the back. I'm like, this is not going to be good. Reggie digs in, gets it, and it said Hut, and he clubbed Mirko, and it was a domino effect, and all five guys just fell down. I mean, it was horrible. And Reggie says, "Now God loves you, Mirko, but don't ever hold me again." And he never held him again.
That's incredible, is it not?
Amazing story.
Outstanding.
Who's he talking about?
Reggie White. Yeah, Reggie White and
Mirko?
Mirko Jurkovic. His brother John was actually a good player for us. Was a kind of a boxy, square nose tackle, and he does radio. I think he's on the Chicago station on the ESPN up there at their station. John Jurkovic has a show. Been done for a long time.
I bet he's great.
He was one of these guys. I'll tell you a story off the air about. I can't tell it on the air because it'll get somebody in trouble.
Yeah,
but I'll give you a John Jurkovic story when we get off the air.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah,
but rules are rules, and for the first time in
Here we go.
Garage Door history, Walchuk's got to make good.
Mama gave me 8 of them flap checks. I said, "Mama, take away 5 of them flap checks." Got to say, "Hungry Crimson Tide."
Nice work live here at Tolbert Garage Door. Look at this.
Salute to Colby Tolbert and his staff. Incredible hospitality. We'll be here for another hour and a half. Pregame is coming up at 6 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Colby has done a great job. A number of local Atolo businesses coming together to support each other. And if you are a Atolo and owner of a local business, and invite you to come by and meet some of these fine folks. Not only Tolbert Garage Door, but Harbor Lights out of Aledo, the Great Outdoor Sandwiches, CBD American Shaman. Of course, you have Coleman's Insulation guys hanging out as well. Salute to you, sir. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. Okay, now, we ran out of the G-Bag tumblers, but we have the all-new Tolo decal. Got one on my laptop right now. Looks pretty sweet. Just tweeted it out at G-Bag Nation, or you think you're going to want one of those. Get them while they're hot. And salute to Skip in Sunnyvale for making those up for us and dropping them off. I think you're going to like them. Okay, we're coming back with Jared Sandler, Rangers insider. Will tell you everything you need to know as the guys try to salvage one tonight in Tampa. That's coming up next in the nation. I want to chat men's.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, yo.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live, G-Bag Nation 105 through the fan at Tolbert Garage Door. Atolo just said he loves watching the webcam for when we forget that we're on video and we're dorking around. He said it's pretty fun. You never know. You can eavesdrop on us.
Yeah.
And we'd love it if you swing on by the broadcast position. We're out of G-Bag tumblers, but we do have some Tolo decals remaining. Looks like a fairly decent stack, hopefully. A salute once again to all the Tolos who have made it by. It's time now to chat with Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, Sands. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. It is so humid, and I think I've already lost like 3 pounds of water weight. And then I've got to, we got to get on a plane after this. And the players get a shower and freshen up and everything. We don't. So I feel badly for anyone who is going to be within my zip code. And you know what? I can't imagine that Mike Bassick is going to be able to deal with this weather very well with his bald head. Dave Raymond, we know that Hicksey is going to sweat like a you know what, and so that part of the plane might not be the most pleasant at 2:30 in the morning when we're landing in D.C.
Gold Bond, did you pack it?
Dude wipes, maybe? No, I didn't come. What's that?
Dude wipes.
Yeah, I thought about bringing, not packing my deodorant and maybe my cologne just to, have a little, French shower, what's it called? Whatever the shower when you just, but I didn't end up doing that. So I guess I'm just going to have to wear it and smell my own smell for the next several hours.
I guess the only term that jumped into my mind was the classic W bath. I don't want to say the full word, but, that might apply as well for you.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, for a fact, just to segue, everything smells better with a wind, Sands, and that's what we're hoping to see tonight. Jack Leiter going to send and deliver once again?
Yeah, no, that's so true. I hope so. They need it. Ryan Pepio's been pitching well. The Rays as a team have been playing well. Not a team that I think most people want to be playing right now. Especially, listen, the Rangers. Someone said earlier, well, yeah, bad luck. They're running into the Rays, but you kind of, you have the ability to put your foot down and get a team to stop playing well, right? And the Rangers haven't done the little things in the first 2 games to do that. Whether it was just some of the miscues in the 6th inning on Tuesday, and then yesterday that one big inning with Kumar Rocker not getting over and covering and then turning his back on the infield. Those are things that even if you're the Dodgers or the Phillies or one of the Tigers, you need to do well. But those teams are where they are because they are doing that well. But when you're a team that's scuffling like the Rangers, you got to make sure, hey, maybe you face a tough pitcher and maybe you're struggling to get hits, but you got to make sure you're covering up those little things, right? And they've done that all year. That has not been a problem. But the first 2 games, some of the little things have gotten in the way of their ability to either stay in the game or in the case of yesterday, I mean, you never know what's going to happen, but the Rangers lost by a run, and, there's a 2-run miscue there in that big inning. So, they need Jack Leiter to do his part, but the Rangers as a team need to be able to do their part, not just at the plate, but in other facets too.
Jared Sandler here with you in the G-Bag Nation. So what's next for Rocker?
Yeah, he's going to go to AAA, and Bruce Bochy talked about how he needs just to work on all facets. And I think Mike Bassick brought up yesterday in the postgame that he's young, and maybe not age-wise, but he's young in terms of experience due to injuries and whatnot. And he needs to learn. There are things he still needs to learn. There's consistency that he needs to try and improve upon. There's volatility he needs to try and tamper down a bit, but. I think one of the questions was whether or not this was a message because of the, what happened yesterday in the third. I don't think that this was a message, right? I think at the end of the day, they feel like Kumar Rocker needs to get a little more work, a little more growth, a little more development for a team that's, trying to get back in things. This might not be the setting for him to do that, but I don't think it helps, right? I don't know that this is like a punishment. I don't think that would be fair to suggest, but I do think that, when Bruce Bochy says all facets of pitching, he doesn't just mean the part where you're on the mound and you throw the baseball. He's talking about holding runners. He's talking about fielding the position. He's just talking about, having a more complete package ready to go. And I think we'll see Kumar Rocker up here hopefully in the next, I don't know how long, and he's more ready to contribute to a winning version of this team.
How deep do you expect to see Leiter to go tonight?
Well, I think they'd love to get 6 innings out of him. Now, there's a chance, guys, that Chris Martin is activated before the game. I think he was going to go through some kind of a workout, and the Rangers were going to determine whether or not he was fit. And if so, then, I don't know if he would necessarily be an option tonight, but perhaps he would be. But just because of the makeup of the last couple games, they got some opportunity in their bullpen. They have not exhausted Luke Jackson or Robert Garcia by any means. We know that Hobie Milner kind of has a little bit of a rubber arm, so he can get going as well. And so, but I think they'd really love to see, more. I'd say more than 5 innings, even if it's 5 1/3, 5 2/3. If Jack can get it out into the 6, I think it would cover them well. But at the same time, guys, if this lineup can get going, maybe put up a 7 spot, it really won't matter as much. You're not going to be worried about how to navigate a raised lineup to get the final 9, 10 outs in a close game.
It's Jared Sandler here with you in the G-Bag Nation pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. He's joining us from a very humid Tampa. Now, Bradford, we're heading in a good direction with him and Spores?
Yeah, I still think Spores is, you're probably looking at a July return for Spores, maybe late June. I guess it's possible late June if things keep progressing. But, yeah, both those guys have taken steps in the right direction. Obviously, when Spores comes back, they might ease him into a leverage situation. But I think once he gets going, the hope is that he can get leverage outs for you and add some depth in that regard. And then with Cody, they got a couple options. They can either send him down, give him an extended rehab assignment, which essentially makes up for the fact that he didn't really have a minor or a spring training to get ready, and stretch him out so that when he comes up, he is able to come up as a starter. Or they could give him a little more of a brief rehab assignment and then bring him up as a multi-inning reliever and slowly stretch him out that way. And I think as far as his role, there's definitely an opportunity in the rotation. As good as this rotation's been, you just sent Rocker down. You got Evaldi on the IL. I think there's, there could be a spot for him, and you never know what it's going to be in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But I think they've got some options of how they want to use Cody Bradford, and I think, he could be used as a multi-inning guy out of the bullpen to start, and then maybe ease into the rotation when a need presents itself.
How do you think Corey's looked since he came off the IL?
Yeah, it looks like a guy who's just trying to get his timing back. And, the reality is, we talked about it, this lineup is scuffled, and I think Corey's doing whatever, did whatever he could to get back as soon as possible. But, we've seen him change his batting stance back to the one, with which, we were more familiar seeing. And hopefully it will pay off. But he just looks like a guy who's trying to get his timing back. And that happens. We've seen him come off the IL after a 6 week stint and just start crushing extra base hits. And then, this time around, unfortunately, we're seeing this. But, I think it's really just a timing thing, and hopefully he gets going as early as tonight, because this lineup obviously needs him. There's a different dynamic to this lineup when he is going, and the Rangers' top 4 hitters this year, not the guys necessarily specific to tonight's lineup, but just those spots in the order this season have just not been as productive as you'd like. I think they rank at or near the bottom in a lot of the slash line categories. And, hopefully now that guys are more healthy, you can start to see that change a little bit, because getting production out of the top of the order, it's nice. Like we talked about, hey, bottom of the order production, that's great. You need it clicking on all cylinders, but the guys hitting at the top are usually hitting at the top for a reason. And that's because their ceiling to produce, their capacity to produce is a little bit higher than the guys on the bottom. So, they have the ability to be aircraft carriers and get the lineup on their back and get going. And we need this top four to start doing that.
I love your willingness to do whatever it takes to try and propel this team to victory, consuming Funyuns for the first time in a long time to try and change the mojo last night. Were the Funyuns as good as you hoped? Did they exceed expectations? Funyuns are incredible, Jared.
Yeah, no, the Funyuns were good. We scored 3 runs right away. So
it
maybe
seemed to be working.
Maybe we'll do a Funyun inning again tonight. I don't know that it felt as good after the fact, but I definitely enjoyed taking them down. But yeah, Funyuns are good. I was told they were spicy Funyuns. I didn't know that. I'm not a big spicy, like that. I like spicy food when it's like Mexican food or Thai food. I don't know if I'd like spicy Funyuns, but I mean, if that's going to take a 3-run inning and turn it into a 7-run inning, I'll do just about anything. Brad Miller and I were talking about going shirtless on the pregame show, so we're in it to win it. There's no doubt about that.
How impressed were you with Langford's hurdle?
Yeah, how about that? He was a football player in high school, and if you look at him, you stand next to him, like I can just imagine that guy standing middle linebacker, staring down a quarterback with that little wry smile he has sometimes when he's hitting. Like, I am about to take your head off, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. Or like looking at the running back with that same smile. But he was on the other end of the other side of the ball there. He was hurdling would-be tacklers to get to the base. I will tell you, though, it's as impressive as that was. I was so happy that landing on that base sometimes can do a number to the leg in which you land on, or on which you land. And I'm just glad he came away healthy. That was a pretty impressive athletic play. And it was also pretty BS that they didn't give him a hit. I think they're challenging that scoring decision, but that would have given him, or that would have been his first hit technically, but be part of a 4-hit game, and I think he was definitely deserving of a hit there, especially with that athleticism. That's an athletic body, guys, as we all know.
Yeah, a lot of talent in that body, and I just love that you can get like everything from this team. You can get crazy athletic plays like that from Langford at the plate, and then you could also on the other side of the spectrum get Jock Peterson trying to round third base, and there goes an ankle. So you get everything with this team. You can really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and now hopefully, on that note, we can just get some runs and maybe complete the circle, right? I think that's the last leg.
He did say a little bit of everything, just Sandler,
just a tiny bit.
Okay.
More.
Sorry,
that is fair.
Comedy relief. That's all I can do to cope at this point. We'll get some runs tonight, though. Sands, have a great one, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow in Washington.
All right, fellas, take care.
There Take your shirt off. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. The new Tolo laptop decal or window decal is here for you. Tolbert garage door for the next hour. Wolchuk, what's next?
All right. How did my trade proposal go down on Star's Twitter yesterday? NFL wide receiver news and pigeons on a plane. That's next.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We are live at Tolbert Garage Door here in Mesquite on 30. Do we have some Tolo back window decals? We do. We blew out all the G-Bag tumblers in about an hour. They went at a pace of 1 every minute for the first hour. They were out. But we have Tolo decals for you, and they're currently adorning my water bottle and my laptop. I think they'd look good on yours if you want to swing by. We got one for you. Fellowship, a lot of Tolos here. There's a beer truck and a barbecue truck on the side. Salute to Indian Outlaw Barbecue for swinging by and providing the grub. So it's been a great day already. We have another hour to go, including Around the Bases coming up and G-Bag today, LA Live, and then we'll get into that pregame show. But here's Wolchuk with a mixed bag.
We had a fight at Giants minicamp practice, or OTAs, I guess, right? This would be OTAs, not minicamps. That's the difference.
That's right.
Kayvon Thibodeau, we played audio from him. He told his balls.
Oh, when Eagles fans showed up to Giants practice and wanted to put hands on him?
I thought maybe this is when I first saw the story. I'm thinking, my gosh, he did it. Wow. Some Eagles fan got ticked off. They went over there and Kayvon, they ended up fighting about it. No.
I'd pay to watch that.
Me too, huh?
Thibodeau versus Turd fans.
I would do. That'd be great. It's like Warren versus the Gorilla, you know? This one's like NFL player.
That sounds like a great historical, like,
Giants versus
situation.
Eagles. Let's see.
Thibodeau versus Turd.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Thibodeau, though, did get in a fight with a teammate. So he ripped off his helmet. He threw a punch, which I admire. I never understand the punching of a helmet, you know? So he rips off the helmet, and then his teammate, Brian Burns, also went after a player. So I guess this was probably one of those tackling drills that they were doing, and they ended up getting a little bit heated.
Be careful. We can't tackle in OTAs,
right,
Chuck.
Right.
We can't tackle, so maybe somebody stepped out of line here. We're
you crossed the line?
Yeah. Oof. Your nuts are mine.
Yeah, so we had Hudson versus Thibodeau, and then Burns backs up his teammate. He's going after Hudson. So who is Hudson on that Giants defense? I couldn't tell you. I'm blanking on who that first name is. It could be just a no-name, undrafted rookie free agent. I don't know, but this Hudson guy got his ass kicked today.
Is Hudson a defensive player? Was this...
So it was two defensive players going at it?
Fighting? That's crazy.
It was no, it's not. Hudson had to be an offensive player.
Line.
Burns then defended Thibodeau, and so both of them ended up going after Hudson. Yeah. Which never fair. You know, you don't want that. But maybe Hudson was able to hold his own. And then we got some quarterback news that's popping off, guys. Of course, if you missed it, Aaron Rodgers is finally a Steeler. Surprise, surprise. But did you see your guy, Anthony Richardson?
Shoulder issues?
Dude, it's the same AC joint shoulder. Again. This is going to be Daniel Jones in Indianapolis this year, boys. Get ready.
Yeah, that's true. It's Daniel Jones.
He can't stay healthy.
I mean, he probably is twice as good.
Daniel Jones? Then Anthony, he might be. I mean, Anthony Richardson just might not.
This sounds like our Hudson might be Brian Hudson.
Okay.
Who is a center.
There you go.
He's like the last guy on the depth chart.
So it's okay.
Short arm guy trying to fight two of the best ends in the game. Not going to go well.
Yeah, he's kind of a street free agent dude. He actually looks like Aaron Rodgers, which is hilarious.
Oh no,
he does.
Is he? So he's tiny guy.
No, look at the facial.
Does he look like he's tripping balls? Is that why you said that?
He is. He's like an offensive line Aaron Rodgers.
There he is.
Better beard though. That's
Brian Hudson.
Brian Hudson,
tremendous beard.
He's from Louisville, is where he's from.
All right. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin, he's holding out. He wants a new deal.
I don't blame him.
So, hey, we're not the only ones to deal with this. I know we talked about Micah Parsons. Some other people said, like, hey, why does it only seem like the Cowboys deal with these contract issues? Nope, scary Terry McLaurin. He's dealing with one as well. All right, Gavin, you said you got into it, like with Stars Twitter a while back.
I did.
They kind of came after you.
And you tuned me up pretty good. I think you were their champion that day.
I tried to just stand for the Stars because I think you were just – what was it that you went after them for, just not being overall very good?
Yeah, I thought like it had run its course with this group, and we needed to see a big trade to sort of remake things, which, incidentally is what a lot of those same people are thinking now.
Yeah. Well, you know what I think it is? It's just like trades of your own players. You just don't like it. I think we've got the syndrome of we're kind of falling in love with our own is the problem.
I've noticed that. I got to remind myself of that sometimes.
Yeah, and when here's the thing about the Stars Twitter is if you're an outsider, they view you as an outsider.
Yeah,
it's like you
do they see you as an outsider?
You work for a different station.
Holy damn Melrose.
So you're like a stick. You're a stick to a football guy. So I put out a trade idea, and I consulted the Hockey Hawk about
shoes
this
on
beforehand.
the other foot now.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You got peed one.
Yeah, essentially. But a lot of women as well. A lot of women, I think, love Wyatt Johnston. I think he's the heartthrob, is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of people were just
wouldn't
like,
let him in the house
you're
if I
not
was
getting
Pavelski.
rid of Wyatt Johnston. And I get it. Wyatt's a young absolute star. But the trade idea was apparently I would love to go get Brady Tkachuk from Ottawa.
Tough guy, huh?
Robo not enough for him is what I was told. So the Stars have flirted out trading Jason Robertson. Hey, he's got one cheap year left, and then he's going to be a free agent. I don't know if you can pay him. What can I do? Can I go get a center who is the center also of Team USA, mind you? Very, very good player. Matthew Tkachuk, his brother, kicking ass, taking names, 3 straight Stanley Cups with the Florida Panthers. Kind of fits exactly what the team lacks, right? He's going to give you the toughness. He's going to give you the leadership. He can be the next captain of the team. I think that would be, if you're going to move on from 2 stars, you're acquiring a guy that's going to give you a lot more than just, hey, the points, right? The statistics was the pushback on this.
We need toughness.
We do. We need that.
We got depth. We don't have top end.
And it hasn't been good enough.
Yeah.
So I love White. He's a 22-year-old absolute star. He's a phenom. You're losing out of goal scorers. You are. You're going to have to replace some goals here from both of those guys. And it's not just a 2-for-1. Ottawa's going to have to give you a second-round pick. Maybe you can get some draft picks.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is an overpay.
It is, yeah. It wouldn't be 2-for-1. Ottawa's going to give you something else. And I did ask Puck Daddy Greg Wyshynski. I said, anyway, Brady Tkachuk and the Stars, you think could work out a deal? He said, I don't think Ottawa's trading Tkachuk. But I don't know that we have the right grasp on like other players in the league and their value.
How much better they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could definitely see that, Wolchuk. I think you're on the right path. Like, let's trade a couple for one who's better and gives us some of the toughness. I don't know that 2 forwards is it. Would you be interested at all in like trading your goalie? Because I think
I knew someone was going to bring this
Hunter.
up.
Yeah.
I knew someone was going to say this.
Right now, no. I don't know what their backup plan would be. They've typically usually had a good goalie that's up the pipeline. Maybe they do in the AHL, and I'll have to look into that they would be confident in. Otter's still really good right now. I mean, you don't get through the first 2 rounds without him, but I get you. 3 years in a row, he's been outperformed in the Western Conference Final.
You had to pull him. His countryman Hellebuck was a disaster on the road. Like, these are the top-end goalies? Or I could have a guy like Stuart Skinner for less. You know, I don't know that you're getting what you pay for with Otter.
Yeah, the defense in front of him matters. Man, I don't know. I don't think I would look to trade him right now. But if the right offer came,
you'd have to get him.
I'd have to consider it. I'd have to consider it.
If I got to pick DeBoer or Otter, I'm picking DeBoer.
I agree. I'm taking Otter. Bye-bye, Pete DeBoer. I don't think DeBoer lasts past this year.
I think I out-hot take you there, Wolchuk.
For a second, I thought you said the opposite. I'm like, wait a second. No.
He was hypnotized for just a split second.
Just a second. I can't get in on the Pete DeBoer thing. That's too hot. The fire's too warm on that one.
How funny, though, were some of the responses?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, actually, some of the responses were absolutely fantastic.
You got 64 quote tweets of mostly people just irked.
I love it. What's the
notion.
engagement like on your original tweet?
110 responses.
Let's go.
And 64 quote tweets that were usually attempting to dunk on the suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, most of it was,
is this a joke?
They really let this guy talk on the radio.
I get that one a lot.
I'd be willing to report you for even tweeting this.
Where is your brain?
Log off from the internet forever.
You're
forever.
A dummy.
That was from a female named Carly.
Forever, yeah.
The forever.
The forever was a good one.
No amount of drugs makes me want to do this.
Yeah. Mental illness with the SpongeBob meme was one of them.
Let's see here. Someone alleged that it is the single worst mock trade in the history of mock trades.
Mm-hmm. This is a terrible take.
Capital worse. Let's see.
You are clueless. Absolutely not. No way. Hell no. What is wrong with you? Are you drunk?
Man, even Reitma tore you up.
Yeah, well.
Wow, 135,000 views, my guy.
This one
took off.
This one took off. I'm looking to kind of rebuild a little bit, reshuffle some things. I think when you watch Florida and Edmonton play last night, there's a different level we need to get to here.
Yeah.
And the Stars have a really good young nucleus. I'm looking to keep, obviously, Rope and Miro around. And Harley, I think, is another guy that I'm keeping. Otter, to me, is part of that. I'm probably not willing to give up Rope now. Some people were like, give him up over Wyatt. Well, I think that he's important for Mikko Rantanen. The Finnish connection there, I think, matters. So I probably would, if I could get back a player of the caliber of a Brady Tkachuk, give up a Wyatt Johnston. Aaron Ekblad, my dream target, the defenseman, a rumor has it out there the Stars are interested. They're the favorites to land him this offseason.
What?
So that'd be another great addition. So
wow, take that.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know what I'm talking about, though. Stick to football.
Yeah.
Stick to football, Gavin.
Someone said this is the dumbest bleep I've read in a while.
Fair.
Chuck Cooperstein's son was asking how much Wolchuk had been drinking that morning when he fired off this tweet, I imagine, from the toilet, right?
Also fair.
So that's really where he does his best tweeting. So nice work, man. That was absolutely fantastic stuff.
Was this off day work for you? Was this Monday?
No, this was yesterday.
Sure.
Yeah, I was. Are you upset that I was off on Monday?
He's been bold bully. He's been bold bully, man. Ever since the Pacers
Bold
over
thanks.
the Thunder, then it's Detroit and filthy, don't make the postseason. Now it's trade Wyatt Johnston for a bag of chips. I'm kidding.
It's mainly Robo, okay, but I was told Robo's not enough. So, hey, Wyatt gets included in there. You guys ever had encountered a pigeon on a plane?
No, not a pigeon and not a plane.
Or a bird just in general?
On a plane?
Sounds ridiculous, right?
What is ridiculous when a bird will fly into some indoor situation and then all of a sudden it just starts freaking out like what just happened?
We were somewhere where they're
like bouncing off the walls and
Yeah.
the ceilings trying to get back out.
Imagine one on a plane. Okay, a confined environment. We got a pigeon just flying around.
How is that even
I don't know how
Are
this
we
is
like
possible.
in a New York airport?
Is this one of those service pigeons? You've been seeing these service pigeons?
I have not seen a service.
Just ridiculous.
I'm interested, though.
It was County Regional Airport in Madison, Wisconsin. It was delayed.
Oh, wow.
A pigeon flew through the passenger cabin while the crew was preparing to take off. Eventually, it was caught. It was removed in a baggage handler. Somebody just reached up as it was flying over their heads and grabbed the pigeon. It's a pretty amazing video. But I'd never seen a story quite like that, a bird on a plane.
What a great state, though, to be able. You got to, if you're going to do this, it's got to be a hunting kind of a state.
Yeah.
Wisconsin,
people know what they're
Louisiana. Yeah, somebody that's used to like handling birds.
Yeah.
You know,
who's handling them though with their hands?
they're going by. You just grab them. You
touch
just,
the birds.
You just,
You just bare hand grab that, and then what do you do?
I told you about my guy at the Cooper just forearm that geese right in the chest. There's people that will do that.
Yeah, see,
they'll grab the bird and just get rid. How about the girl that the SEC baseball game was at Tennessee where the raccoon and she just grabbed it by the tail and carried
pulled it right out.
Took it right out of there.
When it's aerial, I don't know. I just feel like you got to be a pretty impressive sort of hand-eye athlete in the cockpit or wherever you
we're
are
in
trying to figure it
Madison.
out.
I think we're in Madison, Wisconsin. I don't think we have a huge airport there. Kind of maybe one of those smaller jets.
Regional.
I don't think we were in one of the big jets where it could
Wasn't
just
huge.
Yeah, like where the kind where when you sit in there, your head almost hits the ceiling.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's kind of where I think we grabbed the pigeon in.
I mean, you could have farm guy, you could have ranch guy, you could have hunting guy. You also might have with a pigeon like New York guy who's
That's
just
what I'm saying.
you've seen him at the parks all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe the Home Alone lady was on the plane.
Mike Tyson, he was famous. Didn't he keep pigeons?
See,
Yeah,
on the rooftop.
Yeah.
You know,
Loved his
so a lot of
pigeons.
these guys might know their way around a pigeon. When I see any sort of animal, I don't know if they're going to bite me or not. So I'm like, can I grab it?
Yeah.
You know, if I know they're not going to bite, or poop on me, then
Right.
Yeah.
I'd be concerned about the poop.
The
with
poo
pigeons.
factor. Because I'm immediately,
Absolutely.
I'm going duck and cover with this.
As you
Backpack's
should,
going
as you
over.
should.
I'm going to be like Bishel, just turtling up and cowering down
No
to
doubt.
Perry. I'm going to treat that pigeon the
Well,
same
then
way.
that
I'm
pigeon
gonna
probably knows it's one.
respect to the pigeon.
Damn
Absolutely.
pigeon, Eric.
I'm depending on
Oh.
somebody else to
Okay.
step up and be the
You were
stud
scared
here.
of the geese. You didn't want to touch the geese. You were walking
That
away
thing
from the
has
geese.
like an 8-foot wingspan.
It was eyeing you. You just told us another guy gave it a forearm shiver.
He did.
Well,
He did. A pigeon's a little different. You know, I mean, if it's flying over, you knock it down. Like I'm talking about maybe taking the laptop and going up with it.
So you're going to be the hero in this situation. That's what you're claiming?
I want the plane to go on time. You know, I don't want to be. I hate flying as is. Don't want to be waiting around on the ground. You know,
Thank you,
Can't
Wolchuk.
argue.
nobody does.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for having us out to Tolbert Garage Door. We have another 45 minutes of content coming at you, including G-Bag of the Day coming up at the bottom of the hour and LA Live at 5:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. If you have any garage door needs, go to TolbertGarageDoor.com. Okay. We'll hit the expressway starting with a proper round tripper. Baseball stuff, Wolchuk. What's in store?
Well, we do have a pitcher that's been activated. We'll tell you who next in the nation.
Okay, I want
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I think it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Nutmeg Lady? No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Boy?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're about 7 minutes here from the G-Bag of the day, 17 from LA Live. We're live at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite, right off of 30. Come say hi. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Rangers pregame is right around the corner. Adolis Garcia still in the lineup. Kumar Rocker sent down to AAA. So we're hoping for the best there. This segment of the nation, the Expressway, presented by the On-Time Experts and Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We do have the all-new Tolo laptop decal, window decal here for you. They're beautiful, and you can have one if you swing by. There's still a couple over there, right? Here's Wolchuk with that proper round tripper.
All right, so with Rocker getting optioned, it is official. The Rangers have activated reliever Chris Martin from the 15-day IL, so they will
Very
have
nice.
Chris Martin available as Rocker.
That's a big get back.
It is.
Yeah, he's been awesome. 38 years old. Didn't know what to expect from any of the bullpen guys, but he's been an absolute home run for CY.
I'll be holding my breath after that first pitch. You know, just that one.
Yeah.
Let's get
right after the warm up.
Just make sure he doesn't yell.
Yeah.
Right after the first one. What's happening?
Neck. Elbow, shoulder. Yeah. What's next? Neck.
Yeah.
Wrist. What could
Groin.
it be? Hip.
Hopefully nothing. The MLB All-Star voting has also opened, okay? So you can go ahead and vote for your favorite Rangers right now to get into the All-Star game. I do anticipate right now you could have at least 3 pitchers in when it comes to DeGrom, Eovaldi, and Malley.
Oh, I mean,
Rocker. I considered, as a reliever maybe.
Yeah, that's
Rocker.
true.
But Josh Smith, I'm kind of hopeful for. I don't think obviously anybody else in your lineup's got a shot, but Josh Smith might be a guy that does if you're able to get somebody offensively to get in there. I mean, what Smitty's been able to do last year, I think his numbers were a tick better, and he was snubbed. So the likelihood not high. But Ranger fans, if you do your part, maybe we can get Smitty into the dance.
Yeah, I won't hold my breath, but, I mean, you keep running the bases like you did last night, go on a little bit of a tear this month. I think he's about, mid 240s, maybe 240 or something like that?
Yeah, I could probably look at the...
I think he was over 50.
He is at 261 now. His OPS is at 724. 5 homers, 16 RBI, 7 stolen bases. I'd like a little bit more aggression on the base path as well. You can run, guys. We saw last night, won him a game. Won the Rays a game, was playing just a little bit of small ball there. Now, it was a mistake from Texas, but, hey, Smith, Langford, these guys are pretty fast. Marcus Semien has stolen bases in his career. Obviously, you're not going to get any of that from Jake Berger. Alejandro Suna, he's going to be a guy that's going to just hustle his ass off. So let's just be a little bit more aggressive there. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
How do you steal bases, though? You have to get on base, right?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, let's work on that
Start with getting on base?
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit more, please. Yeah,
I'm with you. We had a high school baseball player in New Mexico. You ever have a buddy pull a prank on, like, a rival high school?
Like steal their mascot?
Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe go ahead and,
enough.
Pee on their mascot? What do we do? What do I do? Our Vanderbilt quarterback?
You could just go ahead and pee in their water cooler, that type of thing.
Yeah. We
see,
did
that's
have
a felony.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is the update.
This is the update.
Okay, remember maybe a month ago we had the story of the high school kid who urinated in the
wow.
Gatorade tank of the opposing team. This was
Might have been off that day.
Somebody was probably off that day, but it was our lead story, top story.
That was Sean and RJ.
We
show.
opened it up with that. I think we broke it out into like top stories of the day situation.
But yeah, high school kid. So it was he was obviously getting suspended or whatever. But I guess we got an update here. This is exciting.
Yeah. So initially the charge here was 15 counts of battery, but according to the district attorney handling the case, they've decided to drop the charges after they discovered there isn't actually a statute. Statute. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Wow.
On the books prohibiting the behavior he engaged in.
So there's no statute prohibiting you from peeing in somebody's water
In
bottle?
New Mexico, battery consists of the unlawful touching of another person in a rude and insolent manner. So I guess there was no touching involved. It was just peeing in said.
But this sounds like the
touch.
court scouring the books to find a way to let off the son of somebody important. That's
be.
what this sounds
It's
like
a
to me.
big, giant-
That's a bunch of bull.
Giant
maybe
loophole.
I wonder if the kid's just that awesome at baseball.
Okay, that could be that too.
Maybe he'll get an actual statue one day.
Maybe.
He's just peeing away his career.
Statute.
Yeah, it's a weird,
Brian.
it's a weird word.
right?
It
I'm not
is.
alone.
I couldn't say the other word, right?
What word?
If I tried to make a joke, Dawson caught it. I said, he's just peeing away his career, but I wanted to say the word.
Oh, no. I
you wanted
wouldn't
to put
say
the
that
issing
one.
on there,
Yeah,
too?
you can't do that, can you?
You can't put the
Yeah,
is
don't
on
put
there.
the
Okay,
hiss
I
on.
did. I stopped myself.
Well
I
done.
sto-
Well, I'm glad. You pulled a mic.
That's
you
a
went ahead,
first.
you paused a beat.
If I'd been
okay?
drinking, it would have been,
And then you moved on seamlessly.
Mhm.
I appreciate that.
Yep. Doing my best.
MLB Power Rankings are out.
21.
You want to know where the Rangers are? I was just going to give you the number one team in baseball.
That would be the number one team.
You guessed 21?
Yeah.
They're 20.
Yeah.
Pretty good guess there, Brian.
Wow, so
on
negative,
the ball.
Brian.
I pay attention.
Yeah, they're one better, dude. They were 21 last week. They're up to 20 this week. Obviously, 29 and 33.
Back to 22 after getting swept by the.
Yeah, it's a bummer because the Cardinals are up here at 11, who they took 2 of 3 of. It's like this team is very, very capable. They just can't seem to put it all together at the right moment. And the offense, it just, as soon as you think they've turned a corner, they just fall back into reality of not being able to do anything.
I mean, there's the two guys that are struggling really bad, but then also you got to look at their top performers and, Seager, Langford, and Young just having, the bare minimum of what you could consider success.
That was disappointing last night with Seager. With a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
You're accustomed to him coming up with
Mm-hmm.
and we've seen him like
One
that's why I said
pitch,
about
ground out
Jared.
to second.
Yeah,
Here
he
we
comes
go.
off the IL and you see him just like that night. Boom! Here's a 2-home run game.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been a guy that has been an issue for him. So I don't know. I mean, if you can't even get him going, I'm getting nervous about this thing. Like the closer we get, we're into June now. Like, are we just going to be looking up? It's going to be the All-Star break and it's the same crap. And if it is, and it's like last year. a win against the White Sox. I'm not buying for that again going into the break. It's like you're probably not good enough here, boys.
Wow, dude. How about this from the 940? I scooped up a dead, fresh skunk off the road and put it in our rival quarterback's car the night before we played them.
That's commitment. I wouldn't go anywhere near a dead skunk on the road. I feel like you can smell them from 2 miles away.
I love it.
I drove by one the other night. My car smelled like skunk for a good 24 hours.
I think that's part of the play there is now as like the opposing team, you're constantly reminding him throughout the game because he can smell that skunk on you. You know, it's mental warfare. You can't get away from this skunk.
I wish we had good rivalries going in high school sports, but the only thing we were good at was soccer, 4 straight state championships, and everybody else for like 4 hours away was bad. Both of our football teams were bad. We had one guy in the course of 4 classes go D1.
Get a scholar? Yeah.
Jason Sukanic. I think he went to BYU. He was an offensive lineman. And then Ryan Lindell, the kicker. That was the only football players I knew.
Dude, that's it. Ryan
Lindell was our striker, and this kid could kick it. Like, he scored multiple goals from midfield. It was like, I could definitely see football in the future. Thank you, Wolchuk. Proper round trippers in the books. Rangers pregame 30 minutes away. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your
Big check, check 1, check 2. Said you know what to do. Do I sound good? Can anybody hear me? We all right?
Great.
Let's see if we're grooving. All right. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, I believe this is day 3 for this toxic argument that went down at the CVS. By the way, I've been telling everybody, check those CVS receipts. There's some deep discounts on there. Okay, they're not paying me to tell you this. I just looked at it one day and said, dawg, what? I've been holding out, bro.
It's good service.
Yeah, man. Got the soaps, got the 2 buy 1, get 1 free type vibes. I was like, oh, yeah, for the show. Deodorants, too. You know how deodorants expensive.
They are.
Especially if you want some good stuff.
Yeah.
Now, if you want it full of aluminum that'll probably kill you in 3 years or whatever, you can get that $3. Anyway. All right, here we go. Toxic argument went down at the CVS. Dude was trying his best to trigger this employee. Took a minute, but he finally found it.
Trouble here. Give my money back for the pills. That was the wrong pill. This guy told me to my mother. Your mother and give my money back for the pills. Now you're not going to kill me. Your mother. Free speech. America.
Yeah.
Your mother. Your father. You. Give my money back for my pills. Now somebody better give me $35 back. Is what they better do.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right now.
Right now.
Run me my money.
Yeah, the cops are coming. You. The cops are coming. Free speech, bro.
Yeah.
Free speech. Queer. Are you queer? Do you like man? Don't talk to me like that. Get the hell out of here. You queer. Yeah.
Got him. He was searching for it. He was trying to find it. Where is it? I'm not getting a reaction. Oh, there it is. His nails. Something about your bangs.
I caught the gist for 2 of us, though. That's incredible.
You heard it in there?
Yeah.
I always pay attention to stuff like that. Like when there's an argument or a fight going down, what's happening in the background, especially if it's a club? What's the music playing?
That's greatness.
I don't think you're ready for this jelly. And they just in there fighting. Wow. I love it. All right, let's go to Sirius XM. Michelle Beadle and Cody Decker.
Ooh.
This is the guy that dunked on me, by the way.
That's what Carter told me, bro.
Holy crap, that's right.
That's what Carter told me. Yeah, Carter told me. Well, that's the guy that basically told Chief to F off.
I was homering it up for the Cowboys.
Well, they found out that Stephen A. Smith is going to be taking over their time slot on Mad Dog radio station, on their channel, whatever. They found out via the timeline. And they went on air and talked about it a little bit.
Michelle.
Man, all I ask is to be treated with respect. Well, how many times do I say I give what I get what I give? And so here we are. We're going to do our shows because we're contractually obligated to be here.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun few hours here.
Yeah, I'm sure. And I'm sure no one's feelings will get hurt in any way, shape, or form. 888-MAD-DOG-6. How you guys doing? Because announcements abound. I heard Shine. The big 3 are back. Oh, yeah.
What does that mean? Big what?
Big 3, Mad Dog.
Oh, you mean, well, if you want 2 hours of Jamal Williams needs to show up for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Wait, who's Jamal Williams? That's right, a guy who doesn't exist. And by the way, I'll have lots of these fun types of nuggets for you for as long as we remain on the air. Yeah, we're coming in hot today, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in hot. Yes, so the cat's out of the bag. I guess we're talking about it. We weren't supposed to, just as a heads up. We were only given a few hours' notice, but we weren't told any details. We were promised that no details would be released. We didn't even know who was taking our place in the lineup. Just that it was going to be announced that new show was being added. Unbeknownst to us, the Hollywood Reporter, of course, had all the details. So it was a little embarrassing, I'm not going to lie. I've been in this business for 20-plus years. I've been treated poorly a couple times. This didn't feel good. I'm not going to lie.
Let them know.
Tee him up. Everybody can get it. I want to hire this gal.
Pew, pew, pew.
Beetle?
Yeah,
she's a vet.
She is a vet.
Man, that's a tough thing to. I mean, why would you be putting these people on the air? That feels like, of course they're gonna rant.
I mean, why would you tell them?
Yeah,
just tell them. They're professionals. Hey, man, we're gonna switch it out. Stephen A. Smith's over here. He's busting it out, so we got to move you down. Busting it out, bro.
I mean, it's satellite radio. Nobody's listening. We could just rerun the old show.
Only the best can do that.
I mean, yeah, you listen for the first 6 months when you get a new car.
Yeah.
It's free membership.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. For real? You don't think so? I must be the only one. I must be keeping him in business. It must be me, bro.
I was in for the first couple of years. This was like 20 years ago, when that's what you had to do to get Stern. And I was so in the mode of listening to Howard Stern every morning that I went over there with it. I hung for a while.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I'm talking about, I damn near listen to that all the time. There's so many damn stations. And I like Urban View. Hey, Urban View. All right, Broadus.
Yeah. Sir.
You were celebrating Pride Month, allegedly.
Yeah, I was.
About an hour ago on this station.
I was.
You guys were talking about coaches.
Yep.
Like, what else? Lock in on defense.
Law of averages.
Drew Holiday, Swiss Army knife. Let's protect the rim.
Did win a championship playing that way, didn't
I like
they?
it.
Did.
No, they absolutely did.
They figured it out.
They absolutely did.
Those jerks.
So why you getting hard on it? Well, did I say that?
Excuse me.
Tell you what.
Hey, man, Missoula can do that to you.
I was trying my best to. I was trying to not say the word busting on you, and then turn around and said getting hard on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you said so why you getting hard on you? So why?
Something like that, Lucius.
Something caught his eye.
Yeah. Yep.
Watchdogging him.
I was calling it out.
You wanted an explanation.
I was trying.
Break it down step by step. Here, Chief.
I was.
He's into the storylines.
I hate myself on this show a lot.
Storyline guy.
Yeah, he's in the storylines, bro. They get right to it. I like the storyline.
You read those thick, smutty romance novels?
Yeah. The guy with no shirt on and thin pants. Yeah.
All right, let's see what else we got. A band called Seether. You guys ever heard of a band called Seether?
No, sir.
Yes, there's a song from Seether that were they like one-hit wonders? There's one for sure I know of.
Yeah.
Come on, Eileen.
Yeah, you're pretty much. You're pretty much right there, Mr. Woolchuck. Band called Seether. Not like a band called Death, which is a great band. They were at the Hard Rock and Casino in Tulsa. Stand Up. The lead singer took his daughter to work. She was on the stage. The security guy kicked his daughter off the stage.
Oh, no.
So he cursed them for cowards.
I had my kid on the side of the stage the whole entire show, and then suddenly this arse kicks her the off the stage. She's 7 years old, and now she can't even go in the front of the house and watch the show. Yes, you. What the child and you kicked her off the stage, her dad's like, I hope your check is super huge, bro.
Said, I hope your check is super effing huge, bro. Kicked this girl off the stage and her daughter's the one rocking you out, man.
I love that energy. There's nothing that can ruin a good time more of something you paid multiple $100s to be at than overzealous security.
Mm-hmm.
just barking at you. How about a little customer service here, dude?
Yeah.
I know
Goes a
you're
long way.
stressed out. I would be too. That's why somebody that's not stressable should be doing your job, not you, pal. Jams me up, Lucius.
Nah, I
You've
feel
seen
you.
it before.
Yeah,
You're not that guy, pal.
Yeah, I've seen it before. 100%. Let's see what I should do here. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Yesterday was a church day. Pastor, go check out that timeline. Leon Musk is crashing out. He's crashing out. You guys what?
What'd he do?
Oh,
I
man,
blocked him.
Just go check. Me too, but everybody's already talking about it. There's nothing I can. He's been muted and blocked and everything, but people are talking about it, and it's crazy.
Him and Trump are going at it, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that. Yeah. Yes, I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah, they said that man was out there at the island.
I love it, man.
He was at the island.
I don't agree with everything dude says, but I love the consistency of, hey, you guys are wrong too, man.
Right. Yeah.
It's not just one side that's wasting all of our taxpayer dollars. And I thought he did a good thing calling them out. You need that sort of, I think, honesty and objectivity between the parties so we can stop pretending that one side has the answers. Neither one does, obviously. They both had a turn.
I don't like how he does not want to stand on his ketamine.
Is that what he's into?
They asked him about the ketamine like last week, and he's like, oh, no, I'm not high. But then you look at all these videos, my man is going through it. He's got a hold of him.
You think he's tripping bees out here?
I think we're gonna get an AI superhero film about him. He's gonna be Ketaman.
Here he is, Ketaman.
It all makes a lot more sense now.
All right, so there's a group called Ready for the World.
Mm-hmm.
They got a song called Oh Sheila. Oh Sheila. I ran across this dude right here. Well, this band, I don't know what this is. I see one guy and anyway. It's called Anointed for the World. Not Ready for the World, but Anointed for the World. And instead of Oh Sheila, is Oh Jesus.
Oh Jesus.
An angel appeared to Mary and said, "You shall bear a child. He shall be the Savior of the whole world." Oh, Jesus.
Oh, this is a jam.
Yeah.
I think this is DeBar. DeBar?
Savior,
No.
save my life, and you love us till we get it right.
Ready for the World.
Oh, Ready for the World. Okay.
Yeah.
You shed your blood on Calvary. Yes, you died to save a wretch like me.
All kind of the same vein, though.
Yeah.
Savior, died for my sin. Yes, they crucified and bruised your skin.
Light-skinned androgynous guys with sexy voices.
Why did they wanna?
Often mistaken for Prince due to its vocal style and musical similarities.
And we sing, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, okay.
I love you, only begotten Son.
Really good writer.
It's fire.
All right, I gotta let that go.
Thank you, Luke. Okay, we got a champ. We got 4 challengers. Is it our CVS pill popper? Is it Mad Dog shots fired at Stephen A. Smith? Broadus watchdogging what the chief was getting hard on? Seether calling out security for kicking his daughter out, and the praise music. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to go with Broadus here, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Broadus.
Well, Lucius?
Let's see here. A band called Seether.
All right. Bully?
I'll go Broadus.
Yeah! It don't matter.
I knew you'd put it to a tie, so I couldn't risk it.
There you go.
Let me go with the band.
There it is, and by a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion.
All right.
Live from Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite.
boys,
We have
enough.
some Tolo window decals, some laptop decals for you right here. They're beautiful. I posted an image at G-Bag Nation. Come get one. You have another 15 minutes or so, and it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance some of everything. Everybody get
Ladies! Listen, number 3. What 2 things would you like to change on your body?
My legs, for one.
What's wrong with your legs?
Well, they're kind of short.
That's okay. Good things come in little packages.
Sure. Especially what's in between them.
Whoops.
If you were a detergent, what would your slogan be?
The harder you rub, the cleaner I come.
Wow. Yo, the 70s were crazy, son.
Hello.
That is the dating game in the
Dating
70s,
game.
man.
Yeah, the dating game.
We are crazy right there. This is LA Live.
Jim Lang.
For Thursday, June 5th, 2025. That's what that is?
Jim Lang, he was the host.
They had to have some writers on there, right? Those guys were not that witty.
No, they were trying to be. Yeah.
Crazy. Had to be, bro. It's a Thirsty Thursday ladies' night here in LA Live. Shout out to all the lady Tolos listening. Love you, ladies. Hold on. Love you, ladies. Let me get my little tank for you.
Hey.
So all of my ladies.
Ladies. What's up, first-time listeners, last-time and long-time listeners? LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Eric.
Yes.
Eric, hold on, let me find this. I got another. Eric.
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 Eric. All right, my bad.
That could be AI brought us for all I know. That's incredible.
I got a whole lot of DMs about Harvey Milk over you yesterday. Did you get those?
I got a couple.
Boy, they almost got some middle fingers. I was like, hey, because they hit me up like, why don't you tell Eric about Harvey Milk and he's falling for a subjective. I was like, hey, why don't you hit up Eric?
Yeah.
I'm just the messenger.
Hey, Lucius.
Yo.
Lucius, you remember Chuck Barris?
Oh, shoot.
Chuck Barris from the Gong Show?
No, when you said Chuck, I thought Barry.
No, Chuck Barris. The host of the Gong Show? You never remember Chuck Barris?
No, I don't think so, man.
All right, well,
I remember the
never
Gong
mind.
Show, but I don't remember Chuck Barris. I'm sorry.
Well, he was the host, and he created the dating game. He created this thing.
Thank you.
So that's when I thought you knew. Remember Gene the Dancing Machine,
I
the
do
unknown
remember
comic?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that's all about. Yeah. Chuck Barris.
More of a run Rudolph guy myself.
Okay.
I hope his family's eating off of that because he made some great shows.
He did.
Yeah. There's game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight, 7:30 on ABC. I watch it on Max. Game 2 of Texas versus Texas Tech. Softball. Had me on the edge of my seats yesterday, ladies.
So all of my ladies. Ladies.
Had me
How
on
about that gal stepping out and hitting that ball?
Yeah, it was good stuff.
Trying to walk her.
Yep.
Let's see. Before I get into it, I want you guys to hear something. Have y'all ever heard of something called throat singing? Pause.
Thought it all was that, right?
Right? That's what
So
I
it was
always
diaphragm.
thought. But there you look at you, Woolchuck.
Musical theater.
Yeah. I was told I was a nasally singer.
There you go. Yes.
Nasally.
When you sing from the diaphragm. These guys right here are singing in their throats. Pause. It almost sounds like a drone. His name is Kular. He even teaches throat singing classes online. He's got a throat singing empire right here. Tell me if you recognize this song, bro. I've never heard of throat singing until like a couple of days ago.
Don't know what you're expecting of me.
Recognize that song, right?
Yeah.
Of walking
The Linkin Park.
Great song.
Yeah.
every step that I take is another mistake to you.
Watch this.
What? Oh my God. It sounds like a bird.
It's like a robot frog.
What makes you think you should be doing that? Like, I need to record this.
Yeah. Maybe when I was 11. You know?
Is there an audience for this?
Bro, he's got like mad followers. People requesting albums and stuff. He's doing songs if he requested. I'm like, how would you even know? I play like that. Who thinks?
That is crazy.
Who thinks? It's another one.
Is there irony to that? Are people into it because of how bad it is?
I don't
think so.
I think.
That's just my guess.
I've never heard anything like that.
Neither have I, man. Throat singing. Singing from the throat, not from the diaphragm. Sound like that dude from The Simpsons. Yeah, hey. Bleeding Gums Murphy. Yeah.
Sean Sharif.
Scars on the up, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling.
That's crazy.
And there's no auto-tune on this?
No, man. Allegedly, that's his throat.
That is so weird.
Bro, that's hilarious.
It's a grown ass man right there.
What the hell?
Good stuff, man. Good stuff right there.
New wave.
Yeah. New wave.
It's like if you grew up without air conditioning, you'd sit right in front of the fan.
Yes. Yep.
I do that to my dogs right now because I have a fan. And a clear. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Man, I hope these rumors about Doug Christie and Chris Webber aren't true. Do you guys seen these on the line?
No.
Oh, my gosh. I hope they're not true. They're saying Jackie Christie, who kept a tight leash on Doug.
Yeah.
She did.
Had Chris Webber's baby.
No, when?
Yeah. That's what they keep saying online. Like, where did these rumors start at? And this whole, anyway, they said Doug and Chris were teammates. That's when this happened. And she allegedly had Doug Christie believing it for years. Now Doug Christie allegedly suing Jackie Christie and Chris Webber over this. And I'm trying to look for confirmation everywhere. I'm hoping this is a lie. I see everybody with aggregated stories about it. You know, like you can go to YouTube and there's a YouTube guy breaking down the whole thing. But I'm like, where's the source, bro?
Right.
And then somebody takes him as a source, and then somebody takes that person as a source, and it just keeps spiderwebbing out. But I don't see the original source. And I'm like, TMZ ain't on this?
Wow.
He was a very charming young man. You know, you're talking about Tyra Banks, Nia Long.
Yes.
Quite a resume, right?
Proper Derek Jeter.
Yes. You know, I guess.
I didn't know you was watching like that. You was watching that man's moves like that. Look at Dawson.
It was the smile.
He's got another one. He's got another one.
Man, look at this guy. He's prolific.
He's crushing it.
You know, but isn't it kind of true that the most jealous ones are the worst ones?
Boy,
you know, those are the ones that are like they're projecting their thoughts onto you.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I see what you're doing. Now that's the one.
Yeah.
Right. And this gal, is the most overprotective wife in the history of any sport that I've known. You know?
Oh, is that her? That's the reputation.
She fought somebody, right?
People would talk about Doug Christie like he was, she was taking the cojones when she went wherever she went, because he was just couldn't go out on the road. She was there in his room on road trips, fully locked down.
I mean, there's that crazy photo of her having him on a leash. He's on all fours, and they're out in the city somewhere.
Yeah, they leaned into it.
Maybe he was into it.
I guarantee you he was into it.
Yeah.
I hope it's not true, bro. I hope it's not
dog
true.
world.
I hope it's not true. But if it is, he says he's suing and whatnot, which I'm all for that. I don't know where these rumors start, but they spread like wildfire. Like the one last weekend, everybody was ready to throw Kobe's old wife away.
Yeah.
When the rumors came out saying that she was knocked up by some young hooper out here.
I remember the Pau Gasol rumors back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, when Mavs were playing Lakers, Sean actually went down to the AAC and was kind of sniffing around for that story.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
And Kobe's wife?
Yeah, there was a weird thing going on.
Man, he's really close to her right now, too, consoling her through this hard time.
Shoulder to cry on.
And everybody's like, oh, what a great friend Kobe had. Damn, bro! Oh, please don't let it be. Now, I
mean, if Pau Gasol was coming around, you wouldn't be threatened at all. You'd be like, oh, yeah, go shopping.
Maybe if it was Mark. Pal's got a little something to him.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to watch out, bro. What was I going to go with it? Oh, yeah. So when I did see that the rumors were flying, but I didn't know there were rumors about Kobe's wife. And not going to lie, I was a little heartbroken.
Me too.
Yeah. Not going to lie, I was a little heartbroken. Now, she's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions and move on. But I'm like, 5 years after a very tragic situation, you knocked up and moved on to a new baller? Oh, that hurt me a little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking a little too soon still.
I like when the widowers can keep it all private. I got a little friend, and it's very discreet.
Yeah.
Let's not be loud about this.
Yeah. Other than that, I want you out in public with black on all the time, looking sad. With the lace on your face and everything.
Wearing Mamba gear, too.
Yeah, that's what I want. All right, my name is Lucius Alexander. I had a lot more for you, but we got to get ready for the Rangers.
That is right. We'll see you later.
Yep. I'll see you tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That's my time. Take it over there. Holla.
Lucius Alexander's LA Live every night at 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Thanks so much to Tolbert Garage Door for having us out here in Mesquite on 30. The only place to go. Shop Tolo. If you